Let's build out a HackerNews clone using some of the newest technologies in web development. This is going to be a project built on Hono, Bun, Drizzle, and Postgres for our backend. Then on the front end, we're going to be using Tanstack Router, React Query, and Tanstack Form as well to handle all of our data needs on the front end. All of this, of course, is going to have the type safety using TypeScript, and we'll also be using Zod as well for some of our schema validation. Now, we're going to be using some more modern development techniques in here, which do get a little bit more complex, such as optimistic updates. But since this video is a little bit long, I won't waste any more of your time. So let's jump into what we're going to be building. Although please do take the time to subscribe if you like these long form coding projects. It does really help me out. So this here is the site we're going to be building out. Now, firstly, what we're going to be using is Shadcn UI for some of our nice components here. That just makes them look nice and modern out of the box. Then what we've got here is obviously we've got a list of all of the posts, similar to how we would on HackerNews. We're also going to have pagination as well. So if there were more posts, we could come down here and click this more button, and it would load that in sort of as an infinite list here. What we have here is we have the upvote button, of course, so it upvotes it. Now this uses optimistic updates. So even if the server hasn't yet received the update or processed it, it's going to show the user that it has, and then it will also undo it if the server does fail that, but we'll explain that a little bit later. Obviously, we have all of these nice Shadcn UI components, and we can filter this here by various different things, so ascending, descending, and then points and recent. And all of this is done using the URL search parameters as well, which means if I go ahead and send this link to someone, the search parameters will have the way I've sorted this, so they'll see the exact same page. I'm a big fan of using the URL as a state manager, essentially. Then we have our classic submit form here, and this is going to have validation. So you see there, the title must be at least 3 characters. URL has to be a valid URL. Let's go ahead and just make a post here. So we can say something like hello youtube.com, and I'll say hi like so, and we can hit submit there. And you can see that's going to take me straight to the post page. Now with comments here, I've actually added a 5-second delay on the server, just so you can see what the optimistic updates look like. If I did something like hello, I am a comment, and like that. If we click add comment here, you see it's in this draft state. And as I said, there's an artificial 5-second delay on the server just to show this off. And there we go. It's officially actually added that comment there. So we can go ahead and upvote that, and we can have infinitely nested replies as well. So I can show you that if we go back to the main page. We can go ahead and load in one of my posts here that has some comments. And you can see we have a nice sort of comment tree down here with the same sorting features as well. We can go ahead and collapse these, expand these, and load more replies as well for however nested they are, like so. You can see this looks sort of nice, and it's a nice sort of modern design of HackerNews there. And as I said, we also have that authentication. So I can go ahead and log out, log in, and sign up as well. All of this done with React Tanstack, as I said. So now that we've seen some of the cool features of the application there, let's go ahead and take a look at the stack and how this is built out. So this diagram here roughly explains the pieces of our application. So we're going to be having the server here, which is using the Bun JavaScript runtime. And then we're also going to have Hono on top of that, which is going to be our web framework. In Hono, we're going to define all of sort of our API endpoints, our backend essentially. But then it's also going to be used to serve the static files of the actual built front end. So when we're in development, we're going to be using Vite. That's going to spin up the Vite dev server. Now you may be used to that. But essentially when we go ahead and actually build our front end, that's going to produce our static files. And then we can go ahead and use our server to host those as well, which is really cool because it means it's really super easy to get set up with this in a Docker container. And you can also host it to various places like Fly.io, which I'll be showing off at the end. Now for our database, I've chosen Postgres just because it's really nice and performant. And to talk to Postgres, we're going to be using the Drizzle ORM. And finally, we've rolled our own authentication as well using Lucia, which is just some adapters and some helpers to go ahead and help you set up your own authentication. So we have username and password authentication between our server here and the Postgres instance, and then also our forms on the front end to log into that. So that is the application there, but I will explain all of these individual pieces as we get to them as well. So I'll explain why we're going to be using Hono, Bun, and various different things. So with all of our pieces there, I do quickly just want to explain the structure of this video. I've tried to break everything down into nice group sort of stages and commits, and these are going to match up with the YouTube chapters down below as well. So you can go into the Git and see exactly what changed in that step. And I'll also show you in the video when I'm making a commit as well. We're going to be starting off by building out our backend, and then about halfway through the video, we're going to focus on the front end. So this is in a nice sort of segmented way. So you could build the backend first and then the front end later. But I am not error free though. So in some of the stages, I may make a mistake or two and only be able to spot this mistake maybe in the future when I need to sort of link up the data to the front end, and I'll go back and correct that as well. So do watch out if you notice an error or two while I'm going. I may actually go back and correct that in the future once I spot that myself. And another thing to note as well is at some stages, future me is going to pop in and try and explain the concepts that we're about to implement, as I think this is a nice way to learn by looking at the theory first and then going ahead and implementing that yourself. Now I'm going to be storing this tutorial on a branch called tutorial as well, as I'm going to welcome any PRs to sort of pad out this project in the future to make it a great learning resource. So feel free to try and contribute as well. The final thing I want to do though before we take a look at the code is just explain why I have picked some of these core tools. So we're going to be starting off with Hono here, and it actually means flame in Japanese. As you can see, it's a small, simple and ultra fast web framework built on web standards. It works on any JavaScript runtime, so you can actually run this on Cloudflare workers. You can run this on Dino, Bun, Vercel. We're going to be using Bun here. And as it says there, it is fast, but it's not only fast. So down here underneath the quick start also has some of the features here. So it's really lightweight. It's a really small package, which is under 14 kilobytes here. As it says, it's multi-runtime, so we just explained that bit earlier. Its batteries included, so it comes with a load of cool middleware, which we'll be using. We'll be using that CORS middleware. We have some Zod middleware as well, and a load of helpers to help you get started to build out sort of your API and your web framework. And as it says here, it has a delightful developer experience, and it really is really super clean to work with, and it has first-class TypeScript support as well, and it comes with an RPC too. You can see here it has some of the use cases as well. So you're building out your web APIs, proxy of your backend servers, you put it in front of a CDN, an edge application, and even a full stack application here, which is essentially similar to what we're going to be doing, although we're building our front end in a separate way. And you can see down here who is using Hono. So you have Cloudflare D1, you have Unkey, Open Status, and a load of other things. And that's what we're going to be starting with for our web framework. But I do want to quickly explain why I've chosen Bun as my JavaScript runtime too. So over on the Bun website then, as you can see, it's pretty much the similar reasons that I've actually chosen Hono as well. It's a super fast JavaScript runtime here. You can develop, test, run, and bundle. So it has a load of great tools built on top of it for that developer experience too. As you can see here, it's at the top of these benchmarks that we can click into here. And it's really super simple to get started with. As it says, Bun is a JavaScript runtime. It's speed, it starts fast, and it runs fast. It's got elegant APIs here, so it provides a minimal set of highly optimized APIs performing common tasks like starting up your HTTP server and writing to files. And as it says, it has a cohesive developer experience. The other really cool feature about Bun is you can actually just go ahead and run TypeScript natively. As it says here, TypeScript is a first-class citizen in Bun, so you can directly execute your .ts files and your .tsx files, and it respects all of the settings that we have in our TS config too. And as you can see here, it's drop-in node compatible, fast running performance, web standard APIs, works with node modules, JSX, watch mode, all of that. It's a really great runtime. It's got a load of great tools on top of it. And as I said, it's going to really help with our development experience. Next up, we'll be taking a look at our database layer. So I chose Postgres as my database simply because it's super fast. I don't really need to explain that one, but I'm going to explain why I've picked Drizzle ORM here. So we use Drizzle to sort of talk to our database from our actual JavaScript code here. And you can see it says why Drizzle on that documentation here. As it says, it looks and feels simple, performs on day 1000 of your project, and it lets you do things your way, and it's there when you need it. Now, this is really cool because it comes with both relational and SQL-like query APIs, and we're actually going to be using both of these in our project. So you get the best of both worlds when it comes to accessing your relational data. As it says there as well, it's lightweight, performant, type safe, and it has a load of extra ones there. And it's also serverless ready by design, and it's really popular as well. As you can see here, it's got headless ORM. It's very SQL-like as well if you want it to be. So you've sort of got your normal select queries, your from, your left joins, and things like that. But then you can also use the powerful queries API down here. Again, we're using both of these features to go ahead and simply query your data in a bit of an easier way. And as it says, it always outputs exactly one SQL query. So from your sort of query that you write in a nicer API here, it goes ahead and makes the SQL query sort of under the hood, and that connects to your database. So as you can see here, it has 0 dependencies here. It's 31 kilobytes when minified. So it's just really performant, and it's a great developer experience as well because there's a load of adapters for this too, such as adding in Zod validation and different things like that. So that's the back end covered, but let's quickly take a look at the front end with Tanstack. Now, for the front end, if you've never seen Tanstack tools before, you really are missing out. He's created a load of cool tools here, high quality open source software for web developers. So we have Tanstack Router, which is going to be the one we're using. So instead of using React Router or something like that, we'll be using Tanstack Router. Tanstack Query, which helps you with your data fetching. You can see here, there's a load of other tools as well. You have Tanstack Form, which we're also going to be using. You have Tanstack Table, Tanstack Virtual, Ranger, a load of different things that are going to really help you out in your web development process. And he just has such a great developer experience when building these out too. So let's click in Tanstack Router and see what this is about. So Tanstack Router is a modern and scalable routing for React applications. As you can see, it's fully type safe, and this is a really cool, powerful feature. React Router with built-in data fetching, stale wire validate caching, and first-class search parameter APIs. Now this one here is really awesome, as they're actually a bit of a pain to work with in things like Next.js and various other things. Let's click get started though, and as you can see, it has sort of all of the basic features that you would expect in a React router, sort of all of the type safe navigation and things like that. But if we scroll down here, it says why Tanstack Router. This is the common features that you can actually get in things like React Router. So you've got your URL path rams, prefetching, data loading, file-based routing, nested routes, layout routes, grouped routes, all of these different things. But as you can see here, it delivers some new features that they say raise the bar. 100% inferred TypeScript support, super handy when you're developing. Type safe navigation. Again, it makes sure that you don't add in a link to sort of a page that doesn't exist. It will literally go ahead and warn you and say, I don't know what that page is. It's got built-in caching for loaders here. It's designed for client-side data caches. So that's why we're using Tanstack Query as well, as it's essentially been designed to try and help with this and go alongside it. Type-safe JSON first, search parameters, and state management APIs. This is awesome as I'm a massive fan of using sort of the URL as your state manager where you need to. Essentially what it means is if I share a link with a friend and I've configured some things like filters, they're going to see the exact same page I've sent them. And if I click the back button as well, they'll see the same page that they were previously on. It always annoys me when I go on a page and sort of its filters or something like that aren't stored in the URL, and you refresh the page and you lose essentially the posts you were trying to look at. Then we've got here as well, search parameter middleware. So we're going to be using some Zod validation on that too. And that is all of the cool features of Tanstack Router. Quickly, let's go ahead and explain Tanstack Query too. If you haven't seen Tanstack Query, you're really missing out in React. It's pretty much the de facto go-to way now of data loading within React. Previously, what's happened in React is a lot of us have written fetches in useEffect, which can lead to some pretty bad side effects here. Tanstack Query essentially takes all of that away. He's written all of the code for you, and it's super powerful here. As you see, it's a powerful asynchronous state manager for React, Solid, Vue, Svelte, and Angular, so it actually works with other libraries too. Let's click in, read the docs here. As you can see in the motivation, most of the web frameworks do not come with an opinionated way of fetching or updating data in a holistic way. Because of this, developers end up building either meta frameworks, so as I said, we sort of build up a load of useEffect things, or they invent their own way of data fetching. Some of the powerful features though here, we have caching, which is possibly the hardest thing to do in programming. If you've ever had to try it, it really is quite difficult to implement yourself. It has deduping of multiple requests. So essentially, if one of my components wants to go ahead and fetch some data from the API, and then a nested component or something like that also wants to do it, it's going to go ahead and dedupe that into a single request, as it knows it's fetching the same data. As you can see, it can update out of date data in the background. It knows when data is out of date, so it's a load of powerful options for you to decide when you think your data is out of date and mark it as stale. It's going to reflect the updates to data as quick as possible, so it's super performant. As it says, it's got performance optimizations, helps us out with pagination, which we'll be using later, and lazy loading data. And we can also do things like optimistic updates in here too. So I won't jump into too much of the technical details in there, as we'll do that when we actually get to the coding. But the final thing I use as well is Tanstack Form here. As you can see, it's a headless, performant, and type-safe form state management for, again, React, Vue, Angular, and Solid. So this one is really cool, and it's sort of a replacement for React Hook Form. So with my reasonings for choosing these core tools, let's go ahead and actually implement them and start coding. So to get started, we're simply going to be running the bun create and then Hono, and then the name of your application. So for me, that's going to be Better News here. And this is going to simply set up a Hono template for us using bun. And you can see here, we can select which template we want to use. We're going to go ahead and use the bun template. We're going to want to hit install the dependencies. So we'll hit Y there, and we're using bun as a package manager here. So once we've done that, we can go ahead and CD into our new project. Then we'll open this up in VS Code as well, like so. Once you're inside of here, you'll see the project structure. What you can see is it's added in a source folder here, and then you'll see index.ts. And in here, you can see how Hono is being used. And you see we're creating a new Hono app, and then we're having our get route on that. And you can see at the moment, this is just returning some simple text with hello Hono, like so. So we can go ahead and check this is working. But the first thing I'm going to go ahead and do is rename my source folder here. So I'm going to be renaming this one here to server. Now, the reason for that is I'm actually going to be having the server and front end code in the same project. I'm not really going to be using a mono repo structure as such, but essentially I'm just going to be having a folder called frontend, which is going to have another package.json in it, and that's going to be the one that handles our Tanstack front end in a bit. But for now, we're doing the server one, so we'll just rename this to server, and then in the package.json here, we'll go ahead and rename this to server as well, just to make sure that our scripts are up to date. So all of these files here, so the package.json, all of this is going to be relevant to this server folder here. Later, when we add a front end, as I said, there's going to be a separate one for that. So this is essentially the global and server configuration. And then, as I said, when we get to the front end, we'll add in a separate folder and sort of project for that. But for now, we can go ahead and actually test this is working by opening up a terminal. And then inside of the terminal, we can simply do bun dev like so. And you see it should say started server and then on localhost 3000. If I go ahead and open up something like Postman, or I use Insomnia here, we can go ahead and try hit that with a new request just to make sure it's working. So I'll type in localhost and then 3000 here, and we'll send a GET request. And we should see that text, hello Hono, like so. So our server is up and running, and bun and everything is working for us with Hono. So I'm just going to go ahead and shut that down, as the next thing we need to go ahead and do is just set up our TypeScript config. So that's going to be done in this tsconfig.json here. You'll see it does actually add some by default. We're going to go ahead and actually change these for the ones that bun recommends. Now you can find this on the bun website, and I'll leave a link to this in the description down below. You can see it has some suggested compiler options. We're actually going to go ahead and use all of these. So I'm going to copy that there, and we'll go back to VS Code and simply paste all of that in like so. The only thing we're going to change in here is we're going to set up some paths. Now, if you haven't seen TypeScript paths before, they're just really useful ways to essentially help you out with your imports. So what I'm going to be doing in here is I'm simply going to add in a new section called paths, like so. Inside of here, this is going to be an object. Our first path here is going to be simply @ and then shared, and then / and then an asterisk like so. This is going to be equal to an array. And then inside of this array, we're going to add in another string. That's going to be / and then shared and then / like so. Then we're also going to add in another one here. That's going to be @ and then /. And then here we'll do asterisk. And then after this, we're going to go ahead and point this to the server folder and then anything nested in there. So inside of here, we'll do /server like so, and then /* like this. So that should be our tsconfig. Now, as I said, if you haven't seen TypeScript paths before, essentially say we were in a nested file. So say we're in this index.ts and we wanted to import something from the top level of the server folder. Obviously at the moment, this one is, so the import would simply be a /. What you can actually do, instead of say we were a few folders in, instead of doing .. and trying to work out how many levels deep you are and how many levels you need to go up, we can simply just do @ and then that will be at the root of our project, as @ here is going to point to whatever we just set it up to in our tsconfig. So for me, that was to server, and then we can go from there. So if we want to import index.ts, it would simply just be @ and then index like so, instead of, as I said, if we were a few levels deep, instead of doing this and trying to work out where you are. So it just sort of improves your developer experience there. So we'll go ahead and save that TypeScript config there. And if you do Command-Shift-P or Control-Shift-P, it's also quite useful to restart your TypeScript server. I recommend doing that if you have any type errors that you think are wrong as well, as sometimes VS Code can't catch up with all of the errors and all of the code you're making. So it's useful to do that as a first check. So with that done, we're going to go ahead and add in Prettier now. Now, the first thing I want to do is recommend the extension. So go ahead and make sure you've got the Prettier extension installed and the ESLint extension as well. And you can also configure that to format on save. It's just really useful as you're coding, as you don't have to care about any sort of formatting or anything like that. You just go ahead and save it, and then Prettier handles it for you based on your Prettier configuration. Let's go ahead and set it up in our project as well. So what we'll do is we'll do bun add, and then we'll do -- dev like so. We're going to be installing Prettier, and then I'm also going to be using one Prettier plugin here. So that's going to be @ and then IonVS like so, or IonVS, however that's going to be pronounced. And then it's also going to be Prettier and then -plugin -sort and then -imports. I'll explain this one in a bit, but essentially it just helps us out by sorting the imports at the top of our files. This is really useful more so on the front end when you have a lot of imports for a lot of different components. Let's go ahead and install them there. And we're installing these into our package.json as developer dependencies here. Now we need to get set up the configuration for this. So the first file I'm going to add is a Prettier ignore. Inside of this Prettier ignore, we're just going to go ahead and add in some folders. I'm going to add in a dist folder, a build folder, which is quite common. We're going to want to make sure it's ignoring our node modules as well. And then finally, I'm going to add in one for the front end that we'll see later, but that's going to be route tree.gen.ts, as this is sort of configured by Tanstack, so we don't really want to change anything inside of there, as that may lead to things breaking. Once that's done though, we can go ahead and set up the Prettier config file. So that's going to be prettier.config and then .js like so. So we'll do .config.js. And then inside of here, I'm going to go ahead and paste in a configuration that I've set up. I like to leave pretty much all of the Prettier defaults as they are and don't like to change anything there. So all my configuration here is setting up that import or that sort imports plugin that I installed earlier. So this one here. Just to quickly explain what this is doing, essentially we're going to be using one single Prettier setup for both the server and the front end. So I have to find some of my imports and the order that I like to see my imports in here. So with sort of node packages and everything like that, as you know, you install a lot of third-party modules. So what I like to do is separate out the core ones. So if I'm doing a React application, I like to have all of the React imports at the top. As you can see here, since we're doing a Hono application, I've also gone ahead and made sure they're always at the top as well. Since we use something like Drizzle and Tanstack as well, and that's sort of the core sort of packages, as I would say, for these individual projects, I like to also hoist them to the top of the file as well. Then we can have any third-party modules that we have installed, so anything else pretty much that's not what I would call a core module. And then lastly, down here, we can use that shared path syntax as well, just to separate out pretty much all of the imports that are our code and not a third-party module. This just really helps you out at a quick glance to see where something is imported from, instead of sort of having a chaotic mess of unordered imports. So this is a configuration I like to go with. So you can go ahead and copy this, and you can change this as well using sort of any regex rule you like, and I'll leave a link to the actual package as well if you want to see some of the more advanced options that you can do with this. But once we've got that done, the last thing we're going to do is in our package.json here, we need to go ahead and set up the linting scripts. So inside of here, what we'll do, or these are the formatting ones, so we'll call this one format, and this one is going to be format and then right. Inside of here, we'll simply just do prettier and then dot and then dash dash right, like so. And then the next one, we're also going to do a format, which is check. So we'll do format, and then here we'll say check. And then this one is pretty much going to be the exact same thing. That's just going to be prettier, and then dot, and then dash dash check, like so. As this one here is essentially just going to tell you that there is formatting errors. This one here is going to go ahead and fix them for you. As I said, you probably won't need to use these too much if you're using the extension, as it will go ahead and do it for you on save anyway. But it's always useful to run these just before a commit, just to check that everything is working correctly. So let's go ahead and test these out. Let me just do bun format, and then let's say if I do check, like so, you'll see that it has found a code style issue in the README here. So if I go to the README, you can see at the moment it looks like this. So if I go ahead and run the bun format right as well to automatically fix that error for us, let's make sure we don't add that slash at the end. So we'll do bun format right. You can see there it's added some spacing, and that will be something in the default prettier config that it likes to see. And you see it's fixed that error for us. As I said, if I actually did change something in here and then hit save, say I went like that and then I hit save, you can see I've got my VS Code configured to go ahead and format it on save as well using the prettier configuration. So that's prettier set up now. Now let's go ahead and set up ESLint. So for setting up ESLint, since the rules are quite specific to sort of the code you're working with, so say the server and the front end, they're going to have very different rules and very different plugins. We're going to be using a different configuration per sort of folder. So here we're going to go into our server folder like so. Inside of here, we're going to then use the bun helper or the ESLint helper. So we'll do bun create at ESLint/config, and then we'll simply do at latest. This just helps us create our actual file and get it set up. So you can see here, it's going to say, how would you like to use ESLint? We're going to say to check syntax and find problems. We're going to be using the JavaScript modules import, export, and then we're not actually using a framework here. We are using TypeScript, and we're going to say we want this to run on Node here instead of the browser, as this is our server. Even though we're using bun, it will be the correct rules anyway. And then you'll see here, it will say, would you like to install them now? We'll go ahead and hit yes. And then finally, we'll go ahead and use the bun ESLint one here to install our packages. So you can see here, it's created me a eslint.config.mjs, and then also installed the packages that we need. So this is the ESLint configuration. Now we're going to install a few plugins on top of this. So the plugins and configs that I recommend for ESLint here for the server, we're simply going to do bun add here, then we'll do dash dash dev like so. Here we're going to install an ESLint/compat package. This is going to help us out with the Drizzle plugin, as it's not yet compatible with the new ESLint flat configs, but you'll see that in a bit. We're going to go ahead and add in ESLint config-prettier like so. And then finally the ESLint plugin and then Drizzle as well, like so. Once we go ahead and hit enter here, that's going to install it. We're going to go ahead and import these. So we're going to import, and then the first one here, I'm going to import Drizzle plugin. And this one here is going to be from, and then what we just imported. So that's the Drizzle, ESLint, and then plugin Drizzle. Next, what we're going to do is we're going to import the prettier config. So I'm simply going to say import prettier config like so, or we'll call this ESLint prettier config, and that's going to be from, again, the ESLint package that we just installed, so ESLint config prettier. And then finally, we're going to import, and this one here is going to be a named import, and this one here is going to be fix up, and then plugin rules like so. And that's going to be from ESLint compat like this. Now we need to go ahead and actually use these. So for the prettier plugin, or for the prettier config, all we have to do is simply in this array down here, is we just go ahead and add in that entry. Next, to actually use the Drizzle plugin, let's go ahead and create an object in here. We're going to add in plugins like so. And then in this plugins, this is going to be an object. The first one is going to be the Drizzle plugin. Now, as I said, it's not yet compatible. So what we're going to do is we're going to run the fixup plugin rules function on this first, and then we'll use the Drizzle plugin import that we had from earlier. I can go ahead and save this, and you'll see it's formatting there, and there's no errors being reported in the ESLint. Now I'm going to go ahead and do Command-Shift-P again and simply just restart the ESLint server, as again I like to do that just to make sure that it's all working and it's looking at our new configuration that we have set up here. Now the final thing I need to do then is go ahead and I'm just going to change my git ignore here. I like to actually change this out for some of the GitHub recommended ones. So if I go to this page here, I'll leave a link to this in the description down below. But GitHub have a repository of a load of useful and helper sort of git ignores you can use. I'm going to use the node one as that's quite applicable to this project here. And I'll go ahead and then paste that in just to make sure that our git ignore here is covering a load of different things that we don't actually want to commit to our Git. So now I've done that, I can actually initialize my repo, and I'll go ahead and save all of this here as step one, and then we'll just do something like project setup like so, and I'll commit that, and you can follow along with the YouTube chapters. So to get started with Drizzle and Postgres, the first thing we're actually going to need to do is set up Postgres. I'm going to be using Docker for this. You could actually use a hosted instance if you want. I'm going to be showing you a bit later how you can do this with Fly.io, but for now I'm going to be using Docker for local development. If I go ahead and go to my terminal down here, if I just clear what's here, I'm also going to go back to the Better News, sort of the root folder here. What you'll see is I do have Docker installed with Docker PS here. I'll leave that up to you for how you want to install Docker on your system. But all we need to do is set up a Docker Compose, as this will be really useful later when we want to build our application and set it up. It will help us out with sharing the network and various other things. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a file called compose.yml. Inside of here, we're going to add in services. The first service we're going to be adding is our database service. This is going to be from an image. And then the image we're going to be using here is simply going to be the Postgres image. So that's going to be Postgres. And then this one here is going to be latest, like so. You could make sure that you want to change this to 17, for example. I'm actually going to do that as I know 17 is the latest, as it's actually quite useful to always sort of pin your Docker images to a certain version instead of latest, as if you use latest, it obviously could break down the line if there is a breaking change with the next latest package. So next, what we're going to do is we're going to set up our environment variables. Now, again, you could move these out when they're not in development, as some of these will contain secrets. But our first one is simply going to be Postgres. And then this one here is going to be _user. This is where you'll set up the root user. So this one I'm going to leave as user like so. Next, what we're going to do is we're going to set up the password for this. Obviously, I'm going to be using very simple ones here, as this is simply a developer machine, and this isn't actually the production one. Obviously, in production, do go ahead and make sure these are hidden and set up in environment variables and not actually committed anywhere. So we're going to do Postgres password. And then finally, we're also going to set up the database like so. For me, that's going to be Postgres _DB. I'm going to make this equal to one called HackerNews DB like so. Next, we can go ahead and set up some volumes so that our data can persist when we shut things down and we can copy it and various things like that. For that, it's simply going to be volumes. And then what we'll do is we'll call this one here Postgres and then -data. And then this is going to point to /var/lib/Postgres QL like this, and then it's going to be /data like so. Once we've got our volumes, we can go ahead and attach it to some networks, which we'll be defining in a bit. So this one here is going to be network. I'll call this one, and then we'll do a dash, sorry, this is going to be a dash. Let's call this one hacker-network like so, or let's call it Hacker News Network actually, so it makes us sound less like we're hackers. And then what we can do as well is we can go ahead and then change the ports to make sure that it's open so we can actually connect to this from our local machine. So for the ports, we're going to go ahead and call this one, let's say 5432, as that is the default Postgres port. And then we'll map that to 5432 inside of the container as well. So that is our database setup. Now I'm actually going to quickly just change these to, let's call this Better News DB as well, as that was my project name, just to clear up some confusion there. So let me change those to Better News Network as well. Once we've got that saved, we can go ahead and then outside of our services, we need to go ahead and then go back to sort of the root level here. Once we're here, we can create our networks. So one of our networks here, and we're going to use the name that we just set up. So that is the Better News -network like so. And then this one here is going to have a config option called driver, and the driver you want to use for this is bridge. We're going to do the same thing here for volume, so at sort of that top level of our YAML file there. And then the volume here, we can simply just define the name here. So we'll call that what we needed to call the volume up here. And for me, I used a volume of Postgres data. So for this one, we'll call this one Postgres data like so, and go ahead and save that. So this is what your Docker Compose should look like. As I said, this is going to be setting up our Postgres image. Later, we'll go ahead and add in the actual application service as well, so we can host everything nicely with Docker. But for now, we can use this Compose to go ahead and get started and actually start using our Postgres database. To do that, we can simply come down here in the file where our compose.yml is, so in the folder, so that's the root one, and then we can simply say docker compose up like so. If that spins up for you, you should see something like this, and it should say listening on IP address, and you'll see this one here is essentially the Postgres instance. And if we go ahead and Control-C, that's going to go ahead and actually shut down the Postgres database. If you want to run this without it being open in a terminal, all you need to do is -D here, and that will open it in detached mode. So you can see there it's started. So it started up my Postgres container, and now I've got my terminal back, so I can do anything I want in here, and it won't shut down the actual Postgres instance. And you can see if it's running by simply doing docker ps. You can see there we've got our container running with that image of Postgres 17. So that's our Postgres database set up. Now that we've got that, we can go ahead and define some environment variables. So inside of .env here, one of the ones we're going to want to add is going to be our database URL, and this is going to be the connection string for our Postgres database. Now for us and locally, that's simply going to look like PostgreSQL like so, and then ://. Then you're going to want to do the user and the password that you set up. So for me, that was simply user and password. Obviously, please use some stronger ones than that. Then we're going to do localhost, and then it's going to be 5432 as that was the ports we mapped to. And then finally, you want to do a / for what you actually called your database. And I believe I called mine something like Better News database. So yeah, this one here, the Better News DB. So make sure that you're using this database name in your string here like so. So we'll go ahead and paste that in, and that'll be Better News DB as well. While we're in here, we may as well define a port environment variable as well, as that's always useful. So we'll define a port, and we'll leave that as 3000, which is the default port. The next thing we need to do is actually set up Drizzle with a Drizzle config. So first, we actually need to install our Drizzle packages. To do that, I'm going to go to this site here. This I'll leave in the description down below, but is the Drizzle documentation. You can see we're going to be connecting using PostgreSQL. I'm actually going to be using Postgres.js as well. So all I need to go ahead and do is install these packages here. So that is Drizzle-ORM and then Postgres, and then also Drizzle kit like so. So I'll go ahead and do that in a terminal. I'll paste in that first one, which was Drizzle ORM and then Postgres, and then I'll also go ahead and add in the developer dependency one there, which was Drizzle kit like so. So I can say Drizzle-kit like this. We'll go ahead and install that there. And then we need to create a Drizzle config. So for that, we can go to our top level of our folder structure, and then it's going to be called drizzle.config.ts like so. So we can do this in a TypeScript file. Inside of here, we're simply going to be importing define config, and that's going to be coming from Drizzle ORM. So that'll be Drizzle and then -ORM like so. And then down here, we can simply just export default, and that's going to be define config. And then inside of here, we can set up our actual Drizzle instance. Now it is showing an error here. I believe that's actually because we're using Drizzle kit here for the config. So that should fix that and not Drizzle ORM. Next, what we want to do is define our dialect. This is essentially just saying what we're using. So we're using PostgreSQL here. Then we can go ahead and then set up our schemas. So where are our schemas going to be? For our application, these are going to be stored in server. Then we're going to do /db/schemas and then / and then an asterisk. So we're going to actually be using sort of a group folder structure. So we'll define our schemas in different files. This is going to go ahead and pick all of them up for us. Then we're going to do an out folder. This is useful if you want to tackle migrations in the future. I'm actually not going to be needing migrations, but I'll point that out and show you where you could do that. And then finally, we need to define the DB credentials here. For the credentials in here, all we'll do is we'll do a URL, as we're simply doing a connection string. And for us, that's going to be process.env. And then inside of here, since it's unknown, we can say database like so. And then we'll do _URL. And since we're using TypeScript, I'll go ahead and just add an exclamation mark there, just to assert that this is always going to be there and that it will exist. And then we'll leave that and save that. So Drizzle should now actually be set up. But what we want to do first is create what's called an adapter for it, so we can actually connect to it within our code. So to do that, we're going to go to server up here. I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this one adapter.ts. Then inside of here, we're going to add in an import at the top here. We're going to add in import, and then we'll import Drizzle. And that's going to be coming from, and this is where you want to, again, make sure you're selecting the Drizzle that you're actually using. So here it will be Drizzle ORM, and then /Postgres.js like so. And then we can also import Postgres, as we're going to be needing that. So it's going to be import Postgres here from Postgres. And then we're also going to install Zod, and you'll see why in a minute. But for that, you can simply do bun add Zod in a terminal. And then underneath here, we can go ahead and import Z from Zod like so. And we'll go ahead and save that. Make sure this is actually typed properly, so Zod. If you haven't used Zod before, it's just a really useful runtime sort of schema parser and also type checker as well. But the reason we're going to be using that is to make sure that we actually have the environment variable there and throw a nice error. Obviously in define config, as I said, we asserted that it would always be there. That define config is just useful for when you're actually in developer mode. But since this is actually now running on our server, this is the adapter for how we're connecting to our database from within the running server code. We're going to want to add in a check and a nicer error message for if that database URL is either sort of misinput or if it doesn't exist at all, just to let you know really simply that you've forgotten to add it in, for example. So to do that, what we can simply say is we can say const, and then we'll do env schema like so. This is going to equal to a z.object. And then on this object, what we'll say is we'll say database underscore URL like so, or whatever connection string we want, or whichever environment variable we want, so database URL like this. And this is going to be, we want this to always equal to a string. So again, this is also going to help out for parsing the environment variable as well to make sure that it's in the correct format. We're going to say we always want it to be a string, and we always want it to be a URL here. And then finally, what we can go ahead and do is we can say const process env, and then this is going to equal to env schema. And then we'll simply do .parse. And then this is going to go ahead and run over our process.environment variables and make sure that database URL here comes out as a string and a URL. Otherwise, it's going to throw a nice Zod error message for us, letting us know that either database URL doesn't exist or it isn't in the format we're expecting, which is some type of URL and string. Now, we can go ahead and actually set this up. So let's do const query client here. This is going to equal to Postgres. And then inside of here, you want to provide it with your database URL. But for us, again, we're going to be using that process env here, and then we can simply say .database URL like so. Now, once we've got our query client, we can go ahead and actually connect to this. So we can say const db here. This is going to equal to Drizzle. So we're setting up Drizzle here to actually connect to our database, and then that'll be query client. And then finally, we can simply add in a quick check now just to check that everything's working. For that, I'm going to go ahead and simply say const result here, and then we'll do await, and then we'll do our db.execute. So this is how we're going to be executing functions on our Postgres instance now. Inside of here, I can simply say select one, as that will actually return some information to us. And then I'll do console.log as well, and I'll log out the result. So once we've got that, we can go ahead and actually just test that this adapter is working, that Drizzle is working, and the Postgres database is working. So in a terminal, then we can simply do bun run server/adapter.ts like so, and hit enter. And you should see something like this come back, which is essentially the result of that select one there. You will know if there's an error, as it will throw an error for you and it will say it can't connect or something like that. But as you can see here, we actually did get a result back from our select one here. And that means that everything is working. Drizzle is set up and Postgres is set up. So I'm going to go ahead and delete these two sort of testing lines that we had here. And we can get started with our code. So we need to actually add in Lucia now, so we can actually wrap an adapter around our Drizzle instance to go ahead and add in that authentication layer. So let me go ahead and commit all of this as our step 2, and I'll just simply say set up Drizzle for this one. So that'll be step 2, and then we'll do set up Drizzle like so. Make sure I spell that correctly, and then we'll make sure we're committing all of our changes so you can follow along. Now, before we go ahead and actually set up Lucia and some API endpoints, I do want to set up some helper types, and this is just going to help us out for returning a nice structured format from our API, and also how we're going to be doing the error handling in Hono as well. To set that up, we're going to be using a shared folder. So this is so we can share these types across the front end and the back end when we set that up a bit later. So create a folder called shared at the top level, make sure it's not in the server folder. Then inside of shared, we're going to go ahead and create a new type here, or a new file called types.ts. This is going to house all of our sort of shared Zod schemas and shared TypeScript types between the front end and the back end. Now, the first things I'm going to add in here are the success response type and the error response. I like to return sort of all of the data from my APIs in a nice structured way. I always want them to have a success of true or false as a key on the JSON, and then we can also throw some messages and some error messages. So for the success response, say I had some data like so that I was returning from the API, I would want my JSON to look a little bit like this. So it could be success true, then we can say message here, and then in the message you could have something like post created, for example. And then you could have either this, say if we were doing post deleted, if you don't need to return any data, we want it to simply be structured like this. But if we're returning data, we could say we have data and then say we had an ID and then one like so. We can go ahead and actually set up a TypeScript type that's going to help enforce this. So for that, we can say this is going to be export type. And this is going to be equal to success response. This is going to be the type of our API data, of the JSON data we're sending back if it has been a success. Now, since we don't always want data, we can go ahead and actually set up a generic that is optional. To do that, you simply say t equals void, and I'll show you using this in a bit. On this type, then, we can simply say we want the success key here to be true. It's not going to be a Boolean. It's always going to be true if we're using the success response. Next, we can go ahead and define a message here, so that can just be string. And then finally, we can also make sure if we do pass it a generic that we want data here to be the type of that generic. To actually do that, you simply come outside of the type here and then you say and. Then you do if t extends void. So if the generic hasn't been passed, because by default it's equal to void, we'll go ahead and do our ternary operator here. We'll simply just say it's an empty object like so. So what this means is if it does extend void, this is the TypeScript type. Otherwise, we want to go ahead and add in a key here, and that's going to be data, and that's going to be the type of the generic we pass through. So to show you actually using this, if I went ahead and put success response on this now, it's going to throw some errors. Firstly, I didn't even notice I spelled success wrong, so you can see why TypeScript is super helpful for this. So we can go ahead and fix that. And then what you'll see is it's throwing another error by saying that data doesn't exist on this type. That's because I didn't pass it the data type in the generic. So to fix this, what I can simply do is I can pass it a generic here, and then I can say ID number like so. And as you can see there, this just helps us structure our data in a nice way. And with TypeScript, it also enforces that, essentially making sure we don't make any errors in the API response we get back. This is just super helpful for anywhere that actually then reads that API. As you know, it's always coming back in a format like so. Next, we can go ahead and create the error type. So this one is a little bit simpler. So this is going to be export type error response. Then on here, we'll simply say success. Obviously, this is going to be false and not a Boolean, as if you're throwing an error response, it should always be false. Then we're going to go ahead and add an error, which is going to be a string. And then finally, I'm going to add in a bit of a custom one, which is form error here. That's going to be optional and also a Boolean. What this is essentially going to be is when we set up some of our endpoints, they're going to be coming back from forms. So the server is going to do validation on what's being sent from the form, as well as the front end, which we'll set up in a bit. But we're going to go throw a is form error if there's been some validation issue with the actual data being sent from the form on the server side. Again, this will make a little bit more sense when we go ahead and actually set up some forms in our application. But for now, that's all you need to do to set up those two TypeScript types. But let's go ahead and add in the Hono error handler as well. To do that, if we go to our index.ts, just above the export default app, all you need to do is say app.onError like so. Then inside of here, we can simply get out the error and then the Hono context. This is going to be a function. Now, the first thing I'm going to go ahead and do is essentially catch all of the errors that I've thrown on purpose. So say if we're doing, let's say, get and then a post with ID of 1, for example, and that doesn't exist. So I check the database for that doesn't exist. I'm going to purposely throw a 404 error to say that that post hasn't been found. Now, you can do that in Hono by using what is called the HTTP exception. So to catch all of these, I can simply say if error is instance off, and then what we'll do is HTTP exception. So HTTP exception like so, and that's going to be coming from Hono/HTTP exception. So this is essentially handling all of the errors I've thrown on purpose. Now what I'm going to say is const, and then let's say error response like so. Let's make sure this is lowercase, so error response. This is going to equal to, and then we'll do error.response like this. What is essentially happening here is you can actually throw a HTTP exception with a custom response that you want to send back to the user. So say you just wanted to send some text back instead of JSON response, you can go ahead and define that here. Now, I don't actually use this, but I'm going to leave this in here just to make sure it doesn't break any functionality that you might add in the future. But then what I want to do is if we don't have an error response, I want to set up a nice generic one that we're always going to use. So we're always going to be returning some JSON. This JSON here is going to have the type of error response that we just set up in our shared folder. So at shared types there. This is again where you can see those TypeScript paths coming in really handy there. Then we can go ahead and make sure this type is actually correctly closed off there. You can see we're then getting a type error here, as it's saying it's expecting some arguments here. Inside of here, what we'll go ahead and do is define the structure of our data. So obviously success here has to be false since we're using an error response. Then we're going to go ahead and pass through an error message as a string. So for that, I'm simply going to be using error.message like so. And then finally, we're going to add in that is form error key that I explained a little bit earlier. Now this one is going to be a little bit tricky, as the way I'm telling sort of the HTTP exception that something is a form error is by using the cause object. But by default, if we do error.cause, it has type unknown. So we need to add in some checks for this. So for that, we say error.cause, and then we're going to go ahead and do and then we'll say if the type of the error.cause is an object. So this is going to be equal to an object like so. And then we'll go ahead and do and again. And then finally, we'll check if the form key is in error.cause like this. And then if it is, we're going to go ahead and do error.cause.form if it's equal to true. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and return false like so. So this is what it's going to look like here. Again, you'll see this a little bit later when I actually set up some form errors. Essentially, what we're doing is the way I set up HTTP exception to create something as a form error was to pass it like so. Now, what I'm going to go ahead and do is we need to return this error response from within this if. So here, I'll simply just return the error response that we set up. Now, there's still going to be an error here, as we need to handle what happens if there's an error that we weren't expecting. As I said, HTTP exception here is essentially catching all of the errors that I have manually added into the code and thrown. But let's go ahead and add in a way to handle if there has been an unexpected error. So this one here is going to be c.json, as we're simply just going to return some JSON data back here. What we're going to go ahead and do is this is going to be of type error response. Then we're going to go ahead and inside of here, we'll create our object with the error response structure. That's going to have success of false, and then it's going to have an error message. Now, what I'm actually going to do for this is I'm going to set up a sort of custom way of providing an error. What I'll do is I'll say if the process.env.node.env, so if we're in production, what I'm actually going to do is I'm just going to simply return internal server error, as I don't want to leak sort of any internal logic by showing an error message to sort of an end user. So here I'll do internal server error. Otherwise, if we're in development, I'll return the error as the error stack first. If the error stack isn't there, I'll return it as the error message. So it should look a little something like this. Now, what I did forget to do up here actually is set up what the status code of the error is. Here you can simply say error.status like so, as when you throw the HTTP exception, you get to pick. So it could be a 404 error, 500 error. So we'll leave that as error.status here. Obviously, since this one here is handling our unknown errors, this is where I'm going to go ahead and simply just use 500 like so, as that will report that it's an internal server error. So there we go. We've actually set up our error handling for Hono there. We can actually test this. If I do bun and then dev here and set up the server, if I head over to Insomnia again here, and then I hit send like so, you see we're getting hello Hono coming through as everything is working. But I can now go ahead and throw in some custom errors. So if I did something like throw new, and this is how you'd throw sort of a custom error. So say if I wanted to do something like a post wasn't found, I could say 404, and then I could simply say message here. And then on this message, I could just say post not found like this, and then save that like so. If I go back to Insomnia now and hit send, what you should see is it's returning a status code of 404, but then it's returning it in a nice JSON structure that we just defined as well. And that post not found message is getting through, and is form error is false there. If you wanted to make is form error true, you can simply just do comma and then cause. And then here we go ahead and say form and then true like so. If I save this, go back to Insomnia, hit send, you see is form error is coming through as true there. So that's when we're throwing a purposeful exception. Let's go ahead and just throw a new error as something that we weren't expecting. So let's say unexpected here. So this is just if some logic in your code is breaking that wasn't actually supposed to happen. We can go ahead and see that this is also coming back in the nice format. And since we're in debug, or since we're in dev, it's showing you sort of the whole error stack like so. If we're in production, this error would just say internal server error. So there you go. That's how you handle errors on Hono there. I can go ahead and delete this. Now I'm seeing I'm getting an error up here. I'm imagining that's because it wants me to import it as a type specifically. So we can go ahead and fix that by doing import type error response like so. And I'm going to go ahead and commit all of this as step 3 and then Hono error handling. So step 3, and then let's do Hono error handling like so. And we can move on to actually starting our Lucia connection and the API endpoints for that. So in this next step, we're going to be implementing our own session-based authentication. So I quickly want to explain what that is. So say we have our front end here and we're on the login form. If we go ahead and log into our site, so we send over a username and password. On our server, we'll do a check if the username matches the username we have stored in our user table, and also if the password hash matches the password hash we have stored in our user table as well. If it is a valid login request, we go ahead and create a session for them, and we store this session in our session table as well for future use. So once we've created that session, we then go ahead and send it back via a cookie to the browser with the session ID on it. So now the browser has our cookie and it can save that for next time. So we go ahead and make a request to our server for any future API requests once we're logged in. What it will do is it will send the cookie over in any request we make. Say we're fetching all of the posts and maybe they're authenticated for some reason. So we go ahead and make that request to our server. Our server is then going to go ahead and pick up that session from the cookie that we've sent over, and it's going to go ahead and ask the database, do you have this session in there, and is this session valid and active? If the database does and it says it is valid, it's going to go tell the server, yes, this is a valid session. So the server can now assume that the user is successfully authenticated and logged in. We can also tie a session to a user as well to know which user is logged in, and then we can send back the requested data that was hidden under sort of an authenticated route. So that is how session-based authentication worked. And of course, if we went to log out, essentially what we do is we just invalidate this session in the table and we return back an empty cookie and delete that cookie for them as well. Let's look at Lucia now though, which is the tool that's going to help us implement this. So here on the Lucia documentation here, you can see Lucia is an auth library for your server that abstracts away the complexity of handling sessions. It works alongside your database to provide an API that's easy to use, understand, and extend. And as it says here, it works in any runtime. So specifically, we want this to work with Bun. Essentially, this is just a helper function to help us create some sessions, and it can also help connect to your database. So you can actually set up a user tables. Now, by default, all it wants is a user table with ID. We're going to go ahead and add username and also the password hash onto here as well. As it says here, it doesn't provide the APIs for actually creating or managing our users, but it goes ahead and interacts with our table to go ahead and store the session there and understand which user is related to which session. But what we'll do here is we'll also click into database. As you can see, we need a database to store our user and session, as I just explained. And Lucia goes ahead and connects to this via an adapter, which just provides a very basic set of standardized querying methods that Lucia can use. So essentially, it's just going to be the methods for how Lucia, once it's created the session, can store it in our database. So next here in our sessions documentation, what you can see is sessions allow Lucia to keep track of requests made by an authenticated user, as I just explained that before. We also have session lifetimes here, and sessions do not have an absolute expiration here. The expiration gets extended whenever they're used. So an active user will remain signed in, while inactive users are signed out here. And you can see you can actually customize that if you wanted to, and you can define different session attributes as well. We're going to be using this a bit later to tie a username to a specific session, just for easier use within Hono. The other important thing I want to point out as well is they have really good guides here, and you can even set up OAuth if you wanted. So you could set up GitHub OAuth here. We're going to be using the username and password up here from this tutorial. They even have a Hono example project if you want that, and you can see some of the other guides here too. Now, I do want to quickly jump in here and say there was an important announcement about Lucia when I was creating this video, and that is he's planning to deprecate the library, but do not panic, you can still go ahead and implement it, and I'm going to explain why. Essentially, he wants it to become an open source resource on learning to implement authentication within JavaScript instead of installing a package. Now, the way we used Lucia in the tutorial that I'm about to show you is essentially just a very thin wrapper to help us create our sessions. We still manage our own database and send everything off to that, and essentially what he's saying is the adapters will continue to work as well for the near future. We click on an early preview of what he wants the new documentation to look like. As you can see, he doesn't want it to be a library. He essentially wants it to be a sort of set of tools and a resource to go ahead and learn how we could implement the authentication ourselves. So the only thing that is going to be a little bit different from what we're about to see is essentially if we went into basic API here and said, let's Drizzle ORM, which we're going to be using. Instead of we do the same thing, so we do create the user tables. As I said, we still do that ourselves, and we do the session table. So we still have the same implementation. We're not using Lucia for that. The only bit that will be a little bit different is where you see me import something from the Lucia package, such as validate session cookie or create session cookie. Essentially what we'll do is you're going to go ahead and create your own API. So if you're watching this from a year or two from now, hopefully this will be padded out with a really good resource on how we can do this ourselves. So you'd simply just replace the Lucia.generate session token function with your own custom implementation, and this will be a great resource on how to learn how. Luckily for us, at the moment, we can still use the Lucia package, so let's get implementing that. So to set up Lucia then, what we need to do is add a few packages. The first one is just going to be the Lucia package. The next one is going to be at Lucia-Auth here. And this is going to be adapter-Drizzle. This is going to help us set up Lucia with our Drizzle ORM. Then we're also going to be adding in a helper package that I'll show in a bit later. But this is going to be from Hono, and that's going to be Zod and then -validator like so. This is just going to help us with parsing any information we send to our API, whether it's form data or JSON or things like that. And again, I'll show you that when we get to it. Let's go ahead and add those in. Now to configure Lucia, we need to add a lucia.ts file in our server folder. So for this, we do lucia.ts like so. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go to the Lucia documentation. So we go to getting started here. You see the installation. We've done that step. We need to go ahead and initialize Lucia. I'm going to copy this code here into our lucia.ts. If I go ahead and paste that in, first thing I'm going to do is delete this adapter here, as we're going to be setting up our own one, and then save that. And then the next thing we're going to do is in our server, we're going to create a new folder. This one is going to be DB. Then I'm going to do /schemas here just to create the schemas folder as well inside of that DB. And then in here, we'll create auth.ts. Now, this is where with Drizzle, we need to actually configure what the database structure or the table structure is going to be for our users. Now, again, for this, I'm going to be going to the Lucia documentation here. We're going to click database and then Drizzle ORM. Then you're going to want to go down to the Postgres SQL entry. And I'm actually just going to copy out the user table here and the session table. I'm not going to copy the rest here, as we're going to be setting this up in a different way in a bit. But once we've got that copied, let's go back to our code and then paste that in here. Let's make sure we do an export const on both of these so we can actually use these around our application. So it's going to be export const like so. And then we're also going to want to import these correctly. So that's going to be from PG core. That's going to be the same here with text and timestamp. Now, this table schema from the Lucia documentation doesn't actually include the username or password, so we're going to go ahead and add that in ourselves. Here we need a username. This username, we're going to have it as a text column. The column is going to have the name of username like so, and this is going to be a not null like so, and we'll also make sure that usernames are unique as well in our application. Obviously, you don't have to do that, but for a HackerNews clone, I'm going to make sure they're unique. Next, we need a password hash, as remember, you don't want to store the password itself in plain text. So for that, we'll go ahead and do text. This one here is going to be password underscore hash. And then what we'll do here is dot not null, as obviously we need them to have a password. So dot not null like so. So now that you've got your table schemas set up, we actually need to tell Drizzle to go ahead and add this to the actual Postgres database and set these up. For that, we can use the Drizzle kit helper. So that's going to be bun x drizzle-kit. And then if we just do push here, it's going to read from our schemas. It's going to see that we have that in auth.ts, and you should see changes applied if it's worked correctly. If I tried to run this again there, you'd see it would be no changes detected, as nothing's changed since last time it ran. So there we go, we actually have these tables set up in our database now, so we need to go ahead and start to use them, and also connect them to the adapter here. So we go to the adapter.ts here. First, what we want to do is make sure that we're actually exporting the database here, so we can use this later in our application. But next, we're going to want to do const adapter here. This is going to be equal to a new, and this is going to be Drizzle and then Postgres SQL adapter from that Lucia auth package that we installed. What you're going to pass through here is you're going to pass through the DB. Then it needs the session table, so we can do session table. And we can also do user table like so. Now, the other thing I need to do is on my Drizzle here, I need to set up some schemas. So for this, what we'll do is we'll do a comma, and then we'll add in the options. Here, I'll do schema. And then on this schema, it's going to be another object. And here what we'll say is user. This is going to equal to user table that we just imported. And then also session. And we'll pass through the session table as well. Now you'll see why this schema is needed later, but it just helps out with Drizzle queries. Now we also need to make sure we're exporting the adapter here. And then finally, we can go ahead and update the Lucia adapter that we had here with the new adapter we just created. So that we can simply just do import adapter from /adapter. So that is actually Lucia set up, but we do want to change a few things about this. So where we have the session cookie at the moment, as you saw before, this Lucia config was only for a user ID. If we actually go ahead and attach a user to our Hono context, we also want to be able to get the username out so that we don't always have to go and query the database for the username itself, even when it's already done that check for us. So to do that, if we go down to the type here, first what we can do is add a database and then user attributes type like so. And then here what we'll say is this is just going to be a username, and that's going to be a string. And then underneath session cookies here, you're also going to want to add a function, and that's going to be get user attributes like so. We can do something like @ here, which is going to be the attributes. And then inside of this function, you simply want to return the attributes that you want to get back in that structure. So that's for us is going to be username here. And that's going to be att.username like so. Now you'll see this used a little bit later, but as I said, essentially when we go ahead and attach our user to the Hono context, it's also going to attach the username as well as the user ID, so that in all of your routes where you want to access the username, you don't have to keep calling off to the user database itself. It's been done for you. So now that's done, we can actually go ahead and start to attach Lucia to some of our endpoints. To do that, we're going to set up a middleware that attaches it to everything. I'll just go ahead and minimize the terminal here, not the debug log there. So if I minimize that and then put that debug console back up there, if I go ahead and go scroll up, we're going to want to put this where this app.get is, as we're now going to be getting rid of this here, as we'll set up our routes in different files in a bit. But first, we need to add in the middleware that's going to go ahead and run Lucia on all of our endpoints to try and check if the user is logged in or not. Now for this, I actually recommend going to the Lucia documentation. If you go here, you can see tutorials for username and password. As I said before, this is a really good resource for learning how to do authentication. But you see there's some example projects for Express and Hono. We click into this Hono one and then go to the index.ts here. I'm going to be using this function down here with the app.use and then the asterisk here. So if I go ahead and copy this in, now I'll leave a link to this in the description as well, but obviously you can also check out the GitHub commits from my code. If we now go back to our code and paste this in up top here, you'll see there's going to be a few errors, but we'll fix these in a bit. One of the first things we're going to do is we're actually going to add in a cause middleware as well here to run on everything. So if we go ahead and import this from Hono/cause, that's going to handle our cross-origin requests for us when we actually set up our front end. Next, we need to import Lucia from ./Lucia, not the Lucia package. And then finally, you're seeing some errors with the session and user. And that's because at the moment, we don't have our Hono context set up to know that it's going to have a user and session. So to do this, we're going to go ahead and create a new file in the server. That's going to be called context.ts like so. Inside of here, you're going to want to import some types. We're going to import type env from Hono. And then we're also going to import the user and session type from Lucia. So it's going to be import type. This is going to be user and then session. And this here is going to be from Lucia like so. Now that we've done that, we can go ahead and define what our context should be. So for that, we do export interface context extends env that we just imported, and then finally we add in variables like so, and then on these variables we have a user. Now since the user can either exist or not exist depending on whether we actually want to check for authentication on a route, we'll do user and null, and we'll do the same thing for session here as well. So that's going to be of type session or null like so. We go ahead and save this. Let's go ahead and use this. Where you use this is where we do new Hono. We can pass through the type like so. And now make sure when you import this, do not import the context type from Hono. Go ahead and import it from your ./context like so. And if we save that, you see that those errors have gone away. And this has successfully added in Lucia as a middleware onto all of our endpoints. Now, just to quickly explain what this is doing. When we do username and password authentication, we're actually using session cookies. So when we send a request to this API, it's going to go ahead and try and read the session cookie that we've sent along. Obviously, if they can't find the session cookie, it means the user is not logged in. And what we do is we set on the Hono context, we set the user to null and the session to null. Now, the Hono context is something we can access from all of our API endpoints. So it's a really easy way to just go ahead and check that they're logged in without having to do this call each time in every endpoint. Next though, if we do know that the session ID does exist, it's going to go ahead and do a check to make sure that the session is actually active and a valid one as well. If it is a valid one, it's going to go ahead and then set that onto our context again. So this way we know that the user is logged in, and we can go ahead and get the user ID and also the username, which we just set up earlier, from c.get, and you'll see this used later in various API routes. So there we go. Now that we have that middleware attached, let's actually go ahead and create our first API route, which is going to be for signing up. And then we'll also set up the login ones as well, log out, and then also one to get the username. Now, as I said earlier, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing this in a routes folder. So this is going to be for all of the individual routes. So this is going to be at /API and then / sort of whatever the file name here is. File name doesn't actually matter. We define what this route is going to be a bit later. But I'm going to call this auth.ts. Now inside of here, we can simply say export const and then auth router like so. This is going to equal to new Hono, and then we'll pass it the context that we had set up earlier. And then finally, we'll just do the same thing we did in the main file. Let's go ahead and correct these imports. So that's going to be from our context file and then Hono from Hono. And this is how we can now go ahead and set up some routes. First one we're going to be setting up is a post route. The post route here is going to be at /signup. Now, normally with a route, what you do is you do something like async C, and then we'll go ahead and then unpack this here so we can run the logic we want for when they go to /signup. And again, with the Hono context here, we're going to have the username and the session. But the first thing I'm going to add in is our Zod validator middleware. Now, as I explained earlier, we installed that Zod validator package. What this essentially is a helper. So if we do Z validator here, if I add a comma, if after the sign up, I run the Z validator first, what we can then do is we could say we want to validate the data that's come in via the form data. Obviously, you could change this to however you're applying it, whether it's JSON, however you're sending data to your API. And then we can pass it a schema to validate with. So we need to go ahead and actually set up a Zod schema for signing up. So we're going to be creating that in our shared file, as we're also going to be using this on the front end as well, just to validate the login form from the client side as well. So here what we'll do is we'll go ahead and say export const, and then we'll say login schema. Now I'm going to have the same schema between the login and sign up, as I'm not doing any extra checks like checking the username twice or anything like that. I'm just simply going to be sharing this schema. First, we need to go ahead and actually import Z from Zod here. And then once we import Z, what we can say is we can say username here. This is going to be a string, like so. And this is going to have a minimum length of 3. We'll also add in a maximum length of 31 for the username. Now, this is obviously an arbitrary number that you can sort of change. I'm also going to add in some regex here, though, just to make sure that the username is either characters, numbers, or an underscore. So we don't want any sort of special characters. We just essentially want the alphabet, numbers, and an underscore. So this regex is going to look like this. It's going to be A to Z. Capital A to capital Z to make sure we've got the capitals. We'll add in the numbers. And then finally the underscore as well. And then outside of here, we need to do the plus and dollar and then slash like so. So as I said, what this is going to be doing is when we send the username to our API for signing up, it's going to check that the username that came through on the form data actually matches this here. So it's going to pass it. It's going to make sure it is a string. It's going to make sure it has a minimum length of 3, a maximum length of 31, and matches this regex there. Next, we also need to do the password. For the password, this one is going to be a little bit more simple. This is simply going to be a string. So we'll say z.string. Now, since I'm sharing this with the front end as well, I'll simply say that the password needs to be a minimum length of 3, for example. So let's do min 3. We'll also set a max of 255 as well, as we don't want passwords to be absolutely massive, as it could slow down the hashing. So there we go. We need to make sure there is a comma here. We can save that. Now we can go ahead and actually use this in our auth route. So all we need to do is simply say login schema here. So once you've done that, what you can now go ahead and do is get the username and password out in our function here by simply doing username and then password here. And this is going to be equal to c.request, and then you say .valid. And then finally, we get the form data that we expected earlier. And now what you can see is username is of type string and password is of type string. If we've got to this point in our function, in our sort of Hono endpoint, we know that the username and password were passed through successfully in the form data, matching the format that we set up in the login schema. I'll show you the error code that it throws otherwise in a bit, just so you can see how that works. But now let's go ahead and actually set up the sign up logic. So the first thing we need to do is actually hash the password, just to make sure that we're only storing the password hash. Remember, never store the actual password in the database. But luckily for us, Bun has a helper for this. We can simply say bun.password.hash, and then we can pass it through the actual password. And that means password hash here is going to be a string that is hashed for us by Bun. Next, we need a user ID. This is going to be a random user ID. And again, luckily, it comes with a helper from Lucia. And we can say we want our user ID to be 15 characters long, for example. Now that we've got that, we can go ahead and actually try add this user to our database. I'm going to be wrapping this in a try catch block. What we can say in here is we can say await, and then we do db. We can import that from our adapter file, db.insert. Then we need to provide it with the table we want to insert it into. So that's going to be the user table, like so. Then we provide it with the values that we want to add. So we're going to be adding an ID, and that's going to be equal to our user ID. Then we're going to be adding a username, like so. And that's going to be equal to the username, so we can do shorthand for that. And then we also need password underscore hash, and that's going to be equal to password hash that we set up earlier using Bun. So there we go. It's going to go ahead and try and add that to the database. Now, since we're in the try catch block here, we're going to assume that this was actually successful. And that means we can go ahead and actually create a Lucia session, as it means the user has signed up, and we can log them in for them so they don't have to go to the login form. To do that, we can say const session equals await Lucia. And then Lucia is going to be imported again from your file and not from the Lucia import. And then we can say Lucia dot, and then on this dot here, we'll say create session like so. With create session, we can go ahead and pass it the user ID. And then you can also pass it the user attributes as well. So we'll pass this the username. So that's what it's going to look like there. Next, we need to create the cookie. So session cookie. This is going to equal to a Lucia helper again. That's going to be Lucia, create session cookie, session.id like so, and then .serialize like this. Finally, once we've got our session cookie created, we can go ahead and append this to the header of the request. So we'll do this as set-cookie. Now, if you don't know what this is doing, this is how authentication essentially works. It's setting the session successfully on the response cookie, and then the browser will go ahead and handle the logged in cookie for you. So for this, all we need to do is pass back the session cookie on the request or attach it to the request. And we'll do that by saying append here. And this is going to be equal to true like so. So this user has successfully logged in, so we can actually return a success response for them as well. To do that in Hono, all you do is you say c.json, we'll do success response, which was that TypeScript type that we set up earlier. And then finally, what we can do is we can say what we want inside of that JSON. Obviously, success here is true. Then we'll add in a message, and we can simply just say user created, like that. And then I'm also going to set the code of this to 201, which is the HTTP created code. So there we go. If the user has successfully been added, we're going to go ahead and simply say session. We'll create the session for them. We add them to our database, and then we just say user created like so. Then we can handle that logic on the front end, for example. But what if there was an error? Now, one of the errors that could have occurred here is if the username has already been added to our database. And we can actually catch this specific error by using Postgres error codes. So to do that, we can say catch. Then what we'll do here is we'll just say error. And then inside of here, what we can say is we say if error is an instance of, and then here we need to import Postgres.Postgres error. And then we'll say and if error dot code. And now the error code for if the username has already been added, so if it's trying to add something that needs to be unique, is actually going to be 23505. So we're going to be checking if the error code is 23505. If it is, we can throw our own error like we set up earlier with the new HTTP exception here. We'll go ahead and say 409 for a conflict, and then I'll add in a message which simply says username already used like so. And there we go. Now, since we're catching any errors that occur here, we do also want to make sure that if it got to this point, that we throw another error for an unexpected error. Again, hopefully it never hits this point. This means something has gone wrong that we're not expecting. But for this, again, I'll just add in a message that just says failed to create user, for example, like so. And there we go. That is how we have our sign up route. So this should now be working. Let's go ahead and actually test this out. Now I will fix this error up here by just making sure this is a type import. But let's go ahead and open up Insomnia and test out this new endpoint. But before we go ahead and test this out, we actually need to attach this to our index.ts and the application itself, as at the moment it won't be running. To do that, you go to index.ts here. Now above this sort of app.onError and below the middleware that we created earlier, what we're going to do is we're going to say const routes here. This is going to equal to app.basepath. Now, the way my application is going to be working is everything is going to be @/API. So this is going to be @/API. Then I'm also going to attach a route to this. Now, what I'm going to do here is say /auth. And this is going to be using the auth router that we just created in our route/auth file. And what this means here is that if I try to go to the /signup endpoint, I'll have to go to localhost 3000 /API/auth/signup. Now, there is going to be an error here with TypeScript here saying that routes is declared, but the value is never read. Now, we actually only use this route to extract the type information, and I'll explain this a bit later when we actually need this. But for now, what you want to do is say export type API routes like so, and that's just simply going to equal type of routes here. And if we save that, we can see here, if we actually hover over API routes, it now knows that if we go to API auth sign up, the information that it needs. This is going to be really useful on the front end, and that's why we need to define it as routes and then do type of here. But what you will get is an ESLint error, so you can go ahead and just ignore this one for this line, and then we can go ahead and save that. So now that's done, we can go ahead and run our application. We'll go ahead and type in bun dev, and we'll try and test the sign up route. So in Insomnia, I'm actually going to create a new folder here, and I'm just going to call this folder auth, as I'll just have a separate one for all of the files that we create. I'm going to create a new HTTP request. We'll go ahead and hit localhost 3000 here. So that was localhost 3000. Now remember, it's now at /API/auth/signup. It was a post request that we need to send. Now, if I send this blank, what you should see is we get our Zod errors coming back. So this was that Zod validator that I mentioned earlier. So what you can see is it says username is required and it's expecting it as a string, and it does the same for password, and that's because we haven't provided it with any form data. So if I now go to the body here, if I click form data, we need to add on a username, and we also need to send through a password like so. And what I'll do is I'll send these through as the value of James, and then finally I'll put a password of password. If I hit send now, we should see that we got user created, and you can also see in manage cookies here, it has now gone to 1. That's because it's gone ahead and attached the cookie for me, and it's set up the auth session. That means I am now logged in. So across the application where I do c.getUser, it's going to know that James has logged in, and all of my API endpoints are going to send this cookie there as validation. So let's go ahead and set up a few other ones now. So back in the code, now that we have a sign up, let's go ahead and add in a login. So once we've done that, well, you want to make sure with Hono, since we're going to be doing a front-end application and we're going to be using the RPC, you want to make sure that you're actually chaining these requests like so. So at the end of the .post, we're going to then do another .post, and this is going to be for the login. So here what we'll say is /login. Now again, we can use the Zod validator like we did before. This is going to be on form data again. And as I said earlier, I'm sharing the same schema. You may have a different schema between login and sign up. And then finally, we can go ahead and run our function like so. And then you'll see if you just format that with prettier, it does come out in a nicer way. Next, we'll go ahead and just get the username and password like we did before. That's going to be username, password, c.get or c.valid, and then that's going to be form like so. I think it's actually c.request, isn't it? c.rec. So .valid, and then we know we have the username and password, and they've been passed successfully by our login schema. Next, what we want to do is actually check if the user exists. So for this, we can simply say const, and then we'll do existing user. Now you do this in an array here as it's shorthand for getting it out, as every query we make in Drizzle is going to come back as an array. Even if you do a limit of only one entry, it will come back as an array of those entries. So this is just shorthand to sort of get that first item out of the array. What we can then say is we can say await. We do db here, and then we do .select. We want to select this from our user table. So it's going to be from user table. And then on here, let me go ahead and do a .where. The .where here, we then do an equals clause. So you can import EQ from Drizzle ORM. So what we're going to say is we want to get the user where the user table, so where this column here, so user table.username, and then equals the username like so. And then finally, we can also add in a .limit1 for performance, as we know there should only ever be one entry. So what I've just done there is I've got a select from our database where the user table.username, so the username column is equal to the username that has been provided. So we've checked if there is an existing user. Now obviously this could be null if the user doesn't exist. So for that, we can simply just do if not existing user like so. And then in here, we're going to go ahead and throw an error. So we'll throw a new HTTP exception. We'll go ahead and throw a 401, and then inside of here, I'll add in a message, and this message will be incorrect username, like so. So we know that the username was wrong as we weren't able to find them in our user database. Next thing we need to do is check if the password was valid, as if they got to this point, we know they are in our user table, but did they get the password correct? For that, we can say valid password, like so. Now what we need to do is go ahead and use the bun helpers to go ahead and hash and check that the password was correct. So we do bun.password.verify, and then we can pass in the password that has been provided via the form. And then we can also pass in now existing user.password hash. So it's going to check the password they logged in with the one that's stored in the table there. And valid password now is going to be a Boolean. So now what we can say is we can say if it wasn't a valid password, and again, we can go ahead and throw a new error. This will be new HTTP exception. And then here I'll do something like 401 again. And then I'll make the message incorrect password, like so. Now, there is one thing to know about password security here, or authentication security. Sometimes if your usernames aren't public, you may not want to do this flow. Obviously, since I'm doing a HackerNews sort of social network, usernames are very public, so it doesn't matter. But the issue with this logic could be that they could work out if a user is valid or not based on the response time. So it could just be another sort of attack vector. Obviously, there are loads of other ones based on, obviously, if you have a sign up form and it says username already exists, they could use that. But the reason it's sometimes cautioned against saying incorrect username and incorrect password, what you should say is incorrect username and password. And that's because they could work out if this hash function doesn't run based on the response time of the API request. And that way they could actually work out that the username was valid. They just got the password wrong. It's a little bit complex. As I said, it doesn't matter for us since we're building a social network. And it's also a very sort of weak form of security. So this way is fine. You should have other forms of security like two-factor authentication and also login throttling as well to prevent against brute forces. But finally, we do know that the user now exists. So since they exist, we do want to create the session for them, similar to how we did in the sign up. So similar, in fact, we're actually going to go ahead and copy in this code here. So if I go ahead and copy the code all the way from the return and the session here, we'll copy this session and this session cookie, scroll down, paste this in here. What I'm going to do is I'm simply going to change this to a 200 message, and I will say logged in, like so. And then the user ID here, you want to go ahead and change this to existing user, and then .id, like so. And there we go, that should successfully log them in and attach the cookie onto the request so that any API calls they make after that are going to be authorized. The next API route we want to create then is going to be how we log a user out. Now this one is going to be a little bit simpler. It's going to be a GET request @/logout, like so. This is going to be the first case of us actually getting the user from the context though. So if we do async and then C, like so, like we've done before. Now we can go ahead and actually see if there is a session. So for that, we can say const session. This is going to equal to c.get and then session. Now, as I said earlier, this is attached by the middleware that we set up earlier. What we can simply say is we can say if there isn't a session here, if there's no session, we're just going to go ahead and return. Now, for logout, I actually like to use redirect. So we're going to go ahead and redirect them to /. Obviously, this is actually only going to work when we have the front end attached. It's just going to redirect them to the homepage of the front end. For now, if you go ahead and hit login with Insomnia, you may see a 404 error, even though it's worked. And that's because it's worked and then tried to redirect them to a route that doesn't yet exist. But I'll explain that a little bit later. But what if they were logged in and we sent them to log out? What we need to do is invalidate that session. To do that, you do lucia.invalidate session, like so. And then you can pass through the session.id from the session that we got out of the context earlier. Once we've done that, we need to go ahead and set the header with a blank cookie now. So we can do c.setCookie, like so, set cookie. And then here we'll create a new blank cookie. To do that, you can do lucia.create blank session cookie. And then we'll serialize this as well. And then finally, we'll do the append true, like so. We'll go ahead and then save that as well. Actually, we don't even need that as a pen. We can just leave that like so. And then finally, we also want to redirect them. So we'll return a redirect and then the c.redirect. And then the redirect is going to be the same place of the homepage, which is simply going to be a / like so. There we go. Now, the last route I'm going to add is just to get the username, which is just helpful in sort of the front end to be able to find the username of the user. So for this, we're going to do .get. This one is going to be @/user. But here I'm actually going to do something a little bit different. Now, it's technically not needed, as you could just sort of return undefined for the username if they weren't logged in. But what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to go ahead and make sure the user is logged in before they get to this API endpoint by using some middleware. To do that, we're going to create a folder in our server here. This is going to be called middleware. And then inside of here, we'll create a new one. This is going to be called loggedin.ts, like so. Inside of here, you want to go ahead and do export const logged in. This is going to equal to create middleware, and you import that from Hono factory. You then provide it with the context of your Hono sort of application, like we've been doing before, and we'll import that from our context file. Then inside of here, we define the function that we're going to be using, and we also use that next function, which is very common with middleware here. What we can say is we can go ahead and get the user by doing const user equals c.get. So again, we're getting it from our context as it's been attached by Lucia earlier. We can say if there isn't a user. So again, I'm running this middleware to ensure if they hit our API endpoint, they are logged in, and it shouldn't run any functionality if they are not when we use this logged in middleware. So to do that, we'll simply throw a new HTTP exception if they aren't logged in. We're going to make this 401 as it's unauthorized, and we'll also make the message of unauthorized as well. So it's going to be unauthorized like so. We can go ahead and save that. And then finally, all you need to do is just say await and then next like so it can run what's next in the chain. So let's go ahead and see what using that looks like. So where we have our get user, we're simply going to add in logged in like so and make sure that's imported. And then we can go ahead and do the normal way that we define our routes by doing the async C. Now you know at this point in the code, they have been logged in. If they weren't logged in, it threw an error of 401 and told them they were unauthorized. So now that we're in here, we can simply say const user equals c.get and then user like so. Now, there was an issue with Hono that I have noticed, and I'm not sure if there's an easy fix, but essentially, obviously, at the moment, we attached the context here as user or null, but now that we've done the logged in check, we actually know that this can't be null, but there's no way to sort of tell the context that it can't be null, so we can simply just use a TypeScript trick here and add an exclamation mark there, and that's going to go ahead and assert that that does exist, and there you go, you can see that user is no longer null. Now that we've done that, we can go ahead and simply just return a success response, so c.json, success response here. Now I'm actually going to add some data onto this. So it's going to look like this. Username, it's going to be of type string. And then we'll go ahead and actually return the data. That will be success. That will be true. And then it will be message. And then let's say user fetched, for example. So user fetched. And then finally we'll add in the data. And the data here is simply going to be the username, which is going to come from the user that we got from the context. And then the username that we set up to get from the context as well. So we go, that is actually all of the Auth API routes that I wanted to set up. But let's go ahead and actually test these on Insomnia. So in Insomnia here, we have the sign up route that I created earlier. That's just in our folder here. So let's go ahead and create a new one. Let's go ahead and make this one for get user, as we know we're actually logged in since I did that sign up earlier. So for this, I'll say localhost 3000 /API /auth and then user like so. If we hit send here, we get my username back and it was successful. And you can see we didn't get a 401 error. So let's go ahead and actually log the user out now by sending another GET request here. This one is going to be to localhost, and then it's going to be 3000 /auth /API /auth, /API /auth /logout. If I hit send on this, we should see we get a 404 here, but it did actually successfully work. And that's because this redirected us. As I said, it tried to redirect us to the / route, but that doesn't yet exist since we haven't hooked up the front end. But we can actually test that this has worked. If I go ahead and go back to the previous request where we went and got the username, if I hit send, you see I'm now getting unauthorized. So I need to log back in. So let's go ahead and set up that final test for that final endpoint. Localhost 3000 /API /auth /login. And this is going to be form data. So if we do the body, we go down to form data. We need to add in a username. That's going to be James. And then the password was the one that I used earlier as well. So it's going to be password of password like so. Hit send. And we at the moment are seeing that it's a 404. I wonder why. Did I type this in incorrectly? That's because we're using a GET request. We need to be making sure this is a POST request. Hit send. And there you go. You see we're logged in. And if I went back to the route now that got the username and hit send, you see we get it successfully. And it's redone our session for us. And we are now successfully logged into the application. And authentication is set up for us. So there we go. I'm actually going to save all of this code now as step 4 and then set up Lucia Auth. So it's going to be step 4, Lucia Auth like so. So you can follow along. Now with authentication set up, what I want to do next is actually set up the rest of our databases with the Drizzle schema here. So we have this Auth one here, but we're going to set up 3 more. Now the first one is going to be posts. So we'll just call that posts.ts like so. Inside of here, let's go ahead and define what our post table is going to look like. That's going to be export const and then posts table like so. We'll go ahead and make this equal to PG table. Make sure we're importing that from Drizzle ORM PG core. First, we give it a name. So that's going to be posts like so, so the name of our table. And then finally, we define its schema. For the ID, we're going to have this as a serial like so. This is going to be imported again from Drizzle ORM PG core. We'll set this column name to ID, and then we'll also set this as the primary key of this table. Next, what we'll go ahead and do is set up the user ID. So the user ID here, this is going to be a text, and then this text here is simply going to be user underscore ID. And we'll also make sure that this is not null. Now you may actually want to set this to be nullable if you're going to do something like a soft delete. My application doesn't have deletes, but I do talk a bit later at the end of the video on sort of what the next steps would be. But as I said, sort of for something like HackerNews, it's always useful not to actually delete the entire post. Sometimes you may want to keep the link in the comment, similar to the way Reddit does. So you may want to set this as nullable, and then just on the front end, if the author is nullable or the user is nullable, just set it to deleted or something like that. But again, for my purposes, I'm going to be setting this to not null. Next, we'll do a title. The title here is going to equal to text. Again, the column name is going to be title. And then we'll also have this one as not null, as we don't want our titles to be null. Next, we need a URL. The URL here is, again, simply just going to be text. This is going to be URL. Now, this one is actually optional, so we can leave this as nullable, so we can just leave this blank. The same here with content, and then for content here, we can do text and then content. Now, technically, for my HackerNews clone, the way we set this up is there always has to be either one of the URLs or one of content, so one of these has to exist, but we'll do that check somewhere else besides the database. For database purposes, we can set it up like so. Next, what we want is we want the points, so this is going to be the number of upvotes. This is going to be an integer. This is going to be equal to points as the name. We're going to want to default this to 0, so all posts start with 0 upvotes. And we also want to set this to not null, like so. Next, we're going to need a comment count. Now, again, you could technically do all of these from a database query, and I'll explain that in a bit, because obviously when we do an upvote, we're going to be attaching a user to a specific upvote for a post. So you could go ahead and then search the upvotes table for all of the posts or for all of the upvotes for that post ID, but it's just going to be a lot quicker if we just store this in points, and that's going to be the same for the comment count. You could perhaps create a script later on if you wanted to always make sure that they were in sync, and you could create a script that would check for that. But the way I've set this up, this should always be in sync if we just do it like so. And again, we'll do default, not null, and then like that. And then finally, what we're going to want is a created at. So this is going to be the time that it was created at. Now for this, we're going to be using a timestamp, but then this timestamp here is obviously going to be called created, and then underscore at is going to be the column name. It's sort of common practice to not use this sort of camel casing in databases. You're going to want to use this case here with snake case. So we'll do created at underscore. And then what we'll do here is inside of here, we can say with time zone, and we want to set that to true to make sure that it's actually storing the time zone that it was created at. So that means UTC. This is just going to be useful in the front end. You'll see it a bit later when I pull through the information that it always comes through as a UTC string. Now, what we do also want to do is set this to default now. So this is going to set it to the time that it is now on the server, and then also not null as well, as that should never be null, as it should be the default of not now. So there we go, that is actually the post table set up. Now we can go ahead and create some indexes, but first we need to create some other tables as well. The first one we're going to be creating is the comments table next. So if we go new file, let's go ahead and do comments.ts like so. Inside of here, what we're going to be doing is defining the comments table as export const comments table. Again, this is going to equal to pg table like so. Pg table, this here will be called comments. Next in here, we'll define this. This is obviously going to have an ID. Again, it's going to be a serial. The ID here is going to be ID, primary key. Similar to how we did pretty much with the other one. Then we're going to have a user ID here. User ID is simply going to be a text. And then here will be user underscore ID. And then what we'll do is we'll say that this is not null. Again, with the same logic that I had for deletion before, you could also allow this to be nullable if you just wanted to set the user to a deleted user, for example. Now, I do want to check just in the post. I did do user underscore ID there. Yep, correct. Now, what we're going to do is we're also going to have a post ID, so what post this comment is for. Now, don't worry that we're not referencing anything yet. I will set up the relations in a bit, but I'm going to be setting these up in a little bit of a different way. So what we'll do here is we'll do post ID. This is going to be, again, an integer. This integer here will be post underscore ID like so. So what post are we creating? This is going to be not null, as of course each comment is going to need a post ID. But even if it's a nested comment, we still store the post ID. Next, we can say parent comment ID. So does it have a parent comment? So is it nested comment, sort of like the structure that we use on Reddit and HackerNews, for example. So for this, we'll do integer. This is going to be parent underscore comment and then underscore ID. And this can be nullable, as it could be a top level comment. Next, we need the content. Now, we're not going to have a null. We're going to have not null for the content here. So that's going to be text content dot not null. Then we're also going to need a created at like we did before. So it's going to be created at. This created at here is going to be a timestamp. The timestamp here is going to be called created underscore at. And then we also need to pass it some options as well. And that was the with time zone true. And then we default this to now. So default now. And also make sure that it's not null, like so. After that, we're going to add in a depth. So this is just a cool way to keep track of the comment depth. So this is sort of how many levels deep is it underneath the parent comment. What I'll do for this is I'll call this one depth, and then we'll default this to 0. That's going to be depth, like so. default, and then 0. And then again, we'll also add in not null for this, as it doesn't need to be null, as we need to sort of know the levels that it's been nested. Finally, again, we'll also do comment count. Similar to how we did for post, we're going to be keeping track of the comments of this comment. So that's again going to be an integer. That's going to be comment underscore count. This here is going to be a default of 0 again, because each new comment is not going to have any comments attached to it yet. And again, we can do not null. And then finally, we also need to keep track of the upvotes. So it's very similar to post this table, but we'll do integer. This is going to be points here. And then what we can say is we can do dot default. Then we'll do dot 0. And then we can say dot not null like so. And that should be the comments set up. I need to go ahead and actually correct that with a comment there. So this is the comments table structure. Now the final one that we need to set up before we set up the relations is going to be the upvote tables for both the comments and the posts. I'm going to go ahead and do this in a single file. So if I do upvotes.ts like so, and then inside of here, I'm going to do export const post upvotes table. This is going to be equal to PG table, again, like we've done several times before. This one here is going to be post underscore upvotes. And then what I'll say is the schema of this. This is going to be a little bit shorter. We're going to have an ID for the actual upvote. This is just useful to keep track of it, of course, and make it so it's in a serial way. We'll do a primary key like so. Make sure we're importing everything here. Let me just correct these, add the import, and then add the import here as well. Once we've got an ID, we're also going to have a post ID here. This post ID is simply going to be an integer. This integer is going to have a post underscore ID. So it's going to be post underscore ID like so. And then we'll go ahead and do not null. And then we'll also make sure we're importing this correctly. And then finally, we're also going to have a user ID, as we need to know which user actually made the upvote here. That again is going to be text here. This is going to be user underscore ID. Let's make sure we're importing text now from that Drizzle package. Then we'll also say not null as well, as you can't upvote something if you're not a user. And then finally, we also want to know the upvoted time. This can just be useful for sorting and various different things like that. But what we'll do is we'll do a timestamp. We'll do created underscore at, and then we'll also do that with time zone like we did before. So it's going to be with time zone true dot default now, and then not null like we've done on the other created ones. So not null. So that is the post upvotes table. Now we are also going to want this for comments. So for that, we're going to go ahead and just copy this table definition, paste this down here. If I go ahead and change this to comments upvote table like so, or comments upvote table. Let me correct the name there. And then we'll change this table to simply be called comment underscore upvotes. And then we also need to make sure we're changing the post ID here. We're going to want this to be a comment ID, and the same with the column name as well. So it's going to be comment ID or comment underscore ID. And the rest of that should look the same. So we can go ahead and save that. So now that we've got our table definitions, I want to go ahead and actually set up the relationships between our tables. Now I'm not using foreign keys here, as Drizzle actually has this relations method, and this can work on providers that don't actually support foreign keys like PlanetScale, but the relations one can be used pretty interchangeably without you noticing. So we'll set these up here. So the first one I'm going to set up is going to be in the post table. So what we'll do here is we'll say export const, and then we say posts relations like so. This is going to equal to relations, and we import that from Drizzle ORM. We'll say the post table is the first thing we provide it. And then next, what we can go ahead and do is it's going to be a function. We're going to have one here, and then many like so. And this is going to be equal to, and then we'll simply return an object. So to do that, we need to wrap this in brackets here just to return the object straight away in a shorthand way. And then inside of here, now the reason we've done one-to-many is this is going to be the functions that we're using as we're defining these relationships. But inside of the post, we're going to have an author relationship. So for the author, we're going to have a one relationship, as obviously there's only one author per post. So that's going to be one here. Then we provide the table. That's going to be user table. And then inside of here, we set up what the relationship is. So that's going to be fields. So what fields are going to be matching here? That's going to be the post table and .user underscore ID. So that'll be .user ID like so. Then we say this is going to reference. So what does this reference? This references the user table ID. And then finally, we can go ahead and actually add in a relationship name here. And this one here is going to be equal to author like so. So this here has defined the relationship between a post and a user in our auth.ts here by saying that there's going to be one author per post. So that's one of our first relationships defined there. I'm actually going to go ahead and delete this many, as I'll add in relationships as and when we need them if we do need to add more. Next, we're going to go ahead and add this same sort of relationship into the comments here. So where we have comments, we can go ahead and define the relationship as export const and then comment relations or something like that, relations. And this is again going to equal to relations. Then we have the comments table, not comment relations, the comments table. And then we set up the relationships in here with a function. For now, we'll just leave that function empty like so. And then we return an object. Which ones we're going to want to use in here is, again, let's just set up one and many for now in case we need to use them. But the relationships we're going to want is, again, the author one. Now we could actually go ahead and just copy the one we put in posts here. If I copy this author relationship here into comments, we're going to have to change a few things about it, of course. We don't have the post table. We'll go ahead and import the user table. And then for this, we'll go ahead and say comments table dot user ID. So a comments table user ID should match a user table dot ID like so. Now the next relationship we're going to set up is going to be for the parent comment. Now this is actually going to be a self relationship, which is quite interesting. So what we do here is if we say the parent comment, a parent comment here, there's going to be one parent comment per post. This is going to be importing itself, so it's going to be from the comments table. And then what we can say is we say fields. Then the field we provide it with is the comments table dot parent ID here. So dot parent comment ID. This is going to be referencing, and then this here is the comments table dot ID. And then finally we give it a relation name, and this relation name here is going to be child comments. So this one here is child comments like so. Then what we need to do is actually set up the child comments relationship as well. So to do that, we say child comments here, and then on here we say many, and then finally we do comments table like so, and then we also set up the relationship name. So what we do in here is we say relation name, and then we add in child comments like so. So what we've done here is, as I said, we've set up a relationship between the comments table and the author so that we make sure that a comment table user ID matches one in the user table. But then this one here is a self relationship. Now, the reason for that is obviously this is how we're getting all of the child comments on a comment, as we can have deeply nested comments within our HackerNews sort of clone, as you can have loads of comments underneath a comment and various other things. This essentially just sets up that relationship and enables us to query it really easily. If we go and query a comment, we can go ahead and get all of its child comments straight away by using the Drizzle query syntax, which you'll see a little bit later. So now that we've got that, there's a few more relationships we can set up. One of them is going to be for the post. So this is going to be the parent post of the actual comment. This is going to be a one relationship here. And this is simply going to be from post table. So we import post table. And then here what we'll say is we'll say the fields. So the fields here is going to be one in the comments table dot post ID. And that's going to be referencing. And then what this will reference is obviously the post table dot ID. So you can see here essentially the way we're setting up these relationships and just referencing these various fields. And then also we're going to set up the upvote comment one now as well. And this one is going to be comment upvotes. So that's comment upvotes. Now obviously again you can have many comment upvotes per a sort of comment. So for this is going to be many. This is going to be from the comment upvotes table. And we can actually then just provide it with a relation name. We don't need to provide this with a field as it's a many. So we can go ahead and just define this as comment upvotes like so. And we'll go ahead and make sure that's spelled correctly and save that. So I believe that's all of the relationships we need. We have an author one, we have a post one, we have the two comment ones, and then we also have the upvotes. Now we're going to go ahead and do the same thing for the post here. So where we had author, we're also going to want the upvotes. So we can say post upvotes here. And then on here, we can go ahead and do many. And then we could also do the post upvotes table. Make sure we've actually imported this correctly. I think I've just imported the wrong many. Let's go ahead and do many on here. We'll do many. This is going to be post upvotes table. And then finally, this is going to be a relation name. And you want this to match exactly what we put on the actual upvote table relationship as well when we set that up. But this is how it sort of can work out which relationships match. Now, another one we could also add on the post is obviously going to be the comments. Now, the comments are going to have many. So there's going to be many comments per a post. So for this, we can simply say many. Then we can do comment upvote table like so. And you could give that a relationship name as well if you wanted to, but I believe it will be able to correctly infer comments from that one. Finally, let's go to the upvotes now and set up the upvote table relations. So here what we can say is we can say const, and then we'll do post upvote relations. This is going to equal to the relations that we've imported before. Finally, we'll do the same thing. We need the post upvotes table. So post upvotes table. Then we need to get our functions out. Now we need one here. And then finally, this is going to equal to a object or a function that returns an object straight away. Here we'll set up that it has a post. So each upvote should only have one post. That's going to be for a post upvote table, or a post table, sorry, this one. So that's the post table. And then here what we'll do is we'll set up the fields. So that again is going to be pretty simple. The fields here is going to be the post upvotes table dot post ID. This should be referencing, what is it just done there? This should be referencing, and then that's going to be the posts table dot ID. And then we'll define that relationship the same way we did in the post one by doing relation name. And then finally, this one here is going to be post upvotes like so. So now that we've got that relationship, let's go ahead and just save that. What's this giving an error for? Okay, it's just saying that it's never been used. We want to make sure that this is an export here. Then what we want to do is set up the other relationships that we have. So the relationship for the post, the other one is going to be for the user that actually upvoted it. And again, this is simply going to be a one-on-one relationship here, as it's going to be user table. And then here we can go ahead and set up the fields again, the same way we did before. The field here is going to be, and then this is going to be the post upvote table dot user ID. This is going to be referencing. This is going to reference the user table, and then the user table dot ID, and then we'll again go ahead and add in a relationship name, and that's going to be the user. So let's go ahead and set it up as user. Now we can go ahead and copy this for the comment logic as well. This is pretty much going to be the same thing for the comment upvotes. We just need to switch out the comment upvote table. So if we go ahead and call this comment upvote relationship, then we'll call this comment upvote table. And then we also need to change this here to the comment upvote table. And then finally, also this one down here to comment upvote table like so. Or not upvote relations, this is going to be table. And there we go. I believe that is actually all of the things that we need to set up. So let me just actually make sure this is spelled correctly. So that's the comment upvote table.user ID. This obviously isn't post ID, actually. This is comment ID. And we also need to change where it's referencing from post table to the comments table. And then finally, comments table.id down here as well. And then we can also change the name here to comment upvotes, actually. There we go. So now that that's saved, that should be all of the relationships set up, and we're actually ready to push all of these schema changes to Drizzle. So we can do that using that Drizzle kit that we used earlier. So it's going to be bun x Drizzle -kit, and then we'll do push like so. Now we should see that it says changes applied, and it's been pulling the schema from the database. Let's go ahead and actually run the studio and try and see if the user is in it that we set up earlier with the login, and also if all of our tables are in there. So what may happen is you get an error here, and at the moment it's saying there's not enough information to infer the relationship posttable.comments. Now, I believe what has happened there is I haven't actually defined the other side of this relationship. So if I go ahead and just minimize this, so you can see how these errors can occur. What we've got here is this post comments one with how it's got comments, and then from the comments upvote table. This is actually the wrong table. Firstly, I need to change this to comment, and then this is going to be from the comments table. If I go ahead and save this actually might work straight away. It might be able to detect this. Actually, I need to push this first. So anytime you make a change, make sure you do a push. We'll go ahead and run the studio. Let me just go ahead and see if this is now working. So if I go ahead and open this up again. There we go, it's working. So I just got the wrong table there. I actually referenced the comment upvote table instead of the comments table. But there you go. What you can see in here is we go ahead and see our session. We have our user. You can see how that connected. And then you can see we have the table set up for the post, the comments upvote, and also the post upvotes table as well. And we're ready to start using these in our application. So I'm actually going to go ahead and save all of this here as step 5. And then I'll just save this as, let's say, setup tables. And that's going to be the rest of them that we need for our application. Let's go ahead and commit all of that. Now we can go ahead and actually start adding some API endpoints to create some of these things. In this next step, we're going to be implementing some pagination on our server for our data. Now, just to quickly explain the way we're going to be doing it, we're going to be doing offset pagination, and you've probably seen this before. Essentially, say this was our SQL table, so this one is a load of books. What we'd say is we want page 1, and we want maybe 5 items per page here, which means our offset for our first page is simply going to be 0, because you take in the page number, 1 minus 1 times the limit, so it's 0. So it essentially says we don't want to offset our data, so it's going to go ahead and look in this green box. This is going to be our first page. page. But say we went to page 2, so this would become page 2 here. The limit would still be 5, but then down here we would have 1 times the limit, so the offset is going to be 5. What that means is in our SQL query, it's going to be looking 5 offset from the entries here. So it's going to go ahead and start from down here with an offset of 5, so we get the next 5 items in our database. As I said, this is pretty simple, and I'm sure you've used this before if you've used SQL. The pros of this are that they are really simple to implement, and it works really well with SQL. The con is that this can actually get very slow on a large database, and it gets particularly inefficient as well. Say you wanted something like page 1000, it's going to be quite a slow query to look that up, and it pretty much scales in like a linear fashion with how big your database gets. One thing I did want to point out was cursor-based pagination. We're not going to be implementing this, but I do want to explain why you may want to look into that in the future. Essentially, with cursor-based pagination, what you have is you have something called a cursor, which is like a pointer for where your database started. So say we requested some data, and let's say we requested again 5 books or something like that. What would happen is this request would then return what is called a cursor, and the cursor could be made up of a few of your columns. For example, we would have an ID of 6 and then 1945 or something like that, since we know ID is a nice consistent sorted field. So when we make our next request for another 5 items, what we essentially do in our SQL query is we say anything greater than the ID of 6, and then also another sort field if you wanted one with the ID of 1945. Now that may sound incredibly complex, and essentially that is one of the reasons that cursor-based pagination has a con. It is very complex and hard to set up. But the pros of it are it's a really consistent performance. If you actually have a single cursor on a nice order here, so say we just were getting ID and you didn't have any sort or anything like that, no matter how big your database is, it would always take the exact same amount of time, so it will be flat. As you do add in more cursors in, it does become a little bit more difficult, but it still scales a little bit better than offset pagination. The other one as well is that it's really good for real-time data. The reason for that is this no skipping or data duplication. Now, if we take our offset pagination example from before, say we loaded in the first 5 pages up here, and then we request page 2, but in requesting page 2, someone's gone ahead and let's say deleted the first entry. What's going to happen is it's still going to do an offset of 5, so it's actually going to start from about down here, because let's imagine that page 1 here got deleted. It's not going to be aware of that. Cursor-based pagination gets rid of that, because say again, we got the cursor of 6 and an ID of 1945. Even if one got deleted here, the cursor is pointing to the specific book of Animal Farm there. As I said though, the cons here, complex. You can't have any random access, so you can't actually jump to page 4, as you'd need a cursor to know what was on page 4. And finally, it requires a stable sort there, so you need a consistent order, and it also has to be different, so the ID has to be sort of sequential or something like that. And then you can add in a second cursor as well, but again, that starts to limit performance. So if you have really complex data and a load of sort fields, you can actually end up with a really complex cursors. As I said, go ahead and look into that. We're going to be sticking with the simple offset pagination though. I just want to explain that so that you can learn something. Alongside pagination, in this next step, we're also going to be using SQL transactions, and I just want to quickly explain what they are using the Drizzle API as well. So here we have SQL transactions are a grouping of one or more SQL statements that interact with a database. A transaction in its entirety can commit to a database as a single logical unit or rollback, and there you go, you can see it can become undone as a single logical unit. So we'll be implementing this in a bit with this syntax here with await DB transaction, and then we go ahead and do the updates that we want to make to our SQL server within this transaction. To explain why you may want something like this though, we'll go ahead and take a look at this business logic down here. Say a common use case of this would be debiting and crediting a bank account. Say we're sending money to someone, so say if Dan here wanted to send money all the way to Andrew, what you could first do within your transaction is you could make a check and actually say, does Dan have that money in his account? So that's what they're doing here. They take the account. If the balance is less than 100, you can't actually go ahead and do this next step as we don't want a negative balance. So you can throw an exception. If you throw an exception or you do a rollback within your transaction, it's going to go ahead and undo all of the units of work that it did within that transaction. So if you made any updates up here to your SQL or anything like that, it will go ahead and undo them. So these are really powerful then when we need to make changes to multiple tables, but we also don't want to make that change if one of those steps fails. I think a good analogy for this is thinking of it like packing a suitcase. Essentially, there can only be 2 states of the suitcase, and that's going to be fully packed. But then if you've forgotten something in there, you have to entirely unpack the suitcase. So as I said, it can only have those 2 states. It's either everything or nothing, and that's how transactions work. The next thing we'll move on to then is creating our posts endpoint. So we can create some posts, we can go ahead and create some comments, and all of these various different things. Now, firstly, let's just go ahead and fix this error up here as I no longer need that import, which is what ESLint is pointing out. Now for this, we'll go down to our routes and we'll create a new file inside of here. We'll call this one here posts.ts, and this is going to handle any of our API routes at API/API/posts. So for this, we can simply say export const, and then we'll call this post router. And we'll do the same thing we did for the auth one. That's just going to be new Hono from Hono. And then here we'll do context like so, and that's going to be from our context. And then finally, we can do a .post request on here. As the first endpoint we're going to need to create to test all of the other ones is going to be an endpoint to actually create a post. What I'm going to do is I'm going to leave this as /. So essentially we send a post request to /API/posts. This is the one that's going to run. Now for creating a post, we want to make sure that always logged in. So we can run the logged in middleware that we created earlier. And then we can also do Z validator. Now this is where we're going to want to create the actual schema that we're going to want to validate against on a form. Since we're going to be adding a add post form, we're going to want to make sure that any of the data coming in again is going to match a schema that we decide. Now for this, we can actually use a nice helper function from Drizzle to go ahead and create a schema from our database definitions. If I go back to post.ts here, what we're going to do is we're going to do bun add and then Drizzle, and then it's going to be -zod like so. Once we've got that installed, we can actually go down to where our post table is here. So where we have export post table, if we then did something like export const, and then this here is going to be insert posts schema or post schema like so. This is going to be equal to create insert schema from Drizzle Zod, and then you provide it with the table. Now what this does out of the box is it creates a Zod schema for you based on your database definition from up here with Drizzle. Now what we can do is we do want to change a few things about this. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and expand this here. So I'll go ahead and say title. Now what this is doing is essentially sort of overwriting the type or refining it a bit more. So where we had a title in our database definition, we just have it as text that's not null. But if we're doing an insert post form, we may want to do some extra checks on this. For example, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be doing z.string like so. And then we'll make sure that z.string will do it's a minimum length of 3. And we can also set up some custom error messages here as well. So we can say something like message, and then we'll do something like, let's say title must be at least 3 characters or 3 chars like so. So there you go, you can see how we're sort of adding extra refinement to that. Now another one we can also do is obviously for the URL. Now with the Zod definition that we have above, or in the schema for Drizzle, we actually only have that it's a string, but with Zod you can actually do some extra validation to make sure that it's a URL. To do that, we'll simply say z.trim like so, then we can go ahead and do .url, and then what we'll do in here is we'll add in another message. This message here can simply be URL must be a valid URL, like so. That's just going to make sure that the actual post or the actual URL itself is a valid URL. Now we do want to make sure this is optional. As I said earlier, this is a nullable field, so it could be optional. But what we can also go ahead and do is add a .or here. And then what we want to do inside of here is add in a z.literal, like so. And then this is just going to be an empty string. This just handles a case where it is an empty string. We do just want to send it through as an empty string. This is because sometimes with forms, when you delete it, it doesn't actually send it as sort of undefined or null. It will send it as an empty string. So this is just useful to catch that instance as well. Next, what we can go ahead and do is we can also go ahead and refine content. So for content, I'm going to want this to be z.string. And then we'll also set this up as optional as well. And then you could set this up with any additional refinement that you want. So now if you go in your insert post schema, where we have the title, URL, and content, it's going to have a little bit more additional sort of parsing that it needs to be done compared to what we had just up here, which was title was simply had to be any text that was not nullable. Now it has to be at least minimum length of 3 when we use the insert post schema. So let's go ahead and actually use this now. Now, where I'm going to be using this is actually in the shared folder. So if I go to shared types, and this is because, as I said earlier, we're going to be creating a form in the front end later. So this is going to be useful there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say export const create post schema like so. And this is going to be equal to the insert post schema. But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to pick a few things off of it. Now, the reason I'm doing this is obviously the only thing that we actually want the front end to send to the back end, or what the only thing we want called on our API, is going to be the title, the URL, and the content. Things like the user ID and various other things are going to be handled on the back end and added in by us. So here we can simply say true. Then we can also add in a URL here. This URL, again, is going to be true as that's what we want. And then we want content as well, which is true. So we're just refining this schema or picking certain things. So this create post schema is only going to have the title, URL, and content passing on it. That means we can also add in an extra refinement here. As I mentioned earlier, I want either one of URL or content to exist. So for this, I can simply say data, and we can provide it with a refinement function as well. We can say data.url like so, or data.content. So or, and then data.content like so. And what's going to happen here, if this isn't true, we can simply go ahead and return a message, and we'll make this message here be either URL or content can't spell, content must be provided like so. And then what you want to attach onto the message as well is you want to add in the path, and this is going to be for both URL and also for content as well, like so. So what I've done here, as I said, is I've essentially gone ahead and I've built on top of the insert post schema. This is just really helpful to make sure that you are matching your types as closely. I've then gone ahead and picked the exact fields that I want for create post schema, as our API is only concerned with title, URL, and content being sent to it. The rest of the stuff we're going to add ourselves on the back end. Then I've added the extra refinement to make sure that at least one of these exists, because at the moment our database definition allows both of them to be null. So now that we've got that, we can go ahead and actually use that in our Zeld validator here. So where we have the form, we can go ahead and use the create post schema from our shared types. Now let's go ahead and add in the actual logic for adding in a post. So that's going to be async and then C like so. And then we'll define what we're doing with this post inside of here. So in this route, what we first want to do is get the title, URL, and content off of that Zeld validator there. So the same way we've done this before, that's going to be equal to c.request.valid, and then that's going to be from the form like so. So that's going to come through as title being a string, URL and content being a string, null or undefined as we see there as well. So let's go ahead and actually add this in. First thing we want to do as well is get the user. This is just going to be useful later as we need this. So we do c.getUser. Now we can use the exclamation mark here as we know the user exists since we're using the logged in middleware up here. Next, let's go ahead and try and add in this post. So what we do is we say const post. Again, I'm using that array shorthand as each sort of thing or each Drizzle method comes back as an array, but we simply just want the first item in the array as there's only ever going to be a first item in that array. So we use this sort of shorthand syntax here. What we can go ahead and do is say await db.insert. Now let's go ahead and import db from adapter here, .insert. And then on this insert, we'll say into the post table. So that's going to be post table. And then we say .values, the .values here. This one here is going to have the title that we just got from the content or from the Drizzle validator, sorry, or the Zeld validator. So that's going to be title, content, URL. And then we're also going to add in the user ID. And the user ID is going to come from the user that we just fetched. So it's going to be user.id like so. So there we go. That's actually going to insert the post into our table for us. These are the only fields we need as the rest of them are set as defaults. So that's all we need to actually set. Now the last thing we can go ahead and do is set returning. Now what this is going to go ahead and do is once we add it to our database, it's going to return the information that we want from the database entry. This is really useful, for example, if you want to get the generated ID out, which is what we do want to do. So that's going to be post table.id like so. So since the ID or the post table ID is a serial, so it's generated sort of in sequence. We don't know what the ID is when we actually go ahead and set this, so we can go ahead and get it back automatically by doing that .returning there. So there we go, that is actually the post create route done. So we can simply say return c.json, and then what we'll do here is again we'll use that success response. Inside of the success response, we'll make sure that it has a post ID, and that's going to be a type number, and then we can go ahead and actually return this data. This is going to be success. True. We'll add in a message, post created, and then finally we'll add in some data, and that data there is simply going to be the post ID like so, and the post ID here is going to equal to post.id, and that's what's being returned off a post. And you can see here the only type it has is ID of number, and that's because we defined it in this returning there. So there we go. If we go ahead and actually hit this endpoint and create a post as a logged in user, we should see that we get this back as a success. Now I'm going to go ahead and set this to a success code of 201 as well before I forget, as that's the created code. So let's go ahead and test this by doing bun dev. And then what I'll do is I'll open up Insomnia. And inside of Insomnia, let's go ahead and add in a new folder. Let's call this one posts here. like so. Let me just actually make sure that this is expanded. And then once we're inside of posts here, let's go ahead and create a new request. This new request is going to be a post request, so it will be a localhost 3000/posts/API/posts. And I have just noticed something that we forgot to do, and that was define it in our index.ts. So quickly need to go back to the code. I got a little bit too excited there. Let's go to index.ts here, where we have this app.basepath API.route and then the /auth. We need to do the same thing here for the post route. So that's going to be /posts or /post.route/posts. And then here we're going to do the post router like so. And there we go. We can save that. And we can also relaunch the bun dev server or just have it hot reload. And now when we go back to Insomnia, this should actually be working. First thing I'm going to test is just sending empty data to it. Now you can see when I send empty data to it, it says that it's invalid type. It needs a title here and it comes back as undefined. And that's because we need to send it some form data. Let's go ahead and just send this the title then. So if I send this an example title of, let's say, hello world, like so, in some form data here, and then hit send. Now you can see it says either URL or content must be provided. So let's go ahead and add one of them as well. We can go ahead and add in, if I add in a URL here, I can just show you the parsing of a URL. If I send this as an example, this shouldn't work. There you go, URL must be a valid URL. I can set this then to https example.com. And then we'll go ahead and hit send on that. And you can see we got post created and we have a post ID of 1. So there we go, that there is working. So now let's go ahead and create a GET request to get all of the posts that have been created in a nice paginated way. So back in the code then, let's go to our posts endpoint here. Now we have 2 errors here. I'm imagining that's just the type imports again. It's a bit annoying that the auto import doesn't import the types for us. But again, let's go down here. Now at the end of our post request that we have for this one, I'm going to go ahead and just simply minimize this. We can then do a GET request. The GET request is going to be on /. So we go to API/posts and we do a GET request. What I want this to be is a list of all of the posts, and we'll add in some sorting and pagination logic as well. Now, they don't need to be logged in to get the posts, as you don't need to be logged in to sort of see posts on something like HackerNews, for example. Now we go ahead and do Zod validator. What we're going to be doing here is actually validating the query params, and this is going to be useful for pagination. So we need to create a pagination schema. Now again, we're going to go ahead and do this in our shared types. This is going to be export const. Here we're going to call this pagination schema. This is going to go ahead and be equal to an object. And then on this object, I'm going to want a few things. One of them is going to be the limit, so the number of posts we want per page. What we'll say is this should be a number. Now, since we're using query parameters, they're actually always going to be sent as a string. So what you can do inside of z.number is say coerce true. So it's going to try and check that it's a number first. Then we'll do .optional here, but then we'll also add in a default as 10, as if it's not provided, we always want limit to be 10. We're going to go ahead and actually set up the page number now. So this one again is going to be a Zod number, but we'll add in the coerce of true. And then again, this is going to be optional, but it's also going to have a default of 1, like so. There's a couple other things that we're going to add in as well. One of them is going to be a sort by. So it's going to be sort by, like so. This is going to use a sort by schema, so we're going to define that in a different place. What we'll say above this is we can say export const. The reason we're doing this separately is so we can use this later, and you'll see this used in the front end sort of separately from the pagination schema. This is simply going to be a enum, and this enum here is going to have 2 values, as I have 2 methods of sorting my posts. That was going to be points, so that's going to be sorting by amount of upvotes, and then also recent. And we can go ahead and do the same thing as well, export const, and this is going to be called order schema. This is going to be another enum, and this is simply how we're going to sort it, whether it's ascending or descending. So it's going to be ASC, and then we can also set this to DSC, like so. So there we go. Now that we've got the sort by, we're going to say this is going to equal to sort by schema dot optional, but we'll add in a default, and the default here is going to be we're going to sort this by recent as a default, so it's always the newest posts that are showing up. Or actually, should I set this to points? I think I should probably set this to points, so it's always sort of the best posts showing up first. So I'll set that to posts there, or points there. Then we'll also want the order, and then for us, the order is simply going to be order schema dot optional dot default, and then we'll set the default here to be descending, like so. Finally, the next two we're going to want is we're actually going to add a way to sort our posts by author, so to get them by a specific author. This one here is simply going to be a optional string, so it'll be z.optional, and then we'll also add in a z.string like so. So you can do it this way as well. You could also have done z.string.optional, and then we'll also do the same for site. This is going to allow us, when we click on sort of the badge, as I showed sort of in the demo, it allows us to sort the post that we're getting by the site that they've been posted about. So for this, we can simply say z.string. And for this as well, this is going to be optional. So if we do z.string.optional, like so, don't ask me why I did this in two different ways, but it just shows you can with Zod there. So there we go. That is all of the things I'm going to need on pagination. So let's go ahead and use this now. So in our query, we're going to query this with the pagination schema. Let's go ahead and set up the actual function now, or the logic. So it's going to be async C, like so. And then inside of here, we'll go ahead and actually get out the pagination data. So that's going to be const. We'll use the destructuring logic here. So that's going to be limit, page, sort by, order, author, and site. This is going to be equal to search params, or this search param, sorry, is going to equal C, and then dot request, dot valid. And then here, we'll simply say query like so. There we go. We'll hit save on that. Now, the error is just going to be that they're not being used at the moment. And the other thing we're also going to want to do is simply get the user at the top here. So we'll say c.get, and then we'll do user. Now, this will actually leave as nullable, as we don't necessarily know if the user is logged in. The reason we're getting it here is so that we can send the data to the API if the user is logged in, to also mark that they've upvoted a comment. This just means that we can show it with sort of the nice orange text to say that this user has upvoted that post. And if the user doesn't exist, obviously it won't say that they have upvoted that post. So now that we've got that, we need to create an offset. So this is going to be for pagination. So we're going to be using pagination sort of logic for this. Now, you may want to actually upgrade this to be using cursor-based pagination, but that's a little bit advanced for this tutorial, but I'll leave some links in the description to what cursor pagination is all about. But we're simply just going to be doing offset pagination. So for this, all we need to do is say page -1 times the limit, and that is the amount of offset that we're going to want on our SQL query. Next, what we need to do is also set up the logic for sorting by. So we need to sort by a specific column, but obviously we don't want to keep running the database query per each individual one. We don't want to set up a new database query essentially for each sort logic. So to set this up in a sort of reusable way, we can say sort by column is going to equal to, and then if sort by, so sort by here is equal to points, we're going to go ahead and say that this is going to be the post table dot, and then this is going to be points. Otherwise, it's going to be points table, or post table, sorry, dot created at, like so. Dot created at. So there we go. Essentially what we're saying here is if the sort by that we got from the search params is points, set it to be points, otherwise set it to be created at. Now this is also going to handle the default logic as well. We need to do the same thing for ordering as well, except for ordering, this is where we're going to change what the function is, and we need to use the sort by column as well. So for this, we say sort order. This is going to equal to, now if order that we got from our search parameters is equal to descending, we're going to set this to descending, and this is a function we're importing from Drizzle ORM, and then we'll do the sort by column, so send descending whatever we had as our sort. Otherwise, we'll do ascending, again from Drizzle ORM, and then sort by column like so. So there we go. You'll see us use this in some queries later, and this will make a little bit more sense. Next, what I want to do is actually get the count of the information out. This is really useful for returning to the front end the amount of total pages they have, for example. So when we do pagination on the front end, we need to know essentially, can the user get a next page? Is there enough data for a next page? And one of the ways to do that is to go ahead and actually get the count out here to calculate the total amount of pages the user can select. Again, we'll do that array sort of destructuring there, and we'll make a database call here. This is going to be await db.select. In the select here, we're simply just going to do a count. Then we're going to count the distinct. And then this distinct here is going to be post table and then .id. So we're just simply just going to count the unique post table IDs that we have. We need to go ahead and do a .from. So this is going to be from the post table, like so, not post router, post table. Then we need to set up our where and the clauses. So this is going to be .where. This where here, what we'll say is this is so how we check if the author or the site has been passed through, so we actually have the correct count based on what has been filtered. So firstly, actually, I need to do an AND clause. What we can do inside of this AND clause is we can say if there is a author that's been provided to the search parameters, we're going to want to do EQ here, and that's just going to make sure that these two values are equal. So again, remember, as I said earlier, we can sort our posts or filter our posts by an author. So say my username was James, for example, I can get all of the posts that I have created. To do this, we say if the author has been provided in the search parameters, so it is a string and it's not undefined. Here we say post table dot, and then this is going to be user ID. And then we go ahead and use the actual author value like so. And that's coming through as a string. And that's because the way we do it isn't by username, we do it by user ID. Otherwise, we can return undefined. Now, this is quite cool of Drizzle. They do actually allow you to use undefineds in your AND clause, and it will essentially just treat it as if it wasn't there. Next, what we also want to do is do the same thing for site. If I go ahead and save this just to make this actually in a nicer way. So for site here, we can say again site, and then we do the ternary, and then we can say EQ, and we'll do post table, and then here we'll do .url, and we'll go ahead and check if this matches the site string. Otherwise, let's go ahead and return undefined, and we'll save all of that. So now, while that may have sounded a little bit confusing, all we've gone ahead and done here is we're counting all of the unique IDs, so we're just getting the number of posts that are in our table, and then we've done these where clauses here. This just goes ahead and does the where clause based on if author has been provided in the search parameter or site, because as I said, we can sort or get all of our posts based on one particular author or one particular site, or even both, and this logic handles that there. So there we go, we have the count out now, but now we actually need to get the post query. Now this one is going to be quite a big query, but we actually need to set up a helper function first to make sure that the dates come back in a nice format as a string for the front end. So to do that, we'll create a new file in our server. So we'll do new file server here. We'll call this, let's call this one lib. And then inside of here, I'm going to create a new file, and I'll call this one utils.ts. Now in here, I'm going to be defining a function. This is going to be export function. I'm going to call this get ISO format date query, like so. Inside of here, we're going to take in a date time column, and this is going to be of type, and then it's going to be a Postgres column. What we can then do here is we can say this is going to return SQL, and this is going to return a SQL string like so. And again, let's make sure we update the import from Drizzle ORM like so. Now what we need to do is actually set up the function here. Inside of here, we're simply going to return, and then it's going to be SQL, and then string like this. Make sure again we're updating the import. And then on this, we'll go ahead and use a template literal. What we need to say is we need to say to, and then char like so. Then we do brackets, and then inside of here, we put in the template, which is going to be the date time column. And then what we can do after this is put a comma inside of the to char, make sure it's within that bracket there, and then we can define the format that we want for the date to come back in. So for that, you need to put it in single quotes. Ours is going to be year, then I want month, date. So I'm essentially formatting this as a ISO string. Then we do T like so, hour, then you say 24, then you say the minutes, then you say SS, and then again, you go ahead and do Z like so, and this just returns that it is a UTC string, and that is how our queries are going to be formatted for dates. And the reason for that is at the moment, the dates that are stored in the Postgres database are currently stored with time zone as a date object themselves, but they can't really be sent over in a nice way and passed via sort of the API between the front end and the back end. So this goes ahead and sets it in a format that I like essentially, and this is the one that it should equal to. Just double check that you got this exact string correct there, and we can go ahead and save that and start to use that in our queries. So back to our post routes, let's go ahead and actually set up the big query that's going to go ahead and get all of the posts that we want. So this one here is going to be post query. This is going to be equal to db. Now we don't do an await here, as we'll call this later. So what we'll do is we'll say db.select. Inside of this select, we need to select a load of things. This one here is going to be ID. That's going to be from the post table. Sorry, I'm not sure what's going on here, but let's go ahead. ID, that's going to be from post table. .id like so. We need the title. Same thing as always. So that's going to be table.title. We need the URL. That's going to be post table and then dot post table dot URL. Sorry, dot URL. We're also going to need the points to come back. we need created at. Now this is where we need to use our new function. So that's going to be created at here. What we're going to do here is we're going to say get ISO format date query, and then here you can pass it the post table, and then dot created at like so. And that's just going to, as I said, turn that into a string in a nice way. Next we need the comment count, post table dot comment count. Next what we need is the author. Now for the author, what we're going to go ahead and do is define this as an object. The username here is going to be user table now, as we'll do a join in a minute. Now you'll see when we get to comments how I actually use Drizzle queries to make this a little bit easier, but I'll explain in a bit why I didn't do that for the posts, as there's sort of two methods that I've done to go ahead and do some clever trickery with getting whether the user who requested the actual posts and the comments upvoted it. So here we'll do user table.username and then also the ID on the author. So for that we need the user table.id like so. And then finally we need to go ahead and define is upvoted. So as I said, the reason we got whether the user existed when we actually called the get request, even though it's a public route so you don't have to be signed in, is we do want to return whether we know if the current user has actually upvoted the post. So for that we'll say user. And what we can do is simply say, we'll do a ternary here. So if the user does exist, we need to go ahead and run some logic. So for that, we'll run a SQL Boolean. And then inside of here, we're actually going to run a new query. So inside of here, we'll do a nested query. So what we'll do is we'll say case when, and then inside of this, we'll go ahead and use our template. This is going to be when the post upvotes table. So post upvotes table dot user ID. And then outside of this, we say is not null. And then we say then true, and then otherwise we say else false, and then we go ahead and end this query. Now this may look like a complex query, but essentially when we do a join later on, we go ahead and join the post upvotes table based on the current user's ID to this table. So any post that they've upvoted, we then go ahead and attach that upvote to it. And this bit here essentially goes ahead and says, does that upvote exist? If it does, then it's true. If it doesn't, that just means they haven't upvoted that post, so we return false. So now that does look like a massive string, but as I said, it's actually quite simple. And then outside of here, what we do is SQL, and then finally a Boolean. So this is just if the user didn't exist, we can simply return a Boolean of false, as we know the user doesn't exist, so they can't have upvoted it. Now, it does seem like I've got an error here. Let me just go ahead and see what that's about. Do I have to import SQL here? I think I do. Let's go ahead and import SQL. And there we go. We can go ahead and save that. Now, the other one is I need to attach the comma there. So there we go. That is the is upvoted. Now, that is everything that we needed to select. Now we need to go ahead and handle the rest of the logic. So this is, again, from the post table. Now this is where we need to do the left join. So we do a left join here, and we're going to go ahead and join the user table on here, and we'll join the user table, and this is just how we get the author information, as obviously we need to get all of the users to be able to get all of the different authors and their usernames. So for this, we say the post table dot and then user ID, and then here we say where that's equal to the user table dot ID, like so. Next, what we need to do is say order by, so we do order by, and then that is the sort order. So that's the one we set up earlier. Underneath all of this, we need to do the limit. So the dot limit here is going to be equal to whichever limit that we had set. The offset is going to equal to the offset, which we defined earlier. And then finally, we need to add in another where clause here. And that where clause is going to be equal to the one that we set up earlier on the count for the author and site. Again, this bit here, just handling the logic for if we are adding in some filters. So let's just go ahead and copy and paste this for simplicity. And that is finally that post query. Now, as I said, I didn't actually do an await on this, and that's because we need to go ahead and do another left join if there is a user to make sure that it runs this correctly. Now, this is just for efficiency's sake. I could do the left join in here, but I don't actually want to do the left join if there's no need to. For example, if the user isn't logged in. So to go ahead and set all of that up underneath this post now, what I can go ahead and do is I can say if brackets and then user. So if the user is logged in, let's go ahead and modify our post query, and then we can add in a new left join onto it. This left join here is going to be from the posts upvotes table, and then this here is going to be an and check, and this is going to be first check in here is going to be an equals. So this is going to be where the post upvotes table dot post ID is equal to the posts table post.id. So we're just checking that the actual sort of upvote is attached to this post. And then our second check in the equals here is going to be where the post upvotes table.user ID is equal to the current user.id, like so. So there we go. As I said, we're only going to run this left join here if the user does exist, and that's just for a little bit of efficiency. Now we can finally go ahead and actually get the posts from the database. So that's going to be const posts here equals await, and then it's going to be the posts query like so. And what you'll see is this has the structure we're expecting. So it's got ID, title, and then it's an array of all of these. So that's all of the posts we needed to get back. Now, the last thing we need to do is simply just return this data. But before we actually do that, I'm going to set up a few new shared types. That's because I want to set up a shared type for if we have a paginated response, and also a shared type that defines this post structure. So let's go to our shared types.ts. Then inside of here, I'm going to go ahead and create a new type. The first one I'm going to create is just export type of post. Now, again, this is just useful to share this between the front end and the back end. This one here is going to be an ID of number. I'm going to want a title here to be string. Then I'm going to want to head and get a URL. The URL is going to be string, but this is nullable, so this can also be null, like so. We're going to want to do the same thing for content. This is also going to be string or null, like so. Then we also want points, which is a number. We want the created at, and this one here is going to be a string. Now, this is actually one of the reasons that we're defining a new type and not using a select schema, which you can also do. Similar to how we did the insert post schema where it used that Zod helper, you can also do one to get the select schema based off of a post. But since we sort of filter out certain keys, like we don't return the user ID and various other things like that, we're going to define this in a TypeScript type here. So we do comment count. This again is going to be a number that's always there. It's not nullable. Then we have the author, and the author here is simply going to be an ID. It's going to have a string. And then we're also going to have a username, and the username here is also going to be a string. And then finally we get the is upvoted boolean. So that's going to be is upvoted, and that's a boolean. So this is how I want posts to look in my application, and this is sort of the structure I want to be returned from that GET request. Now let's go ahead and set up the successful response type that we want for a paginated sort of call. So as we saw with the success response, when it returns data or success or something, we can go ahead and sort of extend that a little bit by doing export type. This is going to be paginated response, like so. And then we're going to add in T here, since if you're doing paginated, you're likely going to have a generic as you are going to be doing some data or returning some data. Then in here, we can simply say pagination. This is going to be an object. I'm going to return the page number that they are currently on. And then I'm also going to return total pages as a number as well. As I said, this is just really useful for the front end to go ahead and get this information. Finally, I can return the data object itself. So this is the paginated data. And then lastly, since this is a successful response, we also want this to extend the success response, but we're going to go ahead and emit data from the original success response type that we created earlier. So to do that, you do success response, and then you say emit data, like so. So the structure of this now is simply what we had before, where we have that success being true, we have a message, but then what we also have inside of here is we have this pagination object and the data itself. And as I said, this just helps on the front end, and you'll see this later when it comes to React query. So let's go back to post now and set up this return. We can simply say seed.json. This is equal to a paginated response. It's a paginated response of type post. And then it's going to be post, but then it's going to be a post array like so. So finally, we can return this data. As I said, this is also really super helpful just to make sure you are returning the data you're expecting. This is going to be equal to posts like so. Now posts here, we also need to make sure is as a post array. You can actually just leave it as is, but I've seen there's seemingly some issues with Hono automatically detecting the types using the RPC. So if you actually define this as post here, it will correctly pick that up. Next, we need to do success. This is going to equal to true. Then we need to do the message. The message here, I'm just going to put something friendly like posts fetched, like so. Then we also need to attach in the pagination. And once we've attached in the pagination here, we can say the page. This is going to equal to the page that they requested, as it should be on that. And then finally, total pages. We do a bit of math here. We do math, not message port, we do math. .ceil, so we get the sort of highest number of count.count, and then we say divided by the limit, so whatever they pass through. And then finally, you want to define this as number here, just to make sure that's coming through correctly. As I said, this technically isn't needed, but for some reason, I've noticed some issues with Hono's sort of automatic type checking, and this just fixes that in the cases where I've had that issue. And finally, we'll explicitly say the status code is 200. So wow, that was a lot of things to be adding, but you can see how this TypeScript type here really helps us make sure that we've defined everything correctly, especially if we have sort of data on this. If we put the wrong data on, it would go ahead and warn us based on this type here that this isn't actually matching what we think it is. And you can also see how with this query up here, just how powerful we can be with Drizzle here and this sort of easy syntax that maps quite well with the SQL syntax. You'll see later, as I said in comments, a different way of doing things like this where we use Drizzle queries to try and simplify things a little bit. Let's go ahead and actually test out our endpoint now. So as I said, I'm actually going to restart my server as I sometimes notice issues with Bun's hot reloading connecting to Postgres. If I go ahead and start up my server here, if I go to Insomnia, I can go ahead and create a new one. So if I go ahead and actually put this in the folder, let's create a new HTTP request. Let's go ahead and do localhost 3000/API/posts, and then it's just a GET request to that. Hit send. And what you see there is we get back data, we get an array of the posts. So this was the Hello World post that I created earlier. It's got all of the information I expected on it. Now at the moment is upvoted, it's false because I haven't actually added in upvoting logic yet. And you can see finally we have success true, post fetch, and then we have the pagination information as well. So it says that we're currently on page 1 and there is only going to be 1 page. And that's simply because at the moment there's 10 items a page and we only have 1 item in our database. So awesome, that one there is working. So let's go ahead and set up how we actually then upvote a post. So back in the code then, if I just go ahead and minimize this terminal a little bit, on the end of that last post request we're going to go ahead and start another post request. This one here is simply going to be of an ID and then /upvote like so. So we'll extract the ID out of the URL. Then we want to make sure they're logged in, as you need to be logged in to upvote a post. Then finally, we can do a Zod validator here. This Zod validator, we're actually going to do inline. We're not going to define a schema. What we say here is param. Now this is actually checking against this parameter here. So where we have an ID here, we say param. And then finally, we can go ahead and say z.object like so. And then on this object, what we're expecting is an ID, and it's going to be a z.coerce, and then .number like this. That's because this is obviously going to be a string since it's in a URL, but this is just going to check that it's actually a valid number. And then finally, once we're outside of all of this, we can go ahead and run the logic that we need. So that's async C, like so, and then that's where we're going to handle our logic. We need to import Zod here. And there we go. What we can finally say is we can say const ID, so this is going to be the post ID that they're trying to upvote, is equal to c.request and then .valid, and then on .valid here, we'll add in param like so. Now it seems there is a tiny mistake here where I've forgotten a bracket on the end of here. There we go. Once we update that, that should fix that, and I think I've added an extra bracket there. So there we go. So we've got the post ID out. Next, we need to get the user out. Now, as we've done before, c.get, and then user, and then we'll do an exclamation mark as we've already checked they're logged in with our middleware. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say let points change here. And this is simply going to be either -1 or it's going to be 1 like so. Although we're going to be using TypeScript here, so this one here is going to be 1. And we're just going to set this equal to 1 as a default. You'll see why we do this in a bit, since we do some sort of helpful logic with a transaction and try catch. But I'll explain that when we get to that. So now that we've got that, we need to go ahead and set up a transaction in Drizzle. Now these are really cool. So if we do const points here, so this is going to be equal to await. And then this is going to be db.transaction. Essentially what a transaction is in Drizzle is it's going to go ahead and essentially you operate, or you do a load of operations inside of a transaction that are related and rely on each other. So for upvoting, what I go ahead and do is I try and get if the existing upvote sort of exists already. And if it doesn't, it will go ahead and undo everything that you've set up in that transaction. So say you needed to insert a post upvote, and I do insert that post upvote, but then for some reason it fails when I try to update the points count on the actual post, it will go ahead and undo creating that post upvote for us. So it's really super awesome for handling errors. So if I now go ahead and do async, inside of here you do tx, which is the transaction, and this is equal to a function, and inside of here is where we run all of our logic. So the first thing I need to do is I need to get the existing upvote out. So what I'm doing here is I'm checking, have they already upvoted this post? If so, that's when we need to -1 upvote from, or -1 point from the post, as we're now deleting an upvote. So here we can say await db.select.from, and then that's going to be from the post upvotes table. Then what we do is .where, and then in the .where clause, we're going to have an AND clause again. And inside of here, we'll say where it equals. So first thing we need to check is where the post upvote table, or posts upvote table .post ID equals the ID of the post that we got out from our param. And then the next thing we need to check is if the user has actually upvoted it. And to do that, we can do EQ. And then we can say post upvotes table .user ID is equal to our user that we got out from our Hono context .id. So we can go ahead and save that. And now since we can only upvote a post once, we can also make this a little more efficient by doing .limit1 like so. Now what we can say is we can say the points change that we set up earlier. This is going to equal, now if existing upvote exists, so if we did get something out of this, that means they have upvoted it. So we want to set that to -1. Otherwise they are upvoting it and we need to create the upvote, but we'll set the points change to 1 as well. So there we go. Now the next step of what we need to create in this transaction is going to be whether the post has been updated, or actually updating the post itself. For this, we can say await, then we do our transaction here, so that's going to be tx, then we do .update, and then in this .update here, we go ahead and do .set. Now actually I think up here I should change this to tx as it's part of the transaction. Then in this .update, we go ahead and update our post table. So we're updating the post table here. We're going to set, and then inside of this set, we're going to set the points. So what we're doing here is we're modifying the post for its points counter. And then what we can say in here is we can do something smart with our SQL. We can go ahead and do SQL. And then in our template literal, we can literally just say the $template of post table .points. And then after this, we go ahead and do an add. And then we do the template again. And then here we can go ahead and add in our points change like so. So what this bit here is doing, as I said, is it's going to go ahead and update the post that we have. So to do that, we need to go ahead and do the .where clause. So for that, we'll do .where, then we'll say where the post table .id is equal to the ID that we got out. And then we're also going to return the actual new count of the post. So for that, we'll return points like so, points, and this is going to be equal to post table .points. So there we go. So what this step here did is it went ahead and got the post that we're trying to update, and then it made the points change based on whether they had upvoted it or not. So if we haven't upvoted it before, it's going to go ahead and add 1 here. If we have upvoted it before, so we're trying to delete an upvote, it's going to go ahead and -1 from the actual count. But now we need to go ahead and actually add the upvote to our upvotes table as well. But what we can quickly first do is we can say if not updated, so this is going to be updated here. What this means is if this step failed, and this is where we're going to throw an error. So we'll say if this step failed. Now what this means if this step has failed, we actually need to do this, inside of this logic here. So inside of that brackets. What it means for this step to fail is it means the post doesn't exist. So for that we can say throw a new HTTP exception. We'll throw a 404, and then we'll add in a message here. And what we'll say is we'll simply say the posts not found, or post not found. So since we've thrown an exception here, again, this is the really cool part of the transactions in Drizzle. If we throw an error, so this is going to error out, it's going to undo anything that may have changed above this, or any changes that were made in the transaction. Now, at this point, there weren't actually any changes, as if it failed on this step, there weren't any changes to sort of undo. But again, we can go ahead and just say, if not updated, throw a 404, as it hasn't been able to find the post to update itself, and that just means that it doesn't exist. So the next thing we need to do is what we're going to do is we'll say if they have upvoted it before, this is where we need to handle deleting it. So we go ahead and we say await, then we do tx.delete, and then we say from the post upvote table, And then we go ahead and say .where, and we add in the where clause that we've used before. So that's going to be the equals one. And then we say post upvotes table.id. And then here we're going to go ahead and say existing upvote.id, since we got the ID out of the existing upvote earlier. So there we go. If there is an existing upvote, let's go ahead and delete it. However, we need an else clause here, as if there isn't an existing upvote, we need to go ahead and create it. So we do await tx, and then here say insert. This is going to be post upvote table. And then finally we do .values. And then here we go ahead and add in the post ID. The post ID here is equal to the ID, and then user ID. And again, this is equal to user.id. And we save that there. Now, finally, what we can do inside of this transaction, we can select what we want to return. Now, for me, I just want to return the new point counter of the upvotes. So the number of upvotes the post has after all of this has run successfully. So that is a transaction in Drizzle. Now you can see there's quite a lot of logic there for an upvote, but it should be quite simple as I said. So let's just run through this again just to make sure that you understand this. What you can see firstly is when we did that return, points is now a number. As I said, this is going to be the number of upvotes that this post has once we have actually done this transaction. So inside of this single transaction, we first check, have they upvoted this post before? If they have upvoted this post before, we want to change the point by -1. So we're actually removing it, as it's essentially a toggle. If they haven't upvoted it before, we want to add a point. So now down here, we change the points counter of the current post. Then we say if it hasn't updated, and that means this step here has failed, and that's usually because the post ID doesn't exist, we're going to throw a 404. However, if it does exist, so if the post does exist and it has been modified here, we then check again, is there an existing upvote? If there was an existing upvote, that means we're technically sort of removing our upvote now, so we delete the entry. However, if there wasn't, we add in the entry, and then finally, we return the new points count for the post, like so. So now outside of all of this, we can simply go ahead and return our success. So we'll simply say return c.json. This will be a success response. We're going to want to put some data on this, and the data that we're going to be returning is going to be the new count for the post. This is really helpful if you want to do some updating or things like that. And I'll show you that a bit later with React Query. But then what we say here is once we've got that success response, we can go ahead and do success, true, message. What we'll do here is we'll simply say post changed or something like that. We can say post updated. And then I'll go ahead and add in the data. And the data here is going to be the count. And that's going to be points, like so. Now, another thing we actually should do is we should return whether the user themselves has updated this post, or whether this was an upvote or a downvote. So what we'll do here is we'll simply say if the points change is greater than 0, that means they were upvoting it. Otherwise, if they weren't upvoting it, we'll set that to false there. And then we can also go ahead and make sure that our data type is expecting that. So here we say is upvoted. And then we simply put in a Boolean here. You'll see why we do this in a bit on the front end, but essentially it's the way, as I said, if the user is logged in, when we go ahead and get all of our posts, we also have this is upvoted key. And this just helps us out when we have a successful request on the front end using React Query. Again, we'll get to that step later, but it's always useful to have this as well in your API if you're just following the API stuff. Let's go ahead and set this to a 200 code as well. Let's go ahead and test out this API endpoint. Now, I know that was quite a lot for an upvote, but hopefully everything should be working now. Now, again, I'm just going to restart my bun server. Again, I'm not sure it's necessary, but when I was developing, my machine seemed to have problems where I needed to restart it. Let's go to Insomnia here. Let's do a new request. This request here is going to be a post request. Now, I need the ID of the post I want to upvote. That's going to be 1 here from my GET request. And then inside of this post request, let's go to localhost 3000/API/posts/ and then 1/upvote, like so. And if we go ahead and simply just send that with a post request, there we go. We get post has been updated. We get the data back. This is the new upvote counter of our post, and that is 1. And it also says if the user has upvoted it. Now we can actually test out our GET request as well, as hopefully this key now should be changed to is upvoted. Let's hit send, and there you go. It says that the user that's currently logged in has upvoted this post before. Again, you'll see why this is useful on the front end later. And also we see that the points has updated to 1, like so. So the next thing we need to do is go ahead and add some comments to our post. So we'll set up the post request for that. So back in VS Code then, let's first go to comments as we want to get the schema out like we did before. So for this here, what we'll say is we'll say export const, and then it's going to be insert comments schema like so. And that's going to be equal to create insert schema like so. And this one here is going to be from the comments table. And again, we can go ahead and add in some extra validation if we want. So what we'll do here is we'll say content. This should be a string like so, but we also want it to have a minimum length of 3. And we'll go ahead and update this import from Zod. And I also want to attach a custom message as well if it fails that minimum count. And we'll simply say something like comment must be at least 3 chars, like so. So now we've got that, let's go to our shared types as well to create the actual type that we're going to be using for the form itself. So for this, we go down to here, we say export const create comment schema. This is going to equal to the one we just created. So that's going to be insert comment schema. And then I'm just going to pick on this. Now, all we need for the form is simply content. So I'm just going to set content to true here. And as I said, the rest of this is going to be handled by the database or by the server itself, attaching things like the user ID and various other things. All the form needs to send through is content. So we'll go ahead and define that here. So let's head back to our post request now, or post API auth route here. What we can go ahead and do here is at the end of here, let's do another get request, or this one is going to be a post request, sorry. We'll do the same thing we did with the upvotes, where we use the URL to have the ID in it. And then we say comment like so. What we'll do first is we'll do a logged in check, as you can only comment if you're logged in. So we can simply say logged in. Next, we want to do a Zod validator. So we say Z validator. Now this one here is going to be checking whether we actually got the ID through. Again, similar to how we did for the upvote. So again, that's going to be Z and then param. And then here what we'll do is it's just going to be a object. Object's going to have an ID. And then this is just going to be z.coerce.number, like so. Next, what we need to do is we also want to add in another Zod validator here. So I believe that's going to be this comment here. Just making sure I've got it in the right place. It's going to be here. And then we're going to add in another Zod validator. This Zod validator this time is going to be checking that the form data coming through for the comment is correct. So for this, we'll say form. And then we'll set this to the schema we just created, which is that create comment schema. And then finally, we can go ahead and set up what happens when this actually runs. So that's simply going to be async C, like so. And that's going to equal here. So there we go. We know that we have got the parameter out. So the ID does exist on comment and it is a number. And we also know that content has been sent correctly and passed by Zod. So we can go ahead and attach this now. So firstly, let's go ahead and get the ID out. The ID is going to equal to c.request.valid. And that's going to be from param. Then we can get the content out as well in the same way. So content is going to equal c.request.valid and then form. So that's going to be form like so. Then we can go ahead and get the user as well, like we do with pretty much all of the routes. We say const user equals c.get and then user, so we get that off of the context. And again, we'll use the exclamation mark as we've already done the check that the user exists. So there we go. Now, what we're going to do next is we're also going to be doing a transaction for adding the comment. Again, the reason for this is if we do this in a transaction, we can simply throw an error if the post ID wasn't found. The reason I've done this is essentially to try and limit the amount of requests that I'm making. So let's go ahead and set this logic up in here. So the first one is going to be const, and then you do the array destructuring here, comment. This is going to equal to await db.transaction. And then inside of this transaction, we set up our async function. So it's going to be async tx, and that equals something like this. And then inside of here, we're going to run our actual logic. So firstly, we're going to go ahead and update the count on a post. And the reason I'm doing this one first is it's a relatively lightweight query. And as I said, if this query fails, that's because the post doesn't exist. So I can go ahead and throw my error. So I can say const updated equals await. Then we do tx.update like so. We update the post table as we're updating the comment count on the post once we're trying to create one. We do a .set here. We say comment count, and then on comment count, we go ahead and set this to a SQL query. This SQL query is just going to be the template structure literal like this. And we'll do the $post table .comment count, and then we'll go ahead and simply do add one here. Once we've done that, we need to go ahead and do our .where clause. So it's going to be a .where. Inside of the where, it's going to be whether the post ID is equal to the comment ID or the ID that we got out of the URL. So it's just going to be post table .id. And then ID like so. And then finally, we can also return some data from this. So we'll say .returning, and all we want to return from this is the new comment count. So it's going to be comment count, and then finally post table .comment count, like so. So updated here should be the new comment count. As I said, if this fails, that's because the post does not exist. So we can go ahead and do something similar to how we did for the upvote. We can say if it's not been updated, so if something's gone wrong there, and then we'll throw a new exception or new HTTP exception, as this is an expected error. And then here we'll do 404, and we'll go ahead and simply return a message, and this will say post not found, like so. And we can go ahead and save that. So next, underneath this, let's go ahead and add in the logic for actually inserting the data into the comments table for what we want. So here what we'll do is we'll simply say return. This one here is going to be return, and then we'll do await here. Then we'll do tx, not sure what it's typed in there, tx dot, and then this is going to be insert. Then we insert into the comments table. Inside of the comments table, we insert some values, and then these are the values we're going to be setting. So we're going to be setting the content to equal just whatever content we got through from the form. The user ID here is going to equal our user.id, and then we also want the post ID to be the ID that we got from the URL, and we know this is valid now since we have this step here verifying whether that post exists or not. Once we've done that, we also want to return some information from the comment. Again, you'll see on the front end why I want to return so much information, as it really helps with React query. But for this, we're going to return comments table and then dot, and this is going to be the ID. Next, we're going to return the user ID, and this is going to be comments table dot and then user ID, like so. We need the post ID dot post ID. We need the content. We need the points. Depth. Parent comment ID, like so. So it's going to be parent comment ID. This is going to equal to comments table, and then this is going to be dot parent comment ID. Next, we need the created app. Now remember, we want to use our custom function to make sure this is in the format we expect. So it's going to be get ISO format, and this is going to be, again, the comments table dot, and then this one here is going to be the created at date. Then we also need the comment count here. So it's going to be comment count, like so. And then we want the comment count to be the comments table dot comment count. Now, one thing we do need to do on the created at here is, since we've just changed this, we need to go ahead and do .as, like so. And then with the .as, we can go ahead and do created underscore at, like so. And save that there. That's just going to make sure that it actually knows what it's referring to when we use this. Now that we've got the .returning, this should be the updated comment. So if we scroll up here, we should see on comment here, we have all of the information of the comment that was just created, and we are ready to return this. So I believe that's outside of this bracket here. Let me just check that's correct there. So if we go ahead and minimize that, now we can go ahead and return a successful response. We can say c.json. Then inside of here, we'll go ahead and make sure that this is a success response. And on this success response, we're going to go ahead and define a TypeScript type of comment. So we'll go ahead and set that up in our shared schema. So we go down to the types.ts here. Underneath post, let's go ahead and create a new one for comments. That's going to be export type comment, like so. This is going to equal to an object. And on here, we're essentially going to want to define what we just had before with what we were doing with returning. But we're going to do ID is number. User ID here is going to be a string. Then we're going to have content. String. We're going to have points, number. We're going to have a depth, which is also a number. Make sure I'm actually doing this on a new line. So that's depth, number. Then we're going to add in comment count, and that's going to be number. Then we're going to add in created at, like so. That's going to be a string. We're going to have a post ID, that's going to be a number. Now this is also going to be or null. Actually, no, we'll leave this as number, sorry, as there is always a post ID. Then we do parent, comment, ID. This one here is going to be number or null, as there's not always a parent comment, as it could be a top level comment. Then underneath here, we have comment upvotes. Now I'll show you this in a bit, as this one here is going to be how we handle comment upvoting and detecting if the user has upvoted it. So what I'm going to do here is this is going to equal to a user ID object with a string on it. And then it's going to be an array of these. And there's going to be a little bit of trickery later, as I said, for how we handle that is upvoted logic on comments using Drizzle queries, as I couldn't find a good way to do it without using SQL like we did for the post. But again, I'll explain that when we get to it. For now, you need to know it just looks like that. Next, we'll go ahead and set up the author. It's going to be username. That's going to be a string. Then we're going to have a ID. This is also going to be a string here. Then we're going to have the child comments as well for each comment. So this one here is going to be child comments, and this is where we're going to go ahead and set up a recursive type, as child comments is simply going to equal this type again as an array. So there we go, and that's optional there, as you don't always want to return the child comments on each comment. So now that we have that type, let's go back here. Let's make the success response a success response of type comment, like so, and let's return the data now. So we can go ahead and say success true. We'll go ahead and add in a message. And we'll just do comment added or something like that. So this will be comment created. Then we can go ahead and add in the actual data. And here we're simply returning the comment that we got back. So for this, I'm going to return ... comment like so. It's the information we have. But now you'll see it's throwing a TypeScript error here, as a few things on here we don't actually have. And what you can see with my pretty sort of TypeScript errors here is it says we don't have comment upvotes or author. We can go ahead and modify that by simply saying comment upvotes here is equal to an empty array. We can say child comments here is equal to an empty array. And we can go ahead and say author here. And this one here is going to equal to an object. We're going to use username. We're simply going to do user.id or user.username, sorry. And then for ID, we'll also do user.id like so. And then we can go ahead and make sure this data here, we're going to do as comment. Now, as you saw, it does actually conform to the comment type. But as I said, with Hono, there seems to be some issue with it picking up these types. So explicitly defining it as comment here seems to fix that when we actually link this up to the front end later. So there we go. We can now comment on a post. Let's go ahead and try this out in Insomnia. So in Insomnia, let's go ahead and create a new request. This one here is going to be a post request. Let's go to localhost 3000. Make sure I spell that correctly. Localhost 3000 /API/post/1/comment like so. Let's hit send and we should get a ZOD error. As you can see, we're saying that content is required. Let's go ahead and actually add in the body of our content. This here will be content. And I'll just simply say, hello, I am. Let's do hello, I, and space, apparently Insomnia is being a bit weird, but let's just go ahead and change that to hello world then, like so. If I hit send on that now, you see comment created, and we get back the data for the comment that we just created. As you can see, it has my author, it has my user ID, created at, it has the depth of it, and obviously this was a non-nested one, so it's at 0, and it has the content. And if I now go into my get request for my post and hit send, you see the comment count has updated to 1 there. So there we go, we can now add comments onto our posts. So next, we need to be able to get the comments for a post. So that's the next endpoint that we'll set up. So back in VS Code then, at the end of this last endpoint, we're going to want to go ahead and set up a GET request here. The GET request is going to be for / and then we'll do the ID with the params there, and then / comments like so. We don't need them to be logged in or anything, but we do want to validate against a few things. The first one is going to be the validator for the actual ID being a number. So that's going to be param. And then again, we'll do the z.object here, and then we'll do the coerce of the ID. So that's going to be ID, z.coerce.number. Like we've done before. Next, what we need to do is go ahead and then validate the actual parameters. What we're going to be doing here is validating our search parameters. This is because when we get the comments, we're going to be using pagination. So if I go ahead and then do the query string, so this is going to be validation on query. For this, we're going to use what we've used before. Essentially, we can just extend the pagination schema here, and then we can just do .extend. I won't be using everything on that schema, but it can just be useful since the ones that we don't want to use are optional. So what we can say on the extend as well is I want to add in a new custom thing to check about, and this one is going to be called include children. Now, if we include children, we want this to be a Boolean. That's going to be a Boolean. We're going to want this to be a coerced Boolean as well, since as I said, query parameters do everything in a string. And we also want to make sure that this is optional, as they don't have to include children. If I go ahead and save that, that will format that in a way that you can probably read that a lot better. But essentially what I've done is I've extended the pagination schema that we've set up before. So this is going to handle things like the limit, the offset, and the page number. And I've added an extra key in that we can expect from the query parameters called include children. Essentially what this will do is if I set this as true, I want to include the child comments for a comment as well. And that is how we can go ahead and easily quickly load in, and you'll see this on the front end, to make sure that when we do one request, we can load in sort of a nice nested structure to show the user initially. Let's go ahead and now actually set up the function for this then. So that's going to be after here. We'll go ahead and do async C like we've done before. And that will be equal to this. Now inside of here, we can go ahead and get the user. So there's going to be const user equals c.get and then user. Not sure why I did target there, but c.get and then user. And then we're getting an error here that get does not exist on this type. Let me guess, I put this in the wrong brackets again. Yep. Let's go ahead and actually correct that outside of here. So there we go. It's in the right brackets. Now what we can go ahead and do is get the ID as well. ID. This is going to equal to c.get. This one here is going to be params, and then after this is going to be the c.request.valid, sorry, c.request.valid like so. So that's going to be getting the ID out. What's this error saying here? Param is not assignable to. It's just param, not params. There we go. And then finally, what we need to get out is the limit, the page, the sort order or the sort by, the order, and then include children. And this is all going to be coming from c.request.valid like so. And this will be from the actual query parameters. There we go. So the first thing we'll do is similar to how we did with the post. We'll say the offset here is going to equal to page -1, and then we'll times this by the limit. So this is how we're just knowing what we need to offset our SQL by. First thing I'm going to do is check that the post that we're trying to get the comments for exists. So for this, I can say const post exists like so. This is going to equal to await db, and then what we'll do here is select. On the select, we're simply just going to select exists like so, and then we can simply say SQL, and then we can do 1 like this. So if we do in our SQL template literal 1. Now this is just a really quick way to do this query for if it exists, because essentially it's only going to run this if this is true. And then we can say from post table like so, and then we can do a .where clause, .where. And then in this .where clause, we can do our equals to make sure that the ID is equal to the ID we're expecting. So that's going to be the post table .id. And then after this, we can say ID. And then at the end of this, we can go ahead and limit this by 1 like so. So as I said, what this is doing, this is a really quick way. We're essentially just selecting 1 itself on anything that exists here. So this, if we do get 1 value, this is going to be 1, which is just going to make this true. If there isn't any match, so the post doesn't exist, this is just going to be null, and we'll just check for that in a minute. So we can simply say if not post exists, and we can throw our 404, so we'll throw our new exception like we've done before. Throw new exception, or throw, sorry, that's a new HTTP exception. There's going to be a new HTTP exception. This one here is going to be 404. Then we'll add in a message again as well with a post not found. So it's going to be post not found like so. So now that we know a post exists, let's go ahead and handle the sorting. So that's going to be sort by column like so. This is again going to equal what we set up before. So it's going to be sort by. This is going to equal points. So if this is equal to points, we'll go ahead and we'll say the comments table dot points. Otherwise, it's going to be comments table dot created at like so. Next, we also need to do the order by. So there's going to be simply sort order like so. And then this is going to be if the order is descending. We'll set this equal to descending, the function, and then we'll do the sort by column. Otherwise, we'll set this to ascending on the sort by column. So there we go. So that's our helpers for actually sorting the comments themselves by the values that we want. Next, we also want to get the count of the comments out. Again, this helps us with pagination, similar to how we did with posts. This is essentially the same thing, just obviously nested underneath a post. This one here is going to be db.select. Inside of this select, we'll select the count. It's going to be the count of count distinct. And then we'll do comment table.id. So we're just counting the distinct amount of IDs. This is going to be .from, so that's .from. This is going to be from the comments table, like so. Let's save that just to make sure that's formatted. Then we can go ahead and do a .where clause, and then we'll also do the and clause as well. So what we'll do here is we're going to say and. Now we're going to say comments table .post ID. So we're checking for the comments underneath a post. But the reason that we did an and clause here, obviously actually we need to make this an EQ clause first as well to make sure these two are equal. The reason we did an and clause here is I want to only get the top level comment count. So for that we can say is null. And then we want to make sure that the parent comment ID doesn't exist when we do this count, as we handle nested comments in another method later on. So we do comments table and then .parent comment ID. So as I said, this is going to get the count of the top level comments for a post, not the nested comments themselves, which is useful for pagination. So now that we've got that, let's go ahead and actually use this count by getting the comments for a post. Now this is where we're going to be using a Drizzle query. If I go down to where we have this, if we say const comments here, this is going to equal to await. Now what we do, instead of doing anything like db select, we go ahead and do db.query. We query our comments, so that's going to be db, and then at the moment we only have session and user. That's because we need to go ahead and set these relationships up correctly by importing them in our schema. So we go to our index.ts here, or where our adapter was, sorry. What you see is we only have user and session. We actually need to go ahead and add everything here for it to understand our schemas. So firstly, we need to add the post. That's going to be post table or posts. Let's call this posts. We want to go ahead and add in our comments table. That's going to be comments table and then that's going to equal to comments table. Let's change this to comments, and that's going to be comments table. We then need to add in our upvotes table. So that's going to be post upvotes. And that will be equal to the post upvotes table. We need to add in comment upvotes. That's going to be equal to the comment upvotes table. And I think that's all of the tables that we have, but then you also need to import your relations as well. So for that, we need to go ahead and import the post relations. So that's going to be post relations, or for this one here, we'll simply import that as the post relations itself. I'll probably use the shorthand syntax here, I believe. Then we need to import the comment upvotes relations, the post upvotes relations. So that's going to be post upvotes relations, not the post router, sorry. Post upvotes relations. We need to import the user relations. So that's user relations. We didn't actually set any of them up. Okay, it looks like I didn't actually set up those user relations earlier. So let's go ahead and do that here. So that's going to be export const, and then here we'll do user relations. This is going to be equal to relations. This is going to be from the user table that we have defined above. These relations are going to be all many relations at the moment. And then this one here is just going to be a function. This function is going to return an object. Our first one is going to be the user's post. So that's just going to be a many. And that's going to be on the posts table like so. And then we'll also define the relation name here. And that needs to match what we set up before. So that's going to be author like so. The next one we're going to define is going to be comments. This is going to be the same thing. That's going to be many, but this is going to be from the comments table like this. Then we're going to set up the relation name again as author. Then we need to set up the post upvotes as well. So what has the user upvoted? So we do post upvotes. Here we'll do many, and that's going to be post upvotes table like so. And then again, we set up the relation name. Now I need to make sure we're using the same relation name we used earlier for the actual relations here. And that one here was the post upvotes table. So that's just post upvotes. Let's make sure we're using that in our auth.ts here. So relation name was just post upvotes in a string here. And then we also need to do the same for comment upvotes. And that's going to be comment upvotes like so. And that's going to be a many as well. And that's going to be comment upvotes like this. And then we'll go ahead and define the relation name. And I'm pretty sure that relationship name is going to be comment upvotes like this. So let's change that to comment upvotes. Let's go to comments.ts just to double check that. Yep, that is comment upvotes. And we can go ahead and save that auth file there. And we can go ahead and actually import this into the adapter and continue importing the rest of our relationships. So there we go. We can import user relations now. And I think that's everything imported. Or actually, we need comment relations there. And there we go. Now we should be able to query our schema here successfully. So if I do db.query, it should pick up the changes there. So now we can query any of these. So what we're going to do is we're going to say db.query.comments. And then on here, we can do a find many query. So on this find many here, what we're going to go ahead and do inside of here is define the query. Now this is going to get a little bit long. And that's because we need to go ahead and get all of the comments for a post. We need to handle sorting. We need to go ahead and add in some extra fields based on the author. We need to handle whether the comment has been upvoted. And we also need to attach some child comments to it as well if we want to get the nested comments. So you can see how this is going to be quite a long query. So do go ahead and stick with me. First thing we'll go ahead and do though is the where clause. So for this, we'll say where. We're going to go ahead and do an equals. We'll say the comments table and then .post ID here, and then we'll do ID. Next, what we'll do is we'll say is null. So again, we're only getting the top level comments for this first one, as we'll go ahead and attach the nested comments later. So this here is going to be comments table, and then .parent comment ID is null. So we're getting all of the posts or all of the comments where the post ID matches the ID of the post we're actually trying to get all the comments for, and we're only getting the top level comments. Next, let's handle the order by. So the order by here is simply going to be the sort order that we set up earlier. So that's going to be sort order. Then we need the limit. That's going to be limit. Then we need the offset. It's going to be the offset here. And then finally, we need a with. So this is so we can add in some extra information. So we need to add in our author link. So we say with author. So this is why we used relations, and this is how the powerful sort of query content, how the queries work in Drizzle. So when we have the author here, we say with author, and then we can select the columns that we actually want off of the author relationship. So this is essentially the user table. So for me, all I want is the username here, which is true. And then we also want the ID of true. Obviously be careful with this author relationship, as you don't want to be giving out your password hash. Even though it's hashed, you just don't want to be giving that out. It's just not going to be a good practice. Now that we've got that with there, so we've got the author one set up, we need to set up the comment upvotes one. So we do comment upvotes like so. Inside of here, we go ahead and we define this as columns. Now it looks like I've actually defined this in the wrong place. Yeah, I need to define this inside of the with. So it's going to be here. So it's going to be with and then comment upvotes. Then inside of here, what we're going to go ahead and do is add in the columns, and we're just going to add in a column here. The column that we want from comment upvotes is simply the user ID, and we just set that to true like so. Next, we need to go ahead and add a where clause to this with. So the where clause here is going to be where, and then we do equals. So what we're going to say here is where the comment upvotes table, and then .user ID. And what we'll do here is we're going to say where it's equal to the user.id that we have, or where it's equal to an empty string, which hopefully should never occur. Now, as I said with the post, essentially what we're doing is we're trying to get if the current logged in user has upvoted the comment, or if there isn't a current logged in user, just return false. So what this will do, if the user that is logged in has upvoted the post, it's going to set the comment upvote to a single array, or an array with one item in it with that user's user ID. Otherwise, it's just going to set it to an empty array, and we know that either the user isn't logged in or the user hasn't upvoted the post. The next thing we need to do is pretty much the exact same thing, but for the child comments nesting bit here. So what we do is we say child comments. Then here, what we're going to go ahead and do is we'll set up a limit. This limit here is going to be based on the include children query that we had earlier. We're either going to return 2 child comments per each comment, or we're going to return 0, obviously, if we aren't trying to return the actual comments. Next, we say with. On this with here, we're going to go ahead and get the exact same information out that we had here. So we need where author like so. So I'm actually just going to copy that with like this, or we need to do that inside of the with here. So let's copy the same values we have there. So we have with author, with comment upvotes, and then we have that where, and then that user ID. The other thing we want to attach as well, actually, in the comment upvotes is just make sure the limit is 1. And I'll do the same thing up here as well. So that's going to be limit 1. And then finally, what we need to do is also set up the ordering on the child comments to be the exact same. So where we have the comment upvotes here, we're going to want to set the order by. That's going to be order by, and that's going to be sort order like so. Or sort order like that. And that's going to be sorting out the comments. Let's say we've got the child comments here. I think I need to do this outside of the with here. So it's going to be order by, sort by. Then we also want some extra fields on each comment here. The extra fields we want are simply created at, as we're essentially going to be renaming the field just to make sure we can use our custom function here, which is that get ISO format date query. That's going to be on comments table dot created at like so. And then what we can go ahead and do is we can do a .as you need to do one of them for each created at, and we'll say .created and then underscore at like so. Let's go ahead and copy the extras that we've defined here, as we're also going to want to add these extras onto the actual query itself. Now it's getting very confusing with the deeply nested objects, so let's close the with there, let's add the extras there, and let's save that there. And there you go, that is your mega query to go ahead and get the comments for a post and include the nested comments and whether the user has upvoted it or not. So now all we need to do is go ahead and return this. For this, we can use our paginated response. Let's go ahead and say return c.json. This is going to be a paginated response like so. It's going to be a paginated response where the data is comment like this. And then finally, let's return the data here. This was an absolute mega endpoint here. So what we'll do inside of here, we'll return success, true, message, and then we'll say comments fetched. And then we'll go ahead and say data. This is going to be comments, and then as comments array, like so. As I said earlier, this is sort of just to help out Hono. Then we'll do pagination, and on the page here, we'll simply say the page that we're getting back. Then we'll do total pages, and this is going to equal to the math.ceil, and then in here we'll do count.count divided by the limit, and again we can say as number, and finally set all of this to a 200 request, and let's go ahead and test out this endpoint now. So let's go to Insomnia, let's go ahead and create a new endpoint on this request here. That's going to be a get request to localhost 3000/API/post/comments like so, or /1/comments, and then a get request if we hit send. There we go, we got comments fetched, and this is all of the comments for the post with ID 1 there. As you can see, we've got that pagination there with the page of 1 and total pages. As I said, we don't yet have the logic to actually create a nested comment. We'll go ahead and set that up in a bit. The final endpoint we need to create for posts themselves is just getting an individual post and the data off of that. So we'll do a get request for that. So let's head back to our code here. At the end of all of this, we can simply do .get. On this get here, we can simply say it's going to be / and then ID using a colon here. Then what we'll do here is we'll do a Z validator like so. On this Z validator, we're going to go ahead and say param. And then here we'll say Z.object. And this object here is going to have a coerced ID. So that's going to be ID where it's Z.coerce.number like so. And then finally, with that, we'll go ahead and then actually run the logic here. So outside of this comment, we need to do our async. We'll get the context out as C. And then there we go. We can say const user here. And this user is going to equal C.get. And then finally, user like so. Now what we need to go ahead and do is actually get the post. As I said, what we're doing for the user there is we're simply just checking if they've updated the post or upvoted the post, sorry. We'll get the ID out, so that's going to be c.request.valid and then params like so. Then we can go ahead and get the actual post itself. So the post query is simply going to be const and then post query. This is going to equal db, and we're just going to go back to a select for this. We're going to do db.select. Now remember, do not await this. What we're doing here is defining the post query. That's because we're going to do that logic that we did before when we were getting all of the posts, but we're going to be doing that logic on a single post for whether the user has upvoted it. Now, actually saying that, what we could go ahead and do is we could actually scroll up here to where we were getting all of the posts. So that was this bit here. And we could go ahead and actually copy in this logic if we wanted to. As this here was db.select, all we're going to be doing on this is essentially doing a different where clause. So if I go ahead and copy this post query that we set up in the get request for all of them, we want to copy in the post query and the if user bit here. Let's go ahead and copy all of this here. That's going to save us writing out that massive sort of query again. Let's scroll down to the bottom here. Let's change the post query here, or post query. So where we have post query, we need to remove a few things off of this. What we don't need is we don't need anything like the offset, limit, or order by, as we're not doing anything with pagination. And then also with the where clause here, all we need to go ahead and do is change this to a single where clause where it equals. And then what we need to change is make sure that it's the post table .id is equal to the ID of the post that we're actually requesting. Now we've got the if user, I believe this logic is all correct. And I think that should be the post query set up there. Going to go ahead and just close that there to make sure it's a bit cleaner. And then underneath if user here, we can simply say const, and then we do post within an array here. That's going to equal to await post query, like so. And now that we've got that, we can simply say if there wasn't a post. So this means it's failed because obviously it hasn't been able to get the post. So we'll throw the 404. So here we can say throw new HTTP exception. Here we'll throw the 404 with the message. The message here is going to be post not found, like so. And then we can go ahead and actually return the data as well if everything was a success. So it's going to be return c.json. Inside of here, we're going to have a success response like so. Inside of here, we're going to have a single post. And then finally, we can go ahead and return the data with a success. That's going to be true, a message. That's going to be post fetched. And then finally, we can go ahead and add in the data. And that's going to be post. Again, I'm just going to make sure that this is actually typed correctly with as post. And we'll set this to a 200 response explicitly. There we go. That is all of the post route set up there. Now let's go ahead and fix some of these errors up here. Most of them are probably just going to be related to the fact that it wants me to explicitly say I'm importing a type, and we're not using that import anymore. I can go ahead and save that. But the last one we do need to check is just make sure that our endpoint for getting an individual post is working. So in Insomnia, let's go ahead and click add a HTTP request here. Let's do localhost 3000/API/posts/1, hit send, and we should see the post information for post 1 coming through. There we go. That is all working, and that's all of our API endpoints working. The last thing I actually might want to do is just check that if I sign out, so if I go to one of my GET requests down here, I believe this was this GET request for here. If I log out, let's go ahead and actually try and create a comment, and we get unauthorized. Let's try ahead and create a post, unauthorized. And let's go ahead and do the create a post there. That last one was actually upvote. And you can see there it's all unauthorized. So that middleware is working correctly. So back in Visual Studio Code then, let's go ahead and commit everything that I just did here. This is going to go ahead and be step 6. And we'll save this as the post route like so. And we'll commit that all. So what we're going to move on to now is creating the comments route. And this is just going to be for creating nested comments and also fetching them as well. And this is the last route that we're going to be needing here. So this one here is going to be called comments.ts. It's going to be pretty similar to the post one. That's just going to be export const, and then we call this comments router like so. This is going to be equal to no Hono, and then we do the import, and we import context as well from our file like so. And then finally, we can do a post request. So the first thing we're going to do is add a post request for creating a nested comment. So remember, since we're doing this within the comments here, this is going to be simply to a post request to /ID, since we need the comment ID that we're trying to comment on. Then we're going to go ahead and make sure the user is logged in. Then we're going to go ahead and set up our validators. And obviously our first validator, similar to how we've done before, is going to be for the param. And that's just going to go ahead and make sure the ID here is actually a number. That's going to be z or .object. That's going to be a ID. And that's going to be z.coerce.number, like so. And then the next Zod validator we're going to do as well is, since this is a comment of a comment, is we're also going to add in the comment validation to make sure that the form data is coming through correctly. And for that, we can use the same schema we used in creating a post comment. And that's going to be create comment schema there. And then finally here, we can do async C. And then we can go ahead and then set this equal to the function. And there we go. We'll save that and that will format that for us. Let's go ahead and make sure we're importing this correctly. And we'll also change this import up here while we're here to import type like so. Let's go ahead and add in this logic then. So the first bit we're going to want to do is let's just get out the information from the request like we've done countless times before now. That's going to be c.request.valid. This one here is going to be from the param. Then we're also going to need the const, and then we'll say content here. Or not content. This is equal to c.request.valid, and then this one here is going to be equal to the form. Next, what we need to do is go ahead and then get out the user as well. So c.get and then user like so, and then we use the exclamation mark here as we've added that middleware to check that they do exist. Now we're going to be using a transaction for all of this again, just because it's super helpful to undo everything if, for example, the post doesn't exist or if something went wrong. And this is because we're updating multiple things, as we need to update the comment count on the parent comment, and we also need to update the comment itself in the database. So to do this, I'll simply say await db.transaction. Then inside of this transaction, it's just an async function with tx there. And then inside of this async function is where we run our logic. So the first one is we need to go ahead and get the parent comment. So this is the ID essentially. This is the comment for the ID that we sent through, as this comment should now exist. So parent comment is going to equal to await db.select. What we're going to select on this is we only need a few bits of information. We're going to select the comments table. So we need to go ahead and actually import that. That's going to be comments table .id like so. We need the post ID off of that as well. So we're going to do comments table .post ID. And we're also going to want the depth as well, as we need to increment that too. So that's going to be comments table and then .depth like so. Let's go ahead and save that so it formats. Now that we've got that, we can go ahead and do .from. This is going to be from the comments table, of course, that we're actually selecting all of this information from. And then we'll do a .where clause as well. And then the .where clause is going to have our equals clause in it. And we're going to make this where the comments table ID is equal to the ID of our API route. So make sure we're updating the import there. And finally, we'll do a limit of 1, as there should only be 1 comment for a parent comment ID. Now I need to make sure this is actually using TX there, and we'll save that. Now that we've got that logic there, we can go ahead and actually throw if the parent comment doesn't exist. So we can say if not parent comment, and this just means that there's been an error and the parent comment ID isn't correct. So we'll do new HTTP exception 404, and as you're used to, we'll simply send through a message, and this is going to be for comment not found, like so. And we'll save that like that. Now underneath here, we know that it exists, so we can actually extract the post ID now. So post ID here is going to equal parent comment ID dot post ID. This is just so we can go ahead and actually get the information off of the table there. So we'll do post ID equals parent comment dot ID. Now at the moment it's throwing an error here. I believe that is because parent comment is coming back as any at the moment. I haven't imported DB up here, so let's go ahead and import that from the adapter. There we go, that should solve the error for us there. I was a little bit worried there, but there we go. Now we can go ahead and say const. Now we're going to go ahead and update the parent comment. So this is how we're updating the count of the comment. This is going to be await tx.update from comments table, like so, .set, and then in the set here, we update the comment count. We're going to update the comment count with a SQL query just to increment by 1 here. So we import SQL from Drizzle there. And then here we go ahead and do our template. And then we say comments table dot comment count. And then the comment count, we go ahead and increment that by 1. So that's going to be add 1 like so. Going to go ahead and save that so that formats. What we want to do is make sure we've got the where clause as well. So in the where clause, we're going to do the equals. And this is just going to be to check that the comments table.id is equal to our parent comment.id now. So that's going to be the parent comment.id, and we'll save that as well. And then finally, we also want to return some information off of this, as I want to return the new comment count that we got back. So we can say new comment count, or we can return the information of comment count, and that's going to equal to comments table dot and then comment count like so. So there we go. So this updated parent comment now should add in the comment count has been updated by 1 as we're adding a new comment. But now we actually need to go ahead and update the post as well. As on the post with the comment count, what I actually do with that count is the comment count is going to include all of the comments that have been created, whether they're nested or not, as this sort of mimics the way that HackerNews does it as well. When you see the total comment count, it's all of the comment counts, including nested ones. So let's go ahead and update the post here. So we'll do const updated post. This is going to be equal to the transaction again, so it's going to be await tx. Then what we'll do is I'm actually just going to go ahead and copy this logic from the parent here. Let's actually move this down here. Let's change this to update post. There's going to be the tx there. I've actually pasted this in the wrong area by the looks of it. Sorry, let's go ahead and get rid of that and then paste that down here. So updated post, we're going to update from post table, and then it's going to be the comment count, and then it's going to be from the post table dot comment count plus 1 where, and then this where clause here is where the post table dot id and equals the parent comment. But this one here is going to be the actual post ID, and we extracted this earlier here. So that's going to be post ID. And then finally comments this one again, make sure this is using the new post table, like so. So that's now updated the post with the new comment count. Next, what we can say is we can actually check if one of these has failed. So if we fail to update the parent comment, so I need to do an if clause here, not a const, sorry. So if the parent comment update has failed, or it doesn't exist, or if the updated post method has failed, so we'll do updated post here, we can go ahead and throw a new exception like we've done before. So we'll do throw new exception, or throw new HTTP exception, and then we'll throw a 404. And what we'll do here is say message, and in the message I'll say error creating comment. I'm a little less specific with this error message as we don't know in particular what it's for. Now it looks like I've got some extra brackets there, so let's just delete them. So there we go. Once we know that we've actually have updated the post here, we can actually now insert the comment itself into the comments table. To do that, we'll simply just go ahead and do a return. This is so we can get the information back from our transaction. This is going to be tx and then .insert like so. On the insert, we're going to do the comments table. So we're inserting into our comments table. Then we do .values. So this is the values that we're going to be adding. We're going to add a few values in here. The first one is simply going to be the content. Then we're going to add in the user ID. That's going to be equal to user.id. Then we add in the post ID. That's going to be equal to the post ID that we got earlier. Then we add in the parent comment ID. That's going to be equal to parent comment.id just to make sure that it is the one that we had from earlier. Next, we also need the depth as well. And finally, for the depth, we do parent comment.depth, and then we'll add +1 as well, since we're simply going to be inserting that. Now, what we need to do is a .returning, since we want this information to come back once we've inserted it. What I want to come back is going to be ID. That's going to be comments table. .id like so. We want the user ID to come back, and it's going to be user ID or comments table. .user ID. We want the post ID. We want the content. We want the points. We want the depth. We want the parent comment ID. So it's parent comment ID there. That's going to be comments table dot parent comment ID. And then we'll do created at like so. So it's going to be created at. This one here is going to be our function. So that's going to be get ISO format date query comments table and then dot created at like so. And then we're also going to want to make sure we're doing the as clause on here to make it equal to created underscore at like so. And then finally, the last one is going to be comment count. So that's going to be comment count. And this one here is going to be comments table dot comment count like so. Let's go ahead and save all of that. Now, underneath all of this, then we can go ahead and know our transaction has completed. So if I just minimize this up here, as you can see, we have the comment here, and that's the one that we've just created. So we know that's being created, and that's underneath these brackets here. We can simply go ahead and return this now. So that's going to be C, and that's going to be a success response. We'll make this of type comment, and then we can return our JSON data, a success of true, a message of comment created. We can go ahead and add in the data. Now again, for the data, what we'll do is we'll add in the comment itself, but then we need to attach some additional things here to make it equal to the actual structure of our comment type. So that's going to be child comments here. Comment upvotes is going to be an empty array, since all of this is a brand new comment. And then we'll also add in author here, and author can be username, and that's going to be user.username. And then we'll add in ID as well, and that'll be the user and .id like so. And then finally, all of this is just going to be equal to a comment, just to make sure that Hono picks that up correctly. So there we go. We have the logic to create a comment now. So let's go ahead and test out our API endpoint. Again, let me just run my bun dev server. I'll close it and start it up again. Let's go ahead and create a new folder in here now for comments. So if I go ahead and create a new folder, let's call this one comments. And then inside of here, I need to make a new post request. First, I do want to get an actual comment for one of our posts, and I also need to log in. So if I go back to one of my post requests for login, I believe that's sign up. So this is my login one. Let's go ahead and log in Insomnia here, and let's go to a get request here to get the comments, just so I can see an ID of one of the comments, and I believe the ID is just 1. And then on ID here, we can go ahead and create a new comment. Let's do localhost 3000/API/comments. I have again forgotten to add the route actually, so let's go back to VS Code. Let's go back to our index.ts. I've done this twice now. In the index.ts, let's go ahead and add in the actual route here. So that's going to be .route. There's going to be /comment like so, or /comments, and then it's going to be comments router like this. And let's save that and then jump back into Insomnia. So it's going to be API/comments/1, and we want to do a post request to that. If I hit send now, we should see the Zod validation issue as I haven't added in the form data. Let's add in the form data, and that's simply content, and we can just say hello world again, like so, and I'll hit send. And we see that we have a comment created. It's got an ID of 2 as it's the second comment in our database, but you can see it's got a parent comment ID of 1, so it's a nested comment, and it's also got that depth of 1 there. This is a good time now to actually test the nested comments here. If I go ahead and hit send, you see child comments at the moment is currently an empty array. But if we go ahead and change the params on this here to include children, so for that you can say include children like so, and we'll just equal to true here and hit send. You can see it now includes the top level comment and then also the child comments array as well. And it would include up to 2 of these. So there we go, we have created a nested comment. So let's go ahead and add our next API endpoint, which is going to be to upvote a nested comment. So back in VS Code then, let's go to our comments here. At the end of all of this, we want to continue this chain. This is going to be a post request. This post request here is going to be the same as we've done countless times before. This is going to have an ID, and then it's going to have an upvote. It's going to go ahead and make sure that we're logged in, so we'll add in our middleware there. And then we're also going to add in a Zod validator here, and that's going to be for the param itself, so that's param. And again, like we've done, it's going to be an object that's going to have an ID, like so. And that ID is just going to be a z.coerce.number, like this. And then finally, we can go ahead and add in an async, like so. This is going to be async C. This is going to go ahead and equal the logic for our actual endpoint. Let's do the same thing we've done before. Let's get out the ID. So that's going to be c.request.valid, and then that's going to be from the param, like so. Looks like, again, I've done this same thing I've done countless times. I can never get that comma in the right place. It's a comma after here, so we do that there. There we go. That's fixed that issue there. Let's get the user as well. So it's going to be user. This is going to go ahead and equal to c.get and then user. And we can go ahead and make sure that this has an exclamation mark, as we know the user does actually exist here. And we'll do the same thing that we actually did for the upvoting of a post. So for this, I actually might go ahead and just copy in the post upvote endpoint. So if I go down to where we have a post upvote, let's go ahead and see where we had the post request. I believe that was this one up here. So let's go ahead and copy in this post endpoint here. If I now change this to comments, so we actually can get rid of what we just did there. Let's paste this in. As I realized, we can sort of duplicate this logic here. So we have ID upvote. We have the same thing we had before. We have the points change. What we need to change here is we can say the comments upvotes table. So we need to check if there's an existing upvote. Make sure we're importing the correct things here. So we can't find a name but we can fix that in a bit. So that's going to be comment upvotes table. And then this one here is going to be .comment ID. And then again, comment upvotes table, and then .user ID, that's the same thing. Seems like it won't be importing and for us, so we need to go ahead and import that from Drizzle ORM, like so. Scroll all the way back down to our post, and then what we should see here, existing endpoint updated. So we need to actually update the comments table here. We need to update the post from the comments table. We need to update it where the comments table. Essentially, all we're doing is we're just ripping out the post table in place for the comments table for this API endpoint. And we'll say comment not found as well if this 404s. Just making sure I have caught every instance of the post table up here. Yes, I have. So finally down here, if there is an existing upvote, we'll go ahead and we'll delete it. So that'll be comments table. Or actually, that'll be comments upvote table, sorry. So that'll be comments upvote table, like so. And then we'll also go ahead and put that in here, comments upvote table. And finally, the last entry, I believe, is here. And the values we want out are actually the comment ID and the user ID. And there we go, we are returning the updated points. And we can simply say here, the comment is updated. And then we also have that is upvoted check as well, like we did previously. But we actually need to change this a little bit since the comment logic is a little bit different here. Now for this, what we're going to go ahead and do is this is all correct where it has the comment ID and user ID. We're going to change this is upvoted boolean to match the way we did for comment upvotes. What that's going to look like is it's going to say comment upvotes. This will make a lot more sense, as I said, if we're on the front end. This is simply going to be a user ID. This is going to have a number, and then as I said, this is going to be an array like so. So if I go ahead and save that. Now in my data, all I need to do is change this here. What we'll do is we'll say comment upvotes. This is going to equal if the points change. So if points change is 1, like so, we'll make this equal to an array. And then inside of this array, we're simply going to add in the user ID of the user.id. Otherwise, what we'll set it to is an empty array, like so. Let's not do that. That will be an empty array like that. That seems to be an error here, as I think I haven't closed something out properly, or I've closed it a bit too early here. So it's that bit there that's not needed. And we need to attach that there. So there we go. That's what your logic should look like for this. We should have the data of common upvotes there. At the moment, it seems to be throwing an error with us, the TypeScript error. That might be because it thinks it can't be an empty. I know user ID is not a number. User ID is a string here. Let's go ahead and save that. So there we go. As you can see, the reason I did this here is to mimic the way that I set up comment upvoting. As I said, this will make a lot more sense when you get to the front end, and it was two different ways to do things. We had the query, or we had the left joins on the select, and it just means we have to handle how we detect if the current logged in user upvoted a post in a different manner. Let's go ahead and actually test out this endpoint now then though. So we go over to Insomnia. Remember, this is for a nested comment. So we're going to be upvoting a comment with the ID of 2 here. So let's create a new request. Let's create it as a post request. That's going to be a post request. That's going to be to localhost 3000/API/comments/ and then we'll do the ID, which was 2. And we can go ahead and hit enter, or actually a /upvote as well. So like so, and we'll hit send. And you can see, as I saw there, it sometimes hangs, and that's because I have to restart my button dev server for some reason. I don't know if that's specific to my machine. Let's hit send again. You see there we've got comment updated, and the comments upvotes have been updated. If I now go ahead and go down to where we had the nested comments and hit enter, you see that we've also got a comment count of 0 here, and we've also got points of 1, which means it has counted that upvote in this nested comment. But now we need to actually add in the route as well to go ahead and get the nested comments for a comment. So that's going to be a get request that we're setting up next. And I believe that is actually the last endpoint that we need to set up for the backend of our HackerNews application. So let's head over to VS Code. Inside of here at the bottom of this, we can go ahead and do a get request. This get request is just going to have / and then ID / comments. So we're getting all of the comments of a comment. This is going to have the Zod validator again for the params. So we can go ahead and actually just copy this in from an earlier one. So let me just copy in this Zod validator here. So we've defined this countless times before. So we can do Zod validator here like so. Now that we've got that, we can go ahead and just set up the function then. So it's going to be async c like so. Then we'll go ahead and set this equal to the logic that we need. Now inside of here, we'll do the same thing we've done before. We'll get the user, const user equals c.get, and then this is going to be user. Now user here can be null, as I said, because we aren't, if they're logged in, we want to show that they have upvoted the comment. If they're not logged in, we still want to show comments. Next, we'll go ahead and get the ID out, c.request.valid, and then that's going to be from the param. And then we want to get some of the pagination logic out as well. So this one here is going to be limit, page, sort by, and then order. And this is going to equal c.request.valid. And then from here, it's going to be from the query to make sure that the query string is valid there. And hit save there. Now it looks like I actually didn't put in the pagination schema for that. So let's go ahead and do Zod validator on that. So we need to add in the middleware for that. That'll be a Z validator like so. This is just going to be query. And then it's going to be pagination schema like this. And there we go. We should be able to get the information out correctly. Yep, there we go. Now we need to define the offset. Now the offset here, I also need to add the comment in correctly here, or comma. The offset here is simply going to equal page -1 and then times the limit again. Now we need to set up the sort columns as well, like we did before. So it's going to be sort by column, if that's equal to, and then we'll say points, const sort by column, sorry, is going to equal sort by, if that's equal to points. We're going to go ahead and set this to comments table dot points. Otherwise, we'll set it to comments table dot created at, like so. Then we also need the order, so const sort order. This is going to equal to, and then we'll say if the order is equal to, and then we'll say description, like so. We'll go ahead and then we'll do, description is descending. We'll go ahead and do descending on the sort by column. So it's going to be on sort by column. Otherwise, it's going to be ascending on the sort by column, like so. And let's make sure we're updating the imports for this. So let's update those there. And there we go. We can now go ahead and get the count out, which we're going to need for the pagination. So for that, we do const count. Again, very similar to how we did this one for the posts. For this, we say db.select. Then on here, what we'll select is we'll select the count, we'll select count distinct, and then inside of this count distinct, we'll select the comments table.id like so. Now that we've got that, we can go ahead and do our where clause. So firstly, actually we need the from clause, so that's going to be from comments table itself. And then we can do the .where clause here, and the .where clause is going to have to be EQ from Drizzle, and then that's going to be comments table. Now what we'll do here is .parent comment ID is equal to ID like so, as this again is for nested comments, and we want to get all of the comments on the top level comment essentially. It's a little bit confusing as we get nested here, but this is what you want, trust me. Let's go ahead and do const comments here. This is going to go ahead and be another large query, but what we can actually go ahead and do, if we go back to where we had the posts, if I now go ahead and get a single comment, or where we had the get comments request, so that was this one here. If I go ahead and copy this entire sort of query that we have for find many here, if we now paste this into our comments route here, so const comments, let's just paste this in as this query here. All we're going to do on this is we're simply going to go ahead and remove this child comments with, like so, and I believe that is everything that we need. Let's just correct the import here to update the is null there, and then comments should be coming back as all of that. And we're not going to have any nested comments or nested comments on a nested comment essentially. That's why I went ahead and removed that with there. So there we go, that bit there is done, and we can actually return this now as our paginated data. So I need to go ahead and underneath here, we can go ahead and set up a return. That's going to be c.json paginated response. That's going to be a comment array now, since we're doing a paginated loaded data. And then in here we can say success. Obviously this is true. Message, and then we'll say comments fetched. And then finally we can go ahead and do data. And then the data here is going to be equal to comments as comment array. And then the pagination here, and pagination is going to equal to page, and then total pages. And we'll do the math.ceiling again on this. So that'll be math.ceil count.count like so, divided by the limit. And then we can again make sure this is as number, as I had some issues with Hono detecting the type correctly there. Let's scroll up to the top now and fix a few of these issues. Some of them are going to be obviously the type imports that we've been having throughout this sort of process. Let's go ahead and correct these to the types here. Let's go ahead and save that, and let's test that final new endpoint that we just created. So we go ahead and create a new GET request. This one is going to be on localhost 3000. Now what this one was actually doing was getting the comments of a nested comment. So we actually need to create a new comment, which is on comment 2. So we hit send here, and we'll do that twice. Let's go ahead and go to comments now. We're going to do /API/comments/ and then it was comment 2 that we want to get the nested comments for. And if we hit /comments on that, I believe, there we go. We get the comments for comment 2. Although at the moment it is returning empty, which I believe it should have some values. So let me just go ahead and check the endpoint that we created down here. I think this may have been because I posted this in, so the equals clause might be a little bit different. I think I need to make sure that I'm using the parent comment ID. So where we have our where clause here, yes, I need to get rid of this where clause here from the is null. And I need to make sure it's not comments table.id. It's actually comments table.parent comment ID. Let's save that. Let's head back to Insomnia, see if that's fixed things. Let's hit send here. There you go. You can see that when we actually hit send, we're getting the nested comments now. So where we had a comment, which was comment 2, this was the hello world comment. We then added 2 more comments that are nested underneath that comment. Again, this is going to make a lot more sense if you see it on the front end in sort of that tree structure. But there we go. That is actually the back end sort of complete there. There's going to be a couple of cleaning up things that we need to do, and I'll do that in the next step. But I'll go ahead and commit all of this here. And this is just going to be step 7. And then we'll just say comments route like so. And we'll hit commit. There's going to be a few things that we need to clean up when we actually go ahead and try and deploy this, as we're going to want to be serving some static files. But for now, this is essentially the backend in Hono here. And again, we can go ahead and fix some of these errors with the is null up here like so. But let's move on now to the actual front end. Now, in this next step, we're going to be using some concepts from Tanstack Router. I can't begin to explain all of the concepts that Tanstack Router has and all of its features. As you can see here on the sidebar with guide, it's really long and it has a load of powerful features. But let's explain the ones that we're going to be using in this step. So we're going to be using file-based routing. Now, you may be familiar with that from things like Next.js. Essentially, when you create a file like about, the path name you need to go to on your website is simply going to be /about, and that component is going to house all of that logic there. You can see the reason you may want to do this is it's really simple. You have really good organization. You have nice code splitting. And here in Tanstack Router as well, you have really nice type safety. What we can actually do though is see these directory routes, as we're going to explain these in a bit. But essentially you have the __ root. Now you need that in all of your applications. This is the root level component. This wraps all of your pages and essentially your entire application. Then you can create a page like index.tsx, and you can see this is going to be the slash path. So if I went to example.com, this is actually going to be the path that renders out. Then you create a file like about.tsx, that's going to create a slash about path. The bit that I do want to show you though, firstly, is these nested folders. So you could create a posts folder and essentially put an index.tsx in that. Then the path is going to be slash posts, similar to this one. But then what this allows you to do is put in more components in here. So you can have something like post ID, and that we can create a path like slash posts and then slash post ID. Next bit I do want to explain though is the underscore prefix here. So we have underscore layout as a folder here, and you see it doesn't have a path attached to it. Essentially what you do with underscore layout and then the underscore layout path as well, is it just goes ahead and creates a layout component that's going to apply to all of the pages that you then put in, or all of the files that you then put into this folder here. So you can see the component layout here. We have layout a.tsx. That's then going to be nested underneath the root, then underneath this layout component, and then underneath a layout a there. This is really useful for things if you wanted to set up like authenticated routes. You can go ahead and create an underscore auth folder, and we'll do that a bit later in this tutorial as well. The other feature of Tanstack Router we'll be using is that great support for the search parameters. Now, search parameters are the OG state manager, as they say up here. You've probably seen them around different websites and may have implemented them yourself before. But essentially, if you're on a URL, say you're on the posts, you could then do something like page equals 3 to let the user know they are on page 3, and that's how you store the state. The reason you want to do this is obviously if the user goes ahead and bookmarks that page, or they share a link with their friend, it should take them to exactly the screen they're looking at. So it should be on page name, or if you shared it with a filter, for example, so say you were shopping and then you found something you wanted on a search page, you send that to a friend, you want them to get that exact page you're looking at, so you store that filter name on the URL. And again, that's going to happen if you refresh or navigate back to. The reason these probably haven't been implemented in the past very well is it's actually traditionally quite hard to do, as you need to go ahead and pass what you get from the URL, you need to pass the types of that, and you need to add in TypeScript support as well if you're using TypeScript. So it's been a little complex to do before. At the moment, what you can see is that Tanstack Router has JSON first search params. What this allows us to do is down here, say we wanted a link to our shop page, you can then go ahead and define your search params as a JavaScript object here. So you can say page index is a number. Other great feature that's going to come out of the box as well is Tanstack's going to know exactly what search parameters you can actually take for a page and what type they should be in. So this is going to have full TypeScript support to let you know that one of these was wrong if we put in sort of the wrong format. Now we're going to scroll down to where the Zod validator is, as that's how we're going to be doing our search parameters. What we go ahead and see down here is we define a search schema for our sort of validation. So we say, let's say on our search URL, we want a page number, we want a filter, and we also want the sort. You can go ahead and create a Zod schema for that, and it will successfully pass that in this validate search function. We'll take a look at implementing that in a bit. But the bit I do want to point out as well is simply the fallback value down here. So when we do create a schema, we're going to be importing this fallback function from the router Zod adapter, which we're about to install. Essentially what this fallback will do is say we wanted a number, we'll make it a default of 1, but say someone put in A, for example, as the page in the URL, the fallback is going to go ahead and say, okay, we want 1 instead of what they've done. So essentially if there's an error with the validation, the fallback then sets the value as a default, which is why you see we've got fallback here, 1, and then a default of 1 as well. Let's go ahead and implement all of this in. So to get started with creating the front end, we're simply going to run bun create, and this is going to be at tanstack/router, like so. Hit enter on this, enter the project name. We're going to call ours front end since we want the folder name to be called front end in this structure here. Let me go ahead and collapse all of this just so it can be clearer. Let's hit enter. We're going to be using V as our bundler here. We'll go ahead and hit enter on this. And you see we get our new front end folder. And we can also go ahead and do bun run dev. So we're going to go cd front end, and then we'll do bun run dev like so. Hit enter on that and our website will load up. Let's go ahead and take a look at what this looks like. By default, we have the home route, and then we have an about route as well. And we also get the really awesome Tanstack Router dev tools. This is going to be super helpful if you're trying to debug why something has matched sort of a specific route, and a load of other different things with data, what the query parameters are, just a load of cool things that you can find out about why Tanstack Router has loaded the route the way it has and done certain things. Really cool that it comes out of the box with these dev tools like so. I'm going to go ahead and open this up side by side so that I can show you the application while we're making code changes. So there you go with that opened up side by side. Let's take a look at the structure of our front end folder here. If we go into our front end folder, you'll see that we have sort of the index.html, which is just the basic page of how this is all going to be attached with V. But if we go into source here, we have the main.tsx. This is where we create the router using Tanstack Router. Obviously, this code has been provided for us by our starter there. And you can see we also have the router provider, which is the one that's actually attaching itself to the root element of our DOM there. Now inside of routes here, what we have is we have the index page. So this one is the bit that's saying welcome home on this screen here. And you see at the moment, this is just a div with padding 2, but we do have a nav bar up here. We click about as well. It's the same story. That's just a div with about, but again, we have this nav bar. That's because __ root here is essentially acting like a layout component. So this is where you go ahead and define the navigation bar. So that is this div here. And then you have the outlet here, which is going to render anything else that it needs to, or what's next sort of in its rendering tree. And finally, it also has the Tanstack Router dev tools as well. As I said, it's super awesome that it comes out of the box with this like so. I'm actually going to go ahead and just change this position here to bottom left and save that. That's because I'm going to be adding in React Query dev tools later as well, and they go down on the bottom right. What we're going to do now is simply install React Query. What you need to make sure though, when we're installing these now, you need to make sure you're always in the front end folder. So be in the front end folder when we're installing any of these things that we're about to install. Otherwise, it's going to install them sort of on your server package.json, and that is not where we want them. So if we do bun add, this one here is going to be at tanstack/react-query. And we'll hit enter on that. That's going to go ahead and install that. Now we need to set up a query client. Actually, first what we'll do is we'll install the dev tools. So that's going to be bun add and then -d for a developer dependency, Tanstack, and then this is going to be /react-query-dev tools like so. And we'll hit enter on that. Now what we're going to do is go to our main.tsx. Above where we have this router here, we're going to be creating a React query client. To do that, you simply say const query client equals new, and then query client like so. Now that we've got that, let's go ahead and make sure we're importing this. That's going to be import, and that will be query client. And this one here is going to be from, and then Tanstack React Query. So that's at Tanstack React Query. And we'll go ahead and save that. So query client is how we sort of handle all of our data fetching and everything, or all of our queries within Tanstack Query. The next thing we're going to do is actually link this with Tanstack Router though. So by default, Tanstack React Router does actually come with a load of cool options out of the box for data loading, caching, and various things like this. But essentially what we want to tell it is we don't want to use this. We want to be using React Query. That's because React Query is obviously a little bit more powerful since the library itself is sort of focused around this. So we need to turn off essentially Tanstack Router's options for having a cache and deciding the stale time of our data and different things like that. The only option you actually need to do for that out of the box is to change the default preload stale time to 0. It's going to be default preload stale time. This is going to be set to 0. Now I'll explain this a bit later, but essentially for each of our routes, say we want some data on our homepage, you can define a loader. This is essentially what's going to help us configure how we want to preload our information and sort of make sure we're loading the data before we're loading in all of our components, just to do it in a nice and efficient way. What we're saying here is we don't want Tanstack Router to handle any of the caching or anything based on data fetching. We want to use Tanstack Query. So as I said, that's why we set this default preload stale time to 0, and that sort of just turns off that feature. The next thing we can do though is we can go ahead and pass the query client to the Tanstack Router context here. So what we'll do is we'll say context, and that is query client. You'll see this a bit later, but essentially what this allows us to do is outside of using sort of React hooks, since we don't have access to the React hooks within the loaders that you'll see that we'll use a little bit later, we can pass through the query client as context, and we have access to this context from every route definition that we create. So if I go to one of the homepage ones, so say the index, what we can actually do on here is we can define a loader, and within this function here, we now have access to the query client. Let's go back to our main.tsx then, or the route __root.tsx. I think we were in the main.tsx, sorry. So now that we're in here, let's go ahead and wrap everything in a query client provider now. At the top here, let's just go ahead and import that. That's going to be query client provider, like so. And then down here, we're going to wrap the router provider in a component. And this one here is simply going to be what we just imported. That's the query client provider. And then you want to make sure you're passing it the query client that we created. So it's going to be query client like so. And then finally, we'll go ahead and then put this on the entire sort of application here, and we'll wrap that there and save that, and that will format that. The last thing we'll do is in our root.tsx, where we have the Tanstack Router DevTools, let's go ahead and add in the React Query DevTools. So we can say React Query DevTools, and then this one here is just going to be self-closing like so, and it looks like it's not going to import that for us. That's a bit annoying. Let's go ahead and do import, and this is going to be React Query DevTools, and this here is going to be coming from, and that's at Tanstack/React Query DevTools. And we'll go ahead and save that. And what you see is we get this nice new DevTool up here. And this one here is handling all of our data fetching. And we can see using the DevTools here, a load of different information about whether the data is stale, whether it's been refetched, why it was refetched. As I said, Tanstack comes with a really awesome developer experience there with these DevTools to help us debug our applications. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm simply going to change some of my Tailwind configuration here, and we'll also set up the Vite configuration. At the moment, these options are quite nice, but we need to add in a couple new features. One of them is simply going to be base URL here. We're going to set that to be dot. And then finally, we're also going to add in the paths. So this one here is simply going to be paths. And then for paths here, we're going to add in, similar to how we did for the backend, we're going to add in the route to the @/shared path. So that's going to be @/shared and then asterisk like so, and this is going to capture everything within, and then we need to go one file up to find our shared folder, and that's going to be shared/start like that. I explained at the start of the backend code essentially why we're doing this, and you'll see around the application as well why we do this, as it just helps us write our imports a lot better instead of doing a load of nested sort of levels up with the .. notation. Next one we'll do is we'll do the @ and then /* like so. And then we'll also go ahead and add in .. and this one here is going to be source and then an asterisk like that. Now that we've got that though, there is going to be a problem when we use this import style, and that's going to be that Vite actually doesn't understand them. To fix that though, we can go to our Vite config. Inside of our Vite config, we need to go ahead and add in a resolver, or resolve. We add in resolve here. Then we add in alias like so, and then we go ahead and define the aliases that we just set up in the TypeScript config in our Vite config here. So the first one is going to be that @/shared root like so. First, we need to go ahead and import path though. So we'll import path from, and that's just going to be from path itself. Now that we've got that, we can go ahead and say our shared route here is going to point to, and this is going to be path.resolve. And then it's going to be __ directory name like so. And then we'll put where we're going from here. So that's going to be .. and then shared like so, as we're just going one level up in our folder. Next, we also need to do the same one for the @path. So we'll do @ here. This is going to be path.resolve. And then what we'll say is __ directory name. And then finally /source like so. And we'll go ahead and save that. Now there's another really important bit that we need to add to our Vite config, and that is a server proxy. Essentially, at the moment, our application is on localhost 3001, and if we wanted to do anything with the API, that was on localhost 3000. But we can do a cool trick using a Vite server proxy here to actually essentially put our API at localhost 3001/API, and then we have access to all of the backend routes. And this is super helpful when we're in development, as we don't have to worry about any cause errors or anything like that, as essentially all of the requests are coming from the same URL. And you'll see what we mean in a bit. But all we need to do is define a server key on here. We need to add in a proxy. We're going to proxy the /API route. So anything at /API here, we want anything that goes to /API within our front end application to actually target. And then we're going to set this one here to HTTP localhost 3000, or whatever you did for your backend sort of application. Obviously, this needs the //. It's going to be localhost 3000. And then we want to make sure it's changing the origin here, and we'll set that to true. As I said, this is going to help us out with cause errors during development, because when we do actually build our application, it's going to be on the same URL. So in development, we want to mimic that by doing this proxy here. So to go ahead and explain what I mean, essentially when we're running the Vite dev server here, it runs our site or our front end on localhost 3001. In the future, when we actually go ahead and build this, we're just going to build it as static files, and those static files are then going to be hosted by the backend. That means everything would technically be on the same URL, which is going to be localhost 3000. But since we're using the Vite dev server and it uses localhost 3001, we need to make sure that anything that goes to /API is pointing to the actual /API server, which is at localhost 3000. So if I did something in here, if I simply just said navigate to /API/posts, for example, it would know that it's actually trying to point at my localhost 3000 server instead of going to localhost 3001/API. And as I said, this bit here only matters for development as we're not going to be using V in production. Let's go ahead and save this though, and that should all be working. The next thing that we're going to change is we need to actually set up Tailwind. Now you will notice this has got some styles by default, and that's actually coming from the Tailwind here using the CDN via a script. This is very bad to use in production. We need to replace it with our own Tailwind installation. To do that, we can go ahead and do bun add. We're going to add in Tailwind CSS. We're going to add in post CSS, and then also auto prefixer like so, and hit enter on that. Again, make sure you're in the front end folder when you're running these. The next thing we're going to do is bun X. That's going to be Tailwind CSS. Then we say init and then -p like so. Make sure you include that -p to set up post CSS. We'll hit enter on that, and we see two new files have been created. We've got our post CSS config and our Tailwind config. Next thing we need to do is define where Tailwind is going to be looking for all of these Tailwind classes. For us, that is going to be everything in /source and then ** like so to get all of the nested folders, and then the asterisk like that. And then finally, we can define the file names it needs to look for. That's going to be JS, JSX, TS, and TSX. And we'll save that like that. As I said here, this is essentially telling Tailwind where it needs to get the class names that it needs to compile into the actual finalized CSS. So for us, that is going to be anything in this source folder here. We're going to assume needs some Tailwind, and also any of the components that have JSX, TS, or TSX. Make sure this one here is a comma, and we'll save that. Finally, we need a global CSS as well for Tailwind to work. So let's go ahead and do globals.css in our source level here. And on this, we can go ahead and add in the Tailwind helpers. And that's going to look a little something like this. So we'll go ahead and paste that in, and you can see we have Tailwind base, components, and utilities. And this just sets this up to work for us with Tailwind. And finally, in the main.tsx here, or in our root.tsx, we can go ahead and actually import the global CSS file to make sure it's within our entire application. So at the top here, we can simply just go in and say import, and then /globals.css like so. And we'll go ahead and save that. Now let's go ahead and see if Tailwind is actually working here. If we go to our root.tsx, you can see that we've got that padding 2. Let's go ahead and add in a background here of background red 600. And let's save that and just check if this is actually working. Let's refresh the page here. And there we go, Tailwind has applied there. I did actually have to restart my bun dev server there just to make sure that this was updated. I'm not too sure why. It should probably hot reload for you. But if you do have some issues with Tailwind not appearing there, go ahead and just restart the server. So you can see we've got that background red 600 applied. Now another really cool thing to point out is make sure you have Tailwind CSS IntelliSense installed as an extension. This just gives you these super awesome helpers here that show you essentially what that exact Tailwind class is actually doing to your CSS. And it also adds in these nice color helpers as well. But since we're using Tailwind, this is a great time to take advantage of shadcn. So if you don't know what shadcn is, it's beautifully designed components that you can copy and paste into your application. So he gives you a load of great examples on how you can create things like this really quickly with code that you actually own in your code base. So it doesn't work like a typical component library where you just import a button from that component library. You go ahead and actually add in the code for that button into your code base. So you can go ahead and modify it however much you want, and then you can use that like so. So we can get some things like these buttons, and it also has two styles and default and New York. We're going to be using New York. We need to go ahead and actually get started with this though. So let's go ahead and go back to our code. The first thing we need to do is go into a terminal. So I'm going to make sure I'm in the front end folder here. I'm going to leave that dev server open. What we can do is we can simply say bun x shadcn and then init like so, and we'll hit enter on that. It's going to ask what style you'd like to use. We want to use New York. We want to use the neutral base color. We're going to be using CSS variables for theming, and we'll go ahead and hit enter on that. Now there is going to be an error over here. I believe that's Tailwind CSS animate. So we need to go and fix our Tailwind config here. If we go into our Tailwind config.js, down at the bottom here, it says require Tailwind CSS. We need to check if this is actually imported in the package.json here. Let me just check that. So we do have Tailwind CSS animate. One of the things we can go ahead and do is just change the way that this is actually imported here. We go ahead and import Tailwind CSS from, and then this one here is going to be Tailwind CSS animate like so. Well, yeah, this should be Tailwind CSS animate. And then we'll change the require at the bottom here to actually use the correct import. So we'll change it to that, and we'll go ahead and save that, and that fixes that error there for us. So this is what your Tailwind CSS, as I said, what we've just done there is we just corrected the import logic. So Tailwind CSS animate, import that from Tailwind CSS animate. What you'll notice with Shadcn is it's added a load of information to our Tailwind config for us. This is just so the components work out of the box. The next thing it's also done is it's updated our globals.css here. Now this is how theming works within Shadcn. All of the colors are defined with a name like background to mean the background color. And the reason that you want to do it in this sort of definition is it really helps with sort of just naming the colors and knowing that you're using the correct one as you go, instead of always trying to pick sort of background red 600 and making sure it's consistent across your application. Another reason is this is one place where you can change the entire colors for your application. So if you have a load of places using background red 600, you'd have to go and find them and replace them all if you wanted to change the background to blue, for example. If we just do this like this, we just change the color definition here, which is in the HSL format. The other really powerful feature of this, though, is doing dark mode. You can simply change all of the colors with dark mode without having to do any dark selectors or anything like that in Tailwind by just changing what the actual variables for the colors are when the dark class is applied. For our purposes, we're actually not going to be setting up a dark mode, so I'm going to delete this .dark here, and we'll go ahead and save that. But I'm also going to add in my own color definition here. You can go ahead and copy these as well, or you can just leave the defaults. But I added in some colors that sort of look a little bit more like HackerNews, so I'm going to go ahead and paste them in now. So I've got those colors here. Let's go ahead and just copy what we have up here from chart 5. Let's go up and let's paste in these ones here. As I said, I just changed, I think, the background or the primary color here to be an orange that matches HackerNews. So there we go. We're actually set up with Shadcn there, and we can go ahead and add the components as and when we need them. And you'll see as I go, you can essentially add in your components here by doing bun x Shadcn add, and then say we want the button from Shadcn. We just say add button, and it adds the button for us in components /UI button.tsx. So let's go ahead and just check that this is working. If I go to my index page, let's try and import this button now. So we'll import button from our components UI button file, and we'll simply say hello world on here and save that. And there you go. We see we've got this nice orange button. As I said, this is probably black for you if you didn't change your globals.css definition here. But since I'm using my HackerNews sort of orange color here, we've now got a nice primary button that has the hello world on it, and it has the orange, and it just looks nice out of the box. And we're going to be doing that for all of our Shadcn components as we go. So there we go. I'll go ahead and delete that. That is actually the front end bit set up there. The last thing we're going to do is simply define an ESLint config for the front end. As I said, we do have a prettier config for the whole project. That is actually fine for the whole project, but ESLint is a little bit more specific for a project based. Obviously, we need to tell it we've got some React rules and various different things like that. So we want a different ESLint configuration for our front end folder. To do that, we can go ahead and say bun create. And then what we'll do here is we'll use the helper. So that's going to be ESLint/config at latest. Hit enter on that. We would like to use ESLint to check our syntax here and find problems. We want to use JavaScript modules. We are using React and we are using TypeScript, and this will be running on the browser. Hit enter, install the dependencies. We'll use the bun package manager there, and that's going to go ahead and set up ESLint in this folder for us. We're also going to install a few more packages on top of this though, just so we have a awesome ESLint configuration that's going to help us out with some tools like Tailwind and different things like that. So for this ESLint config, we need to go ahead and add in some developer dependencies. We'll do bun add -d. First ESLint plugin we're going to be adding is from Tanstack, and this is going to be to help us out with React query. That's going to be ESLint plugin query. Next, we'll also add in one to help us out with Tanstack Router. That's going to be Tanstack, then ESLint -plugin, and then this is going to be -router. Then we're going to add in the ESLint compatibility package. This is going to be able to fix one of our imports later. Then we're going to add in ESLint -config -prettier. This is to make sure that ESLint isn't having any rules that prettier actually handles itself. Finally, we'll add in ESLint -plugin, and then this one is going to be -JSX and then -A11Y. This helps you out with some accessibility helpers, and it just sort of tells you where you should include sort of an alt tag on an image, for example. And then finally, another really cool one we can add is ESLint -plugin -tailwind CSS, like so. This helps you out with actually ordering your CSS in the correct way for Tailwind and the most efficient way. And it will also catch things where if you have the sort of padding of 2 and then you added padding of 4 later in the class name, it would tell you that there's sort of a conflict so that you know that your styles aren't overriding each other. So once we've got those installed, we need to go ahead and update our ESLint config. Now it's going to be a little bit too much to explain sort of all of the individual rules that I want. So I'm going to go ahead and just paste in a config that I like. And that is this one here. As you can see, I've turned off a few rules with the Tailwind CSS. Firstly, it's not allowing custom class names. So if you only want to use Tailwind for styling, you can actually turn this to error. And if there's a class name in any of your classes that isn't a Tailwind class name, it will throw an error and warn you. And you see I've just turned off some various other things in here as well. As I said, you can go ahead and copy this ESLint configuration from my repo in the link in the description down below if you want this. So now that we've got ESLint running, let's go ahead and just add in the actual files for this, or the actual command to check this. So we'll add that in our main package.json just so we can do that from the top level. I'm going to go ahead and say lint. We actually need to add in one for the server. I must have not caught that earlier when we added that. But what we'll do here is we'll say cd server, and this one will be and ESLint dot. And then we'll also add in one for the front end. So that'll be lint, and then we'll say front end with a colon there. And this here will be cd and then front end. And that will be and ESLint dot, like so. And we'll go ahead and save that. Let's actually go ahead and check if this is working. So let's go ahead and do bun, run, and we'll say lint, and then front end, and see if there's any errors coming out. That's because we're not in the actual main folder there. So we need to go a level up and run the same command. And there we go, we see we've got 12 problems at the moment. It says React is defined but never used, and that's because it has some imports that we're not using. The next thing we need to go is go ahead and just restart the ESLint server, as it looks like it's not picking that up within this folder here. It should go ahead and do that. There we go, now we've restarted it. It's picked up that we have a nested ESLint configuration now, and it's throwing those errors for us nicely, just to help us out during development. So we can actually go ahead and fix these errors now. We'll delete those two. You can see at the moment, Tanstack Router has included React by default. You actually don't need to do that in modern React when you're working with JSX. So I've gone ahead and turned off that rule. And you can see we've also got this one here saying invalid Tailwind class name order. That's coming from that ESLint plugin Tailwind. We can go ahead and fix this problem. And there we go, that's fixed it. And if you don't know why you want to order these in a specific way, as I said earlier, it's all to do with how classes override each other. And also another awesome helper is if you minify your Tailwind CSS. Say you had flex gap2 in a load of places in your application, you could actually minimize this into one string if it wanted. So it's really useful to make sure you're using a consistent format. And it also really helps you out when you want to read your class names later down the line, as you sort of always know where to look for specific like applicators like flex, for example. Instead of trying to find that within your class name, it pretty much always brings these ones to the front like so. So now that we've got all of that, let's go ahead and just commit all of this, and we'll fix the errors as we go, the remaining ESLint ones. We'll commit all of this here, and this is going to be step 8, and that's just going to be front end setup like so. And then I'll commit all of those changes. Let's make sure we spell that correctly and change that to step 8 there, and make sure we commit all of that correctly. And there we go. In this next step, we're actually going to be creating an error page that relies on the query error reset boundary from Tanstack Query, and then also router.invalidate, which I'll explain in a bit. Essentially what we have with a query error reset boundary here is essentially your whole application is going to be wrapped in this. If there was an error, you essentially show a component like this, so sort of what we're going to show if there's an error, and simply say some text that there was an error. But the reason we want the reset error boundary is we want to get the function out so we can create a button that says try again. Simply what we do here is when they click the button, it's going to go ahead and tell Tanstack Query that we want to go ahead and try and make those API calls again and see if it's going to fix the issue. Because sometimes you do just sort of need to refresh the page. This offers a nice way to display to the user, hey, sorry, something went wrong. Do you want to try again? So as I said, the other feature we'll be using as well is that router.invalidate. And essentially that's going to invalidate our router context and make it refresh. But I want to explain quickly what the router context is here. And we saw it when we actually put query client into our context. What you see up here is Tanstack's routers. Router context is a very powerful tool that can be used for dependency injection among many other things. So you can supply dependencies, so a loader function. That's what we did with the query client, which the root and all child roots can access without importing or creating it directly. So you don't have to import the query client into any of our files. We can actually go ahead and get it from the route and then the context as well. So you can see that down here, you can pass in some things as context. And when we create the root router, we can go ahead and get the context and pull that through like so. The bit I want to explain though is the invalidating the router context. We're going to do this if there's an error, just to make sure that everything is recomputed. You can also do this in other places as well. Essentially, if you need to invalidate the context state you are passing into the router, you call the invalidate function. This tells the router to recompute all all of the context that we put in there. And as I said, this is really useful when you need to update the context state and have the router recompute all of it for every route in our sort of application. Common use case of this is, of course, if we were logging out a user or signing in a user, you want to go ahead and set the user to that and then go ahead and invalidate the entire router because maybe you have some things in the context that use authentication. So let's go ahead and actually start to style out our application. Now, one quick thing that I just noticed from the previous step, so we need to change this bit in our ESLint config where it says tailwind.config.ts. We need to change this to JS. If you just copied over my final file, obviously you won't need to make that change, but this just means it's actually looking at the correct Tailwind configuration for this. So we're going to change our layout first, and we're going to be doing that in our root component. Let's delete the one that's been provided by us for Tanstack Router there, and we'll delete this HR here, that page break. And we can go ahead and add in our own div layout. So this one here is going to be a div with a class name. Let's go ahead and make sure this is closed off correctly so we can just see our changes as we make them. You only need to wrap the outlet in this. The dev tools can be sort of on their own down here. We're going to add in flex. We're going to give this a minimum height of screen. We're going to add in flex, and then we'll make this a flex col. I'm going to add in a one-off background color here, so I'm not going to be using the shad cyan definition here. This one's just going to be an off orange color that sort of matches the HackerNews one, and it's going to be something like that. And then we'll also finally say text-foreground like so, and we'll go ahead and save that. At the moment, it's saying there's an invalid ordering. It seems to say that text foreground is invalid order. I actually know that's incorrect. It should be reading it correctly from our Tailwind config. So let me just go ahead and restart my ESLint server there. And there we go. As I said, I know that's incorrect because essentially it didn't know that text foreground was its own Tailwind color. And that's because it wasn't correctly picking up my Tailwind config. So if you have an issue like that, just go ahead and restart the ESLint server. Or again, as I said earlier, if you have a TypeScript issue, always try and restart the TypeScript server as well. Sometimes it doesn't pick up on these changes. So now that we've got that, let's go ahead and wrap our outlet in a main tag as well. So that's going to be main here. I'm going to give this a class name. This one is going to have a container like so. It's going to have MX auto to make sure it's always centered. We're going to put grow on this, and then finally a padding of 4 like so. And we'll wrap the outlet in this main class. So this is essentially any pages that we have. Everything, as I said, is going to be wrapped in this main tag, in this outlet. So now we can go ahead and add a footer underneath this now. So for that, we can simply add in a footer. We'll add in a class name. We'll give this a padding of 4. And I'm going to add in text center, as it's going to be a very simple footer. Inside of this footer, we can go ahead and just add in a p tag, and we'll add in class name. This here can be text-small, text-muted, then -foreground. And then finally, we'll go ahead and type better news. And we can actually use and copy like so. So it's going to be and copy, and that can put in the hashtag for us. It's not and cop, it's and copy. They'll put in the copyright sign for us like so. So there you go. You can see at the bottom of the page now, we're always going to have that better news and then that copyright icon. And this is essentially the layout that we want for our application. Next thing we want though is going to be a header bar for our navigation. To do that, we're actually going to create a new component. Make sure you're not creating this in the UI folder. Create this one outside of that. So it's going to be siteheader.tsx. We'll call this .tsx like so. And then let's just go ahead and create a really simple one for now. So that's going to be export function site header, or let's just call this header. And then for now, let's just go ahead and return, and I'll return a header here, or header. And this can say hello like so. The reason I'm just doing this is so that we can see the changes as we make them in the header class. But all we're going to be doing with this one is attaching it up here with /header, importing it from the one we just created. And there we go, we can actually see the changes that we're going to be making now to our site header. So in the site header here, let me go ahead and close this so we can see the code a little bit clearer. We're going to be adding in a few things. One of them is it's going to be able to handle the mobile navigation. So we're going to have a sheet coming in from the side, sort of how you can see the pop-up dialog if the nav bar doesn't have enough space, essentially. To do that, what we're going to do is firstly on the class name, we want to make this sticky. So there's always at the top here. So what we'll do here is we'll say class name. Let's go ahead and add in sticky. We'll then say top-0. We'll then say a Z of 50. So a Z index of 50. We'll give this a width full. The reason we're making this sticky, even though it is always at the top, is so that things can scroll underneath it and it looks quite cool when they do. So we'll do a border of border-40 here. We'll add in a background. That's going to be my primary color. Let's say over 95. This is setting the opacity of the colors, so it's a really cool sort of shorthand to do that with Tailwind. We're going to add in a backdrop blur, which is going to create a nice sort of glass effect. and I'll show you that in a bit. But let's go ahead and then say supports. And then finally, you add in backdrop-filter like so. And then on this, we say if it does support that, we want a background primary of /90. Let's go ahead and save that. And you see we have this sort of nice orange color up here. So now within this, we need to add in our navigation, sort of the logo on the left side. And then as I said, we'll add in some links on the right side as well, or the mobile navigation menu if that is needed. So where we have hello, let's go ahead and delete this now. Let's add in another div. Inside of this div, we'll give this a class name. This is going to be of container. This is going to have MX auto. It's going to have flex, items-center, and then finally justify between those items. And then also add in a nice padding of 4 here. We'll go ahead and save that. Let's correct the spelling mistake there. And now within that div, we can go ahead and add in some links. So we're going to be using the link component from Tanstack Router. This just helps with things like preloading. It has all of that support for it. And it also comes with type safety out of the box. So you'll see if I go ahead and actually, let's just use this component like so, and then I'll import link here. You want to be importing link from Tanstack React Router here. Now, what's really cool about this is I can simply, let's just put in the name of the site. So I'll put better news there. What's really cool about these links from Tanstack Router is they come with full type safety for all of our routes. So if I say to here, you see it shows the existing routes we have. So we have the slash and we have the /about route. This just means you don't make any sort of errors with the way that you're typing out your routes. So you can't accidentally add a link to a route that has a typo in it or anything like that. It will throw a TypeScript error for you. So now we've got that, we've got the to. This is just going to be to/, as this is simply the logo of the site and it's common practice to make that go to the homepage. We'll give this a text of 2XL to make it stand out and also do font-bold like so. Let's go ahead and save that. And you see there, we've got this Better News logo and we can click that and that will take you to the homepage. But since we're already on the homepage, we don't need to actually change that. So there we go. That's going to be our navigation there for the logo. Next, what we'll do is we'll add in a nav section. This here is going to have a class name. It's first going to be hidden. This is because this nav section should only show up if the size of the application is on a medium screen or larger, so sort of tablet or larger. If it's not, we'll go ahead and add in a sheet component in a bit. That's going to be the mobile navigation menu. As I said, this is how we can do this using Tailwind. We can simply hide it by default on small screens, and then when we get to a medium screen, we're going to go ahead and unhide it by setting it to flex. So we'll do that here. That's going to be medium here, and then you just set this to flex like so. And as I said, this is where we're going to be housing some of our other links. For now, let's go ahead and just add in some blank links. One of them is going to be to new, like so. And then the other link we're going to have is going to be to a top. And then the next one is going to be submit, like so. So it's going to be link. And this one here will be submit. And go ahead and save that. Now, as I said, they're not going to be showing up on this screen by default because the width of this screen is too small. We'd have to enlarge this to be able to see them. I'll do that in a bit, but first let's go ahead and just add in some class names as well as I want it. So when you hover over these, they are underlined like that. And I'll just copy that onto the other links as well. So let's paste that there and then finally there as well. So let's just see if this is working. If I expand this out, there you go. You can see that we've got the new, the top, and the submit buttons up here when we actually get to the size of a medium screen. And when it gets smaller, you can see that we would then hide that. And this is where we'll add in our mobile navigation. Now, one thing I actually noticed about what we just set up there is it's on the right. I actually want these to go ahead and be on the left next to Better News here. To go ahead and fix that and then also add in our mobile button in a bit. Let's wrap this all in another div here. So you want a div underneath this link. And that one here is going to include the navigation as well, like so. So let's go ahead and save that. Then we go ahead and expand this. We should see that my links get added here, although it looks like they're now being added underneath, which is interesting. I think we need to add in some styles here. That's going to be class name. That's going to be a flex. That's going to be items-center, items-center. And then we'll also add in a space of x-4 like so. Let's go ahead and save that, just see if that's correctly styled it. There we go, that's looking a bit more like I'm expecting. So we've got Better News there, we've got the link to new, top, and submit. Obviously they're not working at the moment as those routes aren't active. We'll go ahead and wire that in a bit later. I think it's just nice to sort of build it out this way so we can get this stuff done with first, and then we can add in the complex data loading things and issues like that in a bit. So now that we've got that, we need to go ahead and add in the mobile menu now. So now that we've got this div down here, what we're going to do is within this div, but then outside of this one, is we're going to add in what is called a sheet. And we're going to be doing this using the Shadcn sheet component. So we need to do bun x Make sure you do this in the front end folder. So we cd into front end here. Then what we're going to do is bun x shadcn add, and you just simply type in sheet like so. While we're here as well, it's going to install the button and the menu components for us, as it should handle sort of all of the nested ones. So we've got a sheet there. We do actually need to add in button here, and then also menu like so. Or actually, I believe we don't need the menu one. Let's just add in button. That's going to be add button. And we do want to, we've already installed that before, but we'll just overwrite that to make sure that it is the correct one. So now that we've got that, we need to actually set up the mobile navigation. And as I said, that's going to be using a shadcn sheet. To do that, we go ahead and use a sheet. That's going to be from UI sheet. We have the first one here, which is simply just the wrapper around sort of the entire definition here. Next, we need the trigger for this. So you type in sheet trigger. Now you want to set this as child, as we're going to make the sheet trigger be a button. And you'll see this once it sort of pops up. It will be a lot more clear what we're doing here. But then we import the button here. We'll have a variant. We're going to set the variant to secondary. This just comes again from shadcn here. He essentially has some different styles for the buttons. And we can say the size as well is an icon. And then we can also give this a class name. And as I said, we want to hide this if the screen is large enough to actually show the full navigation. So we're going to be doing the opposite of what we did up here, where we hid it by default first, and then we enable it when it's on a medium screen. Here, when it's on a medium screen, we want to go ahead and hide this. So now that you've got that button, what we're going to be adding here is the menu icon from Lucid React. So we'll say menu icon here. And then what we'll do is class name, and that's going to be of size -6. Now it looks like we need to actually go ahead and install our icon library. Let's go ahead and do that now. Down here we can say bun add lucid-react like so. So now that's installed. We should be able to see if this auto imports for us. Well, it doesn't look like it will. Let's go ahead and import that at the top. So that's going to be menu icon. And as I said, that is going to be coming from, and this is lucid-react like so. So now we've got that, you can see we have a button up here, and that's got the sort of hamburger menu icon that we need. But now we need to go ahead and actually define what happens when this sheet is clicked or when this is opened. So outside of the sheet trigger here, what you go ahead and do is you say sheet content. This sheet content here, we're going to add a class name. It's just going to have a margin bottom of 2 like so. Then inside of here, we need a title for what our sheet is. This is going to be for accessibility purposes, and also it displays it as well though. And we can say that this is better news here. Then we can also go ahead and add in a sheet description. I'm going to add in a class name where this is hidden by default. And then what we can go ahead and do is simply say navigation, like so. And we'll go ahead, what I'm actually going to change this to is screen reader only, like so. And as you can see there, the sheet is opening up, and we've got the better news there. And if you click this button now, you should see something like this opening up on the right side of the screen. So now that we've got that, let's go ahead and add in our navigation into the actual sheet content. So we have the sheet header, or the sheet title, and the sheet description. We actually need to wrap this in a sheet header, like so. So it's going to be sheet header here. And then we wrap the title and the description in the sheet header. And then underneath this, this is where we're going to add in the navigation links like we did before. That's going to be nav class name. This is going to have flex-col, like so. Let's type this out correctly. flex-col, and then we're also going to add in a space on the y-axis for space y4, like that. Now inside of the nav, we can go ahead and add in those links again. So we're going to add in a link here. This one is simply going to be called new, like we had before. Let's actually just copy the ones we had up here, as they're going to be the exact same for now. And let's paste them in there. And there we go. If we click on this now, you should see that we have our new, we have our top, and we have our submit. And you see that it's all sort of working correctly. Now you can actually change the side that this comes in at if you wanted to. You can say position here, or I believe it's side, sorry. You change this to side, and then you can say you want this to come from the right or the left. Obviously, by default, I want mine to come from the right, or because that's where the button is. But as you can see there, you can sort of change which direction it comes in with really easily like that. But I'm going to leave that as the default of right, as I think it's nice to sort of slide in from the side that the button is at. So that is our layout essentially done there. We have a site header, we have a footer, and then the content in between is rendered here. Now we will be coming back and adding in the login button for the site header, but I'll be doing that a bit later as it involves some data loading, just to actually check and make sure that the user is logged in. But next what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and just set up some generic components for error handling and also for a not found error. I'm just going to do this now so that it's set up and we're ready to use it later in the application, so we can focus in the next steps on sort of the more core and actually more complex tasks, such as loading in all of the posts, creating comments, and logging in, and various things like that. So to do this, I'm going to go to the main or the root.tsx. Actually, it's main.tsx. In the main.tsx here, you can see we have this create router. At the moment, it just has the route tree, the preload stale time, and the context. We need to go ahead and tell it some default error components and some default not found components as well. So the first one I'm actually going to add here is going to be the default pending component. So this is actually how it's going to handle sort of loading spinners for us in our application. So when we set up a loader later, if the data for that is actually still sort of pending, say the server is taking too long, we can go ahead and just show a loader by default here. And we can use this across our application so that this is set up for all of our routes without us having to do anything. For that, I'm actually going to define this one inline as it's going to be a very simple component. What we'll say is div class name. This is going to have an mx of auto, a margin top of 8. It's going to be flex dash col, and then let's say items dash center, and then we'll also do justify center like so. And then inside of this div here, we're going to go ahead and import the loader icon from Lucid React. That's going to be loader2 icon. And then on here, we'll have a class name. We're going to use animate dash spin here, as that will be a spinning loader for us. And then finally, we can also just add some text underneath this. And that text is going to have a margin top of 2. We'll add in some text small like so. And then text, let's say muted foreground dash foreground. And what we'll do here is we'll simply just make this text something like loading ... and go ahead and save that. So there we go. As I said, when we navigate around the application now, if it's pending for some data, it's going to go ahead and show a loading spinner. I can't actually show you this at the moment, but I'll point this out when we actually do some data loading in the future. You should see that this loading component starts to work and starts to come in for us. Next, what we're going to do is we're going to define the not found component. So for that, I'm actually going to create a new component to house this logic, as it's going to be a bit more of a complex component. So inside of components here, I'm going to go ahead and create one called not-found.tsx. And then inside of here, we can go ahead and define what we want our sort of not found page to look like. This is going to be not found here. Now, what you want to do on this is you want to say its props are equal to not found route props like so. And that's going to be coming from Tanstack React Router. Then what we'll say is on this, we'll simply just return some information here. Let's go ahead and do a div with a class name. Let's put this class name here and we'll tag that off like so. Let's put this class name here to have flex. We'll give it a size of full. We'll give it items dash center. And then we'll give it justify center as well to make sure everything is nice and centered. A padding of 2 and a text of 2XL like so. Let's go ahead and save that. Let me just minimize this so you can see the code a little bit clearer. Then what we've got here is inside of this div down here. Then inside of this div down here, let's go ahead and create another one. Obviously, we're just sort of creating our layout for this component. And then here we'll put on a class name. The class name you're going to want on here is going to be flex dash col, and then items dash center, and then a gap of 4 like so. And then finally within here, we can add in our 404 text. So what we'll do is we'll do a p tag here. That's going to say 404. Then on here, we'll say class name. This is going to equal text dash 4XL like so. And then font dash bold. Now let's go ahead and actually install this component so we can see some changes as we're making them. To do that, all we need to do is go to main.tsx. Then you say default not found component like so. And then you simply go ahead and just pass it the new not found component that we created like that as a function. So there we go. Let's go to a route now then that doesn't exist. So I'm going to do slash and then let's just add in a load of incorrect text there. And you see we have the 404 text from my not found that we added in earlier. So if I change this, you see it's now updating there. So this is our new not found page. Let's go ahead then and add in a couple of cool options though. One of them is firstly underneath this, let's just add in another bit of text as well, which just says something like page not found. And we'll go ahead and save that. We'll add in a different class name for this just to make this a little bit smaller. So this is going to have a class name of text, let's say large, like so. There we go. But what we can also do is also add in a button, which is going to go ahead and just tell them to refresh the page essentially. So for that, we can just add in a button from the shadcn button. And we'll go ahead and do as child as well. The reason we're doing as child here is we want to use a Tanstack link. So that's going to be Tanstack React Router. And we'll just link them back to the home page if they haven't been able to find that route. So if they hit a 404, let's just link them back to the home page. And we can say go home here as well. So there we go. This is going to be our 404 page. Simply if someone ends up on it by accident, they can just click this button and they can go to the home page there. So there we go, that is our 404 page set up. I'm actually going to go ahead and delete these props. It looks like we didn't actually need to use the props. What you can do with these is you can actually get something like the data out, so you can send custom data to your 404 page. So you can actually use that if you wanted to send a more sort of specific error message and you have some data that you need to send. But again, we can actually go ahead and get rid of that as we have a very simple not found component here. Now that we've got the not found component, let's go ahead and set up an error component. Hopefully this is only useful for you in development, as hopefully your users aren't seeing an error. We can also set up a nice error message if something does go wrong with the front end. Let's go ahead and create this in the components here. We're going to be doing the same thing. That's going to be error, and then let's just call this component.tsx. Inside of here, we can simply just export a basic one for now. So it's an export function, and then we'll just say error component. And this is simply going to be a React component. And for now, we'll just return a div here. And this div can simply say error like so. Let's go ahead and actually use this though. So in the main.tsx, what you want to do is you want to change this from default not found component, or well, we want to add a new one, which is default error component. Here, we're going to define it like so. We'll say we'll get the error out like that. And then underneath this, we can go ahead and then pass the error in. You actually need this to be an object. So it's going to be error like so. And we want to pass this error as a prop to our new error component. To do that, we can simply say import the correct error component here. Make sure you're not importing the one from React Router. Import the one we created. And then I'll go ahead and pass through the error as a prop. This is going to error out at the moment as we actually didn't set up the error component to take this. But that should set that up so we can actually see the changes as we make them. Now I'm going to go ahead and force an error. So if I go to one of my, let's say the index page, for example, if I go to index.tsx here, let's just go ahead and throw an error. And I'll just throw, let's say, something like test error here and save that. And now hopefully you can see we've just got that div with the error message as my error component is now working. So if I updated this, you can see if an error is thrown on any of our pages, they're going to actually see this component instead. So we can make this look a little bit nicer and a little bit more informative for the user, and also add in some cool options for them to sort of reset the error and retry the page. So to do that, what we're going to do is we first need to take in some props here. Obviously, one of them was the error that we need to take in. And this prop is simply going to be of type error. So it's going to be error here. And it's going to be of type error like so from JavaScript. So now that we've got that error coming through, let's go ahead and add in some shadcn components that I'm going to be using on this page. So it's going to be bunx shadcn add. Now I'm going to be using an alert component and also an accordion component from shadcn here. So let's go ahead and hit enter and let it add those to our components. Now that we've got them, we can begin to actually use them. So I'm going to delete what we have here in this div. And then I'm going to add in some styles up here as well. So it's going to be class name. The styles I'm going to want on this is just a margin top of 8. It's going to be flex, items dash center. Let's make sure we spell things correctly. It's going to be items dash center. Then we're going to add in a justify center as well. So it's going to be justify dash center. And then finally, we'll add in a padding of 4 like so. We can go ahead and save that. Inside of here, we're going to need another div here for styling. So that div here is simply going to be another div. That's going to have a class name. This is going to have a width of 4. And then we're also going to have a maximum width of a medium-sized screen. So if you want to see what that's doing, essentially it sets the max width to 448 pixels. Now inside of here, we can use the alert component. So we want to use alert from what we've just imported. So from UI alert. Then here, what we're going to say is this is going to be a destructive variant. So it's sort of an error warning. So we want to display that this is destructive. That's going to display it in a nice red style that shadcn has provided. Next, we can go ahead and just say alert triangle. This is going to be from Lucid React. So I'm going to import the alert triangle icon. This here is just going to have a class name. This can be size -4 like so. And we can self-close that tag. Next, I need an alert title. So it's going to be alert title here. And for the alert title, I'm simply going to say oops, and then let's say something went wrong, like so. And we'll go ahead and save that. There you go. You can see sort of my error message here is being built out in a nice sort of looking way here. Now we can go ahead and add in an alert description as well, just to add in a bit more context to the user. And then we can go ahead and say we're, so we'll do something like we're sorry, and then we'll do comma, but we encountered an unexpected error. And there we go. We can go ahead and just fix this error here. I think it's going to say that we need to use and a pos like so to escape that. There we go. You can see it's built out there. It says, oops, something went wrong. We're sorry, but we encountered an unexpected error. So that's sort of the alert dialog to show them in a nice formatted way. But next, what we want to add is actually a way for them to sort of retry the page that they were on. To do this, we can go ahead and create another div. This here, we're going to say class name. This is going to have a margin top of 4 here, and then a space of Y, and then a -4 like so. Inside of this div, we're going to add in a button. This button here is simply going to say try again like so, and make sure we import button from our component. So that button there says try again. I'm going to give this a couple of class names. This class name here is going to be a width of full. And I actually also want to use the outline variant of this button. So we'll go ahead and say outline like that. That's what that's going to look like there. As you see, it says try again like so. We're also going to add it in a button in case they don't want to try again. Maybe they just want to go to the home page. So let me go ahead and copy this. Same thing here. We'll paste this down here. All we'll do with the variant here is simply just change this one to be... All we'll do with the variant here is I'm actually going to delete the variant off this top one. So the try again can be in orange. And then we'll have this one down here that just says return to home page. That can sort of be the Y one, as they probably want to try again most of the time. And the return to home page is sort of a secondary action. Now that we've got that though, we're going to go ahead and add as child onto this button here. So it's going to be as child there. And we'll go ahead and just set this up as a link that goes to, and then the slash page. So it's going to be to, and then slash like so. And then we'll wrap that around the return to home page there, just so that's set up with Tanstack Router's link component. And we'll make sure that's being imported. So there we go. We can return to the home page here. Obviously at the moment, the home page is throwing an error. So that's why this is showing up. But as I said, one of the things we want to do is make sure that this try again button is trying the page again. Now, to be able to do that, what we can say is we can simply go ahead and do onClick inside of this button. Inside of this onClick, we are then going to go ahead and use router.invalidate, which again tells Tanstack Router to try and essentially reload the entire page. To do that, you need to come up here and say const router equals use router, like so. And that's going to be imported from Tanstack. Now what we can do down here is in our onClick, we're just going to say router.invalidate, and that's going to be run like a function like so. What this does, as I said, it invalidates all of the routes in the router to go ahead and reload everything that it's done before. So it will reload the loader, so any data that it tried to load in, it's going to go ahead and retry that. Essentially fully resets our Tanstack router here, a bit like a page refresh would. But another cool thing that we need to go ahead and do is actually reset some Tanstack queries as well. So a way we can do this is we can actually say const, and then we can say query client error boundary, like so. Now I'll explain this in a bit when we use this, but this is going to be query error boundary. That's going to be equal to use query error reset boundary, like so. Once we've got that, we're going to add in a use effect. This use effect here inside is simply going to have a function, like so. And inside of this, we're going to add in a query error.reset boundary. Or actually, this one here is going to be our query client reset error boundary, the one that we actually created as a const. And then we'll go ahead and reset that like so. And what we'll do with this is we'll update this when the query client error boundary is actually updated as well. So we'll go ahead and save this. As I said, what this is doing is if we get to the error page, it's going to go ahead and try and reset the queries that caused that error as well. Now, the final thing we can go ahead and do is if they're on the development screen, I want to show a bit more details with this error, as this isn't very helpful. So we can go ahead and sort of show what the actual error stack is down here. To do that, what I'm going to do is underneath the return to homepage button, I'm going to go ahead and add in a first, let's check for if we're in development. If we are in development, we'll add in this component. Otherwise, we'll just go and return null, so we won't render anything. Now we need to check if they are in development. To do that, we can simply come up here and say const is dev, and this here will be equal to if process.env and then .node.env is equal to production, or is not equal to production, like so. Make sure I actually use the equal sign here. So there we go, we have the is dev check here. Now down here with the is dev check, it looks like there's an error, and I think that's just because it hasn't got a component inside of here. So we can go ahead and add in a component there. The component we're going to be using though is going to be the accordion component from ShadCN. Make sure you import it from our accordion component and not Radix UI's one. So it's going to be accordion and then / accordion here. Inside of this accordion now, we're going to go ahead and add in some content. The first thing you want though is an accordion item. It's going to be accordion item. The value here is simply going to equal to error dash details like so. Then inside of here, we're going to add in the accordion trigger. It's going to be accordion trigger. Now make sure we are importing these correctly. I shouldn't have any Radix imports. Yep, so I imported the accordion item from the wrong place. It's quite a common mistake you actually can make with ShadCN. Again, just make sure you're not importing it from the Radix one. We want to import it from our own component there. At the moment, this is throwing an error as well. I wonder what that one's about. I think that should be fixed later once we actually add a few things in. But now what we'll say is we'll say view error details on this accordion like so. So that's going to be the accordion trigger. And finally, when that's triggered, we want to add in some accordion content from our import here. And this accordion content, let's for now just say error like so. And there you go. You can see when I click this, it's essentially going to show us the error message. So let's just add in the logic now for doing that bit correctly. So to do that, we're going to add in a nice sort of styled error stack here. What we'll do is we'll set up a div first. On this div here, this is going to be class name. We're going to have this class name be rounded-medium. And then we'll also add in a background of muted. And then we'll add in a padding of 4. Inside of this div, we can go ahead and add in a h3 tag. This h3 tag is going to have a class name. This is going to be margin bottom 2, font dash semi-bold. And then inside of here, we can say error message, like so, and save that. Now underneath that, what we're going to add in is we're going to add in the p tag that's going to have our error message on it. So it's going to be class name. We'll add in a margin bottom of 4 for that one, and then text dash small. Now we can use the error that we actually got from the prop earlier to go ahead and get the error message out like that. So there you go, we've got the error message of test error there. And then we'll go ahead and also add in the stack trace as well. So we can do another heading tag here. This can have a class name, same as before. It's going to be margin bottom 2 and then font dash semi-bold. And what we'll say here is stack trace. And then finally, underneath here, I'm going to add in a pre-tag, which is going to have our stack trace in it. That's going to have a class name. We'll do overflow -x -auto, so it scrolls when it's sort of a long error message. We'll add in some white space -pre -wrap here. And then also text of extra small, like so. And then inside of here, finally, we render in the error.stack, like so. And there you go, you can see sort of it gives us a nice component that shows us the stack trace. And as I said, this should only show up for us, the developer, in development. We do need to fix this accordion here though. I believe it needs a type of single, like so, as we're only having one item in this accordion. We also want it to be collapsible by default. And then a class name here, we'll just set this to a width of full, so it takes up the full page there. So there we go. If we refresh this page, when we get an error message, you can see we don't see the error message by default, but we can expand this if we wanted to read this as a developer in a nice and easy way. And this won't show to the actual user of our site since we added that is dev check up there earlier. So there we go. That is our error component handled there. And what we've done here is we've essentially just handled some of the boilerplate setup for our application. I'm going to go ahead and save this as step 9, and I'll call this one, let's say, layout and helper setup, as we added in some of those error components and also the not found there. Now, just before I commit this, actually, one thing we should do is go ahead and just get rid of this error message there, since we know we've got the error component working. You can see here, if I click try again, then it's going to reload my page of welcome home there, and you can see that it's all worked and got rid of the error. So let's make sure we're actually committing that, so we're not committing an error into our code base. And as I said, I'll save that as step 9, layout and helper setup, and we'll go ahead and commit that. In this next step, we're going to start to use Tanstack Form. So I quickly want to explain the basic concepts using the documentation here. And also you can go check this out yourself as well. So the first thing we're going to have is our form options here. And this is what we actually do use in a use form function. If you see first, you define the default values you want for sort of the input fields or various different things that you're going to have in a form. And we're going to be using this use form hook in a bit. What you can then define on that use form hook as well is what you want to run on submit. So you can go ahead and make a call to the API, and that's exactly what we're going to be doing. Then you have the concept of a field. So it says here, a field represents a single form input element, such as a text input or checkbox. Fields are created using the form.field component. So this bit is what might look a little bit confusing in the upcoming step. As you can see here, the component accepts a name prop, which should match the exact key for the form's default values. So up here where we had a default value for first name, you'd also want the field name here to the first name as well. You can see down here it also accepts a children prop, which is a render prop function that takes a field object as its argument. And this is essentially how we go ahead and then render out our component for what we actually want the field to look like. So we've wrapped it all in this form.field function so that we can actually have access to this field value here. What that means is essentially when we go ahead and use a shadcn input, we don't have to set up any of sort of the state management ourselves for the value. We can then go ahead and pass it the form state manager. And as you can see, we do that here using field.handleBlur and field.handleChange. Finally, then we have the field state, and we'll be reading this in a bit to show validation errors and things like this. What you can see is each field has its own state, which includes its current value, if it has any validation errors, any error messages on that as well, and then also some extra metadata. And you can read all of that using field state like so. Then this field state diagram is essentially explaining what state a field is in at a certain point. When our input field gets rendered, it's considered pristine. The user hasn't touched it yet. The second someone clicks into that input field, it's going to consider it touched, but then it will still consider it pristine as well, as they haven't actually input anything. And then the second we write anything in there, it's going to be considered touched and also dirty, which means essentially it's changed from its original state. Finally, we also have the validation down here. We're going to be skipping this and essentially using Zod validators here. So what we can do with our validators is we can simply say validator adapter, Zod validator, and then we actually pass it a Zod schema instead to validate against. And that means it goes ahead and uses Zod for all of our validation. Now, in this next step as well, we're going to be using Tanstack Query. So I just want to explain some of the query basics here. At sort of the base level, we're going to be using a useQuery hook. You pass it a query key, which is essentially a way to point to your data or sort of a name for that unique piece of data. So here you can see they've chosen to-dos within this array here. And that's because the data they're fetching is simply the to-do list here. And then you pass it a query function. And the query function is simply going to be something like your API call that actually goes ahead and gets that data. So what this useQuery hook is going to do, it's going to fetch the data from the API here. And then it's going to store that data with the query key to-dos. So if we need to reference it in the future, or if we use this hook elsewhere, it's going to know that it has that data in the cache, and it won't need to do a refetch of that data. To go ahead and explain that though, if we go into query keys as well, you can see we have simple query keys with to-dos. Then we also can do an array to sort of link more data and have more complex ones. You can also pass in specific information as well, like variables. Say we're just fetching a single to-do or a single post. Our query key is going to become to-do and then a comma and then the ID of that item that we're trying to fetch. Now there's a bit more information here if you want to get a bit more advanced, such as query keys are hashed deterministically there. And then you can see some more further reading as well. Recommend checking out the documentation if you want to see more about that. Now, the other thing I want to go ahead and explain is the query option. So when we use the use query hook, you have so many options that we can go ahead and use. But the one I do want to explain quickly is stale time. So stale time is essentially the length that your data is going to be considered fresh for. It tells the library here how long it wants to consider your data fresh before you need to go ahead and refresh it from the server. So say if we have the stale time here set to something like 5 minutes, each time a component goes ahead and tries to get that data after the first time it's been fetched from the server, it's just going to go ahead and use the cache entry. After 5 minutes, however, it will go ahead and tell you or React Query that it needs to go ahead and try and refetch that data to go ahead and get the new fresh values in from the API. Other one as well, obviously in this use query hook, as I said, there's a load of options here. If you really want to configure this, you can have a refetch interval, so how often you want it to refetch. You can have refetch on mount, so essentially if the component mounts, you want to immediately refetch that data. Refetch on reconnect, so if they lose connection and then it joins back up, you can get it to do that. Refetch on window focus, if they tab away from the window and then they go back to it, you can have it so the data refetches as well, so it's up to date. So as you can see there, React Query just has so many options to help us out with the cache here, which is really awesome because you don't want to be implementing this stuff yourself, as it would take so much time and a lot of complexity. The last bit to point out for React Query though is this method queryClient.InvalidateQueries, as we're going to use that as well. So this InvalidateQueries method can be used to invalidate and refetch single or multiple queries in the cache based on their query keys or any other functionality. If you remember what I just explained with stale time, say we actually set the stale time to infinity, which essentially means don't go ahead and refetch this data ever. Obviously, if the user refreshes the page, it would refetch that. But any component that mounts after that stale time, if it's infinity, it's not going to refetch from the server. It's going to use the entry in the cache. But you could go ahead and overwrite that if you wanted to by doing queryClient.InvalidateQueries. Then you pass it the query key like so. So say we want to invalidate the query for the posts, like in this example here. It's going to tell the cache essentially next time someone requests the query using useQuery of posts, we need to refetch new data. And you can see there's also a load of options on that as well. So if you want some more powerful examples, go to the documentation. So now that we have some of our front end structure here with the error components, the not found and the pending, we can actually go ahead and set up some of the important routes. We're going to be starting with authentication because of course we obviously want to be able to sign up and log into our app before we can go ahead and add things like the submit post and also whether you can upvote and various things like that. So to get started with authentication then, we're going to do a bit of a cleanup thing down here. So when we had our index.ts earlier, what we actually go ahead and use is we had this routes and then the app here. And I said earlier that we're using this just to get the type of the routes here. So we exported it with export type API routes like so. We're going to go ahead and put this into our shared types though and just immediately export it. The reason for this is just so that it's in a nice sort of the same place that all of our other sort of shared resources are. Firstly, we need to change the @ notation here to actually use @/server. This just means that we can go ahead and use this across projects and it's going to understand the correct notation because obviously we're using two different TS configs for the front end and the server. And the next one we're going to have to import here is going to be import type. You're going to import API routes here, and that's going to be again from // here. /server/index like so. As I said, what we're immediately going to do with this though is we're actually just simply going to export it straight away. The reason for this is I just wanted it to be in this shared file so that all of my shared types are coming from here. So we do API routes like so, and there we go. We can go ahead and save that. Now what we're going to do is in our server, or in our front end, sorry, we're going to go to lib, and we're going to create a new file here called api.ts. This is going to house all of the functions and the functions we're going to be using for Hono RPC. And we also need to install the Hono RPC. To do that, you can simply do bun add Hono in your front end folder. Once we're in here, we're going to add in an import. That's going to be import HC here, and that's going to be from Hono. And make sure you do /client like so. Next, we need to set up the Hono client. So we do const client here. That's going to equal to HC. Then we use our shared API routes type that we created earlier. To do that, let's make sure we're importing that correctly. So it's going to import type API routes, and that's going to be coming from the shared file that we have. So that was @/shared, and then /types like so. And once we've got that, we need to make this Hono client a function. The first part we're going to want to put in this function here is going to be the path that we're going for. First one we're going to do is just the /. Now we do have /API, but we'll configure that in a bit. The second thing we need to do is actually enable the fetch requests for all of the fetch requests we're going to be doing via the Hono client to include the credentials. So we've done credentials using cookies. What we need to tell our front end is essentially always send the cookie across to the back end so that the back end can validate whether the user is logged in. To do this, we simply provide a custom fetch function. What you do is fetch here, and then we have an input. The input is of type request input like so, or request info, and then or type URL. So that's going to be or URL here. And then we can also have init, and that's going to be optional. And that's simply going to be a request init like so. This is all going to equal an inline, and that's just going to be another fetch call here. The fetch call here is simply going to be the request info, so the input, sorry. And then we're also going to have some options on this. And on the options, we're simply going to spread out the init options, and then we're going to add in credentials. And finally, we change this to include like so. And we can go ahead and save that there. And this is essentially how, as I said, we're setting up our custom fetch to always include the credentials and the cookie to validate that the user is logged in. So the next thing we need to do is, since this is actually pointing at the / route, we can go ahead and make our client more specific and just put .api on the end here. And that should pick up all of the API routes that we have on the /API. So you see we've got post there, and then we would down here, obviously it's a massive TypeScript type. It's going to have the comments and the auth as well. So let's set up our post sign up request. To do that, we're going to say export const, and then it's going to be post sign up here. What we'll add in here is a username that's going to be of type string, and then also a password. We'll handle the validation a little bit later using Tanstack Form and Zod. So for now, we can actually assume these have been validated when we hit this part of our function. Next, we're going to add it in a try catch block for this. Then we're going to say const result. This is going to equal to await. And then finally, we can use our Hono client. So we do client, and then we say .auth, because that's the API route, remember, @/auth. And then we're going to do .signup like so. And we want to use a post request @/signup. And there we go. We can go ahead and do that. And it's correctly picked up that we just need to pass it the form arguments of username and password there. So it comes with full type safety. So we need to pass it in via form. We need to pass it username. And then finally, we also need to pass it password as well. And we can go ahead and save that. Now, it looks like at the moment I am getting an error out of here, although it's not picking up that this is I've done this wrong. I have to find this in the wrong way. We need to put an equals there, like so, for post sign up, as it's a const, not a function that I was using there. And then finally for the result here, what we're going to say is we're going to say if the result is okay. Here what we're going to say is we're going to do const data equals, and then we'll wrap this in brackets. We'll await the response.json. And then what we're going to do is as success response. Now, Hono does actually correctly pick up the types for you on the data. So if I go over and hover over res here, you see that it has success and message. But I have noticed it seems to have a bit of a problem picking up some of the middleware information. So where we add in the Zod validator and also custom error handling, it seems to have a bit of an issue picking that up automatically, which is why I go ahead and just make sure it's strictly defined or inferred as success response. Another cool thing just to point out that we won't be using at the moment is just a helper function you can use from Hono, and that is called infer response type. So if we do infer response type, you can then actually just pass it the route that you're going for. So say we were going for a client.auth.signup.post, like so. And then it can actually go ahead and tell you what that type would be. And as you can see here, it's this success response type essentially just created on its own. And you can also pass it the status code as well for your various different errors. So say I had 404 here. If I did just go ahead and return a 404 error in the route, it would show you what type of data was returned with that. But as I said, I seem to have some issues with Hono and RPC correctly inferring the types from middleware, and I saw in their GitHub as well that this is a known issue. So we go ahead and actually just infer them here. So if the response is okay, what we're going to go ahead and do is we're simply going to return the data. If it's not okay, we're going to do the same thing, but what we're going to do here is just again infer the type correctly as our error response that we set up earlier. So what we do here is we first need to make it as unknown. And then we need to make it as error response, like so. The reason we're doing that at unknown here is because it thinks the response.json is the success and message here, like so. So you can't actually just go ahead and cast it to this error response. We have to first make it unknown first and then error response. So even though we know this is correct, as I said, it's just to sort of get around the Hono RPC issue that I encountered. Finally, we just return the data there. Again, the reason we're doing the same thing in both of these is just so we can get the correct TypeScript type out. If you're not using TypeScript, you wouldn't have to do any of this. Let's go ahead and catch this though in case there's an error with the fetch call. Obviously, while the backend will return some errors, if we don't actually get to the error, we're going to have some issues. Now, one of the issues I'm noticing is we need to make this an async function. Let's just go ahead and modify that. And now in the catch finally, let's go ahead and return an error response. So we'll mimic one from the backend. Here we'll put success, false, and we'll say as const here. Then we're going to go ahead and do error. This is going to be a string with the error message. And then finally we'll go is form error. And since we're in this part of our code, this is not a form error. So we can go ahead and save that. And just to make sure that this is actually picking up the correct type, I'm going to say as error response. And I believe I can actually get rid of this false here as well, as that will correctly infer it from this down here. So there we go, we've got our post signup route. So now we can actually go ahead and create our signup page. To do this, let's go to our routes folder. So where we have the routes, we're going to create a new file in here. I'm going to call this one signup.tsx. Now what you will notice if you create this is it's going to go ahead and add in this code for you. And as I said, it's also going to add it to the route tree gen.ts that we have down here. So that comes out of the box with Tanstack React Router. You may need to spin up the button dev server to get that working though. But as you can see there, it's going to add in the code that we need to set up this route. So now let's go ahead and just navigate to /signup here. So it's going to be /signup. You see we've got this page of hello signup. We can make some changes and we see them coming in here. First thing I'm going to do though is I'm going to move this component out to its own definition. For that, we can actually just say function, and then we'll make this sign up like so. And then what we'll do here is I'm actually going to leave that as lowercase. We'll do sign up, and then simply in here, just return what we just had like that. And then we'll go ahead and make sure that we're using this as the component up here. This just means that we can define everything in this page, in this component down here, and that it's not nested sort of in this definition up here. It's going to be a lot nicer when we're creating these sort of big components. So next up, what I want to do is handle a sort of quality of life feature in an application, and that is handling a redirect once the user has signed up. This is really useful, obviously, if they're on a post page or something and you try to click upvote and maybe you send them to the sign up page instead. It's nice to be able to take them back to where they were before when they actually tried to sign up. So to do that, we're actually going to use the search parameters. So when we have our URL of, let's say, /signup, let me just go ahead and make this comment. Say we had /signup, we're going to go ahead and add in a search parameter here of redirect, and it's going to be the path name we want to refer them back to. But to do that in Tanstack Router, we can actually do this in a nice type-safe way using Zod. First, what we need to do is add in a new package. This is going to be bun add, and then it's going to be at Tanstack /router -zod-adapter like so. And we'll go ahead and add that in. Once we've got that, we're going to define a Zod schema for what our validation is going to look like. So this will be sign up search schema like so. And then on here, this is going to be equal to a z.object, Zod object. And then inside of here, we add in the search parameters that we're expecting. As I said, we're going to be expecting redirect here. And then what we're going to want to do is say z.string like so. And then what we'll have as well is we'll have a default. But at the moment, I want to explore the fallback value. At the moment, let's say this was z.number, and we'll see this a bit later, but then we pass through a string that definitely can't be coerced to a number. The issue with that is this is just going to throw an error, and it's not going to have a fallback value. Now with Zod, you can actually do .catch to say if there was an error here, and we do .catch, and then we say slash. But the problem with this is it actually loses its type safety. Luckily for us though, Tanstack Router has thought about this, and they provide a fallback function, which comes from that package that we just installed here, and that comes from where we have the Tanstack Zod adapter. So let's go ahead and import this correctly. What that's going to be is import fallback, and this is going to be from, and then finally this is going to be at Tanstack. And then we'll use the router Zod adapter like so. What this fallback does is, as I said, it does the same thing that catch does in Zod, but it actually goes ahead and maintains the type safety. Finally, we'll go ahead and make a default for the redirect in case it's not provided. And we'll just say the default is just to always take them back to the home page like so. So there we go. Let me go ahead and just minimize that sidebar there so we can see this a bit clearer. The next thing we need to do though is firstly, let's move this above the route definition up here, as we need to use this schema in our route. Here, we then say validate search. And finally, we use the Zod search validator imported from the package that we installed. And then we can go ahead and simply say that this is going to take in the sign up search schema. So now that we've done all that, what this means is if I say const search down here, it's equal to route.useSearch like so. What you can see on search now is it has my schema, it has my redirect, it knows it's a string, and as I said, it will be fully validated based on what we passed in here. So even if it isn't passed through to the sign up page, so if we just go to /signup, it's going to have the slash as a default now. So it's always going to be there. It won't be null, undefined, or a number, or anything like that. It's exactly what we are expecting. So now that we've got that, we want to go ahead and actually create the sign up form. For that, we're going to be using another Tanstack package. He really is just taking over React at this point, adding loads of them. We're going to be using Tanstack Form here. So what we're going to do is bun add, it's going to be Tanstack/React-form, and we'll hit enter on that. Once we've got that, we're going to go ahead and use the use form hook here. So underneath search, what we'll say is const use form, or const form, sorry. And this is going to equal to use form. And in the use form, we'll have some options. Let's go ahead and just make sure we're importing this correctly. So it's going to be import use form here, and it's going to be from, and then that'll be from at Tanstack/React form. Now I'm actually going to go ahead and restart my TypeScript server, as I think that's why it's not picking up some of the imports there. But now that we've got that, we can go ahead and use the form here. Now, another thing we actually need to add is the Zod form adapter. This just means that we can validate our forms using Zod again, as I think Zod is one of the best ways to do validation in React. Let's go ahead and do at Tanstack here, and that's going to be Zod-form-adapter, like so. And now that we've got that, we can start to define what our form is going to look like. So in our use form hook down here, we'll go ahead and make this an object so we can pass through some options to it. The first option is going to be our default values. Now we're going to have a username, and the username is going to be an empty string by default. And then we're also going to have a password as well, and that's going to be an empty string by default. Next, we need to tell it what validator we actually want to use. So you do validator adapter, and then you just pass through the Zod validator like so. So we'll do Zod validator, and we'll go ahead and import that. It's not the Zod search validator. Do not confuse those. It is just a Zod validator here, and we'll go ahead and actually correctly import that. So that's Zod validator, and that comes from the package we just installed, which was at Tanstack / and then that's Zod form adapter like so. Let's go ahead and save that. There you go, the error is gone. Next, we need to tell it the actual schema that we're using. For that, we add in a validators object. Then we actually say, where do we want to validate this? We want to validate this, for my case, in the onChange. You can change this to the onSubmit so that it doesn't show errors as the user's filling out the form, only once they've submitted it. But I want to do it onChange, so sort of the second they start filling out an input, if it's wrong, it will go ahead and notify them immediately and validate that and not even let them submit the form as well. In this onChange, all you have to do then is provide the schema that you want your form to conform to. For us, we actually set that up earlier in the backend, and that was called login schema. So we can go ahead and just put login schema there. And it's going to go ahead and catch it correctly. Now, the next thing we can do is we can handle the onSubmit. But first, let's go ahead and build out the form so we can actually see what's happening here with the validation. And then we can handle the submit logic in a bit. So to create this form here, I'm going to be using some shadcn components. So in my front end folder, I'm going to go ahead and do button x shadcn add. We're going to be adding the card, the input, the label, and I believe that is all we're going to need for this one. We're going to hit enter. Once we've done that, we're going to go ahead and just rip out what we had here with this hello and then sign up stuff. We're going to leave it as a div. We'll give it a class name of width full, like so. Then inside of here, we're going to add in our card. So our form is going to be within our card. The class that I'm going to use for the card, I'm just going to provide some custom class names. We'll do MX Auto, make sure it's centered. We'll make sure it's just sort of away from the top of the page. We'll give it a max width of small so it doesn't take up too much of the screen. And finally, I'm going to do border dash border. I'm going to make my border sort of 25% opacity. Again, you can play around with these values. You don't have to do this exact styling. And then inside of the card now, let's go ahead and make sure we're importing this correctly. So that is from my components UI card. Inside of the card, we need to set up our form. For that, it's going to be a form here, and then you say onSubmit. And then inside of the onSubmit, we need to essentially stop it doing what it was doing before. So we take the event, we say e.prevent default, like so. And then we go ahead and also do e.stop propagation. Let's just make sure that this is actually running a function like so. And then inside of here, what we'll do is we'll say e.prevent default, and then underneath here, we need to stop propagation. So that's going to be here is e.stop propagation, like so. And then finally, you do form.handle submit, and that comes from the hook we created earlier. Now, obviously, I need to go ahead and close that form off and save that so it formats. So this is what your form on submit should look like. Now we're going to add in the rest of the styling within this form component itself. So within the form, we're going to go ahead and add in a card header. The card header here is simply going to take a card title. The card title is just going to have a class name. We're going to center the text. And we'll also just make the text quite large by doing 2XL. And in here, we'll go ahead and type in sign up. Next, what we're going to do is underneath the card title, let's just add in a description to explain a bit about what they're doing here or what they need to do. And we'll just say enter your details below to create an account like so. And we can save that. And you can see our card is starting to fill out on the right there. So now let's go ahead and add the actual form in. For that, we'll use card content here. Inside of card content, we're going to add in a div just to handle all of our forms. This is going to have a class name. We're going to make this a grid, and it's going to be of gap-4 like so. So now inside of the div, we need to go ahead and add in the individual fields. Now the way you actually do that with Tanstack Form is you do form dot and then field, and then this is your component, and then you provide what we want on this. So the name here is going to be equal to username. So that's the field that we're going to be filling out here on our form. And then finally, you pass it a children component or a children option. And then inside of here is where we actually set up sort of the styling for our field and various other options. Now you can also do the children as a function underneath the form field if you wanted to, but we're going to leave it done this way like so. Now inside of here, we're simply just going to return a component. So I actually don't want the curly brackets there. I just want normal brackets. We're just going to straight away return a component. And this component here is simply going to be another div. This div here, let's do /div as well and just fix up the errors that we're getting here. So let's make sure we're self-closing the form field. So now that we've got that, we need to go ahead and define what the actual field looks like. Let me just style this a little bit. On the class name, we're going to add in grid gap-2. Then we need an input from shadcn, or actually a label first. We'll add in a label. Make sure you're importing it from our label file and not the radix one. With the label, we can simply say HTML4, and that will be equal to the field.name. So we can now actually get some of the field values out here. So we can say field.name, and that will actually just have the name username. So you can see how it's going to automatically pick that up, all based on this key up here. Then what we'll go ahead and do is just provide the name of the field as the label. So it'll be username there. Next, we need the actual input that they're going to be filling out. Again, we'll be importing the input from the component we added from shadcn. And then on here, the props we need are ID. That is simply going to be field.name like so. We'll say the name as well is going to equal to field.name. Then we're going to say the value. This is going to equal, and then we simply do field.state.value. And then lastly, we need the onBlur. On blur, we're going to do field .handle blur, as Tanstack has handled that bit for us. And then finally, we need to add what happens on an on-change event. On an on-change, what we want to happen is we need to get the event out, and then we're just going to say field .handle change, and then we can simply pass it e.target .value, like so. So there we go, we've got that, and we can go ahead and just self-close the input here. And there you go, you can see we've got a username input that we can go ahead and use, and we can go ahead and start filling this out. Now what you'll notice is we actually do have in our schema, the username should be of length 3, so we're not getting any errors out yet. What we need to actually go ahead and do is create a field info component to go ahead and render in errors, so we can reuse this across sort of all of our inputs, and it will show the error message underneath the input that we want. To do this, we're going to create a new component. So go to components. This isn't going to be inside UI. We're going to do field-info.tsx, not with a dot there, so field-info.tsx, and hit enter. Let's make sure we actually do .tsx there, having some issues typing. There we go. Now inside of here, we're going to create a new component. First, what we need to do is import the field API here. So it's going to be field API from Tanstack React Form. Then what we're going to do is we're going to say export function field info. This is going to take in a field prop, and that field prop here is simply going to be of type field. And then the type will actually be the field API. And then we need to pass here a few any's here, as this is going to be generic and used across a load of different fields. It's going to be any. Now it's going to moan at us because TypeScript is in strict mode. What we want to do is just disable ESLint for this line, like so. And then we can go ahead and carry on. So now that we've got that, this component is simply, as I said, going to be used to render our error message. What we need to do is we need to say return. Then we return a fragment here. Finally, we do field.state.meta.isTouch. So we actually only want to show any validation issues if they have actually tried to enter something in the form. Otherwise, if they haven't sort of touched it, if they haven't focused on any of the inputs, we don't want to show the errors straight away. Then we'll also say if field.meta or .state.meta, and then this is going to be .errors. So if there are any errors with the specific field that we're targeting, .length. And we'll go ahead and simply say if there is some errors, and then if not, we'll say null here. Let's just set that up now. And then finally, if there is some errors, we're going to return a p tag here. The p tag is simply going to be the error itself. So that's going to be field.state.meta.errors. And since errors is actually an array, we're going to go ahead and join all of these with a comma if there are any, like so. And we'll also make sure there's a space in there like that. So now that we've got that, let's make sure we're closing off that curly bracket. Let's add some styling. We'll do a class name here. This is going to take a text. I'm going to make this 0.8 rem like so. And then we'll do font-medium. And then finally text-destructive to make it a nice red color when there is an error. So this is what your field info component should look like. And we're ready to use it, and it will make a little bit more sense when we do. So we go back to our sign up form underneath the label or underneath the input as well. Then we're going to go ahead and simply say field info. We pass it a field, and we just pass it the field that we got from this function up here. And there we go. We can go ahead and save that. And you see we're now getting a validation issue there. And it's coming through as we type in that it's under 3 characters. So the string must contain at least 3 characters. Once we go ahead and we meet that requirement, it gets rid of the error message for us. So we can actually go ahead and do the same thing for the password now. What we're going to do for that is we can actually just copy what we used here, as it's pretty much the same thing. It's just called password. We need to make sure we change the name here to password, change this bit down here to password, and then we can go ahead and hit save. And you see we've now got the password field as well. And you can see that also needs to contain at least 3 characters there, as that is also the validation we had on password. Now, the next thing we need to do is go ahead and just say if there's any form errors. At the moment, the only validation errors we're getting out here are, let's say, if the username is in the incorrect format or the sign up. But what happens when on the back end we say, hey, this username already existed, so we've submitted our form and it says this username already exists, so they need to enter a new one. That's where we're going to handle these errors in a little bit of a different way. So underneath our form field here, we're going to do another form component here, but this one here is going to be subscribe. This is how we can actually go ahead and get some values out of the form and use sort of the form state itself. What we first need to find is the selector. So what state do we want to get off of our form? As essentially it's having its own sort of state manager built into this form library. We want to go ahead and get the state.errorMap out like so. Then we need to go ahead and just use the children prop like we did before, but let me just make sure that I'm self-closing this so it's all working. Then what we need to do is say children here, and then the children is going to equal to curly brackets, and then this is going to be a function with our error map in it. It's going to be error map like so. Make sure we don't import that actually. It's going to be error map. And then this is simply going to be what we're returning. And what I'm going to say is if error map.onSubmit, so if it's an error that occurred in the onSubmit, and we'll actually handle setting this up later, as at the moment we only have an onChange validator, but we'll say if there's some issues when they did submit the form, and then here we'll go ahead and put what they are, but also make sure that this is null when there isn't any issues, like so. And then inside of here, we simply have a p tag again, like we did for the previous field info. And then inside of here, we're just simply going to say error map, and then this is going to be .onSubmit. If that does exist, we'll say .toString, like so. And we can go ahead and save that. But let's add in some styling onto our p tag here as well, similar to the styling that we just used. This is going to be the same thing. It's going to be text.0.a rem, like so, font-medium, and then also text destructive. Now, we won't be able to see what this bit is actually doing until we hook up the submit logic. As I said, this is only handling the error messages that come back from the backend, such as the username is already taken or different issues like that. So now that we've got that bit set up, we need to go ahead and actually add in the submit button now. So we do that in the same way with this form.subscribe. And the reason for that is so we can get the form options like the onSubmit, whether the form is submittable, so whether there's any validation issues, we can do that really easily using this form subscribe component again. What we want to do is define the selectors that we want. So for us, the selectors we want is going to be the state. And the state that we want to get back is going to be an array. We want to make sure that the user can submit it, so we can disable the button based on that. And we also want to know if the form itself is actually submitting as well, so you can display sort of a loading indicator on the button if it's currently in the process of being submitted. So there we go, we can go ahead and then use the children again here. So in children, we're simply going to go ahead and unpack our array here. So that's going to be can submit and then is submitting, like so. And this is all going to be a function. And finally, this function here is just going to return a button. And that's going to be from the shadcn button. And then we can go ahead and save that. Now let me just put this button on a new line here, as we're going to add in some logic in here as well. Like so. The first thing we need to do is set up what happens when they click the button. Obviously what we need is a type of submit. But then what we want is disabled, and we're going to disable the button if they can't submit the form. So obviously can submit is going to be a Boolean. It's either going to be true or false based on whether they can submit it based on validation issues. Obviously we want to disable the button if they can't submit it. So we're just going to falsify that. Then we're going to simply do a class name here. I'm just going to make the button take up the full width. Now that we've got that inside of the button, I'm actually going to do some custom text in here. What we'll say if they are submitting it, we're just going to render 3 dots like that. You could add in a loading spinner or something like that. I'm just going to leave that like that for now. And then finally, we can add in a sign up button. So there we go. That is actually our form hooked up, but we need to handle what happens when they actually click the submit button. So to do that, let's go back to our form definition at the top. So up here, we had that use form hook. On this use form hook now, what we need to do is add in an onSubmit function. So underneath our validators, we're going to say onSubmit. In this onSubmit, this is going to be an async function since we're going to be running our GET request or our POST request. And then we can get the values out like so by doing value. And this is always going to be equal to a function. So inside of here, what we'll do is the first line is going to be the const and then the response. That's going to be await, and then we're going to await the post sign up form or the post sign up method that we created earlier in /API. We pass this the value.username, and then we can also pass this value.password in the order that it was expecting. Now remember, this will be validated at this point as to get to the onSubmit. This validators here have to be successful. So this means that these will be the correct strings that we are expecting and not null or anything like that. So what we can say if the response.success, so we know we have an error or a success response coming back, so they have successfully signed up. And what we can do is we can actually navigate them. So to do that, what we're going to do is we need to import the navigation hook. So that's going to be navigate equals use navigate, like so, from Tanstack Router. And then finally, let me just make sure I've corrected the spelling there. We can do await navigate. I'm going to go ahead and redirect them. We're going to navigate them to, and that is simply going to be search.redirect. And we can go ahead and save that, because even if the search string of redirect isn't there, as we said earlier, we set up a default, so it's going to be / anyway, and that means it will work for us. Now I am noticing weirdly that my Zod object is up here for some reason, I need to go ahead and move this down to underneath the route. I don't know why my imports went ahead of that. That's going to make that a little more clear. So there we go. Now what we've got is we have our search. This is always going to be / by default. And then we're going to redirect them if they signed up successfully just to wherever they were before or to the homepage, as they're now signed in and they can sort of browse the content on the site as an authenticated user. What we can do here is we can say return null as well, as that's just going to stop the function from running at this point, as we don't need to handle any other logic. What we do need to do though is say what happens if there is an error. So if the response.success was false, this means we detected an error. Now, as I said earlier, what we can say is if and then response.is form error. So if it's not a form error, this means it was pretty much an unexpected error. Now, what we're going to do for unexpected errors is I'm actually just going to display a toast to the user that sort of says the sign up has failed and what the error code is. To do that, we need to add a shadcn component. Shadcn component we're going to be adding is bunx shadcn add, and then it's going to be called Sona. Sona is a really nice component that sort of sets up the toasts for you. But once we've got that, we can go ahead and just use toast. And then what we do here is we can say error. And let me just make sure I'm importing the toast correctly from Sona, like so. And we do toast.error. And then finally, we can say sign up failed, like so. And then I'll do a comma here, and we can add in some extra text. We'll add in a description, and that's going to be what the actual error message is. So this is going to be what happens if it's not a form error. But what if it is a form error? So remember, a form error is something like the username has already been used. Well, what we'll do here is we can say form.setErrorMap. So we can set our own errors based on the response here. And then inside of here, we'll use the onSubmit. We'll say it was an error with the submission. And then finally, we'll just say if it was a form error, so if response.isFormError, then we'll go ahead and print the response.error. Otherwise, we'll just go ahead and say that it was an unexpected error, like so. So this is also another way to show them in the UI. We can essentially, if there was an unexpected error, if we didn't expect it, we can also show a validation issue of unexpected error. So there we go. That is actually the logic for our sign up form set up there. So we can go ahead and test this out. But first, to actually hook up the toast component, I need to go ahead and wrap my entire entire code base here with the provider for the Sona component. To do that, we go to index.ts, or actually it's in the main.tsx here. And then we need to wrap this all with a toast provider. So to do that, what we actually do is we go to our __ root. Underneath where we have the Tanstack dev tools, or just above them, we go ahead and use toaster, and make sure that you're importing that from your components UI/Sona, like so. And we can go ahead and save that now. So if I now go back to the submit.tsx, let's go ahead and, or the signup.tsx, let's go ahead and test out what happens when we actually send this form. So let's firstly just sign up with James, as we know this username is already taken. And I can also put in password here. Now, if you want it to hide that password, let's go down to the field input here. Let's change the type on this to password, like so. There we go. And that's going to go ahead and handle hiding it for you. But say I had James and password. Now, I know this user already exists. So if I hit sign up, you see we get an unexpected error. Now, what I believe that error actually is at the moment, you can see we've got a nice toast message. But I believe that's actually we haven't loaded up the backend yet. So I need to go ahead and load up the backend by doing bun dev, like so. So it started up my backend server. Let's go ahead and test this out now. So it's James. We'll hit sign up. You see we've got an unexpected error there, and the username is already used. Now, this isn't actually coming through as I expected. I would expect it to say username already used here. Let's go ahead and check out why that might be. That's going to be in our server. Let's go to the auth route. And then where we have our sign up, let's go down to where we have the post request for signing up. I think that was the first one we had. I think I just probably haven't thrown the error correctly here. So I do a HTTP exception here. We say message already, username already used. What I need to add onto this is a cause. And then I need to go ahead and add form here and then just put true on that, like so. If I go ahead and save that, if I now hit submit on this form again, we should see, there we go, the error is coming through as a form error, so it's correctly setting itself on here, and it's not displaying the toast. So there you go, you can actually see me using that form issue there. Now this may happen around the application, I might have to go and update a few of these, but we can do that as we go. So now that we've got the form, we can see the username was already used. Let's go ahead and create a new user. Let's do James1, for example, and hit sign up. There you go, you can see we get redirected to the start page, and now I actually know we have the cookies stored on the user as well, so I am authenticated and logged in. We can go ahead and check this though by trying to get the user's username. So that's going to be the next thing that we will hook up. So let's go to API here. Let's scroll down. The next route we're going to add is underneath our post sign up. Let me go ahead and collapse that. So what we'll do in here is we'll say export const get user. This is going to be equal to an async function. Now we don't need any sort of props on this or any arguments for this. We're simply going to say the result here is going to be await client, then it's going to be dot, and then this is going to be auth, and then our route was at user, and this was a GET request. And then what we can say on here is we'll just simply say if the response was okay, so it came back correct, we'll say const data. We'll do the same thing we pretty much are going to do with all of our routes. We'll do response.json as, and then we'll say success response, although we can actually leave this one on its own because this is going to infer it correctly. You can see it's inferring the type of that JSON there from our backend using the RPC, saying it's a success with a message and the username on the data object there. What we'll do though is we'll handle what happens if it's an error. Now I actually don't need to really do anything if it's an error. I'm just going to return null, and then we can handle this logic elsewhere for if we haven't been able to get the user, because we can pretty much assume if there's an error, they aren't logged in correctly. So what we do need to do though is return the username as well. So we'll do data.data.username like so. So when we call the getUser function, it's either going to be a string with the logged in user's username, or it's going to be null, which means it errored out, which could be something like a 401 error, which is unauthorized because the user isn't logged in. But now we need to go ahead and actually use this getUser call, and we're going to be doing this using React Query, as we essentially want to cache this user pretty much indefinitely when they're on the page. As you can pretty much assume they're going to be logged in the whole time, and then when they refresh it, it will call it again anyway and check. To do that, we can say export const, and then what we do here is we say user query options. Then what we can say on here is this is going to be equal to a function. And then finally here, we just say query options imported from Tanstack React Query there. And then here we add in a query key. So this is how we're going to be caching on actual React Query here. And we say user. Then we go ahead and add in the query function. The query function we're going to be using is simply the getUser one that we just called. So we can just simply pass it getUser like so. And then we're going to add in a stale time here. And as I said, I want this to be an infinity stale time. So there we go. This is now how we can actually go ahead and use this using React Query. So let's go ahead and hook that logic up. What I'll do is, let's say maybe I'll get the user in the header so we can display the logged in person's username, and it'll be a nice indicator for us that they are logged in as well. To do that then, let's go over to our header component. So that's going to be in our site-header here. At the top here, we're going to need to use a query. To do this then, in our header, we're going to go ahead and say const. What we'll do is data, and then we'll rename this to user. This is going to be equal to use query here. And then inside of this use query, we can simply go ahead and pass in the user query options that we just defined. And you run that as a function like so. So now when we call this, this is going to have a user. As I said, it's going to be string or null or undefined if there's been an error. So we can go ahead and use this now to display the username. For that, what we'll do is we'll scroll down to here. Let's say we've got our buttons, we've got our navigation links with the submit here. We're going to add in a little bit of a new section down here. So we're going to have a div with the hidden items here. We'll add in a new div under here just so we can show a login and sign out button as well, as now we can actually know that the user is logged in or signed out, because if they have a username, it means they are logged in. For this, we'll come down here and we'll simply say div of class name. This is going to be equal to, we'll hide this by default since we'll also move this into the mobile navigation bar. This is going to be item center and then space -x-4 like so. Now inside of this div, we're going to go ahead and say if there is a user, so if the user does exist here, go ahead and return this component, and we'll put a component in here. Otherwise, we'll say null like so. So this is just sort of conditional rendering here. What we'll say is if they do exist, we're going to want to add in a span here. I'm just going to put the username in a span. I'm not going to do anything fancy. Obviously, this is where you could then add in a user menu if you want to take them to that user profile and various different things like that. And then finally, I'm also going to render in a button. This is going to be set as child. We're going to have a size on this as small. So it's going to be size equals small. So this is coming from shadcn. We'll add in a variant here of secondary. So I want this to look like a secondary button. And then we can go ahead and also add in some class names on that. Let me just save that. We'll add in the class names here. The class names I'm going to be using is going to be background-secondary-foreground, like so, because I'm just going to redo the colors. Need to make sure this is spelled correctly. So that's going to be, oh my god, what am I doing there? That's going to be secondary, like so, and then foreground. Then what we're going to do is let's just add a text-primary-foreground, like so. And then I'm also going to do hover. And then on hover, I'm going to make it background, secondary, foreground, And then let's just do something like over 70, for example. So we just change the opacity when they hover over this button. That's a long class name there, and you can see that one there. But what we're going to go ahead and do then is this is going to be a log out button. As the user here is signed in, we know the user is signed in here. What we'll do is we'll go ahead and say this is a logout button. For that, we can actually go ahead and use a tag. If you remember when we set up the backend, our logout was actually simply just a redirect. So what we'll do is we'll say href here, then we say /API or API / and then auth / logout like so. And then we can go ahead and just say logout. So now when they click this, it's going to redirect them to the API auth logout, and then the logout function itself is going to go ahead and redirect them back to the home page of our website. So there we go. That's what happens when the user is logged in. Or what should we do when they log out though? Well, we'll render in a button here to actually take them to the login page. So here we'll simply replace the null bit that we did earlier. We can then say button. Then on this button here, we'll go ahead and simply do a link. This link here is going to be to, and this is going to equal to /login. Or actually, this would be to /signup. So we'll actually leave this as to /login for now. We'll leave this as to / for now, and then we'll come back and change that once we have the login page configured. But then we'll go ahead and call this one login, like so. And then we also need to change our button up here to have the same props that this one did. So let me just go ahead and copy them, and I'll paste them onto here so the button looks the exact same there. So there we go. So if the user is logged in, we'll render in a logout button. If they aren't, we'll render in the login button. And then finally, we also need to update this in the mobile navigation as well. To do that, we can pretty much copy the same logic we have here. So I'm going to copy this user logic down here. Then we're going to go down to where we have our mobile navigation, and where we have the link for submit, we'll go ahead and add in the code that we just copied. We click into our mobile nav now. You see we have a log out button, and that's because currently I am logged in. And you see we also have the user's username up here. What I could do up here, just to make this a little more clear, is just say user and then the name of whoever's logged in. So let's click the log out button now and see if this is working correctly. So we'll hit log out. You see it took me back to my application's homepage, and you see that I have a login button and I no longer know the user's name. And if we click log in here, this would take us to the login page, which we need to go ahead and set up now. So let's go back to our routes. Let's go ahead and click new file, and we'll type in login.tsx like so. It's going to do the same thing, and it's automatically going to populate it with that create file route. We'll go ahead and create our login function. So let's just call this login, and then we'll simply just return. And I'll return what's in here for now. And we'll just move this component out into its own sort of definition here. So let's go ahead and type in login. And this will actually be login like so. And save that. And then you go, you can see we're going to have the hello login. What I'll do now is, since we've added that route, just so I remember, is we'll go back to the buttons where we were going to configure that and make sure these are pointing to the right place. So we can do /login now, and it's not going to throw a TypeScript error as it knows that route exists. We'll do /login. And hopefully now, if we click the login button, there we go, we get redirected. Now I have just noticed one thing with the site header there is that when I click on a link here, it doesn't seem to be actually taking or closing the menu. So we're going to want to change that behavior, and we can actually do that in quite a cool way by just doing the onClick within a link. So what we'll do is on our header, let's go to the top first. We need to manage the state of the sheet ourselves. So we'll say is open, then set is open. This is going to equal to, and this will be a state function, so we'll use state from React. And what we'll do is we'll say by default that it is going to be false, so it's not going to be open. Then what we do is down on our sheet where we have this, I believe we can say open, and then we set this to whatever is open is. And we go ahead and say on open change. And again, we can go ahead and just say set is open like so. We can just pass through the function. Then finally, on all of the links that we have within the sheet, we're going to want to add in an onClick. The onClick on all of these is simply going to be set is open, and we'll just make sure that it closes the sheet itself. I'm going to go ahead and copy this onClick then onto all of the other links that I have. So we'll go ahead and paste that in there, paste that one there, and paste that on the button here as well, like so. Actually, this one is the logout, so it doesn't need it. But this one down here on this link will need it. So we'll paste that in there and hit save. Now what should happen is, let's say I'm back on the home page. If I click the login button here, it should redirect me. But you see there, it also closes the sidebar for us. So just a nice sort of quality of life user experience feature there. Let's go back to the login page though, and now let's add in the login form. Now for the login here, we could actually cheat a little bit and copy essentially our entire sign up page. So I'm going to go ahead and actually copy everything we have in here, and we'll just change the values. That's because my login form and my sign up form are pretty much the exact same thing. So let me go ahead and save this here. Now what you will notice, even though I just copied the sign up page, it's already gone ahead and auto corrected the file route for me there to /login. We'll go ahead and rename this function as well. We can simply go ahead and just do the function key here. We'll change this to login, and that will rename that component for us. As you can see, it says sign up at the moment, but we're going to want to change that to where we have that. Let's go ahead and say login, and we'll say enter your details to log in, like so. So this is our login form with the username and password. And you can see we've got that same sort of validation on here to check it. We'll change our button down here to say login. And the other thing we need to go ahead and do is actually create the API route for what happens on and on submit. Pretty much all of the logic in here is the same. We just need to change this post sign up here to a post login. So let's go ahead and click into here. Underneath here, we can go ahead and do export const post login. This is pretty much, again, going to equal the same thing. So actually, it's going to be quicker if we just copy and paste what we had here. And then up here, we can change this to post login. And we'll go ahead and change the sign up here to .login. And there we go. We can see it's pretty much accepted that straight away. As I said, my login and sign up routes are pretty much the exact same thing. So we'll go back to the login page now. And then in the login, make sure we're using that. So that's going to be post login like so. And there we go. We can go ahead and save that. What you'll see here is we also have sign up search schema. Just for sort of safety sake, I'll rename that as well. So search schema. And we'll delete this import up here. So there we go, we've really quickly hooked up my login form there. If I hit enter on this, you see that we get an unexpected error, and that's incorrect username. Now, as we saw before with the server error, I need to go ahead and actually say this is a form error. So what we'll do is we'll go down to my auth route down here, where we have the post login, where it says incorrect username. I'm gonna go ahead and make sure that this is a form with true, like so, or it should have the cause first actually. So this is cause, form true. Now what's going to happen is if the username is incorrect, it should show the error in a nicer way. It looks like my bun server is sort of frozen a bit here though, so let's go ahead and restart that. But now what we'll do, if we hit send, you see it says incorrect username there as a form error, and we need to go ahead and do the same thing for the password here as well. So we say the cause here. I'm going to go ahead and say the cause is form and set that to true. And we'll go ahead and save all of that. So there we go. Now if I type in my name now, so a correct username, and hit login, we should see it says incorrect password down here as the form validation as well. And let's go ahead and actually successfully log in. So if I put in my super secure password of password and hit login, we should see that it actually successfully logs us in. Now it seems there is actually an issue here at the moment. It isn't redirecting us. So let's go ahead and debug what that is doing. So I believe it was successfully logging me in there. So we got the await with the navigate there. It looks like it did actually work. All I had to do was refresh the form here. So once I've refreshed this, if I type in James and then password and hit enter, we go all the way back to welcome home. Now we need to make a couple changes here. One of them is we need to actually invalidate the whole router. We're going to do that because if they're logged in, we're going to expect there's going to be sort of different information based on when that occurs. To do that, when there is a response of success, just after we do, or just before we do the navigate, what we're going to do first is we're simply going to say router, and then we're going to import that from use router. So we actually need to set that up here. We say const router equals use router, like so. That's an import from Tanstack Router. And then we go ahead and say router.invalidate, like so, like that, and save it like so. The next thing we can actually go ahead and do is we can say if they're logged in, we're going to want to go ahead and refresh the query that we set up earlier to actually get the user. To do this, we can do this on the query client from React Query. So up here, what we're going to say is const query client. This is going to equal to use query client, like so. That's going to be from React Query. And then down here where we have the router.invalidate, just before that, what we're going to do is we're going to do an await. We're going to say query client.invalidate queries. And then we're going to target this by the query key. And the query key we set up for the user earlier was simply user. So what this line is doing is it's saying essentially once the user is logged in, we want to go ahead and invalidate any information we may have had before for the username. So that could be something like null or string because it's not going to retry it. And then what we'll see here is it's going to invalidate that. So it should fetch the new username essentially. Then it's going to invalidate sort of our entire router stack just to make sure we're getting the latest up-to-date information and all of the routes are going to sort of reload based on an awareness that the user is logged in. And then finally, we just redirect them to wherever they were before when they came to this login page. Now, obviously, we can change this error down here as well to login failed. We're actually going to do the same thing that we just did with the query client here and also the router.invalidate in my signup form. So we go back to the signup form here. We'll go ahead and do the same thing in here. So where we had the onSubmit, we're going to need to get the query client and the router. So first, we'll do const router equals use router like so. And then we'll also do const query client equals use query client like so. Make sure I import this correctly. And then go ahead and paste that code in above my navigate here. And hit save on that. So as I said, we're invalidating the query, so it should go ahead and mark it as stale and it needs to be refreshed. So essentially we're just going to make sure it gets the user again, and we will sort of invalidate the entire router stack in Tanstack Router. So there we go, we now have our sign up and login and also our log out button configured. But there is a cooler trick that we can do. At the moment, we can actually go to the login page. If I currently just say, let's say I do /login. Even though I am currently logged in, it still lets me navigate here, but that's not really what we're going to want here. So let's go ahead and set up some logic so that it can detect if the user's already logged in, if we're on the login or sign up page, and just redirect them to wherever they were coming from before. So to do that in one of our routes here, so we'll go into the sign up. Underneath our validate search here, we're going to add on a key called before load. So this is the logic that's going to run essentially before any of the components in this route load. So it's going to be one of the first things that is done in this sort of component loading tree. What we'll add in here is context and search. And then this context search is just going to be a function. So before load here is an async function. What we can then say is the user here. And this is where we're going to go ahead and use the query client, but we're going to be using it from the context. And we set this up a bit earlier when you saw me pass the query client to the context in the main.tsx. So here we have context.query client like so. And then we're going to have .ensure query data. Now we are getting an error here saying query client isn't actually on the context. I believe we actually need to update our TypeScript types for that. We go to our root.tsx here. What we actually need to do above here is simply say interface, and then this is going to be router context like so, and that's going to be query client. So we're always going to have a query client on our context, and that's going to be of type query client that we import from Tanstack React Query here. I'll make sure that's a type. And then you can actually go ahead and use this as well. What we do is we change this import here to create route with context. And then we go ahead and we type in the TypeScript generic here of the router context. And we go ahead and hit save here. And what we should see is this is a moment complaining that we have the component of the root component there. I believe everything here is typed correctly. Okay, so the next change that we actually need to make is it's create root router with context, and then you first go ahead and run it as a function like so, and then you go ahead and make the second function call with the actual props there. So it should look a little something like this. So let's go back to our sign up page then where we were going to configure this before load. So there we go with that change there. It's actually correctly picked up. The query client is of type query client. So we're going to get all of the TypeScript helpers that we need for ensure query data here. The next thing we're going to go ahead and do is simply say this uses the user query options that we set up earlier in our API wrap. So what this line here does is it essentially says the user is going to be equal to query client.ensure query data. Now, ensure query data is a function that you can run. What it's going to do is it's either going to use the cache value for if that has been called before. So say they've logged in already and we've navigated back to the login page, it's just going to use the value of the fetch that it's previously done. And as we have stale time infinity, that's essentially just always going to happen across the application. Otherwise, if it hasn't fetched the username before, it's going to go ahead and do that and put it in the cache for you. So user here is always going to be a string or null, whether the user has or has not logged in. So if the user has logged in, then we're going to have a string for user. So what we can actually say now is we can say if there is a user, we're simply going to throw a redirect using Tanstack Router here. And we'll go ahead and throw a redirect to, and that's going to be search.redirect. So wherever they were actually coming from. So there we go. You can add that in. We'll go ahead and copy this logic over to our sign up page as well. And we'll also pretty much reverse this logic later when we go ahead and set up some authenticated routes. So for the submit form, we're only going to allow them to get to that route if the user is logged in. So we'd essentially do the opposite of this. Let's go ahead and change that in our login now though. So in our login at the top here, let's go ahead and change the validate search underneath here. We paste in our before load and we make sure we import the query options and the redirect here as well. Let's go ahead and hit save on all of that. And let's refresh the page over here as it seems to have errored out a bit. But now if I go ahead and try and navigate to the login page, so say I do /login, what you see is it's immediately redirected me back. And the same if I do the sign up page like so, it's immediately redirected me back. Let's go ahead and log out now and then go ahead and try click the login button. You can see that we've been able to navigate over to the login button. At the moment, we don't actually have a way to take the user to the sign up page. So I'm going to go ahead and add that in. Let's go to our login form. What I'll do is I'll let the user click login and then we'll just have a button on here that says don't have an account, then sign up, and we'll redirect them to the sign up page. So at the bottom here, above this div or underneath this div here, we're going to go ahead and add in our own div like so. We'll put a couple of class names on this. Let's do marching top 4. Let's do text-center. And finally text-small. And then inside of here, let's go ahead and say don't have an account. We'll do a question mark. And then underneath here, we'll add in the link to. This is going to be to the sign up page. So it's going to be /signup like so. And then we'll go ahead and put a class name. And this is going to equal to underline. So we'll just underline it by default. Like so, and this link is just going to be to sign up. Let's make sure we import the correct link component, so Tanstack Router there. Hit save on that, and as you can see it says don't have an account, and then it says sign up as well. We need to actually add a space here, like so we can do that using that there. And you see there, if they don't have an account, they can simply click the sign up button. We'll actually just copy over this logic as well onto the sign up form to say already have an account, and then we'll just add in the login. So at the bottom here, underneath this div, let's paste that in, and we'll just say already instead of don't. And there's going to be already have an account. We'll update the import, and then we'll go ahead and type in login here. So there we go. If they already have an account, they can go to login. Let's change that actually to login. So we can click login. If they're on the login form, they don't have an account, they can click sign up. And then we have the various forms there. And hopefully these are working as well. Let's go ahead and type in James and then password and hit login. And we go back to the home and the username is correctly loaded in as James and the logout button was working. So that is all of the authentication setup on the front end and back end then. That's all complete. We can move on to creating things like the post form and then actually loading in the post data as well. So I'm going to go ahead and commit all of this here. So let's go to Git here. Let's add in all of our changes and we'll save this one here as step 10. And let's just say auth routes like so, and we'll hit commit. And there we go, we can move on. So in this next step, we're actually going to be using some of the more advanced features of Tanstack Query, and one of them is going to be these infinite queries here. Now, infinite queries are perfect for handling data, such as the one we created on the backend that has pagination and large data sets like this. It really helps you out with that. So essentially, you use the use infinite query hook instead of the use query hook that we've used before. As you can see, we can essentially additively load more data onto the existing set of data. So as I said, it's great for pagination, and also if you wanted to implement something like infinite scroll. What you'll see though is if we use the infinite query hook, there's going to be a few different things. Data is actually an object that contains the infinite query data, and infinite query data essentially has pages, so that will be your page. So on the first one, it's going to be page 0. So when we created our pagination data on the backend and send through, let's say, the first page of posts, that's actually going to be put into data.pages, and then the information will be underneath here. Then you also have this page params here, which is just an array containing the page parameters that are used to fetch the page. In our case, this is simply going to be the number of the page that we want. And then you can see it also provides us with a fetch next page function. So that's what we're going to be using on our button to go ahead and load in the next set of data. And it also has a fetch previous page. And Tanstack, the infinite query itself, is going to manage the logic for whether we can actually go ahead and get a next page or also get the previous page. And we also do that by creating a function on this as well called getNextPageParam here. And you can see this option is available for both determining if there's more data to load. And that was why on the back end earlier, we set up the total pages count on our pagination data too. As essentially we need to tell in our infinite query, hey, do we actually have more data that can be loaded from the server? So again, hopefully that just explains a bit of this here, and you can pause the video and read this as well, or go to the documentation as we'll be implementing this in a bit too. So alongside the infinite queries, we're also going to be using suspense in Tanstack query as well. What you can see here is React query can also be used with React suspense system for data fetching. So we're going to be using this use suspense infinite query hook. Essentially what this does is it allows us to use the suspense boundaries that React has, and for us we're actually going to be using the Tanstack Router one. If you remember earlier, we set up a loading component. What we do with the use suspense infinite query is it essentially goes ahead and tells React and also Tanstack Router, hey, when I'm trying to load in this data, show the loading icon or the loading component that we created earlier, as it wraps it all in suspense, and it also helps us enable the error boundaries and different things like that as well. And lastly, the next part we're going to be looking at in this next step is going to be optimistic updates. I think that's going to be the most sort of confusing and complex part of our application here. Essentially, what we want to do is say a comment takes 5 seconds on the server side for some reason, or it's just a slow request. What's going to happen with an optimistic update is you want to show the user straight away that the comment has been created, or show them that it's in some sort of draft state like you saw in our example earlier. And then when the server goes ahead and confirms that, we can go ahead and update the data in the cache with what the server returned. We can do the same thing for an upvote, for example. Say the user clicked an upvote to upvote a post and the server was being slow for some reason. It might be a bit annoying to the user if you go ahead and then just show them that it's still at 0 while the server is computing. So we do an optimistic update. We say they've upvoted it, even if the server hasn't gone ahead and confirmed it. And if there's any error with either of these steps, it then can go ahead and undo the optimistic update as well to essentially show the user, hey, this didn't actually work, and we can throw an error too. There are 2 ways to do this with React query. One of them is via the UI. Essentially, when we create our add to do mutation here, you go ahead and run an onSettled function, and that can return invalidate queries here. But then what you can get off of the add to do mutation is variables. And you can see here, that's going to contain the added to do or sort of the pending state that we have. And then you can go ahead and render that on your UI like so. So I recommend going ahead and trying to implement that in this application after I show you the other method, which is doing it via the cache. So we go down here to via the cache. This was quite useful for infinite queries. As you can see here, if we need to go ahead and update a list of to-dos when we add a new to-do, in our use mutation, we have an onMutate function. Inside of here, what we'll do is we'll go ahead and say the previous to-dos are equal to what we currently have in the cache. Then we go ahead and update the cache with a new array. So this one here is all of the current previous to-dos and then the new to-do. So for example, this would be a new post or something like that. And then you go ahead and return a context object as well, which we can think of this as a snapshot value. Hopefully we don't have to use this, but essentially if there's an error, like down here in onError, we want to go ahead and then set what we had in our query data, so in our state manager essentially, to what we had as the previous values, as we know there's been an error, so the new to-do hasn't been added. So essentially that's what we're going to be doing here with upvotes and also comments. So I just want to explain that in a more simpler way using the documentation here. And as I said at the end of the video, I'd recommend going back and actually trying to implement this method as well, as this may be a little bit simpler for some other things, such as adding a comment or adding in a new post. So for the next step, I think it's actually going to be good to load in our posts first on the homepage, as that way when we do go ahead and create a new post, we can see them loading in on this screen here. A couple of things we need to do before we do that. Let's go down to our shared schema, so our shared types.ts here, and we're actually going to add in some new types. For that, we're just going to infer the value. So what we do here is we say export const or export type, and then we say sort by. This is going to equal to z.infer, and then we just type in type of sort by schema like so. So what I'm doing here is I'm creating TypeScript types out of any Zod schema. The way you do that is with zod.infer, and as you can see, if I hover over sort by now, it's a TypeScript type which says points or recent, similar to how we had the schema like that. So we'll also go ahead and do the same for the order there. We're going to be using these in components later as prop types, so that's why it's good to have sort of the TypeScript type out like this. So we'll go ahead and do z.infer, and that's going to be type of, and then this one here is going to be order schema like so. So we'll go ahead and save that. Now let's go ahead and actually create the method for fetching our posts. So if we go into our API file now, where we've been defining sort of all of our API functions, let's go ahead and be below post login here. What we'll do is we'll say export const get posts. This is going to equal to an async function, so it'll be async. And then we'll go ahead and run the logic inside of here. So for the function, what we're going to go ahead and do, this one is simply going to have some arguments on it. The arguments is going to be an object. We're going to have a page param here. The page param is going to be equal to 1 by default. Otherwise, we're going to take in a pagination object as well. So let's go ahead and add in the TypeScript types for these. Page param here is going to be a number. And then we're going to go ahead and add a pagination object. The pagination object here is going to have either a type of sort by. This is going to be optional. This is where we're going to use that sort by type we just created. We're going to have an order. Again, this is optional. And we'll have the order type that we just created. And finally, we're going to have an author. That can be optional. This is going to be a string. And then finally, we'll have a site here. And this one here is also going to be optional and a string, like so. So with that done, we'll go ahead and define the logic here. This is simply going to be what we've done before. So this is going to be const res is equal to await. We'll get the Hono client. We're going to do .posts, .get. So it's a get request on all of the posts. We need to provide it some query strings. So we can do that using query as an object. We're going to provide it with the page number. That's simply going to be page param. And then .toString. Since all query strings do need to be a string, we'll provide this as a string like so. Then we're going to go ahead and need sort by. Sort by here is going to be pagination .sort by. Then we also want to add in the rest of them. So that's going to be author, that's pagination .author, like so. Then we need the, sorry, that's order there, that's pagination .order. Then we need the actual, this one is author, so this one's going to be pagination.author. And then we also need the site, and that's going to be pagination.site, like so. Go ahead and save that. So the response now is going to be the list of our posts, and we also have this pagination object, just telling us the total number of pages that somebody could fetch. What we'll do for this is, since we're always going to be using React Query, we're going to say if this response did actually fail, so if it wasn't the 200 success we're expecting, we're just going to go ahead and straight away throw an error. To do that, we'll say the response.json like so. We'll do what we've done before, where we first say it's as unknown, and then error response like so. That's just because of the issues with Hono client, as I mentioned. And then here, instead of returning the data sort of as an error, we're going to rely on the suspense boundary and also React Query, and we're simply going to throw the error. So when this error is thrown here, we'll see that error page that we configured earlier, as we're not expecting it to throw any errors or anything like this. Similar to how we did for the forms, obviously the difference with the form errors is there are some errors we are expecting, like when there's a username clash or something like this. With actually getting the users, we're not expecting there to be any errors, so we're simply just going to throw if there is one. And finally, we can simply say const data equals await response.json like so, and we'll return the data like that. Luckily, it's going to pick up the types for us based on the Hono client there, so you can see the data still has all of my post data on the data as an array. It has the pagination, and then it has success and message like that. So now that we've got that, we can go ahead and actually use this endpoint. To do that, we're going to be doing this in the main index.tsx here, as this is what this page is here, and the home page for our application is just going to be where we're listing out all of our various posts. What we first want to do though is create some search query sort of parameters, so we'll need a validation for that. Now the validation on this one is simply going to be const, and then we'll say, let's say home search schema. This is going to equal to z, and then we'll make sure this is being imported from Zod. That's going to be object. On this, we'll go ahead and add in sort by. This sort by is simply going to be, we'll have fallback first to make sure that we actually do pass this correctly. So it's going to be sort by schema. And then by default, I'm going to set it to points. So it's always sorting by sort of the top up voted posts. And then we'll go ahead and then do .default. And then we'll also set the default to recent as well if it's just not provided at all. We'll go ahead and set up an order here. The order is going to be Z or fallback first. That's going to be a pretty similar thing. We'll use the order schema. We'll add in a fallback of descending. And then we'll also go ahead and add in a default of descending as well. Like so. Go ahead and save that. Just go ahead and minimize that sidebar there. Next, we can go ahead and add in an author. The author is going to be a little bit different in that it's going to be an optional, as we don't always want to sort by an author, so we don't need sort of a default value. We'll then do a fallback. It's going to be z.string, and the fallback for that is just going to be an empty string. And we do the same thing for site as well, so it's going to be z.optional. And then here we do the fallback, and then we say z.string. And this string here is going to have a empty array like so, or empty string like that. Let's go ahead and set this up then. So we need to add in validate search here. When we do validate search on this, we use the Zod search validator, and we pass through our home search schema like so. And finally, we can go ahead and use these values by doing const, and then we say sort by, order, author, and site. And these are all going to equal to route.useSearch like so. There we go. So we're ready to use these within our component now. The next thing I want to set up though is the infinite query options. So we're going to be using an infinite query within React Query. Essentially what that is the same as sort of fetching data, but it knows how to handle it in a paginated way essentially. So to set this up, what we'll say is we say const, and then we do posts, infinite query, and then options. The reason we're defining this up here is we're actually going to reuse this in multiple places. This is actually going to be a function. The function here is simply going to take in sort by, it's going to take in order, author, and this is going to be the same as sort of the search parameters here, as that's what we're actually taking in, and cite. So we can actually go ahead and type these with zod.infer here. And then on the infer, we can just say type of, and then this is going to be of the home search schema. It's going to be home search schema there. And I'm not sure why it's decided to make that a function there. We'll go ahead and just remove that. And we need to go ahead and make this a function itself. It really wants to put type off there. Let's just delete that. It's because we need to go ahead and actually make this a function there like that. Then what you want to do is just say this returns infinite query options, which is an import from Zod or from Tanstack query, sorry. And then on here, finally, we have an object, and this is going to be the configuration for our infinite query. So what we first need is a query key. So how are we going to store this in the cache? Well, we're first going to store this as posts, but then what we want to store on the query key is essentially anything that sort of maps this data or links this data together. So for that, we're going to add in all of our search parameters. So that's going to be the sort by, that's going to be the order, it's going to be the author, and it's also going to be the cite like so. That's because if any one of these changes, we essentially want to add a new value into our cache, because obviously the posts sorted by sort of the top points, so the most upvoted posts, is not the same as all of the posts sorted by most recent. So that's why we go ahead and add all of these to our query key. Next, we go ahead and get our query function. Now our query function here, we're going to take in the page param prop like so. And this is simply going to equal get posts that we just created. And then on get post, we can go ahead and pass in the information that we set up. So we're going to have the page param, we're going to have pagination, and then on pagination, we're going to add in what we get as sort of the arguments of the function. So that's sort by, author, and cite, like so. Once we've got all of that, we need to set an initial page param. So what is the first page? That is going to be 1. We need to set a stale time. So I'm going to set the stale time here to infinity. Now I recommend checking out the React document or the React query documentation on sort of all the different types of stale time you can do and the different methods you can use for making sure your data is fresh and up to date. For us, a stale time of infinity is going to work though. And then finally, we need to give it a get next page param function. And this is how it essentially runs the logic to determine is a next page available. For this, we're going to provide it with a function that takes in last page, all pages, and last page param. And this function here is simply going to go ahead and run some logic. In here, we say if the last page, so if the data on the last page, and then we get the pagination that we've used before, and then the total pages. So if you remember when we load in our posts, we get a total pages sort of number with on the pagination object. So we say if the current page that we're on, or the last page that they were on, is greater than or equal to the sort of last page param here, this means that there are no pages available. We're going to return undefined. Let me just explain that again. Essentially, we have total pages here. Say if we had 10 total pages of information we can get, and they were on page 10 here, this would go ahead and return undefined, which means a next page isn't available. But if a next page is available, we can go ahead and return the last page param at 1, and that's going to be the number for the next page. So that is our infinite query option set up. And we can actually go ahead and start to use that. What you do is you would simply say const and then data here, and that's going to be use. What we're going to be doing is using suspense infinite query, and that's just so it can handle the loading state for us using our React suspense boundary. That's something that's built into Tanstack Router and into what we set up with the loading component earlier. And all we need to do now is pass this our posts infinite query options, and we need to pass it what we have to in that function, and that was simply going to be the sort by, it was going to be the order, the author, and the cite, like so, and go ahead and save that. Now, if I come down here and I do JSON.stringify, and then I go ahead and map over my data and hit save, you can see we're now loading in the post information from my backend there. We have that post that I created earlier when I was testing out the backend of Hello World there, and it's simply just one post, and you see it has page number of 1, total pages of 1 as well. There is a bit of other information that we do want to get out of this infinite query though, and that's how we can handle actually getting the next page if there was one. And we'll go ahead and test this a little bit later. What we'll say is data. Then we're going to say is fetching next page. So this is going to be a Boolean based on whether it's currently doing a fetch for the next page. It's just useful to sort of disable the fetch next page button so someone can't spam it when it's still trying to fetch the data. We then get fetch next page, which is a function which goes ahead and tells React Query to go to page 2, for example, or fetch the data for page 2. And then finally has next page, which, as I said earlier, it works out based on this function here. Is there actually a next page available? So has next page at the moment will be false because we have total pages of 1 and we're already on page 1. So there we go. That is all the information that we need through for our infinite query. So we can now actually go ahead and map over all of our posts. But before we do that though, I'm going to add in some styling onto this page. And we're also going to set up the sort bar so we can actually change the sort and the search parameters in a nice sort of select drop down menu. To do this, let's go ahead and change this div. We'll change this to MX auto here. We'll add in a max width of 3XL and we'll add in a padding of 4. I'm going to change this to a H1. We'll add in a class name here. The class name on this, we're going to add in a margin bottom of 6. We'll add in a text of 2XL, like so. We'll add in font-bold. And then we'll also do text-foreground, like that. We're going to change this from welcome home. We'll just change this to something like submissions, for example. And save that. We should see that come through. Now this is where I want to go ahead and add in my sort bar. To do that, we're going to be creating a new component for this though. So we'll go to components, new file. We'll call this sortbar.tsx like so. And inside of here, I'll do export function. And this is simply going to be sort bar. And then what I'm going to do here is I'm quickly just going to return an empty div or a div with some information just so we can see the changes as I said. So I'll just put an S in there, for example. If I go back to my index, let's go ahead and import this here. So we import sort bar. Now I'm actually going to pass through some props to this that we don't yet have, but that's going to be sort by, and we'll pass through the sort by. And we're also going to set it up to take in an order prop as well, and that's going to be equal to the order. And we'll save it like that. Now, as I said, there will be an error because we haven't actually configured sort bar to take those props in. We'll go ahead and do that now. We do need to add in some components. The one that you want to do is bunx shadcn add. And then this is going to be select like so. So go ahead and hit enter. That's going to go ahead and update or add the select component for you. Now that we've got that, what our sort bar is simply going to be is it's going to be a div here. We're going to add some class names here. We'll do a margin bottom here or 4. We'll do flex. We'll have items dash center. And then we'll also have justify dash between like so. Then inside of here, we're going to use the select that we just imported. Now make sure you're always importing it from UI/select and not radix UI. I make this mistake quite a lot, and I'll probably make it in this video at some point. What we need to do is then add in select trigger as well. Again, making sure you see that that import is coming from UI select. On this select trigger, we can go ahead and add in a select value. The select value is going to be just a self-closing tag like so. Then finally, we add in some select content. So we'll do select content here, and this is where we add in the actual items that we can select. So that's going to be select item. This is going to have a value. Make sure we need to import that actually. So that's going to be select item. That's coming from UI.select. As you can see, I've already made that mistake, as I literally said earlier. It's a bit annoying because auto import always wants to import radix UI. We'll go ahead and just save that though as the select. Select item here, we need to provide it with a value. The first one here we're going to do is points. And then we'll self-close this tag with points like so as the text. And then finally, we'll copy this and we'll do the same thing for recent. So it's going to be recent. And then in here, we'll go ahead and take in recent like so. So you can see how we've created a select here. Now, obviously, we need to style this a bit to make it a little bit smaller. What I'll do up here on the actual select trigger tag down here. So we're going to do a class name. We'll set it to have a width of 180 pixels, like so. And then we'll also do a background of background, and we'll go ahead and save that. Next, what we're going to want to do is take in we need to know what the sort by is and the order, and we're going to be taking that in from the props up here. So to do that, we're going to say sort by and order, and we're simply going to type that out as sort by, and that's going to be the sort by shared type that we've been using. And for the order, that's going to be the same thing. That's going to be the order shared type that we've been using. And we can save that. Next, what we need to do is essentially when we click on one of these types, we want it to change the search parameter. As I said, all of our state is being managed up here. So we have sort by, points, and order is descending. We're going to want to make sure that when we click on one of these, it then changes the value in the search parameter. I'm a big fan of using sort of the search query parameters as your state manager, as it just means it's really nice for the user. If they go ahead and share the page, it's going to have the exact same state as they're looking at. Also means if you click the back button, for example, they're going to go back to the exact page and all of the data that they had loaded before. So let's go ahead and make those modifications. What we need to do is on select up here, we first pass it in a custom value. So the value we're passing in here is going to be our sort by value. But then we need to also add in an on value change. Now we're not doing a setter or anything like that. What we need to do is say sort by here, and that's points or recent. And this is simply going to equal to, and then we're going to use a navigate function from Tanstack. To get that out, we need to say const navigate equals use navigate. And then finally, once we're here, we can go down to here. We can say navigate. And then inside of this function, we want to say where we're navigating to. Now, obviously, we're not actually trying to change the page that they're navigating to. So for that, we can simply put in a dot here. This also means that we can reuse this across multiple pages without having to worry that the search parameters don't match. Because if we now type in the search parameters that we want to change, firstly, we can use a history function here. So we can do previous. And then that means that we don't actually overwrite any search parameters. And all we need to return from this is the new values we want. So we'll go ahead and use the spread operator to make sure we're including the previous values, but then also updating the sort by function here. Now, the reason this is coming through as an error is we actually need to type this here as sort by like so. We can go ahead and save that there. Actually, it's not previous that we sort there. It's this one up here. It's sort by up here. We need to go ahead and type this with sort by. And there you go. You can see that now when I select a value, it's actually going to just run the navigate function. We use the dot here as this can be used across multiple routes. So we don't actually have a specific route and we don't actually want them to navigate away anywhere. We just want to change the search parameters. And finally, we go ahead and get what the current search parameters are. And then we just return the new search parameters. And then we change the sort by search parameter on all of that. To cut a long story short though, essentially if we click recent on here, you'll see that the URL up here will change to sort by equals recent. And if we click points up here, you see that it changes to points. And there's a really nice way to handle that. Now, the last thing we're going to need is also a button to add in the sort, whether it's ascending or descending. So I'm going to do the same thing pretty much that we did up there, but we'll just use a button for this. It's going to be a button from Shadcn UI. What we'll then do is, let's say in here, we're going to add in a arrow up. In an arrow up, we'll do arrow up icon from Lucid React. We're going to add in a class name here. Now, this is where I'm actually going to be using the Shadcn CN function here. And this is so we can do some conditional class names. In here, we're first going to set up sort of the default class names that I want. That's going to be size 4. Then I'm going to do transition-transform. And this is so we can add in a nice animation. Then we'll do duration of 300 for this animation. Then finally, what we can say is in this sort of CN function, we can add in another argument and we can say if the order is equal to ascending or descending, like so. So if the order is equal to descending, we're going to want to go ahead and add in this class name on it as well. So that's rotate 180. So essentially what we're doing is we're saying if the order changes from descending to ascending, go ahead and add in the class name rotate 180, and that's going to trigger a nice animation. Let's go ahead and then self-close this icon then. And scroll back so you can see what that looks like. The other thing that we may want to add in as well is sort of a name or a label on the button. Firstly, what I'll do is I'll change this to a variant. We'll call this an outline variant, like so. I'll make it the size of icon so it actually fits the icon a bit better. And we also want to add in the on-click as well. So what we'll do for the on-click is something really similar to what we did above. Essentially, let's just go ahead and copy this navigate function that we had up here. We're going to be doing the same thing, except we're going to be changing the order. So if we paste that in there, we have the search. Let's just change this here to order. But what we're going to do for order is obviously we need to toggle the order. So what we'll say, if the order is currently ascending, we'll go ahead and set it to descending. Otherwise, set it to ascending like so. So that's a nice quick way to toggle it. Now, what we also want to do is just add a label onto the button for a screen reader. So what we'll do is we'll say aria label. And this label is either going to equal if the order, and if the order is ascending, let's go ahead and then say that this button will then do sort by descending. And if not, we'll go ahead and say sort ascending, like so. And we can save all of that. Now, if I click this button, what you should see is it does a nice sort of rotation. animation on the arrow here, and that's how we set it up with this down here. And then also it's going to be changing the search parameter. So if I go ahead and expand this, it's going to be changing the search parameter there. Now, I have actually just noticed a bug when I've expanded that, and that's that we aren't getting the login button here. Let's go ahead and see if we can fix that. That should be in our site header.tsx here. Okay, yep, so we have a hidden item center and then space x4. We actually need to change this so when it's a medium screen that it's flex. So there we go, that's fixed that header up there. We're seeing the username and the logout button. Let's go ahead and just shrink this a little bit though. And there we go, as you can see, we did have this button and these are both now changing our search parameters. So once we've got all of that, we can now go ahead and head back to our index.tsx here. And this is where we now need to map over the data that we have here to try and show each of our individual posts. Now, obviously, I'm going to be creating a new component to do that, but for now, we'll go ahead and just sort of see how we would map over this logic. To do that, we'll say data. Now, data may not exist because obviously it may not be fetched yet, but because we're using a suspense query, this actually won't be the case for us. So we're not going to have any sort of data loader ourselves in this component. It's going to show the loading component that we set up earlier because we're using this suspense boundary infinite query. What we'll do though is we'll say data.pages.map. So we need to map over each page of our data. Then inside of each page of our data, this is where we then map over all of the posts on a page. So you do page.data and then you say .map. And then finally, this is where we get our posts. And then finally for this, let me just go ahead and let's say I'll return a div for now that just has, let's say, post.title. And then we'll close that div off like so. So there we go. You can see it's mapped over all of my pages and then it's gone ahead and it's got the sort of title for it, Hello World. We only had one page and one post. We've only got one title, which is Hello World. We are going to go ahead and create a post card component now though. So we go components, new file, post-card.tsx and hit enter. Now inside of this post card component, let's go ahead and say that this is export const post card like so. This is going to equal, we're going to have a couple of props in here that we'll use later, but the first one we're going to do post. It's essentially just all of the post information. And for that, what we'll go ahead and do is just say that a post is equal to a post, and that's going to be from a shared TypeScript type. So it looks like we need to import that or actually create the post itself. I go ahead and just click and actually make this a function here. It's not seemingly picking this up from our shared types. Did we create a post type earlier? If not, we do need to go ahead. Oh, no, okay, we did. So there we go, we've got one there, so we can go ahead and use this now. First thing we're going to do is just return. We're going to do this on a card. Each postcard, as I said, is essentially going to be the Shadcn UI card component like so. Then what I'm going to go ahead and do is let's go ahead and just quickly import this postcard component in our index.tsx. So we'll go ahead and replace what we just had for the div here. We'll say post card. And then finally, we'll provide it with the post, which is post like so. We'll make this self-closing. And also we'll just give this a key. And the key is just going to be post.id like so. There we go. That way we can see the changes as we're making them in this postcard component. So on our card now, let's go ahead and add in a couple of props. We're going to add in a class name here. This is going to have flex items-start. Then it's going to have justify-start like so. And then a padding top of 3 like that. Now inside of our card, we'll go ahead and add in a button. The first thing we're going to be adding is a button for upvoting. Now we're not going to be using the Shadcn button for this as I sort of want custom styled here. What we'll say is we won't do disabled yet. We'll add in a class name. The class name on this is going to go ahead and be using the cn function as we want some conditional classes. First, what we want though is we want sort of the default classes is a margin left of 3. We want flex dash column, items dash center, justify dash center. We want text muted foreground, hover, and then text dash primary like so. And then what we do want to do is we want to say if post dot is upvoted. So if they have upvoted the post, now remember we set this up in the backend earlier for if the current logged in user has upvoted something, we can go ahead and say we want this to be text color primary. Otherwise, if they haven't updated the post, we'll go ahead and just leave it as an empty string like so. Now we are getting an error here as I haven't actually gone ahead and closed off this component. But there we go, that is going to be our button there, and that's the class name you want in that. And as I said, we're doing a conditional here just to show it in sort of, it's going to show it the upvote button as orange if they have already upvoted it, and then it'll go back to black if they haven't. Let's go ahead and change what's inside of this button now. We're going to be using the chevron up icon. So it's going to be chevron up icon like so from Lucid React, and we'll give this a size here. Let's just give this a size of 20 like so. And then we'll close this off as well. So you can see we've got an upvote chevron there. Underneath this though, let's go ahead and add in a span. We'll add in a class name. We'll make it text extra small, font-medium. And what we're going to display here is the number of upvotes the post actually has. So that's going to be post.points like so. We'll go ahead and save that. So there you go. You can see we've got sort of our upvote button. And since on sort of the API, I have upvoted this post already, you can see it's got 1 and it's showing in orange as the current logged in user, James, has upvoted this post. We'll add in the logic in a bit for actually clicking this and upvoting or unupvoting a post. Let's continue sort of building out our card here. So next what we want is we want a div down here. You're going to give this a class name. It's going to have flex. That's going to be grow. It's going to be flex dash column like so, and then justify between. Inside of this div, we're going to go ahead and create another div. Inside of this div, I'm going to want class name. That's going to be flex items start, and then that's going to have padding of 3 and a padding y of 0 like so. And then inside of this div, we're going to go ahead and create another div. That's going to be div class name flex grow flex dash wrap like so, items dash center, and then gap dash x dash 2, and then padding border 1 like so. And then finally inside of here we can actually use the card title now. This card title is going to have a class name. We'll make this have a text of extra large, font of medium. And then on the card title is where we're going to add what the title of the post is. For now, we're just going to leave this as post.title just so I can show you how it's working. There you go, you can see our post has the title of Hello World. What we actually want to change this to is either a link to the URL that they submitted or a link to the post itself if it doesn't have a URL. So to go ahead and do that, let's just go ahead and get out of here. We say post.url. So if there is a post.url, we're going to add in this component here. Otherwise, we'll add in this one. What we'll say, so if there is a post, this is simply just going to be an anchor tag. This is going to have a href. The href is simply going to point to the URL of the actual post. So remember, on HackerNews, if you submit like an article or a blog post or something like that as a URL, when they actually click that on HackerNews, it takes them straight to the external site. So that's what we're mimicking here. So we have post URL of that href here. Let's go ahead and add in a class name here. We're going to add in text-foreground. We'll add in a hover, and that's going to be text-primary, and also a hover of underline as well, like so. Go ahead and save that. Now we obviously need to make sure we're closing off the anchor tag here, and inside of the anchor tag, we just want to add back in the post title, like so, and we'll go ahead and save that. Next, if it is a local sort of link, so remember, if we don't provide a URL, there's only content, it's considered like a HackerNews discussion. So we need to go ahead and just redirect them to the post page within our website. To do that, then we can go ahead and use the Tanstack Router link component. And on here, for now, we're going to have to simply say to and equals slash, as we don't actually have this logic set up yet. We don't have it post page. But then on this post here, if I just save this so we can actually see this in a nice formatted way, there you go. So inside of this link then, of course, we need to go ahead and display the title again. So that's going to be post.title. And we'll also add in some class name on here as well. It's going to be the same as this one up here. We'll just copy that same class name and paste that in there. So there we go. The other thing as well is we would provide the search parameters. Again, we'll set this up later when we actually have a post ID to look from. But for now, what you can see is if I hover over Hello World here, we go to example.com as that was the URL of the post page. I do need to refresh this page here just to make sure that's up to date. And you can see we're building out the post page. What we do want to do now though is we also need a badge to show the URL name. And this is sort of just again mimicking some of the style of HackerNews. We'll say post.url. If there is a post.url, we'll run this. Otherwise, we're going to return null here instead. What we'll do inside of here is we actually need a link. This is going to be link like so. Again, this is going to be to. And now this one is actually going to be to slash. And then what we'll do on here is we'll say search. This is going to be equal to, and then the search parameter we're going to be setting is site. And that's going to be post.url like so. And then what we'll go ahead and do is simply save that as a link. And what you see is it's added the link here. Inside of here, we do need to go ahead and simply do new URL. And then we say post.url. And we just get the host name off of this. Now I'll explain this in a second, but we do .hostname. And we save that there. Let's see what the error is moaning out. I haven't closed off my curly brackets. If we save that there, what you can see is we get example.com. The reason I did this new URL, post.url.hostname, is on HackerNews when you submit a site, for example, like google.com / or if it was a blog post / and then a load of information, it only displays essentially the hostname, which is example.com. It doesn't show sort of the / after or HTTPS. It's a really nice sort of shorthand way to go ahead and get that information extracted. So what we're actually going to do next is we're going to format this to look like a Shadcn badge. To do that, we can go ahead and add in the Shadcn badge component here. So we just go ahead and type in Shadcn add badge, making sure you're in your front end. Then what we'll do on the link is we're going to add in a class name on the link. First, we'll provide it with the cn function. So it's going to be cn like so. Inside of the cn function, we then use the badge variance function that's imported from UI.badge. And inside of here, we can say we want the variant to be secondary, like so. And we can hit save on that. And you can see we sort of get the styling of a badge there. We do want to add some custom styles on top of this though. What we'll do is we'll simply change this to a comma. What we're going to change is we're going to say cursor dash pointer, as this is actually now a clickable badge. We're then going to do text dash XS. Font dash normal, transition, and then colors like so. And then we'll do a hover. The hover effect we're going to have on this is going to be background primary /80. And then we'll also have a hover, and that's going to do underline like so. Go ahead and save that. Now if we hover over the badge, you can see it sort of makes it known that it's clickable, and it underlines the example.com there. It just looks a little bit nicer. Let me go ahead and just minimize that screen there. So we have that link showing there. So there we go. That's essentially sort of the title bit of our postcard handled. Let's go ahead and add in the content now. So underneath card title, we can go ahead and add in card content. Now card content here is simply going to have a class name. This one here is going to be a padding of 3, and then also a padding top of 0, like so. Now, interestingly, in this card content, we're not going to see anything on this main page here. We're going to be reusing this postcard component later when we go ahead and fetch a post. But again, to mimic the way HackerNews behaves, when you see all of the posts on sort of the homepage in the list of posts view, you don't actually see sort of the text content of that post on that view. You only see that when you click into the post. So we're going to mimic that behavior here, or we already have on our back end, as we don't return any content if we're just loading in all of the posts. However, we return content if we load in a single post. Hopefully that made sense. We do post.content here, and then on here we'll just add in a p tag, and this is where we go ahead and just do post.content like so. And we'll go ahead and save that. As I said, we won't be able to see that change here ourselves. Also want to add in some class names here. We're in margin bottom 2, text small, and text dash foreground like so. So that's the post content. Now underneath this though, we can go ahead and show sort of the author name, the comment count, the created at, and different things like that. So we'll do a div here. That'll be a class name. That'll be flex dash wrap like so, items dash center. And then we'll go ahead and have a gap dash x dash 1. We'll have a text of extra small. We'll have a text dash muted dash foreground. And then inside of this div, we can go ahead and set up our first span. So we'll do a span tag here. This is going to be by, and then we also need to make sure we have a space here. So we can do that simply by doing the curly bracket space. Inside of here, then we're going to actually have a link to the author name. And that's because we can actually go in here and click on the author, and then we can find all of the posts by that specific author. To do that, we can simply do a link to, and then we can provide the search parameters. And we've already set this bit up, so we can simply say we need to pass through an author, and we'll pass through the post.author.id like so. And now, obviously, for that link, we'll just use the user's username. So that's going to be post.author.username. And we'll go ahead and save that. And as you can see there, it says by James like that. Now it does look like we haven't styled this correctly. I believe that that should be outside of this div. So let's go ahead and take this card content here. And that's going to be outside of these two divs here. And then we'll paste that there. And there we go. It goes underneath sort of where I was actually expecting it to be. And you can also see that this link here is clickable. So we do need to go ahead and add in some styles on that actually to sort of say that it's clickable. For that, we'll go to our link here, I'm just going to add in a simple style here. Let's do class name. Let's do hover and then underline. Like so, and save that. And you can see I can sort of hover over it and see that it's underlinable. Next, the next span we're going to add, we're just going to add in a span with a dot here, just as sort of a nice, easy separator to use. Although the dot I'm actually going to use is, I'm going to copy and paste this one, as this is actually a center dot. So not a sort of dot there. We'll put in a center dot like so. Then what we're going to do is we're going to set up the sort of created at time. For this, I like to go ahead and create a new function, and we're going to be using Luxon to get the relative time. So I'll explain that in a bit. But first, let's go to utils. On our front end, we'll do bun and then add and then Luxon like so. And once that's gone ahead and installed, we can now go ahead and do export function. This is going to be relative time. We'll take in a date. So the date is going to come through as a string, and we already set that up on the backend. What we do here is we say const date time is equal to date time like so. And this is going to be imported from Luxon. So we need to import date time from Luxon. That's going to be coming from, this is going to be Luxon like so. And then we have date time. And then here we can say from ISO brackets date like that. I think we actually need to install the Luxon types as well, which is going to be at types / Luxon. Let's go ahead and do bun add -d and then at types / Luxon there. And I think that should go ahead and create that error for us. Let's restart our TypeScript server and see if that fixes things for us. There we go. Yeah, that's fixed it for us. It says datetime dot from ISO and then brackets date there. Next, what we can do is we can simply say return datetime. And now what we can do is we can do a cool function called toRelative here. And as I said, that just changes it into a nice relative string like 1 hour ago or something like that, which makes it a bit nicer. Let's go ahead and save this code here just so that dot button goes in the center there. And let's go ahead and continue filling this out. So we can now use our relative time function. That's going to be span. Inside of this span, we're going to have relative time. And then relative time, we just pass it with the post.createdAt, or like so. And we go ahead and we can save that like this. I've just put the curly bracket in the wrong place. That was a stupid mistake. Go ahead and save that, and you can see we got 17 hours ago, which is actually when I recorded the first bit of that tutorial. So that's when we last made my post. Go ahead and just copy this span again, as we want another sort of separator, nice and easy. Now, the next thing we're going to do is just add in the comment count, but the comment count is actually going to be a link to the post itself, so you can go ahead and comment there as well if you wanted to. Again, we don't yet have the post page, so I'll just do a link, and then let's just say // at the moment. And then inside of this link, firstly, we'll add in a class name. We'll do the same thing we've done before. It's class name, and that's just going to be hover, underline. And then here, what we will say is we will do the post.comment count, like so, and then comments like this, and save that. So there we go. You can see sort of the structure of my postcard here. We have the hello world, we have the badge, we have James. This was made 17 hours ago, and it has 4 comments. Now, it looks like I do want to do a little bit more styling sort of on the hello world and the badge there, as I think it's a bit too close to it. Let me just scroll up here and see we have the card title, and then we have the badge with the post URL. I think what we're going to want to do is just add a little bit of spacing between those, so I think we could do that. Okay, to fix that spacing, we're actually going to move this card title out here and move that to above this post URL bit there. And there you go, it actually centers it properly and makes it look a little bit nicer, as it's got a bit of padding from there. So there you go, you can see sort of we've got our first postcard, and you can see it's quite responsive as well. It goes small, and then it can also get quite big, but not too big. It's got a max width, as we said earlier. And you can see that our top nav bar is still doing it nice and responsive, loading in a mobile menu when we need to. We can click on the post to go to it. We'll hook up the upvote button in a minute. And we can also click on the comments. That will go to a post page when we set that up. And if we click to James here, what you'll notice is this has gone ahead and set sort of the author ID to my user ID. And now it's only showing posts that were created by me, as we already have that set up on the backend. So that bit is already working. So the last thing I want to do on this index.tsx page, though, is simply create the logic to actually load in a next page when there is one. So within this div here, we obviously have this data that we can collect here, and then we have the space of y4, so we actually need to add that. What we'll do up here is we'll just add in some spacing between all of our posts. To do that, we can say class name space -y-4 up here, and we'll wrap all of this logic that we had down here in that div. Then what we can do is we can add in another div here, so inside of this div, We'll go ahead and add in a class name. This class name here is just going to have a margin top of 6, like so. And then inside of here, we'll go ahead and add in a button component from shadcn. We'll do a onClick here. In the onClick, we're simply just going to run the fetch next page button, or the fetch next page function that we got from our infinite query. But we'll also make sure that this can be disabled, and this button is going to be disabled if there isn't a next page, or we'll disable it as well if it's currently fetching the next page, like so. And then inside of this button, we'll go ahead and set up some logic for what the button is called. What I'm going to do is I'm simply going to say if it's fetching the next page, what we'll go ahead and do is we'll say loading more, like so. And then we'll do a ... So when we are fetching the next page, I'll disable the button and it will display the text loading more. However, what we want to then check if does it actually have a next page if it's not loading more. And if it does have a next page, we'll go ahead and just change the text of the button to load more. But if it doesn't have a next page, we'll set it to say nothing more or something like that and go ahead and save that. So you can see at the moment, we don't have any more data to fetch as we only have one submission and it shows nothing more. What I might go ahead and do now is open up Insomnia here like we did for my backend. If I go to where we were creating our individual posts, so I believe that was this post request down here. If I go ahead and send a few more, let's go ahead and send in, I think 11 or 12 will do. Let's go ahead and make this a nice even 15. If I go ahead and refresh this information on the front end now, you can see we've got all of those posts loaded in. Now they were the exact same posts, but you can actually see that these ones aren't upvoted for us. If we hover over, it will show the orange to say they can be upvoted. Logic's not yet implemented, but you can see that pagination is now working. If I go ahead and click more, you can see it's sorted that by that. Now we have our last post, or our first post we created has one upvote. At the moment, we're sorting by points ascending. So let's go ahead and change this to descending. And you can see there it changed it so the one with the most posts or the most upvotes is at the top. And we can also go ahead and change this really quickly now as that data is now cached. And we could do the same thing for recent. We've got the one we created 38 seconds ago. And then we've got the one we created 17 hours ago, like so. So that is pretty much the home page done there. All we need to do now is I'm actually going to implement the logic for upvoting a post, because if we implement that on the postcard, we can then reuse that logic as well when we set up the post page. To do that, we're going to be creating a new file in lib. We're going to call this one api-hooks.ts, and that's because this is going to be reusable across various places of the application. So inside of here, we're going to do a little bit of complex React query work. The reason we're going to be doing this is we want to optimistically update the post upvote so it instantly shows feedback to the user that a post has been updated, even if the API is a little bit slow. So this is going to involve some sort of complex queries since we're using infinite queries. We need to go ahead and get the page, then get the post on a specific page, and then update that post in the cache. So as I said, that's going to be a little bit complex, but to help us out with that, we're going to be adding immer, which is really useful for this type of data, especially when React Query needs the return of these optimistic queries to be immutable. So we'll go ahead and just install immer there. Now, the first function we're going to be creating in here with immer is simply one that's going to change the upvote status of a post. So what we'll do is we'll say update post upvote. Now, this is just going to be a really quick reusable function for immer, and you'll see me use this in a bit. But first, this is going to take in a post like so. Then what we'll do on that post is we'll simply go ahead and say that's going to equal to, then we'll say draft.points is going to plus equals, and then we say if post.isUpvoted, not like that, it's actually, sorry, if draft.isUpvoted. So if they've previously upvoted the post, what we want to happen when they click the upvote button is we want to go ahead and actually -1 from the total points as we're then undoing that upvote. Otherwise, we want to go ahead and add 1 to the upvote. Then we also want to change on this. We need to do draft.isUpvoted. We just want to toggle this status essentially. So we're going to set this to the opposite of what it's currently set to by doing draft.isUpvoted like so. So there we go. That's what we need to change on that. Now at the moment this is throwing an error. That's because it shouldn't be an object like that. It's just equal to. So essentially this logic, we'll reuse this in a bit. As well, I needed to do this in a few places. We've defined it sort of at the top here. As I said, it's going to take in a post and essentially flip the upvoted status of that post. As when I click this button here, I need it to unupvote the post. So I need it to -1 from the total points. And if I click this one here, I need it to add 1 as I haven't upvoted that. So let's go ahead and set up our hook there then. So what we do is we say export const, and then this is going to be use upvote post like so, use upvote post. And this is going to equal to a function like this. And then we're going to go ahead and get our query client. So it's going to be const query client. And since we're going to be using this like a React hook, we can also use hooks in here. So it's going to be use query client like so. Now what we need to do is create a mutation. But before we create the mutation, we need to go ahead and create sort of the API function to go ahead and actually upvote a post. So we'll go to api.ts here. We'll scroll down to where we can add something new. And we'll go ahead and add in our upvote post function. So for that, it's going to be export async function upvote post like so. It's going to be an ID of type string, as we need the ID of the post that they're trying to update. We say const res, this is going to equal to await. We use the client, that's going to be post, that's going to be dot. Then here we need to use this ID syntax here, as obviously we used ID in sort of the param. So remember the API endpoint is /post/ and then the ID of the post we're trying to upvote and then upvote. So here we can now do .upvote, then we can do .post on here, and then finally we can send through the options. The options we needed were simply just the parameter, and that was the ID like so. So this should now upvote our post, but let's just go ahead and check that it did. We can say if the response.ok, let's actually make sure we're doing this in the correct place, sorry, that's under here. We can make sure we can do the check, so if the response was okay, we'll go ahead and return the data, so it's just going to be const data equals await JSON or response.json like so. And then we can just simply return the data if it was a success, as on here we should have the new count and whether the user who upvoted it has upvoted it now. Again, you'll see why that's useful in a bit. Next, what we can do is we can say const data. This is going to handle if it was an error. So we'll just say await response.json like so. And then we'll do as unknown as error response like that. And if not, we can throw a new error. And the error is just going to be the data.error. As I said before, we're essentially, since there's not going to be a form error with upvoting a post, we are going ahead and throwing the error that we got back from the API, and then React Query and our error boundaries can go ahead and handle that for us. So now that we've got the upvote post logic, let's head back to where we had our hooks. So that's API hooks. Let me just minimize that to make that a little bit clearer for you. And here we can now go ahead and use a mutation from React Query. To do that, you go ahead and you say return, use mutation. Inside of this mutation, we have our sort of mutation values. The mutation function is simply going to equal to the upvote post function that we just created. But this is where it gets a little bit complex, and this is where we need to do an optimistic update. So first what we say is on mutate. So this is what happens when the user initially clicks the upvote button. It's going to go ahead and send off the function, but we can actually run something while it's doing that. For this, we say async, and then variable, like so. And this can go ahead and equal to a function like that. What we first do here is we say let previous data. Now the reason we're going to do this, now this is a little bit complex to explain, but as I said, the onMutate essentially runs before we know the result of upvote post. Say upvote post here takes 5 seconds to return from the server. We're going to be running this bit here straight away, and this is going to allow us to optimistically update the upvote post count, so it will immediately display 1, even if the server is taking a bit of time. But we need to go ahead and store what the current state of this post is, so if an error actually happens on the API, we can then undo the optimistic update that we did. So first we say let previous data. Next, we then go ahead and use the query client. We say query client.cancel queries. And essentially what we're doing here is we're just making sure that no queries sort of overwrite our optimistic data. So for that, we say query key, then we'll do the post. And then here we can go ahead and say number brackets variable. This is going to make sure that it doesn't try and refetch the post while we're doing an optimistic update. Now this next bit here is where things do get a little bit more complex. We need to say query client. And what we're actually going to do is we're going to say set queries data. So it's going to be set queries data like this. And then inside of this data, we need to go ahead and type this. So we'll go ahead and add a generic type here. This is going to be of type infinite data. And then inside of here, we need a get post success. To do that, I'm going to go back to the API where we have our get post up here. So that's up here with get post. What we're going to say is we're going to say type or export type get posts success. This is going to equal to infer response type that I showed you earlier. And that is going to be the post. So that's going to be type of client.posts.get like so. And that means that we should have this type here with essentially what the data looks like when we get it back from our API. I'll go back to the API hooks and I'll explain what I'm doing in a second, but let's go ahead and type in get post success here. Now what I've essentially done with this typing here is it means if I go ahead and add in a query key, so the query key here, this is simply going to be posts. So this is the top level. So once we have our query key in here of posts, we need to go ahead and say what we want to do with the data that we got back from the cache. To do that, we're going to be using produce from IMA, and we do that after sort of this query key definition here, so it should look like that. We first need to import IMA, so it's going to be import produce. This is going to be from IMA, like so. And we'll save that. Now inside of this produce function, we can say old data, and then this is going to equal to a function. And this is where we can go ahead and essentially just modify the old data to be the new data, and IMA handles all of the immutability for us. If you don't know too much about IMA, I highly recommend checking out the documentation on why you'd want to use it. It just helps us massively with not having to do a load of spread operators, especially when a lot of our data here is going to be several layers deep. What we'll first do is we set the previous data equal to current from IMA here, and then we say current old data. So as I said, this is essentially storing the current state of what this post was before we try to make the optimistic update. Next, what we can say is we can just simply say if there wasn't any old data, we'll just do a quick check, and we'll return undefined. So if there wasn't any old data, we can't actually modify anything. Next, what we say is old data.pages.for each. So for each page we have in our infinite query, we then need to go ahead and find the specific post that we're trying to upvote. So we do page.data for each, and then here we do a post, and then inside of this for each here, what we're going to say is we're going to say if brackets post.id.toString is equal to the variable that we're getting through. So variable here is simply what we're going to pass into our function, and that's just a string, and that was what we passed to upvote post here, which was just the post ID. So if we have found a match for the post, this is where we then run our update post upvote. We pass it through just simply the post information that we have. So there we go. What we can now do on here outside of our set queries data and inside of this component here is we also go ahead and return the previous data like this. This is just so it's in the context. You'll see me use this in a bit. Essentially what we've done now is we've updated the cache with an optimistic update for our upvote. And then the previous data here, as I said, if our mutation goes wrong, so if the server comes back with an error, we want to undo our mutation, and we can return previous data here. So later in the on error hook that we do, we can catch that and then reset the query data to the previous data. Again, I told you this is going to be very complex. These infinite updates and optimistic updates with infinite queries are pretty difficult, but I think once you see the code, it makes a little bit more sense. As I said, we're using IMA, we're getting what's currently in the query cache, we're trying to find the post that we're looking for, so the post that we're trying to upvote, and then we simply just toggle the upvote status on that optimistically in the cache. Now what we need to do though is handle what happens when the server comes back and says, I've done that successfully. So to handle that, what we'll do is outside of this on mutate, so where we have on mutate, let me just go ahead and minimize that. We can then add in an on success. The on success is pretty much going to be very similar, but the first one here is we'll say upvote data. This is actually what comes back from the server, so this is the successful response. Then we also need the variable as well, and that was just what we passed through to the function, and you'll see us use that in a bit. But now what we need to do is essentially the same thing that we did above. We need to get the query client. We need to set the query key, or set the query's data. So set query's data here. We're going to type that with infinite data. Then we're going to type that here with get post success, like so. And then finally inside of here, we say the query key that we want to fetch. So that query key here is going to be posts. And then what we do outside of this object here is we return our new, or we use produce from IMA, and we say old data here. And then we run the function that we want to do on that old data. So now inside of here, we're going to do something a little bit different. We're not actually flipping sort of the state of is upvoted here. We're going to be setting it to the data we got back from the API. If you remember when I said when we upvote a post, the data we returned was the new upvote count and whether the current user has upvoted it or not. So what we'll say first is we'll just do a check to make sure old data actually exists. If it doesn't, we'll just return undefined as we can't make any changes to the data that doesn't yet exist. So we'll return undefined there. And next we'll go ahead and run some logic here again. This is going to be pretty similar to the one we did before. It's old data.pages.for each. Inside of this for each, you then have a page. Then on the page, you go ahead and you say page.data.for each. And then we get each individual post. Then we need to go ahead and find the post with the ID we're looking for. So it's post.id.toString, where this one here is equal to the variable that we're looking for. So that was just the post ID. And then finally, once we know we've got a match, we can use imma here, and we can simply say the post.points. And this is going to equal to whatever we just got back from the upvote data or the upvote request. So remember, this is what happens when the server has responded saying, yes, I've upvoted that. So we say upvote data, .data, so the return data, and the count that's come back from the server. And we do the same thing here for post.isUpvoted, and that's going to equal to upvote data, and then finally .data.isUpvoted. As I said, these are really complex queries, and that's why we're doing these in a separate hook here, as it's really nice to have this reusable and not have to type this out everywhere in our code. There is one final thing that we need to go ahead and do though. Underneath this query, actually firstly, underneath this set queries data here, one cool thing we can do is we can say query client and then .invalidate queries. And then what we'll do is we'll invalidate the query key of posts. So what we're going to do here is we're going to say posts, and then the query, actually no, sorry, this is typed wrong. We need to invalidate queries where the query key here is posts. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to invalidate any query key that is inactive. So we say type inactive here, and then we go ahead and say refetch type here, and then we'll simply say none, and we'll go ahead and save that. I'll show you this in a bit in the Tanstack Router, but essentially what we've done here is we set the query data to whichever query is currently active. So say when I make an upvote, if I look in here, you see we have post, recent, ascending, and then null, because that's the author or site. If I go ahead and switch this, you see that the active query here, so it says which one is fresh data, is post, recent, ascending, as I just changed the sort order. When I go ahead and click an upvote button here, what's going to happen is it's going to set the query data for the upvote both on here and on this request here. What we're saying is because this is currently an inactive query, so this data isn't being looked at anywhere, let's just go ahead and invalidate it so the next time it is needed, it goes ahead and refetches it from the server. So that's what we've done here. We just mark it as an inactive query and that it's not needed. So next time we hit the ascending button, it would actually just go ahead and refetch the new posts from the server. Now what we finally need to do is handle what happens if there has been an error with our query. So if something's gone wrong on the API, and as I said, what we need to do there is we need to handle what happens or sort of undoing the optimistic upvote that we just did. Let's go ahead and set an onError here. The onError is a function that takes in the error, the variable, and the context. Inside of here, we can do something a little bit simpler. Firstly, we'll do console.log and then we'll console.error, and we'll log out the error message that actually came back. We can then go ahead and do query key or query client. We can then go ahead and actually show a toast message to it as well. So we'll do toast.error like so. And what we'll do is we'll say failed to upvote post like so. Then what I'm going to go ahead and do is say if context.previous data. So if we do have previous data stored in our context, and again, that's coming from my onMutate function that we pass through with this return here. Let me minimize that. So we say if there has been previous data provided to us, we're going to go ahead and do query client dot and then set queries data. And then what we're going to do is we're going to set the query data for the query key here. Query key, this is of type posts, as that was the one we were modifying earlier. And we're only going to change the actual active query here. So we'll say of type active. As I said, what I mentioned before, currently this is the active query. So if there is an error, we only want to unoptimistically update this one here. So we say type of active. And then finally, we're going to say what data we want to update that with. And we're just going to simply update that with the previous data. So it's going to be context.previous data like so. And we go ahead and save that. Now, one change I'm going to make actually is in my onMutate up here, where we have this query key of the posts and then the number. So I think we have, posts here, sorry. What we're going to do is we're also going to add that check to make sure the type and that we're only updating the active post. So we'll go ahead and save that. So there we go. That is pretty much that handled for us. Another cool thing we can do as well is if there isn't previous data, or sorry, if there is previous data, we could go ahead and just invalidate the query as a whole if we wanted to. So you could go ahead and just simply say, instead of redoing the data, let's say you wanted to refetch it from the server instead, you can say query clients, and then you can do .invalidate queries. And then here we can go ahead and just pass in our query key. And then we'll pass in the query key of posts like so. Now, I know that was a lot that I just threw at you, but let's go ahead and actually test out this logic by implementing it into the postcard. So when we're in the postcard, we're going to be calling this hook. So let's go to postcard. Inside of the postcard, what we'll do is we'll scroll up to the top here, and let's go ahead and look at this. What we first need to do is actually pass through an onUpvote function. So we say onUpvote here, and we're going to go ahead and define this as a prop. This one here is going to be onUpvote. We're going to make this an optional one, and all we'll do is say ID number, and it's just going to be a function that goes to void, like so. So now what we need to do is say when we click this button here, so onClick, then we're going to go ahead and say onClick here, and then what we want to do is simply run the onUpvote function if it exists. To do that, we can use this cool optional trick here, and then we'll pass through the post ID. So what we're saying is we're not actually going to be running that onUpvote hook from here. We'll run it from somewhere else, so we don't have to have it several times in our app. But we're saying when we click the onUpvote, if it does exist, go ahead and run the onUpvote function with our post ID. So now let's go ahead and actually pass that onUpvote function through. We'll go to our index.tsx here. So where we have the postcard here, we need to actually handle our onUpvote function. To do that, what we can do is we can now use the hook. So we go down here, where let's just use this under the date here. We can say const upvote mutation. This is going to equal to use upvote post that we just defined in our long complex hook. And then finally in postcard down here, you can say onUpvote, and then we'll provide that with a function. And this function is simply going to go ahead and do upvote. Actually, we can just pass that, I believe, upvote, and then mutation dot mutation or dot mutate like so. And there we go. Actually, I think we need to type this. So if we do that like so, that's going to be onUpvote mutation dot mutate, and then we'll also pass it through the post ID. So it looks like we didn't actually need to do that bit earlier. So we'll say post ID to string like so. So there we go. We should now be able to upvote a post. Let's go ahead and click on something. And you see there it changes from 1 and 0. And that is all working for us, which is really good to see. Because as I said, that was a pretty complex hook we've just written. But you can see it's really quickly, optimistically updating it. So now let me try and explain that sort of complex mess of optimistic upvoting that we just did. Let's go to the API hooks here. And as I said, the onMutate here is essentially the bit that handles setting it optimistically. That's what means it's instantly set to 1 when we click this, or 0. If I go ahead and add in a delay, so we'll go to the API call here. Let's scroll down to where we had our upvote post. So let me just minimize a few of these. So we're going to have the upvote post here. If I did something like await and then promise, and then inside of this promise, if I do something like resolve here, and then set timeout, so I'm just adding in a artificial delay here, and then we'll do resolve, and then 5,000, like so. This is going to be an artificial delay. We need to actually make this a new promise. So let's save that. So at the moment, an upvote post is actually going to take 5 seconds to occur. But what you'll notice, if I click upvote here, it's immediately gone ahead and upvoted that for me. So let's go ahead and check out the dev tools to see what is happening here. So if I open this up and I go into developer tools, what we've got on the side here, I'm not sure why it's decided to open that nested. Let's open that back in there. And then we'll go ahead and just make this a little bit bigger. Like so. Let's go to the network request now. So what you see is when I click on this upvote, it's actually not going to send the network request for up to 5 seconds, but it optimistically updated what we are seeing for the user there. So it's a nice touch to add to make your site look a little bit quicker. But however, when this upvote post does come back with this data that says success response, and then post updated and the count and is upvoted, it goes ahead and makes sure that the query data is up to date with what we just got back from the server. So it sets the count to 0 and is upvoted to false. Let's go ahead and force an error to occur now after the 5 seconds though. So if I go back to my API endpoint, if we go to where we had the API, so after 5 seconds, I'm just going to sort of mimic if we had thrown an error. So I'll throw a new error in here and I'll just say artificial error like so. Hit enter. If I now click upvote, you see it's optimistically updated it because it doesn't know it's failed yet. It doesn't know the server's come back with a fail. But you can see what happens is it says fail to upvote post once it does clear that 5-second delay, and then it unsets what we did previously. So it tells the user essentially, sorry, this failed, and then undoes the change that we made optimistically. I know that was a lot of information, but hopefully you can see each of the steps laid out there. We go ahead and open up the Tanstack Query DevTools as well. As you can see, we have this post and then recent, ascending, null, null. If I go ahead and hit upvote post, what you'll notice is it will go ahead and upvote that post, and that sends it through as a mutation. And you can see the mutation was in a pending state, and you can see the mutation came through as an error there. And you can click in here as well and see sort of all of the options and the failure reason and the different things about this mutation. So to explain that a bit better, as I said, what happens when there's an error is we do this set and then the query client invalidate queries. And we do the same thing when there's a success as well. We invalidate the successful or the inactive queries. To show you exactly what that is doing here, if I open up the DevTools and also the Chrome DevTools and go to Network, say when we have our posts here and we're filtering them by various different things, we're going to have a few inactive query keys. This is because this is the cache data for posts sorted by points descending, but at the moment we're sorting by posts ascending, and you can see that is the active query here, marked in green. Now, as you can see, when I actually toggle this, it doesn't make a new network request, it just uses the data that's stored in its cache. Now, that might be an issue if an error occurs, so you might want to refetch that data. So when we click upvote, and then we wait for an error to occur here, you see an error has occurred here. What's going to happen now if I click this button is it's gone ahead and actually refetched that data for us, as it knows there's sort of been an error, so it might want to try and check with the server to get the fresh new data. And that always means to the user sort of that the data is synced up with the server nicely there. And the same thing happens even if it's a success, just so that if we change the sorting, that it all works nicely. So there we go. Hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. And we're going to be doing this throughout the application. And we'll also have to go back into the hook that we just created. So when we're on an individual post, we update that cache data as well. Let's go back to my code here though and get rid of those artificial errors and delays that we've added in. So that's going to be this one here, the artificial error, the artificial promise. But hopefully there you can see why optimistic sort of updates are really cool and just how powerful React Query is as a state manager. We can do a few updates on these posts now, but this is essentially the index page here done. All we need to do now is create the post route. So when we click on a comment, we can actually go and see the post page itself. Before we do that though, I'm actually going to save this all as a step here, as that was quite a lot of information that I've just thrown at you. If I go ahead and add all of these changes, what I'll do is I'll save this one as step 11, and let's just call this the home page posts like so. And we'll hit commit on that. Before we move on to that, actually, let's go ahead and create the submit post form so we can see some new posts appearing here as well. It's also a cool time to show you how we can use layouts and authenticated routes as well. So the first thing we need to do in our routes down here is we need to create a new file. This one here is going to be called underscore and then auth.tsx. So auth.tsx like so. Inside of here, this means it's always going to be wrapped in our root component, but then the auth.tsx here, the route here is going to be /auth. Now this is essentially what we would call a layout route. What we're going to change this component to here is simply going to be an outlet. So we just say essentially for this layout, we just want to pass whichever component was next in the tree. But the reason we're doing this is so that we can add in some authentication logic. So what we do here is in our before load, similar to how we did with the login and sign up page to say that if they're already signed in, we want them to be redirected elsewhere. We're pretty much going to do the reverse logic here and say if they're not signed in, we want them to be redirected elsewhere to the home page, as they shouldn't be able to see this page. So you do that by doing before load, then you do the async. Here you return a function. We simply say the user here. That's going to equal to await context. That's going to be .queryClient.ensure query data like we did before. And then finally, user query options like so. And we'll go ahead and save that there. Next, what you want to do is you want to say if there's not a user. And finally, we're just going to throw a redirect in here. And the redirect here, let's say redirect. And then what we'll do is we'll redirect them to, let's redirect them to the login page if they've tried to get to a authenticated route. And then inside of here, what we'll also do is we'll add in the search parameters here. And the search parameters we're going to add in are going to be that redirect. And then we'll redirect them to location.href like so. And there we go. It's currently throwing an error on the to/login here for some reason. No value exists in the scope. That's because this is a object. I've done n equals. There we go. So that's going to redirect them if they try to go to any pages in the auth route that we're about to create. It's going to redirect them to login, but then it should also take them back to where they were before if they then log in successfully. So to go ahead and set up our auth routes, what we do in routes here is we create a new folder. This new folder is going to be _auth. And then inside of this folder, we're going to create a new file. And in here, we're just going to create submit.tsx, and that is going to be our submit page. So if we now go to, let's say, /submit here, so if I change this and we go to /submit, what you see is it does loading. That was just checking that the user existed there. And you see we've got hello auth submit. Let's go ahead and log out here and then try and go to the submit page. So we'll go to /submit here. What you see is we get the login form, and now I can go ahead and log in, and you can see it's also done the redirect back to the submit page that we were on. So we can go ahead and configure our submit form all in this submit page now. And as I said, because we only want authenticated users to be sending a submit form, this was a good place to show you how you could set up authenticated routes in Tanstack. Let's go ahead and change this now a little bit. Let's go ahead and we don't actually need export there. We can just say function, and then we'll do submit. So that's just going to be the submit page function. And then make sure we're spelling that correctly. Here, we're simply just going to return an empty div for now, as this is just going to be div here, like so. We'll go ahead and switch this out to be using our submit component now. It's going to be submit, like so. And then make sure that's self-closing, as we don't need that to be like that. So we change that to a self-closing submit, and we'll go ahead and save that there. So now what we need to do is create our form for actually creating a post. One of the first things we'll do though is we'll create the API route for it, or the API connection. So we go into API here. What we can go ahead and do is you can say export const and then post submit, like so. This is going to equal an async function. The async function is obviously going to have the props on that we want. So that's going to be a title. That's going to be of type string. We're going to need a URL. That's going to be of type string as well. And then finally content and of type string. Now remember, this function is going to run after all of the form validations, so we don't actually need to validate those there. What we'll say here as well is we'll do a try catch block, just to catch if there were any form errors. On the try catch block, we'll say const and then response here equals await client, and then dot posts dot, and then we'll do post on the post route. And then finally, we can provide this with the information we need, and that information comes through as form data. And that's going to be title, that's going to be URL, and that's going to be content, like so. And then on this data here, we need to go ahead and actually catch this quickly. Let's just do catch brackets E, like so. Save that to fix the formatting. Now, once we have our response here, we need to go ahead and just return the data if it was successful. So we say const data here, and that's going to equal to await, and then res.json, like so. And then we do as unknown. Let's go ahead and type that correctly, sorry. Then we do as unknown, and then we go ahead and do as, oh sorry, we don't do anything for this. This is a successful response, so we need to make sure if the response is okay. So for response.okay, like so. So we say if it's a successful response, we do the data there. Then we'll go ahead and return data like so. Now what we need to do is obviously handle if there was an error response. For that, we simply say const data. This is going to equal to await response.json, and then we'll just cast this to unknown here, and then we'll go back to the error response type that we've used several times before, and we can return data like so. Next, what we can go ahead and do in our catch E here, we can go ahead and do success. Actually, no, first what we need to do is just say return. We say return, the success was false. So this is an unexpected error. We do the error, we say string brackets E, like so. Then we say is form error, like this, and we'll go ahead and say false on that, like so. And we'll map all of this to error response as well. And we can save that there. I've forgotten a comma. Go ahead and save that. So that is the API route for submitting a post that we can go ahead and now use in a form on our submit page. So let's head back to the submit page in our auth folder here. We have our top level div up here, but let's go ahead and use form from Tanstack Form. So we say const form equals use form, and then inside of here, we're going to add in our default values. Our default values are simply going to be the title. We're just going to set everything to an empty string to start. So content is also going to be an empty string. And then finally, URL is also going to be an empty string. So it's URL, and that there is going to be an empty string. Next, we need our validation adapters. So we say validator adapter, and that's going to be Zod validator. Next, we need to actually add in the validators. And again, we're going to be doing the on-change validators. So when it's doing an on-change, we want to validate it against the create post schema that we created earlier in our shared type. Now, finally, we can go ahead and handle the on-submit logic. We'll just go ahead and define this now since we've already created the API route. We can say the value in here, so this is going to have the values on it. And then we'll make this a function. So when it's on submit, we say const response is going to equal to await post submit that we just created. So that's post submit. Then we pass it through the values.title. What's wrong with this here? It seems that value. Okay, we need value, sorry. So that's value there. So then we pass it through value.title. Then we pass it through value.url. And then finally, we pass it through value.content, like so. We go ahead and save that there. Next, what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to say if response.success here. So if it was a successful one, we're going to go ahead and redirect them essentially back to the post. What we'll first do is we're going to invalidate, and then we're going to use the query client. So we need to import that from a hook. So we'll say const query client here is equal to, and then we're going to go ahead and say use query client. What we're doing here is we're going to invalidate all of the posts that we've already collected, just to make sure maybe if someone's filtering by recent, when they go back to the page, it's going to go ahead and invalidate and refetch the new recent post from the server so that it includes the new one that we just created. So we say query client dot, and then we invalidate queries, and we're just going to go ahead and invalidate all of the queries that we have. You could be a bit more specific with these if you want. As I said, I'll leave that up to you to investigate in the documentation of React Query. So we'll say posts like so. Next, we'll go ahead and just invalidate the router tree as well. So what we need to do is up here, let's just go ahead and say const router equals await, and then we'll say it's not await, sorry, it's just use router. Then down here, underneath here, we say router.invalidate. So I'm just invalidating sort of all of the router cache data there. And then finally, we can navigate the user to the actual post page. So we would do an await, navigate here. We're going to say to here. Now I'm actually going to set this to /post. It's going to throw an error as we don't actually have that post. Now I also need to import navigate here. So that's navigate equals use navigate like so. And then we can come down here and did I accidentally import navigate from anywhere? Nope. Okay. So we can go ahead and change this to navigate to, and then /post here. And then the way I'm going to be setting up this post later is so that it has search parameters on it, and that the search parameters then has an ID, and the ID is going to be the response.data and then .post ID, like so. As I said, this is going to be throwing TypeScript errors at me at the moment, as I haven't actually created these routes yet. But we'll go ahead and create that in a bit. So now that we've got the return, we're going to handle what happens if there's an error. So what we can say here is we can do an else. Now remember, we're doing if it isn't a form error. So if the response.isn't form error, here we simply just display a toast to the user, not toaster. We display a toast to the user. So it's toast.error. Make sure we import toast from Sona.error, like so. And then on the error, we'll go ahead and say failed to create post, like so, failed to create post. And we'll also provide a description of the error message. So there'll be a description here, and that can be error or response.error, like so. Then obviously if it is a form error, we can just do form.set error map. And then inside of the error map, we're going to go ahead and set the onSubmit errors. And the onSubmit errors here are going to be response.isForm error. We'll set them to the response.error if it was a form error. Otherwise, we're going to set it to unexpected error, as something that we didn't expect to happen has occurred. So that'll be unexpected error there. So that is our form set up and ready to be used as components. I'm not really going to repeat too much of the explanation here. It's very similar to how we set up the login and sign up forms. One cool thing that we can do on this page though, is we can actually use a really cool feature from Tanstack Router called use blocker. So we scroll down to below this form definition here. If I go ahead and collapse this just so it's a bit clearer, also collapse that sidebar there. We can say use blocker like so and import that from Tanstack React Router. So that's going to be up here. Let's see where it was. It was use blocker here from Tanstack React Router. So within this use blocker, what we can say is we can add in a condition. So what this is going to do is essentially, you know, when you navigate away from a page when you've got a form and it says, are you sure you want to leave? Because you've already made changes to the form. So it's checking, are you sure you actually want to make sure that, like, undo everything that you've just done on that form by navigating away? Really cool. We can actually use blockers for this to handle this functionality for us. First, we need to get the condition though. So for us, the condition is simply going to be, if we go ahead and first we need to get the condition though. So the condition here is going to be const, and we'll say should block. So it's going to be should block like so. What we need to do is go ahead and get the data off the form. So we say form.useStore. This allows us to essentially tie into the state of the form. So we say state. And what we will say is we will say if the state is dirty, so if the form has been touched, they've made some changes, but the state isn't submitting because we don't want to stop them sort of going away when they're submitting. So essentially, when it's trying to redirect them to the post page that they've just created, we don't want to pop up a menu saying, are you sure you want to leave? As they are pretty sure they want to leave. They've submitted it at that point. So that's going to be our should block condition. So down here, you say condition, and then you say should block, like so. And then finally, we provide it with a blocker function. You can actually write your own component here if you wanted to, or a way that you can write your own component to essentially say a custom dialog or something like that. We're going to rely on the browser function here, though, by simply doing window.confirm, and then we'll say something like, are you sure you want to leave, like so. And we'll go ahead and save that. Now, I'll show you that being used a bit later. Obviously, we need to actually implement the form now. So what we'll do is we'll say the class name, that's going to be width of full on this form inside of this div. We're then going to add in the card component like we've done previously for our forms. That's going to be card from here. We'll add in a class name. We're going to want mx-auto. We're going to want margin top of 12, max width of large. Then we want border, dash border, and then 25, like so. So that's just the style I like on the card. Once we've gone ahead and done that, we can go ahead and add in a card header. So we're going to want a card header here. This is just going to say the sort of card title. The card title here. Let's call this create new post, like so, and save that. So you can see it's loading in there. Then what we're going to do is add in our card description. So it's going to be card description. And then inside of here, let's go ahead and add in some text. Now I'm actually going to paste in some text that I created earlier. But essentially what I say is leave the URL blank to submit a question for discussion. If there's no URL, text will appear at the top of the thread. If there is a URL, text is optional. So we've got that. That's essentially the same thing that HackerNews also says. That's one I got from HackerNews. So now once we have the card header, the card description, let's go ahead and add in the actual form details. So here we'll go ahead and do form. On this form, we're going to go ahead and add in the onSubmit. Let's go ahead and do onSubmit. The onSubmit here is going to equal to a function with the event, and this is where we just need to go ahead and stop the propagation and prevent default. So we do e.prevent default, we do e.stop propagation, and then finally we actually do form.handle submit, like so. So that means that Tanstack Form takes over sort of the submission of this form instead. We're going to give this form a class name, though. We're going to give it a class name of grid and then gap-4. And now inside of the form, we're going to go ahead and add in our card content. So inside of here, we can say card content. And then on the card content, we'll add in another div. This is going to be class name. This is going to be grid and then gap-4, like so. Then on this div here, we're going to go do form.field. So this is where we're going to add in our first field. The form.field here, let's go ahead and just self-close the component. We're going to add in a name. This is going to be for the title of the post, so that's going to be the name. And then we go ahead and run the children function here, so we can get the field information out inside of this function. And this is where we're going to return the component that we want to use for this. So for us, that's going to be like so. We're going to be doing a label, an input, and the field info, very similar to how we did with the sign-up forms. First, we'll do a div. We'll say class name, grid, and then grid, or just gap2, sorry, like so. Then here we can go ahead and import a label. So that's going to be from components UI label. Make sure it's not from Radix UI. We'll say HTML4. So HTML4 is going to be field.name, like so. Then we'll go ahead and close that. And then we're simply just going to say title on the label, like that. Now it's throwing an error at the moment, as I think... Oh yeah, that's just because we don't have a closing div for this. So we'll close that div off correctly there. And that way we can see it updating. Once we've got the label, let's go ahead and add in our input here. Input is going to have an ID. This is going to equal to field.name. We're then going to have a name. This is going to equal to field.name as well, like so. Then we're going to have a value. This is going to equal to field.state.value. Then we're going to have a onBlur, and that is just going to be the field.onBlur function. So field.onBlur, or it's field.handleBlur, sorry, so field.handleBlur. Then we're also going to have onChange, and this onChange here is going to equal to, we need to get the event out here. We do field.handleChange, and then we pass it the e.target.value, like so. And we can go ahead and save that and just self-close this tag off here. Self-close this component. And finally, we also want to make sure that we're showing error messages. So for that, we can do what we did before and import our field info component and simply just pass through the field on this as field, like so, and close that off there and hit save. Now, it seems there's an error at the moment. Have I incorrectly done the import here? Let me scroll to the top. Where have I imported input from? I've imported it from PostCSS somehow. Not too sure how that's happened, but make sure you import this from shadcn and not PostCSS. It's a bit annoying that this actually happens with these automatic imports. There we go. That should fix the form. Let's see what the error is currently saying. Input 2 can't be invoked without new. I think I just need to refresh this. Yeah, there we go. It was still thinking we had that PostCSS input there, which is definitely the wrong one to use. We're going to go ahead and copy this exact same form field here just for the URL, as it's pretty much the exact same thing. So we'll paste that down here, but we'll change the name to URL, and we change the title down here to URL as well. So there we go. The next one we're going to do, though, is we're going to add in the content. Now, since content can be quite large, we're going to add in a new component. That's going to be shadcn add. Then we're going to add in the text area component like so. So once that's gone ahead and added itself, let's go ahead and copy what we had for URL again. So we'll do URL here. We'll paste that down here. So at the moment you can see it's going to be the URL field. We'll change this to content, and then we'll change the label to content as well. And we'll save that. What we're going to do is we're going to switch out this input here for a text area imported from the one that we just installed. And there you go. You can see it's sort of a larger text area that we're able to use there. Next thing we're going to do is handle any errors that weren't sort of caught by validation. So as we saw earlier on the the sign up form, when we have errors such as if the username was already submitted, this is the same thing, but we're just going to do this here. So this is essentially if we send back a form error from the backend. So we say form.subscribe here. Let's just self-close that so that it sort of fixes itself. Then what we do on here is we're going to say selector. The selectors we want, or what we want from the form state, is going to be the state.errorMap. And then down here, we're going to say children. And then on the children here, we go ahead and get the error map out of the array that's passed through to it. Do not import error map from something else. We say error map here. And then on error map, we say if error map dot on submit. Let's go ahead and fix this. It needs a bracket here. Sorry. Let's put a bracket there. It's going to correctly type that. We say if error map dot on submit, so if there has been some errors on the submission here, we're going to go ahead and just return a p tag with what those errors are. So that's going to be error map. It's going to be error map like so, and then dot on submit dot errors, or dot toString actually. This is simply just dot toString like so, and we'll go ahead and save that. And that's going to be in a curly brackets like so. Then we also need to make sure that we're just setting this to null if there isn't any errors with the on submit here. So we'll say on null like so. That should get rid of that error there. Let's add some class names to our p tag here. So if there is a form error, it looks nice. We'll do text dash and then 0.8 rem like so. Then we'll do font dash medium. And then finally we'll do text dash destructive like that. And save that. As I said, that there is just handling any form errors that come back from the backend. That's all we need for that. Finally, we need the submit button. So what I'm actually going to do for the submit button, let's just go ahead and steal one that we've set up before. So we can go to, let's say, the login page. Let's just go to form.subscribe here, since it's all the same logic. Let's copy this over and copy that down here into our subscribe button here. And we'll go ahead and update this to the button component. Obviously change login here to something like submit. And we can go ahead and save that. And now we have a function to create a new post. Just going to see what there's an error complaining about up here. Oh yeah, that was the navigate that we haven't actually set up this route yet. Let's go ahead and actually try this form now. We can say hello world 2. And then what you can see here is if I type anything in, it's going to say it has to be a valid URL. So let's say I do betterstack.com like so. And let's say in the content, hello world, I am another post. And I hit submit. Now this will error out because obviously it tried to take me to a page that didn't exist as we haven't set up the post page yet. But hopefully if I click go home now, you see we have my new post of Hello World 2 that was created 7 seconds ago. I can upvote it, I can downvote it, I can do anything like that. And it's been all added nicely for me. Let's go ahead and go back to that submit page though, as I just want to handle what happens when there is an error. What I'm first going to do is let's go to our API route where we had the post submit. Let me just go ahead and throw a fake error here, as at the moment we don't have any sort of expected errors that will come back from the server. So I'll just throw an unexpected one. Let's just say unexpected, also unexpect or something like that here. Now I'm going to go ahead and just fill out this form. Let's just add in some content and hit submit there. So on hitting submit here, it's actually not throwing any errors. That's because we need to go ahead and change the API route. I forgot to do one thing, and that was to actually wrap this. Oh no, I did wrap this into a try catch. Okay, what I need to do is actually go ahead and run the sort of throw error within my try catch here. I don't know why I need to reload this site here. We'll reload that site there. So if I actually put that in the right place, that error, where an error could actually occur, let's go ahead and type in a title here, some content, hit submit, and there we go. We're getting the toast that I was expecting there. So failed to create post. So if you just want to know what the mistake I made there was simply I just put the throw error outside of the try catch, so it wasn't actually able to catch it and return this custom sort of error response that we had. So we can go ahead and delete that now. That was just to show you that works. As you can see here with the reload site, this is actually the blocker that we've implemented. So it's doing this each time I try and save now because it's a little bit annoying. But because I filled out the form, essentially when I do a hot reload in Vite, so when I'm saving some files here, it's going to try and reload the page, but then this use blocker is hitting it. And you'll see that down here. And that's because I filled out the form and the form isn't submitting. So I can hit OK, and you see that comes up numerous times. But essentially at the moment, if I go ahead and reload the page, you see I'm able to reload the page. Or if I try to navigate away, I'd also be able to do that. So if I click something like the Better News logo up here, you can see I can navigate away from it. If I now fill out this form and then try and navigate away, you see it gives us a nice pop-up message saying, are you sure you want to leave? So let's go fix that typo there. So that's going to be want to leave, and we'll fix that there. And that's going to occur. And you can see we can click OK. Again, it's just a nice sort of user experience feature to make sure that they don't navigate away once they've written a really long post by accidentally clicking somewhere. So that's a really cool use of this use blocker function that we have here. So now that we've got the submit form, I'm going to go ahead and just commit all of this. This was a bit of a smaller step. Let's do step 12 here. And then I'll just call this submit post form like so. And we'll go ahead and click commit. So now that we can submit a post, we can view all of the posts on the home page as well. Let's look at an individual post page here. So what happens when we want to go in and view the comments and also the content of a post. For that, what we need to do is set up a new API route. Underneath post submit here one, we're just going to create a new one. That's going to be, let's say, export const and then get post here. We're going to create this, and this is going to have a ID. So it needs to take in an ID of number. So what post do we actually want to load in? And then this is just going to equal a function here. Here, we're going to do the same thing we've done a million times before. We can go ahead and say await client.post, and then we need the .id one here, so the .id selector. Then we're going to go ahead and do the get function. And then inside of here, we need to provide it the ID as a param. So you do ID. Then we're going to go ahead and say ID to string, like so. And that's going to save that like that. Now that we've got that, we can go ahead and just check if this response was okay. I'm not sure what this is throwing error about at the moment. Okay, that's we haven't put an async function there. That was actually a very helpful error. And there we go. It says get posts. It's called get posts. I need to call this get post, not get post. It was a duplicate export. Right, so what we need to do now is we're going to simply say if the response was okay. So if response is okay, simply go ahead and return the data. So we can go ahead and say const data equals await. And then a response.json, like so. And then we'll also return that data. So there we go. You can see data is going to be returned as sort of the post format that we defined on our backend earlier. Using RPC, it's got the type correctly there. And then we can simply say else, which means an error has occurred. What we'll do here is we're going to say const data. This is going to equal to await response.json. And then we're going to map this to the error response instead. So it's going to be as error response, like so. Oh, that's not error, sorry, it's as error response. Then what we'll do with this is we're simply just going to throw an error here, and we'll let that be handled by something else. So we'll do throw, new error, and data.error, like so. And we'll go ahead and save that there. So now that we've got that saved there, let's go ahead and actually use this getPost function. So we need to create a post page. So in our routes, let's create a new file, post.tsx, hit enter. This is automatically going to populate with the data that we're expecting, thanks to Tanstack there. And we can simply say function post component, or just function post. Let's just call that function post for simplicity. And then inside of here, we'll simply say return. And for now, let's go ahead and just return this div of hello/post to check everything is working. So we'll return hello/post. And then we'll change this function up here to be this post function we've just created. So it's going to be post like so. So now if I do try and go to a post, let's go ahead and actually create. Actually, we need to create these search parameters first so it knows what post it is looking for. So let's go ahead and do that. We're actually also going to have the sorting parameters as well so that we can sort the comments by things such as recent and descending using this same sort bar that we used here. So let's go ahead and set that up. That's going to be const, and this is going to be post search schema. Like so, this is going to equal to Z. We'll make sure we import that. That's going to be an object. On this object, we're going to have an ID. I'm actually going to set a fallback on this ID of 0. Just take them to post 0. If it doesn't exist, it will send a 404 anyway. But let's go ahead and do a Zod number here. And then we'll send a fallback of 0 if it can't be passed as a number. We're not going to have a default or anything like that. We'll just do a page not found or something like that. Actually, let's also do a default of 0. So that goes to a page not found. Right. Let's go ahead and add in a sort by. So this is going to be sort by. Similar to the way we did it before, we're going to do a fallback here. It's going to be a sort by schema. And then that sort by schema is going to sort it all by points. And then we're going to add in a default. And finally, the default is also going to be sorted by points. And we'll do the same thing for order. Now with order here, we do fallback. We do order schema. And then we go ahead and say descending. And we set the default as well to descending like so. So now we've got that, let's go ahead and validate that. Let's say validate search. That's going to equal to Zod search validator. And then finally, we can put in the post search schema up here. And we can get this information out here as well. We can simply say const. I'll go ahead and do route.useSearch. And then here we can actually extract that search parameter information. So we can get the ID, we can get the sort by, and we can get the order like so. And if I go to hello post, let's go ahead and print the ID in here for now, so we can save that. Now what I'm going to go ahead and do is update these comment links and also the form submission so that it correctly goes to the correct place. Now if we go to submit, you can actually see it's fixed that TypeScript error for us. So this is going to work. It's going to send us straight to the new post ID of the post we created. Let's go ahead and go to our post card now. And where we had the button or the link for the comment down here, you can see at the moment we were sending it to. What we want to do is send this to post, and then we want to set up the search parameters, and the search parameters we want to set up in here. It's just going to be ID, and then post.id like so, and go ahead and save that. Now if we click on one of these comments, we should be taken to the post page, and you see we get hello post 16, as the post I just clicked on has the ID of 16. So awesome, this post page is now working. So let's go ahead and actually get in the data for the post itself. To do that, we need some post query options. So we're going to do post query options. This is going to equal, and then we'll take in an ID here, and that's going to be a number. And then it's just going to be a normal query. This one, it's not an infinite query. So we do query options like so. And then inside of here, we set up the query key. The query key for a post is simply just going to be post and then the actual ID itself. So we pass in that ID as the number. Then we're going to have the query function. So the query function here is simply just going to be get post that we just had. Make sure you don't use get post, use get post. Then we're going to set a stale time. Again, I'm going to set this one to infinity, like so. Then I'm going to go ahead and get a retry value. We're going to make sure that this doesn't actually retry the post because we just want it to throw on an error, like so. So we're also going to set throw on error here to true. Essentially what this means is if it fails to go ahead and get the post itself, it's going to throw an error, and that's how we can go and get a 404 page. Now, at the moment, it does seem to be complaining. I believe that's because I need to go ahead and change this query function to something like that, to get post. And then I'll put in the ID like that. So I'll handle it that way. So we can go ahead and load in the post data now. So what we can do is we can simply go down to where our post is. We can say const here, and then we'll do data. I'll actually do this underneath the search here. Make sure I'm not making too many brackets there. So underneath search here, let's go ahead and say const, and then we'll do data. We need to do that like so. Const data equals use. Now we're going to use a suspense query still, and then inside of the suspense query, we'll do post query options, and we'll pass it the ID of the post, which we got from our search parameters. So now let's go ahead and remove what we have here. Just check that we do have some post data. We can do json.stringify, and then we can type in data. And there you go. We can see we're loading in that hello world post that I created that goes to betterstack.com. It's got the username of James. Now, at the moment, it doesn't have any content with it, I don't think, which is interesting. I think we need to go ahead and change the API for that a little bit. Yeah, so actually, let's go down to where we have our server. If we go into the routes and then posts down here, I think what we need to change is where we have the get and then for a specific ID here. So we have the get for the post there. That's a post request. That's the comments. That's the comments. So this last one here, where we have post and then get ID here, we need to go ahead and where are we getting the post itself? We're saying the post query. Post query, we have a select. We need to actually get the content out in here. So we need to go content. And this here is equal to post table dot content like so, and make sure that's actually typed correctly as content, and hit save on that. Let's refresh this here, and hopefully we should see the content come through. There we go, we've got content now of hello world, I am another post. So I made a little bit of an error earlier by not including that. Let's go ahead and close out of that though, and go back to where we just were, which was our post page. So now that we've actually got the post data, we can go ahead and straight away just show the post card, as we created a reusable component earlier. So for this, let's just go ahead and add some styling though. So inside of this div, let's do a class name. This class name here is simply going to have MX Auto, like so. Then we're going to go ahead and do a max width of 3XL. And then inside of here, we can say if there's data and so if there is a post, and then we'll go ahead and show the postcard. So it's going to be postcard, and then we'll simply pass in the post data, which is simply going to be data.data, like so. And then we can self-close this postcard like that. And there you go, we can see we've got the post loaded in, but we've also got the content in the post here, something that we don't have when we're on the normal page, and that's because the API doesn't return the content for the list of posts, but it does now for the individual post, as we just added that. So pretty much everything here is going to work. We can get all the posts by James. The only thing that's not going to work is this upvote button. So we need to handle a custom way of handling this upvote, as the way we did before, set the query data on sort of the main large post with all of the pages, but we can reuse that same hook. Luckily, we just need to go ahead and update it a little bit. Firstly, let's use the hook here. What we'll say is const upvote post here, or use upvote post. Let's actually just call this upvote post. This is going to equal to use upvote post, like so. Then what we'll do is in our on upvote here, we'll say on upvote. We'll go ahead and say this is equal to a function. This is going to be upvote post dot mutate, and then we'll do id.toString, like so. And we'll go ahead and save that. So that is the ID toString there. So that's going to handle the upvoting of it. If we click this, I believe this would technically work if I refresh the page. It should show an upvote, but as you'll see, it's not updating the UI when we actually do that. So if I refresh again, it has unupvoted it. We need to go ahead and handle how it updates the UI. So to do that, we need to go back to our API hooks. That's going to be in API hooks. Find this massive use upvote one we had. We first need to handle the optimistic upvote. So that's going to be a little bit more simple for just a single post. All we need to do is in here underneath our cancel query, what we'll do is we simply say query client dot set and then query data instead of queries data, since this is literally just a single entry. Here we can say this is actually equal to success response of type post. So it's going to be of type post, like so. And then on here, we can go ahead and actually get the query key. The query key we are looking for is simply going to be a single post, like so. And then it's going to be the number of the variable. So number brackets variable, like that. Then we can go ahead and use imma here. So we'll do produce, and we'll simply say draft, and I'll make that equals to this. And then we'll return a function. So again, just to quickly go over this, what we're doing is we're changing what React Query stores in its sort of cache, in its state manager, essentially, so we can go ahead and optimistically update it. The reason this one is a bit simpler is because of this set query data here. With set query data, we're just targeting one entry. With set queries, we were targeting multiple entries, as we were also targeting when the posts, and then it could also target when it has sort of the sort by and the pagination and a lot of different things after this. If we're just targeting one thing, we just use set query data, and this is where we'll go ahead and just update the post information here. So to do that, what we can say is we can say if it's not, or if there isn't any draft information, we'll go ahead and just simply return undefined first. So we'll return undefined. Then what we'll do outside of this is we're going to go ahead and say use update, or actually I think it's update post upvote, so the function we created earlier. And all we actually need to pass to this now is the draft.data, like so. And we can go ahead and save that. So that's going to handle the optimistic update. What do we want to do though if it has a success? So we need to set it back from the data we're getting from the API. Let's scroll down to where we have our on success. In our on success, above this set queries data, we'll just do another simple one. It's pretty much the same thing. We do query client dot set query data. So it's going to be set query data. Then we use our type. So that's going to be the success response. And that's going to be of type post, like so. So that's the data we're expecting to be in the cache. Then we want to use the key, which is just simply post, and then the number of the variable. So that was what was passed through to the function, essentially. The number of the variable here. And then we want to add in the function for actually modifying it. And that's going to be done with imma. So we say produce draft, like so. And then we return this information here. So let's go ahead and do what we want to do on this post. Firstly, we say if there isn't any draft information, just return undefined. That just handles any error case where there actually isn't any data in the cache. So we'll return undefined here. But then if there is, what we're going to do is we're going to say draft.data.points is going to equal to the upvote data. So remember, this is what we got back from the server. And then we'll say .data and then the count, so the new upvote count. And then we'll do the same here with draft.data.isUpvoted. This is going to go ahead and equal upvote data. And then that's going to be .data.isUpvoted. So there we go. So once it has come back from the server as a success, it's going to go ahead and update the values with the new values it got from the server. Now let's handle what happens when there is an error. Now this one is going to be a little bit more simple. I'm not actually going to go ahead and try and set it back to the previous data. What we're going to go ahead and do is simply just get it to refetch the entire page. To do that, we can say underneath our console.error, we're just going to go ahead and do query client, and then we'll do .invalidate queries, and we're just going to invalidate the entire query. What this is going to do is it's just going to go ahead and refetch the data for us, so we don't need to set it back to the old data. We'll just go ahead and fetch the new live information from the server. So we'll do number, and then variable here, and we'll go ahead and save all of that. And hopefully now, upvoting posts should work. So there you go. You can see when I click the upvote here, we go ahead and get one. I can click downvote, and this is working on a post page now. And it's also working on the index. So we've pretty much done all of the upvote logic for posts. It's complete with this one massive hook here. We can close this and never look at it again, hopefully, as that was a lot of complex logic. Right, so the next thing I do want to show though is just sort of how this worked again. Let's talk through it. Let's go to where the API is. Where we have get post, let's say if I have the get catch or the response here, let's just go ahead and do the await that I had before. So that was going to be await, new promise, and then that's resolve here. And this resolve here goes to a set timeout. And then the timeout will run resolve after 5,000. So we'll add in a 5-second artificial delay to, actually this was get post, sorry, we don't want that in get post, we want that in the upvote function. So in the upvote post function, let's add in that there. And we'll throw in a new error here. So I'm doing the same thing I showed before. So we're going to artificially create an error. So I'll just say artificial here. Now, if I click upvote, you see it immediately upvotes it. So it's optimistically done it in the local state, but then it's going to throw an error. And you see it says failed to upvote post. This essentially say the server has responded with can't upvote the post. Something's going wrong server side. You can see it then undoes the upvote that we've done there. And the reason it undid the upvote this time on the postcard wasn't because we unset the data. It actually goes ahead and fetches new data for us. Just to explain the invalidate query logic a bit better, if I upvote an in post from a post page here and something goes wrong, so say when this throws an error after 5 seconds here, what you see is it actually goes ahead and fetches all of the post information for us again, and that's why it undoes sort of the upvote count and the comment count. So that's sort of two different ways that you can handle errors. You can either unset the data back from the context, or you can unset the data by literally just refetching the data by invalidating the query in the Tanstack cache. So now that we've handled the upvote logic, I do actually want to add in the not found logic here. So if I go to my API route, so where we've got the API, where we had our get post call earlier, we actually didn't handle anything if the response comes back as not okay. But one of them that we do want to specifically handle is we want if the response.status is equal to 404, so if the post wasn't found, what we're going to do here is we're going to throw our own custom not found error like so. And this not found here is just going to be like that. And that's going to be post not found. Now, at the moment, I don't think this is going to work as we haven't got this running in a loader, but I'll show you how we do that in a bit. So let me just go ahead and refresh this page and then maybe put in a post ID that I know doesn't exist and hit enter. So yeah, at the moment, you're seeing something went wrong because this not found error isn't being caught yet. But I'll show you in a bit how we set that up once we start to investigate the preloading with loaders. So now that we've actually got the post page here, we're going to move on to comments. So we're going to need to create a comment form so we can actually comment on the post. And then I'm also going to need to have comments, nested comments, and how we have a comment form to comment on a comment. So I said comment a lot of times there, but we'll go ahead and commit this as another sort of small stage here. And we'll just call this one, let's say step 13, and we'll say setup post page. So setup post page like so, and we'll go ahead and commit that there. In this step, we're actually going to be using initial data on one of our queries. So I actually wanted to jump in here and explain exactly what that's doing, as it was quite complex to implement. As you can see here, we have initial query data. There may be many ways to supply initial data for a query to the cache before you need it. So we have declaratively providing the initial data. Then you can also do some other methods here. what we're doing is this initial data to pre-populate a query. If you remember for our comments that we set up on the back end, when we went ahead and loaded the comments for a specific post, we also load some of the nested comments for each of those comments as well. So we can actually use this for the nested data for our next infinite queries. That's because each comment has an infinite query for all of its children comments. But what you want to essentially say for the nested ones that we get back initially is we already have some data for you. So essentially we already have the first page of information as we went ahead and got that on a previous API request. So to do that, you can pass in initial datas. Now that was quite complex when we actually set this up on pagination, so it's a bit simpler to explain it here. As you can see here, there are going to be times when you already have the initial data for a query available in your application, and you can simply provide it directly to your query. If and when this is the case, you can use this initial data option to set the initial data for a query and skip the initial loading state. So that's where we do initial data here and initial to-dos. So say we had gone and got our to-dos from somewhere else in this application example, it means that it already has some data for our cache here. Now, if you set the stale time to infinity or something like that, like we do down here, what it's going to mean is it actually doesn't need to go ahead and refetch any data at all. So you can see here with the stale time, if it's 1000 milliseconds, the data here is going to be considered fresh for a second, and then it will go ahead and be refetched if it needs to be after that second. For us, we're going to be setting ours to infinity. So essentially we say we do not need to refetch this. And then later on, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be manually refetching that data using the query client. Hopefully that makes a bit more sense. But then again, as I said, go ahead and check out the documentation here. So now that we've got our post page, let's actually handle loading in the comments for a post now. This is going to be the top level ones first. Let's go ahead and go to our API.ts up here. This is where we're going to have to create a new function. At the bottom here, what I'm going to go ahead and do is we're going to create a new one. It's going to be export async function. This one here is going to be called get comments, like so. This is going to take in an ID, which is going to be a number. So that's the post ID we're targeting. It's going to take in a page, which is also a number, but we're going to set it as a default of 1. It's going to take in a limit, which again is also a number, and that is going to take in a default of 10. And then finally, it's going to take in some pagination information here. And the pagination information we're going to take in is going to be the sort by. So it's going to be sort by, like so. And that's going to be of type sort by. We'll make this optional as well. Then we'll also add in order here. Then we'll add in order. And then order here is going to be order like so. So inside of this function then, where we've got this, let's go ahead and run this. Inside of here, what we're going to do is we're going to say const result is going to equal to await or response client dot posts and then dot ID. And then finally, we're going to do comments, not dot comment, and then it's going to be dot comments dash get like that, or dot get. Inside of here, we're going to do param. This is going to be the ID of the post. That's going to be ID, and then that's going to be ID.toString, like so. Next, what we need is also to include sort of the query search parameters to make sure that it's sorted the way we want. So we send in the page first. This is so we can do pagination on our comments as well. So we do page.toString, like so. Then we go ahead and add in the limit, and that's going to be limit toString as well. So it's limit.toString, like so. Then we're going to pass through include children as well. We're going to set this one to true. Now, as you may have saw when we set up the backend, I had this include children hook essentially to make sure that when we try and load in comments, it loads them in correctly. We need to actually set this to a string. Let me just explain that a bit better. We had include children because essentially when we go to a post, what we don't want to see is all of the top level comments. I think it's a nicer view if the second you go to a post, you see sort of the top level comment and then a few of the nested comments under that comment as well. So we're going to include sort of the first 2 children of each comment on this response too. Inside of here, we'll say sort by. The sort by here is going to be pagination, and that's going to be dot sort by. And then here we'll go ahead and load in order, and that's going to be pagination dot order, like so. Now that we've got that, we can go ahead and do our typical checks for if the response was okay. So that's going to be outside of here. We'll do if response dot okay. Then what we'll do is we'll simply say const data. This is going to equal to await response dot JSON, like so. And then we can just return data here. And then we can do the same thing we've done before. Actually, what we'll do here is we'll say else. And on this else, we can go ahead and say const data. That's going to equal to await response.json as unknown as error response here. And then we'll go ahead and throw that error, as we'll let Tanstack handle that for us. So we can throw new error here. And then in this error, we'll do data.error, like so, and go ahead and save all of that. So this is how we're going to get the comments then. So we need to actually handle that in Tanstack query. Let's go to our post page. Now this is going to be an infinite query again, as we want to have pagination for our sort of comments. So to do this, we're going to go ahead and go above or below where we have our post query options, but above this route and create file route, we're going to go ahead and say const comments infinite query options is going to equal to, and then this is going to be a function again where we take in an ID of number. Actually, let's just do ID here. Sort by, this is going to be order, and then we're actually just going to infer this from the search schema. So we can say zod.infer, type off, and then let's do post search schema. So post search schema here, and then that's going to try and do /type off for some unknown reason there. Let's go ahead and run that there as that type, and this is finally going to equal a function, and then inside of this function we can just go ahead and return infinite query options, and then we'll set up the infinite query options within this object here. First one is going to be the query key. Now the query key again is similar to how we had it for post. It's going to be comments, and then we're going to say the comments for this specific post. So the post is going to be with ID, but then we're also going to add in the sort by, and then also the order, just to make sure that we have different cache entries when we're sorting it by points or recent or other things like that. Our query function here is going to be a query function. This is going to take in a page param, like so. This is going to be a function here, and then this is simply going to run and get comments, not get computer style, it's going to be get comments, like so. Get comments here is going to have an ID, it's going to have the page param, we're going to have 10 for our limit. Then we're going to have sort by on pagination here, and then we're going to have order as well, and we'll go ahead and save that. Next, we need an initial page param, so we want to always start on page 1. We're going to add in a stale time. As with all of mine, I'm just setting them to infinity. Once we've got infinity, we can then go ahead and add in retry as well. So I'm actually going to set retry here to false. By default, Tanstack query does actually try and retry your queries if they fail, if they get sort of a failed response back. We're going to stop that so that we can throw a custom sort of error page up on the screen. Finally, we need to go ahead and add in the logic like we've done before for getting the next page. What we'll do is we'll say last page, all pages, and then last page param. This is pretty similar to how we've done it before. So all this is going to equal to, you say if last page, and then dot pagination, dot, and then this one here is total pages. And then we go ahead and say if it is smaller than what we're currently on or equal to the current page that we're on, we return undefined, aka there is no more pages left. Otherwise, we can simply go ahead and return the last page param, add 1, and that means the next page that it needs to go to. So there we go, that is our infinite query that we can create for loading in the commons. Let's go ahead and actually use this in our postcard then. So let's go ahead and do this underneath the data that we have for the post. What we'll go ahead and do is we'll say const data comments here. Then we're going to go ahead and say has next page. We'll load that in. We'll say fetch next page, and is fetching next page like so. This is going to equal to use suspense infinite query, and then inside of here finally we pass it our comment infinite query options, and then inside of there we pass it our ID, our sort by, and our order like so. And we go ahead and save that there. So now we should have our comments data coming through. If I go ahead and run a json.stringify, and then I can go ahead and say the comments data. So we'll say comments. Now I believe this is going to come back as empty as we haven't created any comments on this post. If I go ahead and find one of the first posts that we created, I think this one, you see there it had 4 comments as its count there. And there we go, you can see it's successfully loading in the data. I may have to just go off the page to see the content here. So next thing we're going to add is let's just go and in our sort bar to sort our comments by the whether it's the sort of most upvoted or the most recent, and we can actually reuse the one that we created earlier. First, I'm going to add in some styles though, so we'll go ahead and add in a class name here. This is going to be margin bottom of 4 and a margin top of 8. Then what we'll do inside of this div is we're going to add a h2. This is going to have a class name here of margin bottom 2, like so. Text of large, font of semi-bold, and then also a text dash foreground like so. And we're going to set this to equal comments like that. So that's going to say comments there. Now underneath this h2, what we'll go ahead and say is we'll say if there is comments, and then what we will do here, actually is this the correct? Yeah, okay, what we'll say is if there is comments here, and then we'll do the comments dot pages, and then we say dot 0 dot data dot length it's greater than 0. So what we're actually checking for here is there actually any comments? Because even if there's not comments, the API is going to return a success. It's just going to be an empty array for comments. So we're saying if on the first page, it does have some data and the sort of length of that data is above 0, so there is comments, we're then going to show what we're about to do. So here we'll go ahead and just do an and here. And finally, we can go ahead and use the sort bar. So that's going to be sort bar. We'll import that from the one we created earlier. That's going to be sort by. That's going to equal to sort by here. And then finally, we'll also have an order. And that's going to equal order like so. And then we'll go ahead and do slash like that. There we go. You can see my sort of sort bar has loaded in here. If I go ahead and just add in that JSON.stringify, so that's going to be JSON.stringify, and then the comments, and save that. So there we go, we have the comments information coming through, and if there was actually more than one comment on here, at the moment it's just a comment with some child comments, so it can't actually be sorted by anything, but these sorts would also work as well as we've set up the sort bar up here. So the first thing we can do is, let me just delete this JSON.stringify here. Now where we have the sort bar, what I'm going to do is underneath the div containing sort of all of this information here, we'll go ahead and say comments, so we'll make sure that there is comments before we try and display this card, and we'll do the same check we did before, so that's comments.pages. That's going to be brackets 0 like so, .data.length. If that is greater than 0, we'll do an and here. And then finally in this and, we're going to go ahead and put in a card. So we'll put in a card here. Inside of the card, we're going to have some card content. Inside of this card content, we'll add in a class name of padding-4. Inside of this card content, we're going to map over all of the pages of our comments. So remember how we did this before for posts. It's going to be .pages.map. This is going to be a page. This page here is then going to be page.data.map. And then finally, we're going to have each individual comment. And I'm also going to get the index out for each comment there as well. And this is finally where we could then return our actual comment page. I'm just going to leave an empty div in here. I also need to wrap these in brackets. Let me go ahead and close the sidebar there so we can see a bit more. I need to wrap this in brackets there. Then we're going to have that comment page. And I believe that is going to go there. We need one more bracket there. And we can hit send on that. What's going wrong here? I think I've missed another bracket out somewhere. Let's go ahead and save that. So there we go. We have got some error details here. Let's just see what that is. Card is not defined. I need to go ahead and update the import here. Let's update that. Let's give that a save. And then finally, we could just pull through some information. So let's just say if I said comment, and then let's do .content for now. And we'll go ahead and save that. So you can see we've got our first comment in that says hello world. Well, what we're going to do is we're obviously going to be creating a comment component just to display this in a bit of a nicer fashion. To do that, let's go ahead to our components here. Let's go ahead and go up to components, create new, and then we'll call this comment-component. Or let's just call this comment card. Actually, it's going to be a bit simpler. Comment card like so. Then what we'll do here is we'll define some props that we need on this. This is going to be comment card props. What we'll say for the props that we're going to want for this, we're going to want a comment, and that's going to be of type comment that we set up in our shared types earlier. We're going to want a depth, and this is going to have a number. So this is just sort of how deep the comment goes, so how sort of low in the chain it is. We're going to add in something called an active reply ID, and you'll see why we do this a bit later, but essentially just trying to explain it quickly now. We only want to show one nested comment form at a time. Otherwise, if a user clicks reply on a load of comments, it just looks a little bit messy. So we handle that with this set active reply as well. So we need a set active reply here. That's going to be set active reply ID. And this is going to be a react.dispatch. So we need to do a react sort of use state event. And then it's going to be react.set state action. And then this is going to be of type number. Or it's going to be of type null, like so. Now that we've got that, we can simply go ahead and say is last. This is going to be a Boolean. And then we've got that. We've also got toggle upvote, like so. This is going to have a return type. And this is going to be of a type of use upvote comment, although actually we can't add this one in yet. So let's go ahead and add in a void function here. So I'll just put in void for now, as we will add this in a little bit when we actually do have some toggle upvote logic. Actually, let's just set this to a function that returns void. Like so. As I said, we'll go ahead and actually configure the toggle upvote logic when we actually have another hook to optimistically update the upvotes for a comment. But for now, we'll leave it like that so we can actually start to build out the comment itself. So export, and then we'll do function, and we'll say this is the comment card. So let's just do comment card like so. This is going to take in the props. That's going to be the comment, and that's going to be depth. That's going to be active reply ID, set active reply ID is last, and then finally toggle upvote like so. And this is obviously all going to be of type, and that's going to be comment card props, like so. And inside of this function, we can now go ahead and set up these styles for our actual form. So the first thing we're going to do in here is I'm actually going to set up some styles. So we're going to go ahead and return a div. What we'll do on this div is we go ahead and we need to say class name here. The class name, we're actually going to use CN here, so we can do some conditional class names and make sure we import that from our libutils. On here, what we're going to add is we're going to say if the depth is larger than 0, so if it's a nested comment, we're going to add a margin left of 4 here. We're going to have a border on the left as well. We're going to have a border of border color. And then we're also going to have a padding left of 4. Next, what we'll also do is we'll say, actually, we'll leave that like that for now, as we don't yet have the logic for the other type of comment. What we'll then do in here is we'll add in a div. This is going to have a class name here. This class name here is going to be padding y of 2. Then inside of this div, we'll add in another div. This div here will be a class name, margin bottom, -2, flex, items, -center. And then here we'll do space, -x, -1, and then text, -xs, like so. Then in this div here, this is essentially where we're going to handle the logic for having an upvote and then the username and all of that information. Let's go ahead and do a button here. What I'll quickly go ahead and do though is let's jump back to our post component so we can actually see the data and the sort of changes that we're making here. So we're going to go ahead and rip out what we put in here. We'll put in the comment card. So it's going to be comment card like so. And then for the comment card, we're obviously going to have to provide some information to it, one of them being the comments, but we'll need a key as well. So let me go ahead and close this off. Firstly, we need a key. That can just simply be comment.id like so. Next, we need to provide the comment itself. So that can be comment equals comment like so. Then we also need the depth. Now the depth at this level is always going to be 0 since this is only showing sort of the post for the top level. To handle nested comments, we'll do that in a little bit. For active reply ID, we'll go ahead and set that up at the top. We need a set state action. So up here we can say const active reply ID, and we say set active reply ID equals, and this is going to be use state, not use stable callback. That's going to equal to use state here. It's going to be of type number or null, and we'll set it to null by default. So this is going to be of type number or null, like so. That's not the or, that's, there we go, number or null, like so. And we can go ahead and import use state. So let's import use state there, and there we go. So now we go ahead and go down here in our depth here. We can say active reply ID is equal to active reply ID, and we'll do the same thing for the setter as well. So it's going to be set active reply ID. And this is also going to equal to set active reply ID, like so. Now it seems to be throwing an error at the moment. I think that's because it's going to have to be number or null up here. So up here, yeah, we have number or null, but then we have undefined as well. So we need to actually set this as default of null too. That should clear up the error on those ones. Now that we have that, the other things that we need to add to this, I believe, was the is last. To detect is last, it's actually a little bit trickier on nested comments, but this one is going to be a bit easier. So for this one, we'll just say is last. And for that, we say if the index, and then we'll do the page.data.length -1. So we're saying if the index is equal to the last item on the page, that means that this comment is the last one. And finally, as I said, we also have that toggle upvote, but we don't actually yet have the logic to implement this. Let's just go ahead and add a console log for now. So something like upvoted. And we'll make that a string, actually. We'll make that a string of upvoted, and we'll save that for now. As I said, we'll come in later and replace that with mutation. Let's head back to our comment card now so we can actually see the updates being made. So the first thing we have here is going to be the upvote button. What we'll actually do at the top is we're going to try and load in the user. To do that, we can simply say const data and then user here. And this is going to equal to a query. So that's going to equal to use query here. And then on the use query, it's going to be with the user query options like so. I'm going to go ahead and save that. So we're essentially going to try and detect if the user is logged in or not. Essentially, if they aren't logged in, we can go ahead and then just not actually activate the button to upvote the component. So what we'll do here is we'll say disabled. And we'll say this is disabled if there isn't a user. So hopefully they shouldn't be able to update it if they aren't logged in. It doesn't really matter if they did undisable the button using inspect element, as it actually handles it on server side as well. Here we'll have a class name. Class name we're going to use on here is we're also going to do a CN function. We're going to do the CN function here. By default, we're going to have flex. We're going to have items -center. we're going to have a space of x1. We're going to have a hover, and that's going to be text dash primary, like so. Let's go ahead and save that. Let me just close that sidebar there to make this a little bit clearer, like that. And make sure the zoom is corrected there. So what we can do now inside of here in the CN is we also want to add a conditional. We want to say if it is upvoted, and we actually need to detect if it's upvoted first. So we need to create that up here. So to do that, we say const is upvoted up here. Now to detect if a comment is upvoted, as I said, we did this in a little bit of a weird way with the backend because we were using Drizzle queries. But essentially, if the comment upvotes array just has any information in it, so if it's greater than 0, if it has any length, it means the user has upvoted it. So that was the little bit of trickery that I did on the backend. Feel free to go and take a look at how that was implemented in the earlier step. What we say here is we'll also say if it isn't, we'll do text and muted foreground like so. So if the user has upvoted the post, we're going to go ahead and make it orange. If they haven't, we'll go ahead and make it the normal color. Now, lastly, let's go ahead and add in the chevron here. So we'll do a chevron up like so, or chevron up icon. I like to always specify that it's an icon. We'll go ahead and do size. This is going to equal to 14. And we'll go ahead and close that down. Then we're going to have a span here. That's going to be a class name. This here is going to be font-medium. On font-medium, we'll go ahead and add comments.points or comment. This is going to be comment.points. I keep getting this wrong. It's going to be comment.points here, like so. So that's just the comment count. So you can see next to that, we now have our button that shows the upvote count with that span there. Now that we've got that, we will come back in here and do the on-click logic in a bit. But for now, let's carry on. Underneath this button, we're going to go ahead and add in a span. This span here is simply going to have a class name. It's going to be text-muted-foreground, like so. And then in here, we're going to put a center dot again. So that's going to look like that. Underneath here, we're going to go ahead and get the username of the user. Now, we're not going to do anything if they click the username. We'll simply say font medium here. And then what we'll do inside of here is we'll say comment.author.username, like so. Save that. We'll go ahead and copy this span we created to add another separator, like so. And then underneath this separator, we need the sort of created at time, so similar to how we did for the text post. That's going to be of a text-muted foreground. And then what we can do here is we can go ahead and say relative time. So we're using that relative time function we created earlier. And then it's going to be comment.created at, like so. And then we go ahead and make sure we close off that bracket there and save that. You can see we've got the upvote count, we've got my name, and then 19 hours ago, like so. And we can also add in some logic now to collapse the post. So to do that, what we need to do is come up here and simply just add in a bit of state. We'll say const is collapsed, like so. And then set is collapsed. And this is going to equal use state. And then by default, we'll set this use state to be false and make sure we import that. So now that we've got that, let's just quickly correct that typo there. So that is collapsed. Now that we've got that, let's come down here and add in the button to collapse or uncollapse the comment. That's just how you can sort of hide all of the information below it. And you'll see this, it will be a little bit more clear once we add in the child comments. Let's go ahead and add in a button here. On this button, we're going to add in an onClick. So this is going to be an onClick. This onClick here is simply going to go ahead and set is collapsed, and we'll set is collapsed to whatever the previous value was, and then the opposite of the previous value, like so. So there we go, that should uncollapse it or collapse it. And then we also want some class name on this as well. We'll add in a class name. This is going to be text -muted -foreground, like so. And we'll go ahead and save that. And we'll also add in a hover text actually, so we'll put in hover, and that'll be text -foreground, like that, and go ahead and save that. Inside of the button, we're going to render in an icon. What we'll say is if it is collapsed, we'll go ahead and render in the plus icon, like so. So this is going to be plus. We'll call that plus icon actually. That's going to be plus icon. We'll add in a size of 14, like so. And otherwise, if it isn't, so basically if it isn't collapsed, we're going to add in the minus icon to tell them to collapse it. So that'll be minus icon. And again, with a size here of 14, and we'll close that off like so. So there you go, you can see how that is sort of working there with this nice collapse button here. And you see, obviously, as I click this, it's actually toggling the collapse state. Again, that will make a little bit more sense when we go ahead and actually add in the child comments and the comment content. we need to actually add in the divider here as well. And that is actually sort of the header of our comment card. What we need to do now is obviously add in that content. So underneath this button here, and then underneath this div, this is where we want to check if it is collapsed. What we'll say if it isn't collapsed, we're going to go on and head and run this. And then what we'll do is we'll return some component here. So if it's not collapsed, we want to show the content from within the comment. This is going to be a p tag here. What we do here is we have a class name. We have a margin bottom of 2. We have a text of small. Then we have text of foreground, like so. And then finally in here, what we can say is we can do comment.content, and that's going to load in the text content for our comment. And you can see if I expand this now, we get hello world. If I collapse it, it collapses, and you can see how that works like so. So underneath this now, we're going to add in the reply button, and we'll actually hook this logic up a little bit later. But for now, let's add in the reply button. What we'll say if there is a user. So we'll check if a user exists first, because we don't need to render this if obviously they aren't logged in, because they shouldn't be able to create a comment if they aren't logged in. What we'll do on this user is we'll add in a button. This will have a class name, flex, items-center, space-x-1, hover. This is going to be text-foreground, like so. And then we'll also add in an onClick on here as well. And the onClick, we can actually set this up now. This onClick here is simply going to run a function. And the function is going to set the active reply ID. And then we'll say if is replying, like so. So if is replying, we'll set that to null. Otherwise, we'll set it to the comment ID. And we actually need to go ahead and change the is replying logic. So we'll scroll up to the top here. To detect if someone is trying to reply to this specific comment, what we say is const is replying. And then what we'll say is simply if the comment or if the active reply ID that we've been passed through matches our comment, that means they're specifically replying to our comment ID. So let's go ahead and save that. Let me scroll down here as there seems to be an error. I think that's because we haven't closed off the button yet. So let's go ahead and do that. Now inside of this button, all we're going to do is we're going to render a sort of chevron. Actually, in this button, we'll render the comment. So what we'll do in here is we're going to go ahead and get the message square. That's going to be message square icon, like so. This is going to have a size equal to 12, and that's going to look like that. And then we'll also have a span in here, which just has some simple text that says reply, like so. So you can see that I'm logged in, so it says reply there. Now we'll see this text is a little bit too big, so we need to go ahead and change that. At the moment, what we've got is the user. Let's wrap this in a div here. So what we're going to do here is set this as a div. This is going to have class name, flex, items-center. It's going to have space-x-1. Then we'll do text extra small, like so. Then we'll do text-muted-foreground, like that. And then we'll wrap that entire logic there in this div that we've just created. So there's the user one there, and we'll put that div like so. There we go. You can see we've got a sort of small reply button there. And then this is when we would click this. This would actually go ahead and show something different. So let me just quickly hook up some different logic here. We'll add in the comment form in a bit, but for now we'll say if they are replying, so if the comment form should be open for this comment, let's go ahead and just simply render in a div. It's going to have a class name of margin top 2, and then here I'll just put in some placeholder which should say comment form, something like that. So as you can see, when I click this reply button, it should activate or unactivate. As I said, later we're going to come back in here and add in the comment form, but for now this is pretty much what our comments are going to look a little bit like. So now that we've got our comment displaying at the top level, we need to handle how we render in the nested comments. To do this, we're essentially going to be running a recursive function to go ahead and fetch all of the child comments. But this is going to get a little bit confusing as we need to set up some nested infinite queries as well. What we need to first do is actually set up an API route to get the comments of a comment, because at the moment this is only able to get the posts or comments, the top level comments essentially. So we need to go ahead and set up a new route here, and that's going to be export async function, and this one here is going to be called get comment comments, like so. It's a bit of a confusing name, but let's go ahead and call it that there. This here is simply going to take in an ID, which is a number. It's going to take in a page, which is also going to be a number. We're going to have it as equal to 1 by default. And then it's also going to have a limit. And this limit as well is going to have a number, and that's going to equal to 2, like so. And then what we're going to go ahead and do in here is we do our simple const response here is going to equal to await client, and then we do dot comments dot ID dot comments like so, and this is going to be a get request here. Then on the get request, we go ahead and set the param. So the param here is going to be the ID, and then id.toString, like so. And then the next bit we do is the query. So that's going to be down here. What we'll do is we'll simply say query, and this query here is going to be with the page, and that page there is going to be page.toString. And then we'll go ahead and also do limit. And this limit here is going to be limit.toString, like so. And then we'll make sure that's actually run as a function there. Now that we've got that, we need to make sure there's a comma there as well. So we've got the response coming back here. What we'll say is we'll say if the response.ok. And then we'll go ahead and say const data equals, and then this is going to be await response, not the preset icon, await response.json, like that. Then we'll return the data. Then what we'll do is we'll handle what happens when there's an error. So we'll just do a simple else here, and we'll say const data, and that is going to equal to await response.json. We need to make an equal sign there. Await response.json here as unknown, and then as error response, like so. So it's going to be as error response. Then we can simply throw this error, and that will be handled elsewhere. So throw error, and then data.error, like that. So we've got the function to actually fetch the comments of a comment. So let's go back and use this in a query now. Now where we're actually going to be using this is in a comment card. So each comment is going to handle the query for its own nested comments. And this is going to happen recursively across all of the depth that you could have for our comments. So for this, what we're going to do is we're simply going to go to the top here. We need to get a query client first. So we'll say const query client is equal to use query client, like so. Then what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to set up a suspense and an infinite query. We don't actually need to define this anywhere else. We can do this sort of inline. What we'll do is we will say, let's do this below this query here. I'm going to go ahead and say it's going to be const, and then we'll just simply say data, and this is going to be equal to comments. This will be equal to a use suspense infinite query. Then inside of this infinite query, you want to set a query key. The query key we're going to be using for this is going to be comments. Then it's going to be for specific comment, and then it's going to be for comment, and then .id, like so. Next, what we need to do is set up the query function. So it's going to be query function. This here is simply going to have a page param. This page param here is then going to equal to get comments. And then here we go ahead and put in the comment.id. And then we also put in the page param, as that's the page number we want to fetch. Next, we need an initial page. So initial page param here, that's going to be equal to 1. We're going to want a stale time. The stale time here, we're again going to set to infinity for us. Then we also need some initial data. Now, this is a really cool feature of the sort of React query. As you saw earlier, when we load in a post, we actually load in the child comments for the top level comments. We load in 2 child comments per one. So what we can actually do in this query here, we can say if there has been initial data that's been passed through, you don't have to go to the server. You can just use what I got back as this initial data here. So to do that, we say page params, and then we say an array. Then we say pages, and we essentially fake the first page of data. So for this, I'm going to say this is equal to a object. This is going to have success. This is going to be true. We're going to have a message. This message here is simply going to be comments fetched. So I'm essentially just mocking up what the API response would have looked like. And then finally, what we actually need is the data. And then this is going to be comment.child comments. And if they aren't provided, we'll just set this to an empty array. Then we need to go ahead and set up the pagination. So it's going to be pagination here. And this pagination is simply going to be page 1 and total pages here. This is then going to equal math.ceiling. It's spelled correctly. Math.ceiling comment.comment count. And then divide this by 2, as that's how many we're going to have per page. So we'll go ahead and save that. Then what we need to do is we've got the initial page param there. We need to define our get next page param. I'm going to come back and explain this bit in a bit. Get next page param, we're going to do what we've done several times before. That's last page, all pages, and then finally last page param. And that equals a function. And then we say if the last page dot pagination dot total pages is less than or equal to the last page param, we return undefined, so there's no pages left. Otherwise, we're going to return the last page param add one like so. We need to go ahead and actually make sure we haven't made a typo up here to spell that as success. So again, to go ahead and explain this suspense query, we're essentially doing the same thing we're doing for posts to load in the comments here, but we're doing another infinite query within the nested comments. But what we can actually say to each of these queries is, hey, you may actually have some initial data, and that's because we loaded it all in one call on this comment here. So when we actually make this first request, if I go ahead and open up Insomnia here just to show you, when we actually make the call to a post comments, we send it off with include children and true. So what you can see here is we actually have this hello world, and then it loads in 2 child comments per each one. But at the moment, we only have 1 child comment. So we load in the top level comment and also some child comments in a single call. So then what we can say to React Query is, hey, you don't need to go and fetch this data from the server. We actually already have this provided from elsewhere. And that's where I then do comments.child comments. So hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. But now we've got the nested comments, we need to go ahead and use them and essentially create a recursive component that's going to call itself with that same information. Where we'll do that is we'll come down here. So we have this is replying logic here. Outside of this div, we're going to go ahead and say if it's not collapsed. So we're only going to show the child comments, obviously, if it isn't collapsed. And we'll say we'll make sure there is some comments. And then we also need to make sure we do a check for the comments.pages.map actually. So we'll do comments.pages.map here. We're going to go ahead and get out each individual page, but also the index of the page. Then in here, we're going to run and then we'll return a function. First thing we need to do is actually detect if we're on the last page or not, and you'll see why in a bit. But essentially, we're going to say this is equal to index, and then we'll say comments.length or comments.pages.length, and then -1 here. Then what we need to return from this is the page.data.map, like so. Then we're going to go ahead and get a reply. So this is each comment reply, so a nested comment, an index. And then finally, inside of here, this is where we essentially recursively call the comment component. So we then go ahead and add in comment card. So we're calling this component from itself here. We'll go ahead and add in a key. The key is going to be comment.id, or actually it's reply.id, sorry. That's going to be reply.id, like so. Just make sure I self-close this so that fixes that issue there. Then what we need on this is we need the comment. The comment is equal to the reply. Then we need the depth. The depth here, we're going to do the depth that we pass through to the initial comment, add 1. As obviously each time it recurses, we need to add 1 to that. We can set the active reply ID to the same thing that we got passed through here. And we can do the same thing for set active reply ID. So it's going to be set active reply ID equals set active reply ID, like so. Then we're going to have is last. Now is last here is going to be a little bit of different logic. Since we're trying to detect if it's the last nested comment for a top level comment, what we'll say is if it's the last page and if the index here is then equal to page.data.length and then -1. So this is last here is I'm essentially trying to detect if it's the last comment on the last page of all of the nested data. And there you go. You can see actually when we've refreshed, we've got one of my comments coming in here as a nested comment with this nice line to sort of signify that it is a nested one. Then for toggle upvote, you actually just pass through the same function that we get through, which is toggle upvote like that. So there we go. We've actually handled in the logic there for getting a nested comment. Hopefully this collapses like that and each nested comment can do that. Now we will have to handle the upvote logic here. As I said, at the moment, we're not optimistically updating anything, and also the reply logic for each comment form. But you can see there why we did that set active reply ID. If I hit reply there, it closes that one and then opens this one, and it does the same thing as I go along to each one there. Now, the next thing I need to do is a little bit more confusing, but essentially it's going to handle how we have a more replies button, because at the moment we can't load in any more replies for each of these individual comments here. So let's go ahead and in Insomnia, if I open up Insomnia and let's say I create a load of requests, so where we have a comment, let's add in a load of nested comments for this post here. So if I add in a few there, let's go ahead and refresh this page. Did I add it in for what's the ID of this post here? So this is post of ID 1. I think that would be comment of ID 2. So I think I need to add in them on comment 1. Let me just hit a load of requests in Insomnia. Let me refresh this. There you go. We can see we've got some nested replies, but I actually just created a load of comments. So we need a button here that says more replies so the user can actually load in the next page. But we need to do a little bit of a trick. And the reason for that is because of this initial data loading that I did at the start. So what I'm going to go ahead and do here is just define a Boolean this is going to be const load and then first page like so. This is going to be equal to comments. Now I'm going to explain this after I've done this, but this is going to be pages, brackets 0, dot data, and then if there is data on that, we can go ahead and do dot length. Sorry, let's go ahead and undo that. Is it dot pages, comments, dot pages, it's comments, dot pages, dot data, dot length, and that's going to equal to, if that is 0, and if the comment dot count, so comment dot comment count is greater than 0. Now the reason we're doing this, as I said earlier, we set up some initial data, but we only get initial data for this first comment here and for these 2 comments here. But what if we nested even more comments underneath each of these comments? We need a button to try and actually load in the data for that. But because we set up this initial data here, it always thinks the first page is actually empty, even though that might not be true on the actual server. So we set up a Boolean here that says load first page. Essentially what this says is if the data in our cache says that the length is 0, but we actually know the comment from the sort of server has a comment count greater than 0, we need to go ahead and actually reload in the first page. So that's going to refetch from the server the first page of nested comments underneath this nested comment. That's going to make a little more sense when we go ahead and implement this at the bottom. Let's scroll down to the bottom here, where we have this is collapsed and this long bit here. What we're going to do in here is we're going to set another bit of is collapsed. So inside of this is collapsed here, what we'll do is we'll say and. Then we also want if it has a next page. If it has next page. And we're going to go ahead and get that Boolean from the top here. So that's going to be in where we load in our comments. We need to go ahead and handle has next page like so. While we're up here, we probably want to add in the fetch next page as well and is fetching next page. So that's going to be fetch next page and is fetching next page like so. And we'll save that. Then we'll scroll down to the bottom here. What we're doing is we're first going to set this to if it has a next page, or if we need to load the first page. This is when we want to show the component that we're about to create. So this is going to be the more replies button, essentially. So inside of here, I'm going to create a div. This div here is just going to have a margin top of 2, but let me just go ahead and correctly close this out. This div here is going to have a margin top. It's going to be class name, margin top of 2, like so. Then inside of here, what we're going to go ahead and say is we'll do a button. This button here is going to have a class name. It's going to be flex items-center. It's going to have a space of x-1. It's going to have a text of extra small. It's going to have a text of muted-foreground. It's going to have a hover state. The hover state here is going to go ahead and be text foreground. So it's going to be text-foreground like so. And then what we'll go ahead and do is add in the onClick logic for this. So let me just go ahead and wrap that up so we actually have the button component. Underneath here, we'll go ahead and add in an onClick. Now in this onClick, what we need to do is we need to say if and then load first page. So if we need to reload the first page of information, this is where we're going to access the query client. We're going to do query client dot invalidate queries, and we're going to go ahead and invalidate the query with a query key here. And the query key we're going to target to invalidate is going to be comments. Then it's going to be comment, and then it's going to be for the specific comment that we're on and the ID of that. So there we go. We're going to go ahead and invalidate that if we need to load the first page. Otherwise, what we're going to do instead is simply just fetch the next page of information using the normal React query method. Now we also want to make sure this button is disabled. We're going to disable this when, and then we'll do if has next page is false, or if load first page is false as well. So if one of these is false, we don't want to show the button. And we'll also do is fetching next page like so. And we go ahead and save that. Now inside of this button in here, let's go ahead and add is fetching next page. We'll go ahead and add a question mark here. If it is, we're going to go ahead and span, and then we'll just simply put in some loading text here. And then what we'll say is if it isn't fetching the next page, this is going to be the chevron down. So we'll do a chevron here, down icon. And the chevron down icon is going to have a size equal to 12, like so. Let's go ahead and self-close that like that. And then finally, also we need to self-close this component. And we're also going to put a span here as well. This is going to have more replies like so. Let's save that. And you can see what this looks like here. here. So now we're actually seeing what I just implemented come into effect. What you can see here for each of my nested comments here is, since this comment here has a load of nested comments, it now has a more replies button. So if I click that, what it actually does is this loaded in the first page for us. So we'll show that if I refresh this page and I go to Tanstack Router, you see at the moment we have comments and then comment. If I click this, this actually goes ahead and reloads the comment that we had here of comments 12, and then it implements it and it recursively goes ahead and does the same function, shows the same component, and you can see I added a load of different comments on here, and we can get them all loaded in via the pagination there, and we can do the same again for this nested level of comment up here. So there we go, that is pretty much the comment card all done. The last thing we need to do is just go down to the bottom, and I like to add in a separator here. What we're going to say, if it's not the last comment, let's go ahead and add in a separator. So it's going to be separator. Actually, we're going to import this separator. We need to add this from shadcn. So it's going to be bunx shadcn add separator like so. And that's going to import that. And then let's go ahead and type in separator like so, and import that from the one that we just created. And then we'll add in a class name here, and the class name is going to be margin y and then 2 like so, and then we'll save that, and that could actually be a self-closing one as well. And you can see there it just adds in a nice separator between our comments to make it a little bit more clear there. And as again, you can see we're collapsing, we're hitting more replies, and we can load in infinite amount of levels deep of our comments now. Last thing we need to do is actually for the top level comments, we need to add in a more replies button in case we have a load of comments. To sort that out, let me just go ahead and see what post we're on. So the post we're on here was the ID of 1. I'm going to go ahead and actually use the API here and just spam a load of comments into that. So let's say comment. Let's go ahead and create a few comments on that page there. You'll see if I actually refresh this, it should load a few in, but we need a more replies button as I actually did just create more comments than that. Let's go ahead and implement that. So to do that, what we'll actually do is, let's say if we copy this div here with the button and that margin top 2, let's copy that. Let's go to our post page. At the bottom here where we have the card and then the different types of cards with the comment component here. So we have the card content inside of this card and underneath this bit here. Let's paste in this logic. Actually, no. First, what we need to do is we need to say if it has a next page. So if it does have a next page, then we'll do an and then inside of this brackets here, we'll paste in that component that we just copied in. We can actually go ahead and just get rid of this logic for load first page. You don't need this bit here when we're just dealing with sort of the top level page here. So let's make sure that this is closed off correctly like so. And then we'll also make sure that it's disabled if has next page is false. So let's just get rid of these brackets here like so, save that. And we just need to import the icon now. So we'll import that from Lucid React. And what you'll see here is we now have a more replies button on the top level of comments. And we can go ahead and get all of the different pages for our comments. So there's actually the comment logic implemented for seeing sort of the nested levels of comments that we have. And this can actually go infinitely deep, which is pretty crazy. And you saw there using recursive comments is a very powerful feature. And InfiniteQueries makes this really super easy. But one thing we need to do is handle how we upvote this individual comment and also all of the nested comments as well. So we need to go ahead and create one of those complex hooks with that optimistic data loading again. So to do that, we're going to go over to our API hooks. Actually, we should go to API first, and that's where we're going to handle upvoting a comment. Now in here, what we can say is we can say export async function. This is going to be upvote and then comment. This simply is going to be a ID string function. So ID of string. And then on here, we'll say const response. This is going to equal to await client.comments and then .id like so, .upvote. So we're upvoting a specific comment. It's going to be a post request since that's what we set up earlier. The param we're going to have here is going to be a param. That's going to be an ID with a comma here. Finally, what we need to do is we need to say if brackets response.ok, similar to how we've done countless times before. And then here, we could actually just do this short form, to be honest. So we can say return await response.json like so. And then under here, we'll handle if there's been an error. So this is going to be const data. It's going to equal to await response.json as unknown as error response as error response, and then we'll simply go ahead and actually throw the error here instead. So that'll be throw error and then brackets, and that here is going to be data.error like that. So we can go ahead and throw that there. This is how we can upvote a comment, but obviously now we need to tie this into that complex hook that I mentioned earlier in our API hooks. Let's go ahead and click into API hooks then. You can see we have that complex one that we set up for upvoting a post. Now we need to create one for upvoting a comment. So to do that, we're going to go to the top. It's going to be a hook as always. It's going to be export. It's going to be const use upvote comment like so. It's going to equal to just an empty function here. And then what we'll do inside of here is say const query client is equal to use query client like so. Then what we're going to do is we're simply going to say you return use mutation. Inside of here, what we'll say is we're going to have a mutation function. This mutation function is going to have an argument of data. This is going to be of type. It's going to have ID string. It's going to have a parent comment ID. This is going to have a number or null. And then we're also going to have a post ID. And this is going to be number or null. Now, if you want to know why we're taking in the post ID and the parent comment ID, even though the upvote function doesn't need it, that's because we need to know which sort of comment we need to target. Because each comment holds its nested comment data itself. The nested comments data aren't an individual entry in the React router. Try and explain that a bit clearer. What you see is when we have comments and then comment 1 here, it actually holds the array of its nested comments inside of it. So we have pages, 0, and then data. You can see we have 2 comments inside of here. So we actually need to target the upvoting of a comment, the optimistic upvote, on the parent comment to go ahead and find this comment that data has loaded in with this ID and upvote the points in here. Yes, that sounded a bit confusing, but again, it will make a little bit more sense once we put this into code. Let's go ahead and correct that spelling mistake here. So the mutation function that we have here is a mutation function. This is going to equal to this. Then it's simply going to be upvote comment like so. And then on the upvote comment, we're actually just going to pass through the data.id. So now that we've got that, we need to go ahead and handle the onMutate. So that's going to be a comma down here, onMutate, like so. And then onMutate here, what we're going to have is this is going to be a async function. I have a feeling that this is broken. No, okay, that looks fine. This is going to be an async function here. It's going to be ID, parent comment ID, and then this here is going to be a post ID like so. And this is all going to equal a function. And we can handle the logic in here, just checking they have the correct types. Yep. First thing we do is we set up the previous data so that we can undo the mutation. Next, what we're actually going to do is we're going to create a query key const here. And that's because we need to do a different query ID based on whether they're upvoting a sort of top level comment or if they're upvoting a nested level comment. That is because obviously the post data itself, so the post entry in React query here is the one that handles all of the top level comments. And then for any nested comments, they're handled by the comments comment key here. So let's go ahead and set that up. So this is going to be parent comment ID. This is simply going to say, if there is a parent comment ID, we're going to say comments and then comment. And then we're going to use the parent comment ID for the actual query key. Otherwise, what we're going to go ahead and use is it's going to be the comments. And then it's going to be the post. And then it's going to be post ID like so. And we'll go ahead and save that. Let me go ahead and close that sidebar there just to help you out. Then what we'll do down here is we're simply going to say await query client.cancel. And this is just going to stop any queries that are going to refresh, that are going to load in for that query key. So we're just going to cancel them. And then we're going to go and say query client. This is going to be set queries data. So set queries data here. And then what we're going to use for the return type here is this is going to be a paginated response. And it's going to be a paginated response. And that's going to be a comment array. So the comment, make sure we import the comment type from our shared comments. This is going to be a comment array. And then outside of here, we can go ahead and add the query key. That's going to be query key like so. And then finally, we go ahead and use imma here. And we have the old data like so. And then we go equals, and then we'll unpack that function here. Inside of here, we go ahead and we say previous data. This is equal to the current data. So we need to current from imma and then old data like so. That's just so, as I said, we can undo it. Next, we'll go ahead and add a check to make sure that the old data does actually exist and there is something in the cache. Otherwise, we can just return undefined. So we'll return undefined here. That just handles any errors. Next, what we're going to say is old data dot pages. So for each page, we need to do a for each. So we need to loop over all of the pages, and then we need to loop over all of the posts in a page to try and find the specific comment that we're upvoting. So here we go ahead and say page.data.forEach as well. And then inside of here, we say comment. And then here is where we go ahead and add our check. So what we'll say, if the comment that we're looping over, let's go ahead and save this. There seems to be an error with this at the moment. Okay, I've caught my mistake here. What we need to do is change this up here to infinite data, and that wraps the entire paginated response like so. And there we go, we can save that like that. And now I think this should work now. Someone's corrected that type as well. The other error I made is this needs to be if there isn't old data. And there we go, that should fix this issue here. So what we're saying, if the comment.id.toString here, so if the comment string is equal to the comment string that we're checking for, so that's going to be if it's equal to ID, this is where we're going to go ahead and actually update the comment. So firstly, what we'll do is we'll say const is upvoted here. This is going to equal to if the comment.comment upvotes .length is greater than 0. As I explained, this was sort of the interesting logic that I implemented on the back end to sort of trick Drizzle queries and sort of have a hack around actually doing a nested SQL query. What we'll do here is we'll say comment.points, and that's going to add equals, and that's going to be is upvoted. So if they have updated it before, we need to -1 from it. Otherwise, we need to go ahead and add 1 to the comment.points. And lastly, we'll go ahead and say comments.comment upvotes here. And then here, what we can say is we can simply say this is going to equal to, so if they have upvoted it, we need to set it to an empty array. So that means there is no upvotes. Otherwise, if they have upvoted it, we can actually trick the system here and just simply set a array of user ID. We can put an empty string in there, as this will go ahead and be updated anyway when we get a success response back from the server. So with all of that complex query done there, let's go ahead and return the previous data here so it's in the context in case we need to undo it. Then finally, what we can go ahead and do is set up the onSuccess. So we need an onSuccess here. In this onSuccess, we go ahead and we take in the data. Then we can also get the ID through, the parent comment ID through as well. So that's parent comment ID like so, and post ID like that. This is going to go ahead and equal a function. I think I've put the brackets in the wrong place there. So yep, that's going to be like so. Then what we're going to say on here is we're simply going to say const query key, and we're going to get the logic that we had defined up here earlier. So we'll copy that in here, and we'll paste that in down here as well, so we have that information. In this onSuccess, we're pretty much going to be doing the same thing we did above. So let me go ahead and copy this query keys and set queries data. But down here, we're just going to change the logic for the comment.points. This is actually just going to be a equals, and this is going to equal data.data and then .count. So it's going to equal what we get back from the server. And that's going to be saying with the comment upvotes here, it's going to be data.data, and then this is going to be comment upvotes like so. And we can get rid of this is upvoted. And we also don't need the previous data check anymore as well. Now that we've done that, we can actually go ahead and invalidate some queries as well, just to make sure that there's some fresh data now, as we know some information has changed. So if I just minimize that, we'll do query client, then we'll do invalidate queries, and then we're going to go ahead and invalidate any queries with a query key that matches, and this is going to be either comments, and then it's going to be post, like so. Then what we'll do is we'll make sure that the refetch type is none here, so we don't actually want it to refetch them straight away. We just want to say that they are invalid. Then when they actually go ahead and need to be refetched, they will do that for themselves. So there we go. We've got that. Now, again, we need to handle the on error. The on error simply unsets the information. So what you do in on error here is you say error, and then you do parent comment ID, like so. That should be a function here, so that's parent comment ID. Then we have the post ID here. And then finally, you have the context that we can get out. This is all equal to a function. And then inside of here, we actually do a bit more simple logic. Let's go ahead and copy in the query key again that we're targeting. That's going to be this query key here. What we go ahead and do is we can simply say console.error and log out the error message for why it didn't actually go ahead and do it. We'll also show a toast. So that's going to be toast.error. And then this here, we'll go ahead and say failed to upvote comment. And then next, what we'll go ahead and do is we can actually say if brackets context dot previous data. So if there was some previous data, so there is some data we can sort of undo to, we can go ahead and say query clients dot set, and then this is going to be queries data. Set queries data. This is going to be the query key that we're targeting. And then finally, it's going to be context.previous data. But what we'll go ahead and do is, since there's been an error, we'll try and get the data to be refreshed from the server as well. So we'll say invalidate queries, and we'll invalidate the query with the query key here as well. What I'll actually go ahead and do is move this outside of that context check there. There we go. Wow, that is our use upvote hook that's going to have optimistic sort of upvoting on comments as well. As you can see, it's very similar to how we did it for posts, where we go ahead and we find the exact post that we're looking for within all of the pages, and then we just modify some of the data using IMA. Let's go ahead and actually use this now in our comment card then. So the first place we want to use this is actually on our post page here. So if you go to post, at the top here where we have our things, underneath upvote post, we're also going to have a const. This is going to be upvote comment. This is going to equal to use upvote comment like so. Go ahead and save that. Then down here where we had our toggle upvote, we're going to change this out here to be upvote comment dot mutate like so. There will be a TypeScript error, but let's go ahead and enter our comment card here and fix that issue. So within the comment card, what we need to do is we need to change the toggle upvote type here. We're going to change this here to simply be the return type. This is going to be the return type of and that's going to be the use upvote comment that we have. And then what we'll do here is we'll say the return type of the mutate function like so. So that's just going to be the exact type coming back from React query. Now that we've got that though, we can simply pass through the toggle upvote down here. And I think we already did that in our comment card. So it passes through that mutation function all the way from this single hook that we have up here. Let's go ahead and test all of this out now. So I'm going to refresh. Going to click on one of the comments. It doesn't seem to be working at the moment. Let's go ahead and see if there was any issues. I think the issue is actually in the comment card. I didn't actually set up the button correctly. Let's go to where the button is. Where do we have our button for this? Click here. So this is the upvote here. Yeah, I don't actually have the on-click set up in this button here. So let's go ahead and link that up now. So what we'll do inside of here, we're going to simply say on-click. Then we'll go ahead and say toggle upvote. So that's going to be toggle upvote like so. And we need to pass it some information. We pass it the ID. This is going to be comment.id.toString like so. Then we also pass it the post ID. That's going to be comment.postID. And then we also pass it a parent comment ID as well. So that's parent comment ID. And that's going to be comment.parent comment ID like so. So there we go. So hopefully now my upvote button will actually work. So let's refresh the page. If I click upvote here, there we go. We see it's actually working and it's upvoting this comment here. And you can see this would work several levels deep, and we can upvote them. We can upvote this top comment as well. And that's all working nice and optimistically. We can go ahead and actually test this out. If I go to where the upvote comment is, what we'll do is we'll simply say away, and then let's do a new promise here. And in this new promise, let's go ahead and do resolve. So let's just add in a 5-second delay, and that's going to be set timeout. And then we'll go ahead and do resolve like so, and then 5 seconds. And then after this, I'll go ahead and throw a error as well, so we can see that it actually unsets itself correctly. And I'll just say error like so. Let's go ahead and click unvote for that. So you can see that once we've unvoted it, it optimistically did upvote it or unvote it, but then it says fail to upvote comment, and then it undoes what we did before optimistically, as it hasn't actually updated on the server. So all of that logic now is working nicely for us. So that is pretty much the comments done. The last thing we need is the comment form. And then I'm also going to tackle a little section on making sure that we're using the loaders within Tanstack Router to actually implement all of the data loading logic in a nice, efficient way. What I'm going to go ahead and do though is just commit all of this. This will be step 14. Let's just call this one comments and comment upvotes as well. Like so. So comments and comment upvotes, and we'll commit that. So for the comment form, we're actually going to be creating a reusable comment form that we can use both on the post and also on all of these replies here where it says comment form there. And it's also going to be done optimistically. So the second we hit submit on a comment, it's going to add it to this comment box here or as a nested comment, depending on where we did it. And then it will go ahead and check with the server if it has actually added it, and then it will undo it, similar to how we've been doing this with upvotes. First thing we're going to need in our API here, we're going to need our route for actually posting a comment. So let's go down here. We'll go ahead and add a function. This is going to be export and then async. It's going to be async function. This is going to be post comment like so. And then inside of here, we're actually going to take in a few arguments. The one we're going to take in is going to be the ID. That's going to be a number, so the comment that we're trying to actually make a comment for. Next, what we'll do is we'll get the content for the form or the comment itself, so the text, actual content of the comment. Then we also want an is nested check, and this is so we can actually filter which API endpoint we want to hit based on if it's a top level comment or a nested comment. Next, what we'll do on here is we'll expand this. This is where we're going to go ahead and do our sort of try catch here. What we'll do is we'll say try. Inside of here, we're going to go ahead and do a const response. Now, this is going to be based on is nested. So if it is a nested comment, we want to go ahead and hit await client, and then there's going to be .comments.id here. That's going to be and then $post sign like so. Then inside of here, we're going to pass in the form parameters that it needs. That's just going to be content. Then we're going to pass in the parameter for the URL that it needs. That's just going to be the ID, and that's going to be id.toString, like so. Go ahead and save that. What we need to do then is we'll say if it isn't a nested comment, so if it's a top less nested comment, we'll go ahead and do an await. This is going to go ahead and be clients.post.id. This will be .comment and then .post, like so. And we'll go ahead and set up the same information there. So it's going to be form, and then that's going to be with a string with content. And then this down here is going to be an object. That's going to be param, and that's going to have an ID on it. So that's going to be ID like so. And then that's going to be a ID.toString. So that's going to be the ID.toString like so. And we'll go ahead and save that there. So now we have the response coming back here. And that was just throwing an error because I don't actually have the catch in here yet. So let's just go ahead and add that in so it formats correctly. So there we go. Next, what we're going to go ahead and do is simply do the same thing we've done before. If the response is okay, let's go ahead and say return await, and then this is going to be response.json like so. So that's if it's okay. Otherwise, what we'll do is we'll simply say const data. This is going to equal to await. This is going to be response.json, but we're just going to make sure that this is typed with our error response. That's going to be as unknown, and then we'll do with an error response like so. And we'll go ahead and save that, and then we'll return data. And then finally, if there is an unexpected error, what we can go ahead and do is return our own error response from the front end. This here will be success, not structured clone. This will be success. It's going to be false. Need to spell success correctly there, but that will catch it in a minute. We'll do error, and then we'll do string brackets e, and then we'll finally add in a isForm error here. So that's going to be isForm error, and that's going to be false like so. And we'll map all of this to an error response. So it's going to be to error response, and that should give us a TypeScript error there saying that success was expected. There we go, we can save that, and that is how we actually create a form. So this is our post comment. Now we need to go ahead and link this to a Tanstack form, but first we actually need the mutation for it in this API hooks. And this is going to get, again, a little bit complex where we're doing this sort of mutation logic for optimistic updating. Let's go ahead and minimize this one here though, and we're going to go ahead and create the comment. So what we need to do here is we need to say export const. Now I'm actually going to run through this one because I'm sort of assuming you can understand the logic that's going on here a little bit since we've gone through the two previous hooks that are pretty much very similar logic. We'll say const query client here. This is equal to use query client like so. Then I need to return a mutation function. This is going to be return use mutation. In this use mutation, I need the mutation function. So that's mutation function. On here, that is an async. This is then going to have ID. This is going to have content. Then this is going to have is parent, like so. Then what we'll do on here is we need to type this with TypeScript. That's going to be ID of a number. That's going to be content of a string. And then that's going to be is parent with a Boolean. So is parent with a Boolean. And then finally, this all needs to be a function. That needs to call a function, and this needs to call the post comment function, and that's going to take in the ID, the content, and is parent like so. So we can go ahead and save that. So first thing we need to do is obviously the mutation. So we say on mutate here. That's going to be an async call. We're going to get the ID, we'll get the content, and we'll get the is parent off of this. This function here is going to go ahead and run. Then what we need is we actually need the comment query key. And again, this is because we have a different sort of comment method based on if it's a top level comment or nested comments. So we say this is equal to is parent. Then what we're going to do here is we're going to say comments. Then we're going to go ahead and do comment. And then finally, it's going to be ID. Otherwise, the key here is going to be an array. This is going to be comments. This is then going to have post like so. And then finally, it's going to have the post ID instead. So it should look a little something like this. So we've got that const, and then we use the comment query key. Then we're going to go ahead and set up our old data again. So we'll just set up old data with a let here. We're actually going to go ahead and get the user as well, and you'll see why in a bit. We'll do query client dot get query data here, and that's going to get query data. This is going to be a string, or it's going to be null, like so. And then on here, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and fetch the query data for the query string of user, like so. Then finally, we're going to do our query client, and this is where we're going to be setting the actual query data and doing that sort of complex call that we've done a few times before. This one here is simply going to be infinite data. It's going to be infinite data, and this is going to be an array, or the paginated response, sorry. It's a paginated response of our common array, like so. And then inside of here, we're going to go ahead and target our query key. So it's going to be query key, like so. So query key, and this is going to be the common query key that we had. And then finally, we're going to have the produce for immer, and this is going to have our old data, and then we'll call off to a function. So there we go. That should be what our string looks like there. Now it is throwing an error. I think I've actually not included enough closing tags here. So there we go. I need another angle bracket there. And there we go. That has sorted that bit out for us. So next bit, obviously, what we need to do is we need to come in here. We say the old data here. That is equal to current, and then brackets old data. Then what we go ahead and do, actually this isn't old data, this is, let this be previous data, like so. So we'll say previous data equals current, and then old data. Here we then need to check if the old data actually exists. So if there is old data, otherwise return undefined. Then on here we need to create a draft comment. So what we're going to say is draft comment here. And we're actually going to type this with TypeScript and say that should equal our type of comment. This is going to be equal to an object. We're going to have our content. It's going to have points. It's going to have points. And again, since this is a new comment, it's going to have 0 points. It's also going to have a depth of 0. It's going to have a created at, and we can go ahead and fake the date here. So we can say new date, brackets, and then to ISO string, like so. We can add in a post ID. This is going to be the ID that we pass through. We can add in an author. The author here is going to be username. What we'll set here is we'll say if there is a user, go ahead and use the username. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and use an empty string here. We'll also set the ID to an empty string, as this will be updated from the server later anyways. We'll set the ID to -1, as this is a draft comment. We'll set the ID to user ID. That's going to be null, as we don't actually need that bit of information. We'll set the parent common ID to null as well. And then finally, we'll do common upvotes here. And that is going to look like an empty array, like so. We can go ahead and save that. Now, it looks like I don't actually need user ID on comment. Did I not put that on? Okay, it can't be nullable on here. So let's just set that to an empty string for now, like so. So now that we've got that, what you may have noticed is we're not actually setting the parent common ID to the one we've got. That's because it doesn't really matter too much, because we already know which parent common ID we're adding this to. And then this will be updated by the server anyways when we get to it. So the next bit that we need to go ahead and do is what we say is we say if old data, and then we go ahead and do .pages, .length is greater than 0. So if there was actually some data there, we're going to go ahead and do draft, and that's .pages, sorry, that's old data. That's going to be old data .pages. Then it's going to be brackets 0, like so, .data, and then .unshift here. And then we'll go ahead and add in our draft comment, like so, and we'll go ahead and save that. Now, the last thing that we're missing is this draft comment is showing an error. It's showing we have a comment count error, so we need to go ahead and add comment count. That's going to be 0 by default. And then you can see on the old data, what we're doing is we're saying if there is any pages, let's go ahead and add this comment to the first page of the data that we have. So that's how we handle the optimistic update, but we now need to handle what happens on a success here. Let's go ahead and type on success, so not on settled. This one is on success. On success, we have data, we have ID, and then we also need is parent out here. We'll go ahead and set this to a function. We're going to go ahead and use the query key logic that we have up here. So that's going to be for this query key up here. Let's copy this in. Now it looks like we're not using previous data here, so I actually need to set that as a return here. Let's go ahead and set return previous data, like so, and there we go. Now inside of the on success, we're getting the same query key out that we've used before. We're going to go ahead and say if the data.success, so if it was actually successful here, we're going to go ahead and do query client.invalidate queries. Then we need to get the query key here. So the query key that we're going to pass through is simply going to be to post. and then it's going to be to data.post ID. So we're going to invalidate the post. This is going to go ahead and update the comment count for us and fetch it from the server. Then we can also go ahead and do query client, and then this is going to be set queries data. So we're going to reset the queries data here. And what we could do is we could actually copy in what we had before up here. If I go ahead and copy that down to here. Actually, no, we don't want to do that for this one. This one here is going to be infinite data. So let's just copy in this type to make this a bit quicker. Let's copy in the type of this to infinite data there. Then inside of here, what we have is we have the query key we're trying to target. So that's just an object with query key here. Then we have our produce. Then inside of here, we go ahead and do our old data like so. And then we set the old data equal to something like this. And we go ahead and save that. There seems to be an error. I think that slash isn't liked there. So there we go. Now let's go ahead and update the actual data itself. So what we need to do, we need to say if brackets draft dot pages, or sorry, if brackets old data dot pages dot length. So if there is any pages, if they're greater than 0, then inside of here, what we're going to do is we're going to say if old data pages length, and then inside of here, we're going to do old data dot pages. We're going to update the first page here. We're going to go ahead and get the data. This is going to equal to an array, and then the data here, we're going to put data dot data like so. And then finally, we're going to go ahead and expand all of the old comments that we had as well. So it's going to be old data dot pages. This is going to be brackets 0. This is going to be data, and then we're going to filter all of this. And what we're going to do is we're going to say where the ID is not -1, like so. Where it's not equal to -1, and we'll go ahead and save that there. Now it seems to be throwing some errors here, saying old data.pages.length is possibly undefined. Let's go ahead and, yes, that's because we need to check that old data actually exists. So we'll say if there isn't any old data, go ahead and return undefined like so, and we'll save that there. Now it's also throwing some errors here, as I think old data.pages.data, and we'll do the same down here. And we can go ahead and save all of that. Now it seems the query key is a bit wrong up here. I think we need to change this. Yeah, let's just change this up here to query key like so, and that will fix that issue for us. So this is what happens when there is a success. Otherwise, we don't really care, as there'll be an error that will be thrown anyways. But what this is doing here, just to explain this, is again, using IMA, we go ahead and we go and get the first page of data, and then we actually unpack it to the data that we got back from the server. So that's adding the first comment in. And then we go ahead and add in all of the old data for all of the rest of the comments back to the query itself. So this essentially is going to manage adding the new comment we got back from the server to the top of our comments list, and then carrying on with the rest of the page. And here we just filter out whether it's a draft comment or not. So that just filters out the one that we added previously. Let's go ahead and handle the on error logic here. And I'm going to make this one a little bit more simple. This on error down here is just going to be an on error. What we'll do is we'll say ID, we'll say is parent here, and then we'll go ahead and make this a function like so. Inside of here, I'm just going to do a console.error, and that's going to be of error type. And then in here, what we'll do is we'll get the query key again from something up here. So we'll get the query key up here. Let's go ahead and paste that in. Let's send a toast message as well before I forget. So it's going to be toast.error, and I'll say something like failed to create comment. And then finally, we can do query client, and we're just going to invalidate the query itself and just get the query keys to update, as I think the page should pretty much update if we fail to create a comment, as it might mean something has gone wrong, or something like the comment was deleted, or something like that. There we go. So we have this massive hook now. What we need to do is actually hook this up to a form and get started using it. So to do that, we're actually going to be creating a new component. We go ahead up to components here, create a new one. This is going to be comment-form.tsx. Inside of here, we'll do export, and then it's going to be function, and then comment form like so. Then what we'll do on this function is we're going to take in a few details, or on this sort of component, sorry. We're going to take in the ID, we're going to take in is it a parent, and we're also going to take in an onSuccess function. This will be useful later, and you'll see why I'm passing that through in a bit. Essentially, it's just the way that we're going to be able to help it so it closes the reply form when it's a successful comment, as we want to close that immediately. What we'll do here is we'll say ID is a number. We've got is parent here. That is a Boolean. Then we have onSuccess. And that one here is simply going to be a function that's just going to return void like so. So inside of this component now, one of the first things we're going to do is get our create comment hook out. So that's going to equal to use create comment like so, and we'll go ahead and save that. Now we need to set up the form using Tanstack Form like we've done before. So it's going to be use form. Inside of here, we'll set up the default values. Our default values for this one is just going to be content, and that's just going to be an empty string here. Then we need to set up the validator. So it's going to be validator adapter, and that's going to be Zod validator like so. Then we need to set up the validators themselves. So the validators down here, this is going to go ahead and be an on change. So then on change, we want to make sure that it looks like the create comment schema that we have in our shared file. Let me go ahead and make sure that's correct. Yep, create comment schema, validators there. Then finally, we need to handle what happens when there's an on submit. This is going to be an async function. So this here is going to be a value like so. This is then going to equal a function, as I said. Inside of this function, we're going to go ahead and call our mutation now. So we're going to do it await. This is going to be create comment, but this is actually going to be .mutate async. So you want to be using the async version. Inside of here, we pass it through the details. So that's ID, that's going to be content. This will be value.content. And then finally is parent. Now, isParent is actually going to be, let's just make sure that we make it a Boolean. So we'll do the double negative here and then isParent. That's just a really quick way to cast isParent to a Boolean because at the moment it can be undefined. But if we want it to be a Boolean, we'll just do that double notation there. Now what we need to go ahead and do is run what happens on a success. So inside of here, we can say on success. Now, while we did have some logic for the on success in the actual mutation itself, we just want to do some things on the form as well if there has been a success. So this is going to be a function. This is going to be data. Inside of this data here, what we'll say if the data wasn't successful, so if there wasn't a success on that mutation, and we'll say if it wasn't a form error, so if data isn't a form error, what we'll go ahead and do is we'll say toast.error here. So it's going to be toast. Let's make sure we're importing that. .error. We'll throw a toast up that says failed to create comment like so. We'll throw up a description, and that's just going to be the error message itself. We'll throw up the data.error like that. Go ahead and save this. Then what we want to do, if it is a form error, we'll go ahead and do form.setErrorMap. So you've seen this before, how we did this with previous functions, but obviously what we're doing now is we're checking this within the mutation itself as we're doing the comments in a little bit of different way to have optimistic loading. This is something we didn't do in the sign up and login form, but we can do essentially the same thing we did with them where we set the error map. We set the on submit error map, so that's on submit here. We say if there is data.form error, then go ahead and do data.error. Otherwise, we'll set it to an unexpected error, so it's going to be unexpected error like so. And then what we'll do at the bottom as well is we're actually going to throw a error here too. So we'll throw a new error, as I think it's going to be good to actually show an error page if something's gone wrong with creating a comment. Finally though, what we'll say if it was a success is we'll say the form.reset. So we want to reset the form when there is a success. Now, why is this not letting me do form.reset here? Should be able to do form.reset. Yep, there we go. And then what we can do is run the custom on success function that we pass through. We can use this question mark notation though to run it if it's undefined or not. So if it is undefined, if it hasn't been passed through, it's not going to throw an error. So we go, that is actually our form set up there in the hook. So let's go ahead and style this down below. Let's go ahead and close out what we have for the form here. We just go ahead and do return. This here is going to be a form. What we'll do inside of here is we'll add in the on submit for Tanstack forms here. So that's going to be on submit. What we do with the on submit here is we simply go ahead and we say the E, so the event. We do e.stop. Actually, this is e.prevent default first. Then it's e.stop. Let's go ahead and actually run this in the correct place. I need to add my curly brackets for this function. So we go ahead and do e.stop propagation, like so, and then we make that run. And then finally we do form.handle submit, like so, and we'll save that. Then on the form as well, we're going to add in some class names. Class name here is going to be grid, and then gap-2, like so. With the form now, we can go ahead and fill in some of the content in here. What we'll do is we'll add in a form.field. It's going to be form.field, and then we'll self-close that. Inside of the field, we're going to have one field that's going to be called content. So this is just how we fill in the content of the actual form. Then we need the children key here, and this is going to be a function with a field. This is going to equal something like this. And then finally, actually, let's not do curly brackets here. Let's just return straight away to a div like so. This div is going to have a class name of, let's say, we'll do grid. And then that's going to be gap-2 like so. Then finally, inside of here, we're going to add in a text area. That's going to be a text area here. It's going to have an ID of field.name. It's then going to have an area label. So we'll do an area-label. That's also going to be of field.name, as we can simply just reuse that sort of content one there. We're then going to have a name itself, field.name as well. We're going to have the value. That's going to be equal to the field.state.value. Then we're going to have the onBlur. So that's going to be onBlur like so. That's going to be equal to field.handleBlur. Then we're going to have a onChange. So the onChange here. That's going to equal, and then this is going to have the event. So we need to get the event out here. That's going to be field.handleChange. This is going to be e.currentTarget.value. And then we're also going to have the amount of rows. Let's go ahead. Actually, let's add a placeholder in as well. So let's add in a placeholder. This placeholder here is simply going to equal to what are your thoughts, like so. Then we'll also add in rows just to make this box a little bit bigger. We'll set this to equal to 4. And finally, let's add in a class name on this. It's going to have a width of 4, a padding of 2, and a text of small, like so. And we can go ahead and self-close this text area here. Next, what we need is just any information for the field info. So this is how we handled errors. We set this up earlier. Then we'll just do field equals to field like so. And self-close that like that. Now we also need the submit button. So let's go ahead and actually just use one we've used before. So I'll go ahead to, let's say, where did we have one? We had one in our login page. Let's go down to where we copied this. Let's copy this form.subscribe. Go back up to our comment card or comment form actually. Scroll down to underneath this div here. It's still going to be within this same form here. We'll paste that in here. We'll go ahead and actually import the button from UI button. Now I'm going to change these styles on this a little bit. Let's go ahead and change the style to be a type of button submit disabled. And then the class name here, we're actually just going to get rid of this class name like so. What we'll do as well is I'm actually going to wrap this so it's right aligned. So to do that, I'm going to do a div. This is going to be a class name, flex, justify end, and then it's going to have a space of -x-2 like so. So I'll wrap that entire subscribe button in that there. We'll go ahead and set that there. The other thing we need to do as well, and we can actually steal that from the login form too, is this form.subscribe for the error map. So we'll go ahead and copy that. So in the comment card here, or in the comment form again, just above this, we'll paste that in there. So above that div there. So now we have the flex justify end, and you can see that this should all be working nicely. Let's go ahead and actually use this comment form now. So back in our comment card, where we went and had the comment form, this is where we need to go ahead and implement that. So here we say comment form as the one that we just created and import that. Then we simply need to pass it the ID. So that's going to be comment.id like so. We need to say is parent, and that's simply going to be a Boolean like so. And finally, we need to pass it an on success. What we're going to do when it is a success is we're going to set active reply to null. And this just means it's going to go ahead and close sort of the opening for us. So if we have this open and we submit, it's going to close it for us like that. Let's go ahead and make sure that we're self-closing that component there and save that. There we go. We have the comment form set up for the actual replies here, but we need a top level one as well. Also looks like we should change that login button there to be a submit button or something like, let's say add comment. And also let's go ahead and just add a variant of secondary. I think that's going to look a little bit better if I change this to variant and then secondary. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, that's actually a bit subtle. Let's roll that back there and just leave it as that was and just put add comment like so. So we go, we have our nested forms, and as you can see, as I hit reply here, it opens up a different one each time. We also need to add the one on the postcard as well, as I said. So to do that, let's go over to our postcard component, and then where we had our user, so underneath where we have comments, let's go up here. Where do we want to put this? Let's go to where we have, actually no, we want this on the post page, don't we? So on the post page, let's go to post.tsx here, where we have our heading 2 that actually has the comments. One of the first checks we want to do actually is check that the user is logged in. Otherwise, there's no point showing them the comment form, as otherwise they'll be unauthorized. And then here we'll actually wrap this in a card. So let's do card with a class name with a margin bottom of 4, like so. Then inside of this card, let's go ahead and add in some card content. The card content here is going to have a class name that's going to be of padding 4, like so. And then finally within the card content, that's where we'll go ahead and we'll add in the comment form. So we can do comment form like so. This is going to have ID, and that's going to equal to ID like that. And that's all the information we actually need to pass to the top level 1. Now it seems we haven't actually set up the logic for getting the user within this post page up here. Let's go ahead and do that now. It's simply going to go ahead and be const data user, and it's going to equal to use query. And then it's going to be our user query options like so, and we'll run that as a function. Go ahead and save that. So there we go. If I'm logged in, I get a top level comment form here. It has some validation. And if I hit reply on some comments, I also get that there. First, we need to test if the add comment button is actually working. Let's go ahead and say, hello world, I am a comment like so. Let's hit add comment. And there we go, we see it's optimistically been added down here, which is really nice. As you saw, it was very quick in adding that. One of the things we do want to do though is actually make sure it knows it is a draft comment, as at the moment it seemingly looks the same. But if a user tried to upvote it, that would cause an error. To change that, let's go to our comment card. Inside of the comment card, let's scroll to the top. Did we set up the isDraft logic earlier? Let me just close down this big query here. No, we did not. Okay, so what I need to do for each comment is I need to say const isDraft like so. So we can detect if it's a draft comment by knowing if the comment ID is equal to -1 like so. So now that we've got isDraft, let's go ahead and change some of the styles here. So where we have this depth of 0, what we'll do is we'll add another one on. We'll say isDraft. If it is a draft, we're going to go ahead and set pointer events to none. And then we're also going to set the opacity here to 50, like so. That should make it grey out when it's actually in waiting. So if I just go hello comment here, and then click add comment, it did flash really quickly. Now the server's actually done that really quickly for us. So let's go ahead and add in an artificial delay here. Let me go ahead and just do await new promise. Let's add in a 5-second delay here. So that's going to be resolve. And that's going to be set timeout. And that's going to be resolve. Come on, 1,000, like so. If I add in an artificial delay here and then we say hello like this and hit add comment, you can see it's a draft comment for now and we can't click anything. And then when the server actually does respond, so it actually does the 5 seconds, it updates it and we can go ahead and upvote this straight away. And that's all working on the server as well. Let's go ahead and undo this quickly just so that we can see. First, we should also test if we can reply to nested comments. So let's just say hello again on this one here. And you can see it actually added the reply for the nested comments there. And we can load in more replies as well for all of the different pages as we go. So there we go. I think this is the comments done. So let's go ahead and commit this. This is going to be step 15 here. And that's going to be the comment form. And we can go ahead and click commit. Now what I'm going to move on to for the final step is I'm just going to do a final check over the code because obviously this has been quite a long coding session. I think there's a few places that we need to update some of the logic, and we also need to make sure we're using Tanstack Router's loader to make sure that the waterfall of our data requests is done in a nice and efficient way. In this next step then, we're going to be taking a look at the Tanstack loader options to help us manage our preloading of our data and just help it load in a little bit quicker. So here in the data loading options, you can see it's a common concern, and we have the route loading lifecycle. So this is a bit I want to take a look at. So when we first navigate to a route here, so every time a URL or history update is detected, the router is going to go ahead and do the following sequence. So first it's going to go ahead and pass the parameters. This would be if we had a page, for example, like /post/1, then it's going to go ahead and validate the search parameters. Once that's done, it's going to do this preloading here. So it's going to do route.beforeLoad. So you saw that earlier when we implemented some authenticated routes, we used that method. So that's because it runs sort of first in our data loading tree here. Then it's going to handle any errors like so. And then finally, we're going to get to our route.loader, which we're about to take a look at. So it's going to go ahead and then run this loader here. As you can see here, there's a load of options about whether we should have a router cache or not. We actually don't need to be concerned about these as we're not using this ourselves. If we scroll down the page here, we should get to where we have our handing it off to an external cache here. So what you have is we pass all loader events to an external cache, and we actually set this up earlier with the default preload stale time. What this means is every preload, load, and reload is going to trigger our loader function. So our loader function is going to run every time. And the reason we do that is because we then run a Tanstack query function within our loaders, and then Tanstack query is handling our cache for us. But the other reason we use those loaders as well is so we can take advantage of preloading. As you can see in here, preloading in Tanstack Router is a way to load a route before the user actually navigates to it. This is useful, for example, if we have a list of posts and the user is likely to click on one of them, you can preload the post route and it's going to go ahead and load in the data that's needed for that page. So when the user clicks on it, it's really quick and snappy and the data is already there for them. And you see the supported preloading strategies here. We're actually going to be using intent in our application as that's the default one. But essentially, preloading by intent works by using the hover and touch start events on a link component to preload the dependencies of the destination route. So what you're going to see in a bit is if I hover over the post page or the comments, for example, it's going to go ahead and actually load in the data that is then needed for that page, even if the user isn't on the page. So when they click it, it's there and ready, and we don't need to show a loading spinner or anything like that. There is another option though here, which is viewport visibility. You can see here preloading by viewport works by using the intersection observer API to preload the dependencies for the destination route when the link is literally on the screen. So obviously this would be a lot of data that would be loaded in all time for our application, but this might have uses in other applications, so it's useful to know that as a strategy there. So let's go ahead then and make sure that we're using the Tanstack loaders to make sure our data is loading in efficiently. First way I'm going to go is index.tsx as we're using a query in here. What we can do at the top is where we're defining our route. So underneath the post infinite query options, let me just collapse this to look a little bit cleaner. At the moment, we have the component and we have validate search. What we want to add is firstly loader dependencies. So what does our loader rely on? What information does the data we need to load for this page need? This is going to be loader dependencies here. What you want to do for this is you simply say search like so. And then we go ahead and return the data we want. And again, what I'm going to be returning here is also just search like that. Let's make sure we wrap this in brackets so it just returns that object. Next, what we can do is we can actually configure the loader itself. For the loader, we're going to have a context. Then we're also going to have the dependencies of this loader. And that was what we just tried to get out of the search parameters. That is going to be sort by for us. So that's sort by. Then that is going to be order. That's going to be author. And finally, it's going to be site like that. So that should be the dependencies there. It's currently saying there is an error. Let's just check out why that is being caused. If I make this a function, does that fix that? Yep, there we go. So this does actually have the correct information on it coming from search, although it says order does not exist on type dependencies there. I think what I need to do is actually go ahead and modify this. If I change this up here, what I'll do is I'll simply say sort by. This is equal to search.sort by. Then we'll do this for all of them. So we'll just say order. This is equal to search.order. Then we'll go ahead and get the author. The author again is equal to search.author. And finally the site, and that's going to be equal to search.site like so. Go ahead and save that there. So we go, the dependencies should be correct there. Now for this function here, this is where we need to load in the data that we want for the route. So it can be done nice and efficiently, pretty much the second they do it. And also if you hover over a link to the homepage here, we can actually set up links to prefetch, and I believe they do prefetch by default. So it goes ahead and loads any data in the loader first. So it's nice and quick and snappy for the user experience. To do that though, we need to go ahead and get a React query. For that we do context.queryClient. And here we're going to do ensure infinite query data. On here, we're then going to do post infinite query options. So we created that earlier. And finally, we pass through the sort by that we got out. We pass through the order, we pass through the author, and we pass through the site like that. Now, the second place that I want to add a loader is going to be for my individual post page, as there's a lot of information for these as well. We're probably going to want to load in the comments, the infinite comments, and also the post information itself. We're going to do the same thing up here with the loader dependencies. So we're going to go ahead and add in loader dependencies. These loader dependencies here, what we'll do is we'll get search like so. So it's going to be search here. What I'm actually going to do here is I'll use the object notation to just get the values off of search here. So it's going to be sort by, and then this is also going to be order like so. Then finally on this function, what we can say is just return, and then that's going to be ID, sort by, and then order like so. So they are the dependencies we need for our loader. Inside of our loader here, what we'll do is we'll set this to async. This is going to have the context, so we need to get the context through so we can actually get the query client. Then we're going to have the dependencies. Then we're going to have ID. We're going to have sort by like so, and then order. And then this function here is the data we need to load in. What we're actually going to do for this is we're going to do an await promise.all, since we have multiple promises that don't actually rely on each other. And then inside of here, we'll say context.queryClient ensure. The first one is going to be ensure query data, like so. This one here is going to be for the post query options, and then we pass in the ID. And then the next one is going to be context. That's going to be .query client, .ensure infinite query data. So this is ensure infinite query data. And that's going to be our second one that we load in. That's going to be the common infinite query options. And then that's going to have the ID, the sort by, and the order, like so. And we'll go ahead and make sure there's a comma there. And we'll go ahead and save that. So now if I click into a post like this one, let's say we go into the comments here, we should see it's nice and snappy and that information has been loaded in for us. So just to quickly show you exactly what this loader and this sort of preload option is doing, we go to our main.tsx, you can actually see we have a default preload of intent. This means by default, if the user, it looks like they're intending to go somewhere, it's going to preload the information that we need. So you can actually see that if we go to the network request here on Better News site, if we hover over one of the comments here, like so, and then let's say we click back and then we hover over the next one, you can see that it's going to load in the comments when it decides that the user has actually intended to do so. And we can see that as we click around the page, you can see that we get the James. As we hover over some of these comments, if it detects that we have an intent to go to that page, it's going to go ahead and preload that data for us. So if I clicked into here now, you can see it was almost instant in loading in the post information, and it didn't have to do another network request. That's a nice out-of-the-box feature that we get with Tanstack Router there. So that's really awesome. And you can go ahead and close this now. As I said, there were a few other errors that I think we need to fix. So let me go ahead and just put this to the side here. I think some of them are going to be to do with making sure that buttons are disabled if the user isn't logged in. Let's just go ahead and check some of these. Let's go to postcard here. I believe I get the user in here. Do I or do I not? Let's go ahead and check. No, okay, so in here, we're going to want to go ahead and get the user. So what we'll do is data user. This is going to go ahead and be equal to use query like so. And then we'll go ahead and just get the query key of, the user query options. Like so, let's actually make sure we do the change there. So we've got data of user there. What we want to do is disable this upvote button here. Let's go ahead and disable this if there isn't a user, like that. So there we go. That's just going to disable actually them being allowed to upvote the button or click the upvote button if that's disabled. Obviously, you can disable this on the HTML side. The server's still going to handle it. It just stops them even being sort of allowed to do that. So it's a nice way to handle that. We're going to do the same check in comment card here. Did I do the same thing? We have user. Okay, yep, so I did disable this if the user was logged out. Let's actually go ahead and log out in here and check that everything's working. So yeah, I can't click this upvote button at the moment. Let's click into the comments. I can still see everything. I can't click that one there. Let's go into a post that actually has some comments. So let's find one of them. Let's go ahead and scroll down. This one here with 37 comments. Can I click on this upvote button? No, I can't. That's good. And we also need to go to the submit page. Now, at the moment, that says page not found. I think we didn't actually link that up. Yeah, okay. So that's another thing we need to do. We need to go to our site header, where we've got the site header. We need to actually change our navigation here. This one here is going to be 2. What we're going to do for this one is we're simply going to say this is going to go to the home page still, but we're going to set the search parameters. The search parameters we're going to set, since this is looking for the new posts, is it's going to be sort by, and that's going to be set to recent, like so. And then we'll go ahead and do order as well, and we'll set that to descending. So if they click on that, they're going to go ahead and go to this by default. We're going to copy the same thing we just did here for the top one, and then we'll just change the logic there. So in top here, we can change sort by to points, and then we'll change order to descending as well. And then finally, for the link of submit, we can simply send this to /submit like so, and hit save on that. And then also, I think I need to do the same logic with my links down here for these ones. Okay, yep, I need to do the same logic here. Let's copy one of these. Down here where we have new, let's go ahead and set this to, and then sort by recent. We'll do the same thing for top, but we'll change the sort here to points, and then the order to descending. And then the submit here, we'll change this to, and that's /submit, not /sign up, that's /submit, like so. And we'll go ahead and save that there. Let's go ahead and expand this app now and see if everything looks like it's working. So we have our submissions, everything's loading in. We can sort this by ascending or descending or points, and then various different information like that. Now we're not logged in at the moment, but we can click in post and we can sort of navigate around, but we can't click upvote or anything like that. Now obviously this comments here, maybe we should hide that if the user isn't logged in. Let's go ahead and do that. That's because that's just essentially going to show comments even if there is no comments. So let's go ahead and fix that in the comment card. So where we have our comment card up here, Where did we have the text? Oh no, that's actually in the post page, isn't it? That says comments. That's going to be scroll down here. We have if the user is logged in. What we should also do is actually probably wrap that in here as well. So if we go ahead and copy this text, is that what we want to do? Let me just have a think about this. Actually, I think what we probably want to do is just hide it if there is no comments. So we'll copy this logic from here. If there is no comments, there's no point really saying that there is comments when there's not any. So we'll go ahead and wrap this logic in here like so. And we'll hit save on that. Let's go back to our application now. And there we go. You can see when we're in a post, it doesn't have that comments text when there isn't any comments. Let's go ahead and log in now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to log in with James1. So let's log in with James1, which I think I did create. Let's hit login. You can see we have these various different posts. We can upvote some of them. Now the upvote count is 2 since I'm a new user. We can see all of the posts created by James here by clicking into James. We can see all of the posts about example.com by clicking that. And then we can also go and click into the various different comments. We can leave a comment. So I can just say something like hi. Like so, we can click add comment, it optimistically adds it, and then when it's a success from the server, it means we can go ahead and reply, and we can add a load of nested comments like hello. Another thing I want to check is, does this form successfully close? Yep, so when it's a success, it does go ahead and close. We can go to submit. If I logged out though, we can't go to submit. Yep, that's good. As you see there, it takes me straight to the login page. And if I log in from here, let's do password, hit enter, it takes me straight back to the submit page where we were redirected from. So I think that is everything working now. So we can actually take a look at deployment. Let's go ahead and quickly clean up some ESLint errors though. So let's scroll up here. What we'll do is we'll say cd and then ... Here what I'm going to go ahead and do is say bun run lint and we'll say server. So it's just lint the server. At the moment it has is null is undefined. So let's see where that is here. That's on line 16. Yep, so we don't need to import that anymore. Let's then run bun, run lint, and front end, like so, and hit enter. I think there's going to be a few more errors for this one. Yep, there we go. There's a fair few warnings here. A lot of them are probably just imports that I accidentally imported, so let's clean them up here. So we've got the plus here, because I just wanted to change it to icon. We have down here in the accordion. Now, some of these are to do with shadcn. We can actually just fix these up, but essentially it likes shorthand sometimes. We'll do the same thing in the alert. We'll go ahead and fix this ordering. I think, okay, this one is a JSX alley issue. We actually don't want to change this since this is essentially a component that's forward refing. So we'd actually set the accessibility stuff when we use the alert title. So for this, what we'll do is we'll just disable this error for that line. I'm then going to want to go into the accordion. Again, I think there's going to be some issues with it saying shorthand. Let's go to button. Let's go ahead and just click fix the tailwind issues. Actually, what we could do is go ahead and run ESLint with fix first. So we'll run it with fix and see if that can solve some of our issues for us. And there we go, it's actually solved most of them there. And we can go click into card and fix the ones that it hasn't been able to sort out. This one again is just a ESLint issue where we're going to disable that. I think this is probably going to be the same for a lot of them. Now this one's quite interesting. We can actually just replace the empty interface with the input props that we get through there. And I think this is the same with some of the shadcn issues. Now you could actually just ignore ESLint for all of these since we're adding the code from shadcn and he has his own ESLint rules. But again, I'm just going to sort of fix these up as we go. We don't need to import React anymore. There's no point in doing that. And in the roots here with the root.tsx, we can get rid of some imports that we accidentally added. So we don't need the link anymore. We don't need React up here. We don't need the create root route. And let's go ahead and run lint again, see if there's any issues. Which ones are we left with? There we go, there is no issues. Finally, we can run bun, run, format, and then fix, like so. Okay, we don't actually have that apparently. What was it called in the package.json here? Okay, it's format right. Okay, format right, like so. That's going to go ahead and format all of our files for us. You can see we actually have 49 files here. We'll go ahead and commit this. We'll call this one here, let's say step 16, loader, and then final checks, something like that. And we can move on to actually deploying this application both to Docker. We need to actually make a small change to our Hono server to actually host the static files. Then we can host it with Docker and also fly.io. So let's click commit here. So that's step 16. So in this next step, we're going to be deploying to Fly.io. It's a site I really like for hosting applications like this, sort of small ones, as it has a generous free tier of $5 a month, and that is enough for our application here. As I said, we're sort of learning, so we just want to see it hosted on a public site and see how it's sort of a production app could look. So it's a public cloud built for developers who ship, but some of the benefits here, as you can see, it's just built for distributed systems. You can get right in your users' faces, but the main one we're going to be using is it's really developer friendly, and we can go ahead and essentially deploy our application from our Docker build file straight from the CLI. To get that set up, then you need to go ahead and create an account, and you can log in with the dashboard here. I log in with GitHub. Once you have an account, you then want to install the Fly CTL. So this is the Fly CLI, and you can do that here with the various different operating systems. I'll leave a link in the description down below for this page exactly. Once the CLI is installed though, the final thing you're going to want to do is do Fly Auth login, and hopefully that will open up a website and you can go ahead and log in with your Fly account, and that way the Fly CLI is linked to your account and you can go ahead and run the commands that we're about to take a look at. So for the next step, one of the first things we need to check is that the V application actually builds. So we'll go into CD frontend and we'll simply say bun run build like so. So we got some errors here at the moment. This is saying that the vconfig, it was stopped. Let's go ahead and try and fix these. So what do we get here? We get the vconfig failed to build. Let's go ahead and collapse everything here so it's a little more clear. Let's go into our vconfig.ts and just check if there's anything popping out to us in here. Nothing seems out of the ordinary here, so what I'm actually going to do is delete my node modules up here. Let's go ahead and run bun install again on all of them. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's see bun run build and see if that works. There we go, that seems to fix the error. Sometimes there is always some weird issues there. So there we go, we've got the Vite server, and that's built to our dist folder here. Now this is where we need to actually tell the server to now host the static files that we've built. As we're going to be away with sort of this Vite dev server, we're going to host these as the static folders or static files that have just been built in here. So let's go down to our index.ts. We're going to add app.get, and then we'll do asterisk like so. So it's going to be an asterisk. Then what we need to do is import serve static here from hono/bun like that. Then what we're going to go ahead and do is say the root folder for all of this is simply at /frontend and then /dist. And then what we need to do again is say app.get. Do the same thing with the asterisk here. We'll do the same thing with serve static as well, so serve static. But here what we do is we add in path information, and then the path here is going to be /frontend /dist, and then this is going to point to the index.html like so, and we'll go ahead and save that. What this should mean now is if I go ahead and shut down the bun servers that we have up and running, shut down this one as well. If we go to the root of our application, the way we can run this bun app in production is we can actually just run the TypeScript files themselves. We don't have to compile them or everything. Bun has full support for TypeScript. What we should be able to do is say bun server/index.ts, hit enter, and that should go ahead and load up our server. And what we should be able to see is if we go to localhost 3000, that this would all be up and running. Let's go to localhost 3001 here. This is obviously the wrong URL, but I know my app is hosted on localhost 3000. And there we go. This is actually serving the static files now from that dist. So these are the built files. We go ahead and inspect element here and go into the network. Let me just see all the sources, sorry. What you can see is we have the various different assets, and this is the compiled JavaScript now, because as I said, this is the built front end being hosted by our Hono server using bun and serve static there, and everything is working and attached using our environment variables as well. So last thing we need to do is create a Docker compose or a Docker build file, sorry, so that we can actually build our Hono app here into a Docker container. Just before we do that, actually, let's go down to the bottom. What we want to do is change what is being exported here. Instead of exporting the app, we're going to export the port, or we're going to export some options here on an object. The port will make equal to process.env.port, or we'll set this to 3000 if it's not provided. Next, you want to set the host name. Now we're going to set this to equal to 0.0.0.0. And then finally, we're going to do fetch here, and this fetch here is simply going to be app.fetch like so. Now I think this is going to moan that, okay, yeah, we need an ESLint fix here. We need to go ahead and use element access on that. But there we go. Once we've set that up, we also may benefit from just adding a console log. Let's go ahead and say console.log, and then let's say server running on port, and then we'll comment out the port name. So that'll be process. Actually, I think we can do app.port. Okay, no, we can't. Let's go ahead and do process.env, then port. And we'll go ahead and just make this all 3000 again. So let's save that like so. If I actually cancel this out and then rerun server, there we go. We get that nice console message telling us what port it is running on. Let's go ahead and create a Docker file now. So at the root level of our application, we'll do new folder. In here, we call this Docker file. And then inside of here, we're going to build out the Docker container. First thing I'm going to do though is I'm actually going to be using some modern syntax using the React labs. So we're going to be doing that using syntax here. This is going to equal to Docker. That's going to be /Docker file. And then finally, this is going to equal to 1.7 and then labs. I'll explain when we actually use this sort of newer syntax in a bit, but that's what we need to set that to. Now this is moaning that there's an error at the moment. Okay, yeah, we haven't actually set up the thing yet. So what we first want to do is we want to say arg and then bun_version here. This is very useful. You always essentially in a Docker container, you don't want to be loading in the latest images. You pretty much always want to pin them to a specific version. This just means that when you do go ahead and share sort of your Docker Compose and your Docker files, you know they're always going to be up and running and working. Otherwise, one day, if this was set to latest and there was some breaking changes, we went and rebuilt the container, it might break everything in there for us before we've had a chance to update. We're going to say arg and then bun version here. That's going to equal 1.1.30. So that's the latest bun version. Then we're going to say from oven/bun. Then this is going to be $. Then in here, we're going to do brackets and then the bun version like so. Get rid of that bit there. -slim. So we're going to use the slim build. And then we're going to say as base. Finally, what we're going to add in here is actually a label. This label here is only going to be useful if we're launching this on fly.io, which I'll show you in a bit. So we'll do fly launch runtime. This is going to equal to bun, like so. Next, we'll set up a working directory. This working directory is going to be user/source/app, like so. Next, we're going to set up the install. So that's going to be from base as install. So we're setting up a sort of different container here for the install bit or a different step. Then what we're going to do is run. We're going to make a directory. This directory here is simply going to be a temp directory. We'll call this temp/prod/server. Next, we need a copy. Inside of this, we need to copy over our package.json. Like so. We need to copy over our bun and then .locb. And we also need to copy these into /temp/prod/server. Let's make sure we spell this correctly. /server, like so. And we need to add a slash there to copy everything into the directory. Then what we're going to do is we're simply going to run cd /temp/prod/server. And then inside of here, what we'll do is we'll simply say bun install --frozen -lock file, like so. And then we'll do --production as well. Next, what we want to do is we run another step. That's going to be run make directory -p /temp/prod and then front end. So we're now installing the front end sort of repo here. What we'll do is we'll do copy, then we'll do front end / and this one here is going to be bun.locb as well. Then we need front end / and then this is going to be the package.json from the front end folder. And finally, we need to copy all of these to temp/prod/front end like so. Then we're going to do run. This is going to be cd /temp/prod/front end. And then it's going to be and bun install --frozen and then -lock file like so. Now it actually doesn't really matter if we do the production here or not, as we actually go ahead and delete the node modules and then we just use the build files. So you don't have to do --production here if you don't want to. Finally, what we can say is from base as build. So this is going to be our build step. So we'll do from base as build, not as build root, it's just as build. We're going to copy over all of the files in sort of our working repo. We're then going to do a copy here from, and this is going to be, we're copying over our node modules now. So we can say from the previous step, so from the install step, go ahead and copy over the temp, the prod, the server, and then the /node modules, like so. Go ahead and copy these over into a node modules file. And we do the same thing for the front end, but we say from, and then we go ahead and replace this with install. And that's going to go ahead and be /temp/prod/frontend, like so, /node_modules. And we copy that over into frontend /node_modules like so. Finally, we're going to set the env and we'll set the node_environment here to equal production. So it builds the V-app in sort of production mode. And then we're going to run. Then under here, what we're going to do is we're going to do a run cd. And this step here is essentially just building the front end out for us. Cd front end and then what we do here is bun run build and then -d as well if we want the debug for that. Go ahead and save that. So now we've built our front end. We need to go ahead and essentially copy over the files to just run our Hono server. This is going to be from base as release. So we essentially call this step here the one that we want for the release. So this is what our container is going to be running. Inside of here, I'm going to do a copy from, and that's going to equal from our install step. We're going to go ahead and copy over the temp, the prod, the server, and then the node_modules. We'll copy those over into the node modules folder here. Next, what we're going to be doing, this is where we're using some newer syntax. We're doing copy. What we're going to do is we're actually going to do exclude here. So it's going to be equal to exclude. And we're going to exclude the entire front end folder from when we copy over from our build stage. So we're going to copy everything over from our build stage in user/source/app like so. The reason we've done that is in the next step here, what we're going to do is we're going to say copy, and then we're going to do exclude here. And then from, actually, no, we just do copy -- from, and this is from the build step. We're going to go ahead and specifically copy over the dist folder from what we did before. So it's going to be user, source, app, front end, and then /dist like so, as that should now be built. And we're going to copy that into ./frontend /dist like so. So in this previous step, what we did is we copied everything over from our build stage. So anything that was sort of related to the bun Hono server, but we excluded the front end folder because we don't want any of the code in here. Like we don't need any of these source files. All we need out of this was the dist folder. So that's what we went and did and set up on this next line. We said copy from build and then user source app with the dist there, and then the front end dist folder. That's all we want out there. Finally, we're ready to actually go ahead and run the app. But what we can do is we can say user bun, we'll expose a port, expose, this is going to be port 3000/TCP like so. And then finally, we can add in an entry point here. The entry point we're going to use is going to be bun, then it's going to be run, and then finally it's going to be start like so. Let's make sure we actually have a bun run start script in here. So we don't at the moment. What we can do is we can set up a start here to simply be bun, or actually we need a start script here. This start script here is simply going to equal to bun, and then it will be server/index.ts like so. And we can go ahead and save that. Now we need to go ahead and give it an attempt at actually building out our Docker file here. To do that, what we can do is we can type in the command docker build --pull like so, and then we'll give this a tag. What I'll call this one is, let's say, HackerNews, or Better News, actually. Let's call that Better News like so. And let's see if this builds. If not, we'll fix some of the errors. What's this saying at the moment? It requires an argument. We need to add a dot after that tag name there. There we go. At the moment, it's showing an error, invalid reference format on the name docker/dockerfile 1.7 labs. Let's go back into our Docker file and see what it is. I think it's moaning. It doesn't like something about this syntax that we have defined up here. I'm not too sure what that one could be. I think, I know what it is. It's this colon here. It needs to be a -labs like so. Let's go ahead and save that. Let's try and run that build again. Still an invalid context there. It has syntax docker/dockerfile. It's equal to 1.7 labs. Okay. This equals here is a colon. And let's go ahead and save that. And let's try another build. And let's see if all of this works. Fingers crossed. We're copying things over. We're doing the install step. Now, if you want to know why you go ahead and copy over your node modules first, or your package.json, and do the install step, this is to make caching way better. Essentially, if we copied over everything and just did bun install and then bun build, if we made any changes to our code and then reran the Docker build, it would install all of the node modules again for us. However, we just do the step where it copies over the package.json. If it detects that it hasn't changed since the last time it built, it's just going to go ahead and use what it did in the cache for its next step. So there we go, that actually went ahead and worked. So we can go ahead and update our compose.yml, and this is where we'll test if our application can be hosted in Docker. So in our compose.yml here, we need to add in our app service. To do that, what we'll do is we'll do tab. This is going to be app here. Then we'll do tab on here. This is going to be build. Then what we'll do is context, and then context here is simply going to equal the file system that we're in. And then we'll say Docker file, and the Docker file we need to give it is simply the one we created named Docker file. Next, we need to set up the environment. This actually needs to be a capital D, like so. I'm not sure why it really insists on not being one. Let's go ahead and set the environment. This is an entry point. We want environment. The environment variables that we want are the port. This is going to be equal to, let's say, something like 3000. Now, next what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to put the database URL environment variable on here. I would highly recommend, obviously, looking into doing some secrets with this. But since this is just for my local dev machine, I'm going to set this to a connection string. This connection string here, let me just go ahead and copy the one I have in my env. So we'll copy this one here. We'll go to my compose. I'm going to set that to Postgres. The one thing we need to change is where we actually have what we have for the local host. Since this is going to be in its own Docker network, we're going to change this to the name of this service here, and that's simply going to be DB. And that means that Docker can go ahead and work out the sort of connection that it needs for this on its own local network. Next, what we'll do is we'll say depends_on. This is actually going to depend on app, or actually this is going to depend on DB, sorry. And then we need to set up the network for this as well. We want to connect this to the app-network that we defined earlier, or the Better News network, sorry. So it's going to be this one here. Let's go ahead and set that up in here. So we need to connect that to the Better News network. And finally, what we'll do is we'll say port, and then the ports that we want to open up for this are going to be 3000. And that's going to match with 3000. So let's go ahead and save that. So now that we've got that running, I'm going to make sure that everything is closed down and we're not running anything on port 3000. Let's go ahead and try spin our Docker Compose up. So we'll do Docker Compose up, like so. Now it may moan because additional property port is not allowed. Let's find out what the issue is going to be here. We've got Postgres here. We've got, okay, we need ports, not port. Let's go ahead and save that and run the Docker Compose again. Let's see what it says. So it's going to go ahead and run a build because each time we do the Docker Compose, we've set it up to do a build step here. So firstly, it's going to try build our front end out. Then it's going to go ahead and run it. And it's a server running on port 3000. So it looks like it's been successful. Let's go ahead and actually check out if it has worked. If I go ahead and open up a window. So there we go, I'm on localhost 3000 here, and it looks like everything has worked. It's connected to our database there. All of the stuff that we've been putting in there has loaded in. The comments have loaded in. I'm logged out currently, but I could log in. Let's see if we can log in with James and then password. And there we go. So everything appears to be working, and we're hosting this all with Docker now. As I said, it's really nice that we have our own Auth, we have our own Postgres database, and we're hosting this, as I said, with a sort of static server using Bun. But let's go ahead and see how we could launch this on Fly.io so we can release it to the world as well. So for this next step, hopefully you have the Fly CLI installed. All you need to do is fly space auth space login and connect it to your Fly.io account as well. For this, what we're going to be doing is creating a Postgres server first though. So we'll do fly postgres create and hit enter. It's going to ask you for an app name here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and type in, let's say Better News DB, like so, hit enter. Now select a region that is closest to you or your users. So we'll hit that one. We're going to go ahead and let's just set up a development one as I don't care too much about this application. So we'll go ahead and use development. And that's just so I can cut down on costs as well. It does have a generous sort of $5 a month free. But as I said, we're not actually deploying this application as a serious app. We're just doing some sort of explanation here. Scale to a single node after an hour. I'm actually just going to leave this as the default, which is no. And it's going to go ahead and create the app for me. Once it's done, it's going to provision our machine, and it should come back with a database sort of link that we can go ahead and connect to. So there we go. Once that's done, we're going to go ahead and get a connection string, which we can use in our applications to connect to the database. Worth noting, this connection string is essentially only internal to your account of Fly.io. You couldn't connect to this externally. You'd have to do a few different tricks to be able to do that. And you can actually get that set up with the Fly CLI here, but we don't need to since we're going to be hosting our apps on Fly as well. So we can connect to the local Postgres container too. Next, what we're going to do is we're simply going to type in fly launch like so. That's going to scan our app. It's detected that we have a Bun application. And there you go. It says, do you want to tweak any of these settings? I don't think I do want to tweak any of them. I think they all look good to me. Let's hit yes. So I just realized I actually should have said no there. So I didn't want to tweak any of the settings. But what if I went ahead and changed the app name, for example, to let's say Better News Demo? That hopefully isn't already taken. Okay, that isn't already taken. The internal port is 3000, so that's going to be the one that you put in your environment variable. And I don't think I need to change any of these. Do I have a Fly automated Postgres? Can it pick that up for me? No, let's just leave this on none, as I'll actually just provide the connection string for that. Let's go ahead and click confirm settings here. Then we'll close this down. And you can see it's going to create the app Better News demo for us. Do we want it to create a Docker ignore from the 4.gignores file? Yes, that's actually something we should have set up earlier. We should have done a Docker ignore. So let's go ahead and click yes there. Once this is done, it's going to wait for the depot builder. Let's just quickly take a look at what it went and added here. So we have our Docker compose, also added in a Docker ignore here, and it essentially copied over everything that we had in the git ignore. That's really good there, because actually in our Docker build, we were currently copying over our environment variable. Forgot that I missed that one, but make sure you add in a Docker ignore like so. Really cool that Fly actually caught that for us. Let's go back here. You can see it's doing the Docker build that it needs to push up to Fly.io. So it's going to be running this here. There we go. We can see it's on the final build step there. And hopefully once this is all done, we should actually get a link to our application and we should be able to go and check it out. So there we go. Our application has been deployed, but I got a little bit too excited as I don't think this is going to work if I click this because the database hasn't been set up correctly with the environment variable yet. So let's click this and see what's going to load up here. So I think this should just error out. So yep, this errored out, and I've actually just checked the log, and we actually got an error saying we needed to provide the database URL. So let's go ahead and update our fly.toml. While we're here though, actually one thing I've just noticed is we are going to have to push up our schema to our new Postgres database that we started. To go ahead and be able to do that, we can connect to our Fly Postgres database by using the Fly CLI. To do that, what we'll say is we're going to say Fly proxy. What we're going to do is we're going to proxy the port 15432. So it's going to be 15432 to the 5432 there. And then we'll do -a, and then it's going to be Better News DB, like so. So it's the application that we want to proxy. We'll go ahead and hit enter. That's saying it's proxying it currently. Now what we need to go ahead and do is we need to go, firstly, we need to find out what the credentials were for that Postgres database. I think we actually had this up here. So where it set up our Postgres, that's going to be this connection string here. Let's go ahead and make sure we copy that in, as that's the username and password. I'm actually going to copy this whole string. Let's copy that here. What we'll do is we'll go to our .env variable. We'll change out this local one here. What I'm going to do is I'm just simply going to hash this out like so. Then I'll go ahead and add in a new one. Let's just do database URL. This is only a temporary one, so we'll put Postgres. But instead of this, what we'll do is it's going to be localhost, and this is going to be 15432 like so. If I close down my Docker one anyways, what I can now do is I should be able to do what we did before, which was the Drizzle kit. So that's going to be bun x drizzle -kit and then push like so and hit enter. And there you go. That should have updated our Fly.io Postgres now by using this connection string here and by using that proxied port. That means that our app is actually ready to be set up. So let's close this down now. Let's go to fly.toml and we need to set up the environment variables here. So one of them is going to be env. One of them is simply going to be the port. So that's going to be port here. And that's just going to equal to 3000. So that'll be 3000 like so. And the other one is going to be our database URL. Now, again, you should probably store this using Fly secrets, but I'm simply just doing a quick test here. So we'll go ahead and save that in there. And again, remember, this is going to be your sort of internal Fly.io Postgres URL. We'll go ahead and save that. Now what we should be able to do is back in our terminal, we should be able to do fly deploy now to go ahead and notice those changes. So we hit fly deploy here. You can actually see it warns us about this, so I highly recommend checking out this documentation of Fly apps and secrets on how you'd want to hide your database URL. But let's go ahead and see once it's sort of rolled out our new changes here, whether it goes ahead and fixes our application. Let's hit better news demo.fly here and wait for the servers to spin up. And there we go, we have our application. Obviously, there are no submissions at the moment because nothing has been done on this new database. So let's go ahead and sign up for an account and test that this is working. We'll use the same details, James, and then let's say password here. So we'll do password like so, and we'll hit sign up. And there we go, we are logged in as James. We can hit submit, and I will say hello, and then comma world, and then let's go ahead and add in a URL here, and let's say betterstack.com. And then for this, we'll say, this is my first post on, and then better news, like so. Let's hit submit and hope this works. There we go, we got the loading, and we're on our post page, and we can add in our comments. So I can say, this is my, let's do first comment, like so, and we can click add comment. And as you see, this is all hosted at Better News Demo, and then .fly .dev. So we're actually hosted to the world at the moment. And I have noticed there's a small error here that the Tanstack Router dev tools are popping up here. I'm not too sure why that is. That should be picking up that we're running in production. Let's go ahead and fix that. So the fix for that actually comes in the Tanstack Router documentation here. If you go into DevTools, it says only importing and using DevTools in development. We just go ahead and actually copy this Tanstack Router DevTools here. And then we need to add this into our application. So we go to our code base now, and then we go to our main.tsx on the front end. So that's going to be inside of here, main.tsx, where we imported that. Or actually, this was on the root, I believe, was it? Or on the index? I think this was on the root here. So we go and add that in there. Let's paste in this line of code that it's told us to import. Let's import React here like so. We can go ahead and get rid of this import up here. Save that. And hopefully now that should be working only in development. And we can go ahead and rebuild this. I think we should be able to just do fly.launch again. Let's go ahead and test that out, or fly.deploy, and see if that rebuilds. I think that should rebuild. Yep, it's detected we have some changes, so that is rebuilding. So once that's gone ahead and updated, let's open up our application there. And there we go. The dev tools have gone away and we still have my hello world post. Let's go ahead and give that an upvote. So there we go. Everything is now deployed on Fly.io and also on Docker as well if you wanted to. So you could go ahead and pretty much deploy this anywhere you want. Let's go ahead and ring this in as step 17 here. That's going to be 17. And then we'll say Docker and Fly deployment like so. And we'll go ahead and commit everything in there. There we go. So that is actually the code for our application done in this tutorial here. What I want to take a look at now is my recommendations and some of the things you may want to add to this application to make it better and also a more fully complete HackerNews clone. This is just because I didn't have time to show these features off, and essentially they might be a little bit simpler and they weren't investigating sort of the features I wanted to show with Tanstack Query, Tanstack Router, and also Hono and Bun on the backend here. One of them is going to be the post deletion logic. You might want to offer the user a way to delete a post they created. One thing I want to point out about this though is you may want to consider how you do that. Essentially similar to Reddit, you actually may want to keep sort of the thread alive, so you might want to keep all of the comments existing, but you may just want to set sort of the content of the post to null, or you may even want to keep that and just sort of set the user ID to a deleted one or to null, and then show it as deleted so that someone can't work out which user created it, but sort of the thread is still there with all of the information there. The other one that I'd go ahead and investigate is our React query stale times. I set a lot of mine to infinity there. You can do a lot of methods though to go ahead and make sure the data is up to date with these refetching utils, and you can also investigate sort of the best practices for that. The other one as well is add an ability to sort the nested comments using search params. I actually realized this after sort of reviewing the code is in the nested comments underneath another nested comment. It doesn't seem to be sorting by the search parameters of the URL. So go ahead and take a look at that. Finally, you could add in a user profile page. Now, I wouldn't actually make this authenticated myself, as you may want users to be able to click on another user's name and sort of see the posts that they've created, the comments they've created, and there you go, you could implement that like so. Pretty similar to Reddit. But then you could also have an authenticated page as well if you want someone to be able to change that username, for example. Lastly, as I'd say, I'd fix the URL search to be specific to the hostname, not the exact URL. What I mean by this is at the moment we click on a badge, for example, to newsletter.betterstack.com or something like that, it's going to search for the exact URL and any posts that match that one. This probably isn't what we want. We want to search the hostname, so sort of just the betterstack.com bit for all of the posts related to that site. And the last one, which I said was advanced there, and I explained this a bit earlier, was implement cursor-based pagination. This is going to increase your performance massively if your application turns into a large database with a load of posts. And it also might be a cool thing to go ahead and check out and see how you could implement that, especially when we have sort order as well, which is going to make it very complex. Now, all of this, as I said, all of this code is going to go in the main branch of what I'm going to link in the GitHub down below, and also the tutorial branch. But I do want to have some branches in the future where we can go in and change the code and sort of use it as a resource for some best practices and just a learning resource for these various different items like Tanstack Router, and also keep it up to date with library changes. As I mentioned, Lucia may be deprecating that package, so I'll go ahead and update a future branch with that if that does change. So if you have got to the end of the video and you had some issues with that, go ahead and see if there is a new branch. So there we go. If you made it this far, I hope you learned a few things about using Hono, Drizzle, Bun, and also Postgres. And then on the front end, using Tanstack Router, which is a relatively new router, React Query, which is just the de facto and recommended way to use data loading in React. And then also Tanstack Form as well, with some of those powerful features like those optimistic updates and various other things. If you have any questions, do go ahead and leave them in the comments down below. And if you have any issues, let me know down there. I will try and help out. If you want to watch another long form video on how we can use Redis with Node, mode, go ahead and watch this video or watch the one that YouTube is recommending here. And as always, please do subscribe. It really lets me know you're enjoying these tutorials. Thank you very much for watching.